victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Partly cloudy for San Jose, high temperature 73.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hello there. Dwayne Kuiper on the call for the Giants. Okay, 2 of 3 from the Philadelphia Phillies. Yay! That's my Steinmetz impersonation. Good morning to everybody out there. It is the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman will be on the mic today, filling in for Joe Spadoni. He is on assignment. That doesn't mean we won't still have fun this morning on the roast. Good morning to everybody out there going into work, or if you're getting off your night shifts, good morning to you as well. And enjoy the sleep that you're probably about to get. Good morning to Steven Risotto and Matt Nahegan. They're going to be behind the glass, pressing all the buttons, making sure we stay on air. And, of course, last but not least, the most important good morning of the morning. Good morning to the San Francisco Giants. I'm taking that too. Good morning to Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky. I just gave the old fakearoo right there.
So, Sam, I want to start somewhere, and just grant me a second to kind of lay this out.
No, just got to get right into it. No. Little small talk, get things going.
I'm not going to.
Just right down to business, right down to brass tacks. All right, let's do it.
Exactly. So last night, I've got this family golf tournament coming up, and we invite people that they're as close to family as possible, and people that have participated in years past. And some of the OGs that are my dad's age, or would have been my dad's age, essentially, they don't know how to message or anything. So I couldn't read the message he sent me on the Evite that I sent to them.
Like the grammar in the message is bad, or they don't know how to type?
He kept sending it, and there was no text in the message.
Just a blank box?
So I get out of softball, and I call him, and I go, John, what's up? And this is one of my dad's oldest friends. Our families have known each other for decades. And John Bologna, if you're out there, his son Richie, one of my good friends, his other son Johnny, and Gina and Marianne. They're as close to family as it comes. Family is not just blood related. He goes, I want to go with my son this weekend. Put him in my group. I go, all right, no problem. How you doing? Everything good? Yeah, everybody's just on Vitello. He's Italian.
You do a good John impersonation.
Well, he's, Marianne, drive the car.
That's all right, brother.
Exactly. And so he's going on. And it reminded me of something like him and my dad would always have these long, drawn-out Giants conversations. Because they would watch every single night. They're the two old guys in the Muppets, that were critiquing everything from the top.
From the balcony, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I wish I knew their names off the top of my head, but I know who you're talking about.
And it's a Vitello conversation, but I think it's a larger Bay Area sports conversation. He goes, I just don't understand. 11 games. You want to run this guy out of town? Give him a chance. And he just kept going, give him a chance. Give him a chance. Give him a chance.
Statler and Waldorf, by the way. Those are the Muppets.
Were those them? Okay.
Those are them, yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, like, and look, I'm very guilty of this. Like, I want to raise my hand and admit.
I'm aware.
I'm a big part of the discourse. I have a very large platform, and I'm very lucky and grateful for that. And there's times I'm as frustrated as you guys are. Let's think about the Niners last year. Michael Williams. I gave it a couple games. I'm like, he's not an edge rusher. He's 21 years old, right? Now, the NFL, everything is just cranked up. We want immediate satisfaction.
There's a faster timeline in terms of when you're expecting results to come through in the NFL. I think we can agree on that, yeah.
Upton Stout, they drafted a 5'8" corner. What are they doing? But by year's end, I gave the guy a lot of love.
Oh, yeah.
They played really well.
He was one of my favorite guys on this defense this year. There's obvious deficiencies of what he can and can't do. But again, you mentioned the size. Like, for what he is, yeah, he's very good at what he is doing, which is being a slot cornerback.
Now I get back to the Giants. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking about all the conversations internally, externally, publicly, on huge platforms, on this station, on the other station, on friend group chats or threads, or in the comment section of Instagram posts. The number one talking point for the Giants through 12 games has been the manager. Hasn't been the bats, hasn't been the bullpen, hasn't been the starting pitching, hasn't been the roster. It's who can we blame in the dugout immediately? And if we're not blaming the dugout, then we're going to blame the front office up in the suite.
Yeah. Well, I do think whenever you do get a new manager, there's always going to, I think, be a little bit more of a microscope in terms of just kind of what they're about. I think you saw that with Gabe Kapler. I don't think you saw it as much with Bob Melvin because he was more of a known commodity. But at the same time, like, when you're a new manager coming in, depending on what kind of team you have, there is an expectation if you were brought in to, like, turn things around, like, rather promptly.
Have you ever heard the phrase, Rome wasn't built in a day?
I think it took a couple more than one day. But to your point, though, when you have a situation like Tony Vitello and there's less known, I think that does kind of change how fans kind of put him under the microscope. But I think the point you're about to get into, though, is it's going to take more than 12 games. Is that, like, that's not a good sample size, I think is what you're getting at.
It's not sample size. Guys, we watched Gabe Kapler, and I'm guilty of this. We were in COVID lockdown. It's like, just thoroughly underwhelmed with him. Now, we did have an idea who he was because he did manage in Philly. Bob Melvin, A's, Padres, Diamondbacks, and then to the Giants. In terms of, like, if you're a Giants fan, you got a good feel for who Bob Melvin was.
We got to see from afar what he is and is not capable of doing, both good and bad.
Now, if you want to make the argument, Joe, you were loud as hell early on, you're probably right on both those prior managers. We ran them out of town for a reason. They hired Tony Vitello, whether we like it or not. Can we give him a chance? Can we give him a chance before we blow him out of town? And I'm asking myself, as I hear this from John Bologna in this phone call last night, I'm like, I know it's me. I know it's social media. And I don't want to blame, like, social media. I'm saying I know it's me. I know it's just how I react because I'm insane and I'm part of the lunatic fringe. I'm closer to a Philly sports fan than I am what Philly sports fans think of West Coast sports fans. You know what I mean? I think we're more rabid than they give us credit for. But
we have an insane streak in us, yes.
Even amongst us, our fans, I would probably be more on the passionate side. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. But why are we hardwired to not give anyone a chance to succeed? Forget failing, just to succeed. James Wiseman. Poor guy got hurt over and over. He might just never have been a good player to select or whatever, but it felt like we were making sweeping proclamations immediately. Jonathan Kuminga, people had their opinions, like, cast in die.
There's no changing my stance on where I feel about Jonathan Kuminga. He is this player, and this player alone. Oh, he had a good game? Well, that's just a one-off. Wait till he goes back to... Yeah, that kind of...
Okay.
I took a lot of those calls.
We can't give anyone a chance. I was thinking about Bryce Eldridge. If Bryce Eldridge came up and went 1 for 22, fans would lose their minds.
Mm-hmm.
He came up at the very end of last year, and it wasn't great. It wasn't good. It wasn't great.
I also think end of the year, though, there's a level of lesser expectations for guys.
Scrutiny.
But if he came up to start this year, it's we need you to carry the offense right now, even though you're a rookie, which is insane to put on a kid who's just turning 21.
why are we hardwired in the Bay Area to not give people a chance if they show any signs of failure from the beginning? Like, I was thinking about Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy. You like Brock Purdy. I think most normal thinking football fans that are Niner fans are like, he's pretty good.
We're happy with Brock Purdy.
Right? Had I flipped around Brock Purdy's success, and let's say the last 20 to 25 games happened at the front, and that MVP caliber season happened more recently, don't you think just how we view Brock would be a lot different?
Well, I mean, you can make the argument that maybe that MVP stretch does not happen. If Brock got off to the start that, let's say if Brock's first 16 games or first 17 games were what he did in that, 2024 season, how is Brock even the quarterback long enough to get, I mean, because not that he was awful that year, but he wasn't fantastic. Like, he wasn't the first 20 games of his career, Brock Purdy, that we saw from that Dolphins game all the way up to that Super Bowl. If he was post-Super Bowl Brock Purdy, I don't know if he's getting to the 20 games after those first 20 games, if that makes sense.
No, I totally get it. And
but that's also, I think, in football, that 20 games for a quarterback is a sizable sample size. Now, there'll be the dorks like me out there. You know me, Shask. I'm a big sample size guy. I need a lot of runway from someone before I truly make a determination. I mean, how many arguments have we had over guys Jung-Hoo Lee is a perfect example. How many times well, Joe, you got to give him time. You got to let him work it in, blah, 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 the other. And you and I have screamed about it a lot. And now we're at a point with a guy like Jung-Hoo Lee where the sample size is large enough to where I'm starting to feel like, you know what?
Which is fair.
You know, maybe Shasky might have been right on that. No. Joe Shasky did have a point. I think football, though, 20 games, that's a good sample size, though, for a quarterback where you could be able to make that determination. I guess it comes down to what feels like a good enough sample size for guys to really determine what we're seeing here is good or bad.
That's a separate conversation. What I want to explore is, why are we unwilling to give anyone a chance if they struggle even a little at the beginning?
Instant gratification society?
Yeah, but just, I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand. Like, we all of us, we took calls from literally zero people defending Bob Melvin for 2 years. Zero. You didn't want him. Giants fans didn't want him. Okay? No one liked Farhan. Yet you give Buster Posey the job, and in a year, he's been in the job 1 year and 6 months, right?
Yeah, this is the second full season doing it, yes.
People are already with pitchforks waiting at the castle, all right? It hasn't even been a year. It takes time to turn this ship around.
Yeah.
You know, Tony Vitello's been here 12 games, so they lose one to the Phillies, and it's been ugly, right? Everyone is ready to run the whole team out of town. And now they win the last 2 games. Now how are we feeling? No, I'm not pretending like I'm Mr. Voice of Reason and I'm super calm. I am a huge part of what stirs the pot. I'm as guilty of this as anyone. What if Jimmy Garoppolo had went 2-3 instead of 5-0?
He's probably not getting that deal at the end of the season.
Is there Jimmy fever and Jimmy mania like there was?
No, he's definitely not as polarizing as he ended up becoming. Probably not.
It's just, it's crazy how first impressions really set things up for someone. So now I get back to Vitello. The way everyone's come down and crushed this guy, I want to support him now more than ever. More than ever. I feel like Andrew Baggerly clearly has a stick up as you know what regarding Tony Vitello. That's my interpretation. I think that he was dissed from day one and he feels some kind of way and he's got it out for him, and that's fine. But you can't tell me that you're an unbiased journalist when clearly you were rubbed the wrong way from an initial impression, and now you're going to hold it against the guy for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, that's on you. You're no different than all of us because you're human, which is fine. Just don't pretend like you're holier than thou as a journalist.
There are guys who go in the opposite direction too, who are just like, they're so in on certain teams that their coverage is going to be as positive as they could possibly make it. Because it does go both ways there.
No question.
But your example is, I don't think that off base.
I'm pulling for Tony Vitello now more than ever because everyone's gunning for him. Everyone, former GMs, former head coaches, people in the media, some of the fans. Like, we couldn't even give this guy 2 full weeks before we were ready to run him out of town. Every word he said, every move he didn't make, every move he did make. We're lip reading things in the dugout.
I saw that yesterday. He was saying, I guess, muttering something about the ball boy or something, maybe. Like,
Can we all just pump the brakes and relax a little? Like, what? How did I become the voice of reason on this?
That's how you know it's bad. When Joe Shasky is the voice of reason, you know we are in the dark times. We are actually coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This is the Morning Roast. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. I'm Sam Lubman. That's Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Giants fans, why are we so hard on people coming out? It doesn't have to be Giants fans, all fans. Why do we feel like we're so hard coming out the gate on people? Why can't we let...
I don't get it.
Why can't we let people have a chance to get established? Why does success need to be instantaneous? Are we too harsh on people right out the gate?
How would your feeling of Trey Lance be if he started other games?
Yeah.
But if he had just won the Bears game, I don't even know if Trey's good. Like, I'll admit, I thought he was. You were
very high on him right off the bat.
Yeah. But we also critiqued him, right, when it was appropriate.
Very harshly. I mean, I remember that Bears game. It was very much like the fact that he couldn't pull out a win in a monsoon in his first official start as the starter somehow wrote the story on his entire career.
Done. No, he was done.
Yeah.
He was done.
Well, of course, we thought at the time that maybe it was just one off. But, yeah, no, history kind of showed that.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah. Well, I think it's maybe the fact that it was a situation like that where we saw a guy like Trey Lance come in, struggle off the rip, and then never get better. We've been scarred so many times as fans, and this is just local. This isn't just in the Bay Area. You could probably say this all over the place. Like, so many past athletes, coaches, general managers, executives have come in and just they stumble out the gate and they never get it going after that. You become scarred after all. You become jaded to where you just think if it's not instantaneous, then it's never going to happen.
But when I were to say to you, like, who are the most beloved athletes in the Bay Area currently who haven't played in 20, 30, 40 years? Okay, if I were to ask you, like, write down some of the most beloved. Jerry would be beloved, right?
Okay, so athletes from the past who are beloved.
Yeah, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry Rice. I put Tim Lincecum up there.
Jerry struggled like crazy his rookie year. Still put up great numbers. Struggled like crazy. Led the league in drops. Steve Young. Would you throw Steve Young in there?
No, I think he's pretty well up there.
Steve Young said, I was a failure in the NFL until I got the full opportunity to take over the team and run with it in 1991.
Joe, I was there
for full failure.
I was there for Tim Lincecum's first start on that Sunday night against the Phillies, and he got lit up in that first inning there. You know, I remember sitting next to my dad. It's like, man, wouldn't it be cool if he had a really long 7-inning shutout performance? And then he gets rocked by Chase Utley and Ryan Howard. And I look at my dad's like, man, wouldn't it be cool if he could get out of this first inning by that same culture that you're kind of talking about right now would be coming for Timmy after one or two starts. Timmy was kind of by the numbers not all that spectacular his rookie year.
Luis Arraez, if you've watched every game, has been really good. He's been one of the better Giants on the team.
He's been such a breath of fresh air.
So clutch. He's made plays defensively. Do I think he's a perfect player? Not at all. But you have people on the internet, the boss's son, saying that he's not good. And they're using the dry numbers.
Could just say Mark Grandy.
It just feels like when you have an opinion on someone and it's already been cast, you're unwilling to pivot off said opinion. And I get bashed for moving all around, and I use the stock market example and a housing market example. Things go up and down. I look at Brandon Pajemski today. We are so angry at this guy overall, we can't even admit when he plays a good game. We can't even give him credit when he plays a good game. We have to always put in, and then he did, but he's just, and it's just against. It's like, why do we have to put all these disclaimers in on everything?
Well, Pod's a rough example to use. I'm a little,
he's a lightning
I'm
rod.
a little vexed with Pods this morning. There's a bit of a scandal that went down last night at SAP Center. Sharks, tough loss there, falling 5-2 to the Oilers. Pods wearing an Oilers jersey at the Sharks game. I get you're an Oilers fan, growing up in Milwaukee, you got attracted to the Oilers jerseys, and they do have cool jerseys, but that one was tough to see. You don't like to see.
Alex Smith wore a San Diego Padres hat to a Giants
Well,
game.
this is the thing I was talking to the boss about. We have this belief here that in any market that if a guy plays in a market, he's a fan of all the teams in that market. I mean, George Kittle's is a Nashville Predators fan. Steph Curry is a Boston Red Sox fan. Seth Curry is a Yankee fan. Steve Kerr roots for probably the worst baseball team any human being could possibly root for. I'm not even going to say the name. It's such an offensive name. It starts with a D, though. We got some more stuff coming up on the other side. We're going to hear from Tony Vitello as part of What Do You Hear, What Do You Say on that other side. Buck Showalter former manager of the Mets, Rangers, Orioles, Yankees, among others. That's actually all he's been the manager of. He's going to join us at 9:20. Joe, we'll ask him how much of a leash or grace period managers should get when they start at a new job. And before you hit the break, though, what is this thought that's on your mind right now?
Well, and it goes in the other direction. Daniel Susak, 2 great games.
Greatest catcher to ever live.
Right? Or, look, he deserves more opportunities.
I think he already deserves a statue.
But we also have to pump the brakes a little.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we need to be a little more reasonable, and it starts with me.
Yeah. So you don't think that Daniel Susak has already supplanted Buster Posey on the Giants catchers rankings?
Well, Johnny Bench, move over.
Yeah, exactly. I'm renaming the catching award the Daniel Susak award, obviously.
Stop it.
That is Joe Shasky. I am Sam Lubman. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More sports talk after this.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit RNSDoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Angela from Modesto. Aaron did a fantastic job. We were having a gate issue, and he came and got us up and running. His customer service was hands down the best I've seen in a long time. Also, I want to give a shout out to Sierra, the office manager. She was very kind and helpful.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large.
was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Devers, it's a high drive. Center field. You think that felt good for Rafi Devers?
Goodness gracious. Just a belt-high challenge, and he was laying right in the bushes for it. And he did not miss one bit of it. And backspins it right over the center field wall into the net. That's Bonds-like. And it clears the bags.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Who wants to go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I know that home run felt good for Rafi Devers. Actually, I was taking my little afternoon nap during that point, and I kid you not, I woke up to the crack of Rafi Devers' bat sending that ball out to deep center field. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni, who's on assignment these next few days. Joe Shasky is sitting across from me here. Giants win 5-0 over the Philadelphia Phillies. Take 2 of 3 from the Phillies before heading out onto the road for a big 10-game road trip. There you go to Baltimore, Cincinnati, and then the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Boy, could they use a road trip just to kind of bring everyone together a little bit, but nice to go on a road trip with a little 2-game winning streak in your back pocket. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shasky, I know you got a thought on Tony Vitello. Then we get to what do you hear, what do you say. Before we do any of that, though, it's very important that I tell you that I need you to tune in for Warriors Live today, which is presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Imagine if we gave Tony Vitello a proper runway to get established as a big league manager, more than just 12 games.
So let me use 2 examples for you guys. I'm going to give you a quarterback who started 2-6 in his first 2 seasons. I'm going to give you a quarterback who threw 16 touchdowns and 9 interceptions in his first 2 seasons. I'm going to give you a quarterback who was sacked 16 times in 8 games. Again, he only played 8 games.
Oh, he sounds like he was a terrible quarterback who never amounted to much of a career.
Yeah, that's Joe Montana.
Oh, wow, he was actually really good.
Joe Montana.
Probably should have given that guy a chance.
Could you imagine if Bryce Eldridge came up and went 0 for 12? And then he hit a home run, and then he went 0 for 12 again right after that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just the start to Willie Mays' career.
Yeah. Now, that was literally the one that I was about to cite, the famous,
By the way, does anyone know who his first hit was off? Anyone?
Do you want
Risotto,
him to get it, or I can give it? But I want to know if the boss knows it.
Warren Spahn?
Home run off of Warren Spahn. If Bryce Eldridge came up today and started 0 for 12.
Then got a home run off Paul Skeens.
Then hit a home run off Paul Skeens. Then went 0 for 12 again.
Fluke.
Right after that.
That home run was a fluke. Might as well even strike it from the record. Send him back down. He's not ready.
People go insane.
He's worse than Brandon Belt. That's what the discourse would be.
I'm not here to say that Tony Vitello is the next Tony La Russa or Bruce Bochy or Joe Torre. Heck, I don't even know if he can be the next Gabe Kapler. Just mediocre, right? Or whatever you view the worst manager. I have no idea. Time hasn't told. Can we give these guys a chance? Can we give him a chance? I'm just asking out loud.
I think we do kind of, you brought up the win now mentality. There is this mentality in fans that there is no such thing as patience anymore. I think I said in the first segment, we're an instant gratification society. We want things and we want them now. It's not just my money and I want it now. It's my team and I want the wins now. That's where we're at. And that's the question I'm going to throw out there. 888-957-9570. Do you think we take this win now mentality maybe a little bit too far? Maybe we need to allow for some nuance that sometimes there is a little bit of a buildup. I kind of said coming into the season that there are going to be growing pains that I think Tony Vitello has to go through as manager. Now, I don't know what all those growing pains are going to look like per se, but we're going to have to experience them. They're going to rear their heads in ugly ways at times as he learns what it means to be a manager at the big league level. And call me crazy, I don't think 12 games is enough of a sample size for me to truly determine whether or not Tony Vitello is a good manager or not. Call me crazy. I'd like to see him do, a full season, maybe more than a month to start. I don't know. There is a level of let's let this guy figure out kind of his legs first and then kind of get into a rhythm and then kind of start levying the harsher judgments.
No doubt. I just want to know what's behind the psyche of this whole win now. You have to be awesome from the jump. If you don't compete immediately, you're done. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Why don't we get into what do you hear, what do you say? Why don't we get into what do you hear, what do you say? Oh. Uh-oh. Anyway, as we wait, there we go. All right, what do you hear? What do you say? We play something that Tony Vitello said yesterday, and we saw yesterday Giants get the 5-0 win, and Tony Vitello gave a shout out to one of the Giants relievers for getting their first big league win. Came out of the bullpen. Shout out Matt Gage. You have a record now, buddy.
I know everybody's excited for him because he's a guy from day one you could tell was such a good hang, and that presence kind of carries over into the game. Literally good with him in any situation. Know if he's available, there's a great chance he's going to throw somewhere in there. It's just a matter of where we see fit. But he got a big out for us and then was able to, any out you can get in the game, you need 27 of them. So was able to go back out there, which I thought was key, too, to the game. But
there you go. That was Tony Vitello after the game yesterday. Talk about Matt Gage's win. You only pitched 2/3 of an inning, but it was enough to get the win. He came in that 6th inning in relief of Tyler Malley and got Brandon Marsh to strike out there, then go to the 7th inning. That's when Rafi Devers hit the home run to get the win. And he got his little gross condiment shower after the game, covering all sorts of manners and nastiness and barbecue sauce and stuff like that. What do you think would be the worst condiment to be covered in after a win, Joe, for you? What's the one condiment you just, don't put that on me?
Condiment? Yes. Probably syrup, right?
Oh, yeah, that would not be. Ooh, that's a good call, actually.
Because I just went to Millbrae Pancake House, which is the greatest
you get that in your hair, too?
Well, LJ got it all over his hands, and it was impossible to get out.
Yeah, that's a good one there. I would think hot sauce is not a fun one, because if it's hot enough, it'll start to burn your skin a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know that, but... Anyway, yeah, so that's what you hear, what do you say? So I wanted to celebrate, we'll get back into Vitello. I just wanted to celebrate Matt Gage. He's a guy who I chatted up a little bit in spring training and got to know him a little bit. He's working on a splitter. He's adding that to his repertoire this year. So he's trying to diversify the pitch portfolio. And just a guy I really kind of came to enjoy conversing with. And he came around last year. I guess he was originally drafted by the Giants, too, which was kind of way back when in 2018, which was cool. And came over last year from the Tigers, and it's just been a breath of fresh air in a bullpen that very much needs it right now.
We need to give Tony Vitello a lot of credit because a lot of people crushing them when they don't do this, that, and the other. Sunday, why'd you go to this guy? This is 2 games in a row where it felt like the game was in the balance still, and he made the appropriate pitching change at the appropriate time. And not only did they get out of the inning unscathed, the team went on to tack on more runs right after. So it felt very momentum-like.
Yes.
And a huge swing from one dugout to the other. Remember, the day before was the Robbie Ray, couple of runners on. It's deep into the 7th inning. There's 2 outs. He goes to the bullpen. They get out of the situation. He goes straight to Ryan Walker. In this game, Garcia gets that base hit. He brings in Matt Gage. To me, it felt like the Marsh at-bat was the game.
It was a swinging point, yeah.
And then the Giants go out in the very next inning, and that's when they tack on, the 3-run home run. Mm-hmm. And it feels like it's a huge momentum shifting from one dugout to the other. And is anyone going to talk about it? Is anybody going to give this guy credit?
No, and honestly, I would say then, Joe, not only did he make the right call going to Gage there, but this is something I've noticed a lot of Tony Vitello. I think a lot of managers like to bring relievers into clean innings, but sometimes that's not always the case. I do feel like, again, early on here, I don't know how much of a pattern this is going to be, but he does make a lot, it seems, in-inning pitching changes where there's guys on base, and that's when you bring a reliever in. And he did do that with Caleb Killian, who was the other kind of hero out of the bullpen yesterday. Yes. He has really kind of impressed me out the gate here. And as big of a swing as that Matt Gage appearance against Brandon Marsh was, Gage came out, got into a little trouble, gives up a base hit to Otto Kemp.
This is in the very next inning.
Yeah, this is in the top of the seventh inning. Yes. Giants are up 3-0.
It's important. Actually, it's a really good call.
Got Otto Kemp on first base. In comes Caleb Killian, who, as we all can remember, was part of the Chris Bryant trade. And of course, you're crushing Farhan. Shout out to Farhan for drafting Caleb Killian. But he walks Trey Turner on 4 pitches. Now you got first and second.
I was really worried we were going to give it back.
Yeah, you got Kyle, because you got the 2 worst people on the planet to have up in that situation when you're up 3 with 2 on. Kyle Schwarber comes up, and that knuckle curve that Killian got to get Schwarber there.
I love when you have those
delivery. He's really good. And then, of course,
I like him.
Gets the big ground out from Bryce Harper on the slider, ground ball right to Luis Arraez. And, we crush Arraez for his defense. And I don't really know what his range is looking like right now. They've been really good at positioning him on the infield.
Would you agree he's made more plays than what you were told he was going to make at second?
Honestly, I love Luis Arraez. He has been, I think, exactly what he was promised to
Tyler Fitzgerald was not as good defensively as him.
I think Fitz had the ability to have more range. I think, again, what they're saying right now, it
didn't translate.
Arraez, again, a lot of these ground balls are going right at him. I feel like they're just very good at positioning him right now.
Fitz. What about Donovan Solano, who was a brick?
No, he was not good at second base defensively. He was more of an offensive second baseman than a defensive
I think my eyes are telling me Arraez has been excellent.
Let's talk a little bit more about Luis Arraez on the other side. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lohman. It is the Morning Roast. We're going to talk about Luis Arraez a little bit on the other side because I want to give him some appreciation. And then, is the win now mentality. Are we taking it too far here in the Bay Area? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Football fans! History is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited, so don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pentanelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PentanelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pentanelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pentanelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
You know, there's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvutra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvutra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvutra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvutra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvutra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvutra for ATTR-CM.
This is John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Welcome back to the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. These guys are no ordinary Joes, and Jack's is no ordinary restaurant.
Well, I am certainly not an ordinary Joe because I'm actually a Sam, not a Joe. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Spadoni on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky is joining me, and we're brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Giants fans, how are we feeling on Tony Vitello right now? Where are you? And, we talk about there's the 5 stages of grief out there. We're not going through grief here with Tony Vitello, but just where are you on the stages of accepting Tony Vitello as your manager?
Well, I think initially, let's start writing down some of these stages.
Mm-hmm.
Most fans shock a college coach, right? Would you agree?
Shock, surprise.
Okay, I'll put shock, surprise. Okay. What would the next stage have been?
I think the next stage of it's probably going to be, I think there's a level of...
Okay, Buster signed off on it, so I guess I got to accept it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe acceptance is at the end. I think there's some bewilderment that's put in there. Maybe that go off shock and surprise, and that you're just like, wait, I'm sorry, of all the guys who are out there, I'll say right off the bat, if I were to power rank who I wanted to be the Giants manager, I had Craig Albertaz at the top of my who I want power rankings. He was a rookie manager, but he was... what was it, Rizzo? Was he the bullpen coach in 2021?
He was the catching coach.
Catching coach in 2021. So he had already worked with Buster closely, and that was guys like, I could see Buster tabbing another former catcher to be his manager.
Stage one for you was shock, surprise, bewilderment. I'm going to put that all in one bucket. Risotto, stage one on Tony Vitello. You hear that they're hiring him for sure. Your thoughts were?
Intrigued.
That was going to be my second stage, is I think then you're intrigued.
Okay.
You're looking into it.
That you already jumped to the second stage. You weren't shocked at all when they were initially linked to him.
Not really.
Really?
Buster just screams a guy who's fascinated with college. So it just kind of made sense.
All right. Matt Nahigian, the program director who's in today, helping out. First stage of Tony Vitello for you was?
Completely out.
Really?
From the jump.
Completely out.
Why?
Why? Why were we out?
College coach just didn't think that it translated to the major leagues.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of college coaches in other sports make the jump. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, but completely out. I get that, because you know what? I'll be real with you. When they signed Bob Melvin, I'll be the first to admit, I was completely out on that. I thought it was
uninspiring.
Boring, retread. Are you kidding me? Going for fake vibes? No. Well, I'll admit, I was out before even watching him manage a game. I was close-minded on Bob Melvin. And that's not fair to Bob, but I'm being real.
Well, in fairness, Bob Melvin had 25 years of data that you could go off of. And I looked at Bob Melvin hire as better than Gabe Kapler, not as good as Bruce Bochy, which is what I think a lot of Giants fans wanted. Giants fans wanted a Bruce Bochy 2.0, and Bob Melvin, I think, was kind of
Giants fans didn't even want Bruce Bochy when he came here. I was here. When Bruce Bochy first showed up on the scene, almost all my boys and I thought retread placeholder.
Well,
during the final run of the Bonds era.
Well, also, again, he was the manager of the Padres for a long time, and from 1999 to 2006, of course, I'm picking the years after that Padres World Series run in 98, which I was 5 years old when that happened. The Padres were nothing spectacular at all. So, and that felt like it was a reflection on Bruce Bochy. And when he got here, it was just like, sure, we got maybe a slightly better situation. I thought he was probably one of the better managers in the National League at the time, but it didn't inspire me to think this guy's snapping the drought.
Sam, they went retread with Felipe, and I liked Felipe, and he had a lot of real legitimate Giants ties. And I just thought that we went retread with Bochy. I was wrong. I freely admit
there was a lot of anger and frustration with Bochy early on, and it's layered too. I think a lot of it was the Giants were 07 was not a competitive year. 2007 was let's just watch Barry break a record and pick up the pieces after.
You're over. He was just boring. He was boring.
Well, no, I think it's not just he was boring, but
he was boring.
Fans wanted this team to go young and start rebuilding, and Bochy was a guy who played veterans.
Exactly. All right.
And that is where the frustration with Bruce Bochy came in. So I think it's very circumstantial with Bochy.
All right. So let's go to stage 2 for Vitello. He talks at the press conference.
Well, I think stage 2 is intriguing. I would say stage 3, that's where I think the doubting comes in. Because then
let's go to the press conference.
Okay.
He spoke at the press conference, and you thought what?
Coming out of the press conference, I figured, you know what? This guy's got to bring the kind of energy that this team needs, and I think he does know ball.
Okay.
That was kind of my impression. I said a lot of time, in baseball, I do truly believe that it is a sport. I believe that baseball is a merit-based sport.
Okay.
Where if you can prove that you belong in the game and you can prove that you know ball, you speak the language of baseball, the game will find a place for you. My first impression of Tony Vitello, hearing him speak at that press conference back in October, was I think this guy knows a little ball. I think he brings the energy that ball players will gravitate towards.
I mean,
gravitate to.
Gabe Kapler's staff was littered with people with no Major League Baseball experience.
No.
Whether it's Kai Correa or
Mark Hallberg, Alyssa Nacken.
Alyssa Nacken, exactly.
I mean, probably the most experienced guy on that coaching staff, aside from Ron Rose, probably would think was Andrew Bailey.
Yeah.
The former Red Sox
One of my
coach.
buddies knows very well, Anthony.
Oh, really?
At the press conference, Risotto, what did you think? What was the second stage for you on Vitello? There's the initial hiring, that. They get to the press conference. You thought what?
Optimistic.
Okay. I would put, I see the vision. That's kind of how I felt. So optimism is very similar to that. Big Boss Man, what did you think after the presser?
Ooh, give me more.
He's coming around on it. You see, let the guy
coming
talk.
around.
He's starting to swing you a little bit.
I like it.
And I do think that's kind of one of Tony Vitello's kind of underrated traits that he has, is that the presence that he has, the things that, again, he says a lot. He does like to talk. But he does it in a way it swings you on him. Like the other day before it was the Sunday game when Landon Roop was starting. That was Sunday, right? I don't know what days of the week anything is anymore. Tony was asked in the pregame scrum about Landon Roop adding the cutter into his pitching repertoire. And Tony goes on this very long diatribe. He's talking about it's kind of like the hat game that you play in between innings. Where you got to find the baseball under the hat. When there's 2 hats, it's really easy. But when it's 3 hats, it gets a little bit harder. 4 hats, it gets even really harder. That's kind of like what Landon Roop, when he adds that cutter, and it's like adding another hat that makes it harder to kind of figure out what pitch he's going to go with. And I'm listening to him in real time. I'm like, what, huh? What? Oh, I get what you're getting at here. It all does kind of come home and makes it. He lands the plane, as we like to say here on this show. And when he pulls off the landing, it's like, all right, I kind of see where this guy's getting at.
Okay.
At first, it sounds like ramblings, but there's words in there. There's words in there that make sense, and it makes his thinking and thought process start to make sense. And all right, so I think Nahigian's point, that helps win you over.
Spring training as a whole. Not the beginning, not the middle, but the whole. I will admit, I was kind of like, all right, dude, maybe less is more. I'm not going to lie. It crossed my mind. He's talking a lot. He keeps bringing up Tennessee. We're poking holes at him. All right, I get it. We need some real games to start because we're just chewing this guy up.
If I were to say my spring training phase where I was at there, I'll be honest, I had, what's the right word? I don't want to say concern. I don't like that word in this situation, so I'm throwing that word to the side. I'm going to go apprehension. There's a little bit of apprehension for me in spring training.
If concern is a red flag, you were thinking about pulling the red flag out and planting it.
I was not thinking about pulling it out, but I was taking a mental note. Where do I have that red flag?
There you go.
There it is. Okay, I know where it is just in case. I'm not going to look at it, but I'm very much aware of where it is. And the reason I say it's when he brought up the whole, how did you guys find this out thing? That we talked about, it was weird.
There's no other way to back.
That was weird. I don't know if it said it back, but it definitely
amongst the media.
Yeah, well, obviously amongst the media, because that's anytime you attack the media, we get. But
I thought they're supposed to be unbiased.
Well, the media is
they're
human.
Supposed to not have prejudices. I thought they're supposed to be objective.
It's adorable that you think that. There's a reason why the pen is mightier than the sword, Joe Shasky. But no, the concern wasn't so much can he handle this? The concern for me stemmed early on, and I'll be honest, that concern is still there for me, though I said I didn't want to say concern. The apprehension at the time, and that apprehension is still here right now, was really just based on the fact that the reality of this is a massive and risky experiment that the Giants are conducting here. Not just the Tony Vitello aspect of it, but the Buster Posey aspect of it. And I'd never forget when we had Keith Law on last year and we had that really emotional exchange because you push back hard on Keith Law when he had the gall to mention that Zach Managian is helping Buster Posey out with a lot of these things. And the reality is that we don't really quite know if Buster is a great baseball executive yet.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, he might be. We're still figuring that out. Buster Posey is a very smart baseball person.
And this is one of his biggest decisions.
Yeah, so it's a major decision to him. He's a very smart baseball person. He's a baseball lifer. He's been around this game his entire life. Just because you're around the game your entire life does not make you a genius at all levels, but he's working his way. So there's that risk, plus the fact that Vitello was very new and fresh. There was a lot of ways this could have gone south, and that triggered a lot of apprehension for me at that time.
Risotto, spring training. You thought what of Vitello? What stage were you at?
Probably not one word, but just that, okay, there will be a learning curve.
Okay.
Whether it comes on the field or with the media.
I love that learning. I really like that. That's actually really well said. Learning curve. Okay. Matt Hegan, what were you at? What stage with Vitello during spring training?
Not moved one way or the other, but I will say less is more is what I was thinking.
I felt the same way. Less is more. That learning curve is a good way to put it. All right. First week of the season. What did you think, Sam?
This is where, I'm going.
What stage were you at with Vitello?
Not it's more just patience.
You were?
I was at the patience stage with
Really?
Tony Vitello. I'm a very patient person.
Do you think the fans agree with you?
No, of course
If
not.
I polled the fans
That's why I'm smarter than them.
1 week in, I think it would have been,
Well, there's
like Friedel.
I mean, we had Jim Bowden both, on foul territory and on the station, referring to Tony's performance against the Yankees as an embarrassment. And I'll be real. It was not a good first weekend for Tony Vitello.
That's what I'm saying.
It was
it's okay.
It was a bad first impression.
I agree.
Listen, Tony Vitello had a bad first weekend as manager. Lots of managers in the history of this game have had bad weekends.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you how you think
that's where I felt.
stage.
That's where it's like, you know what? My feeling was we got to be patient on this. We got to let him work through this. He's going to go through growing pains. I remember when I got my first job, Shasky, back with 98.5 K-Fox, the program director at the time, he told me, it's like, you know what? We're glad to have you on board. Just, you're going to screw up, and it's okay. You got to learn from it.
My boss never said that to me.
Well, that's because he just thought you were a lost cause. But no, that's kind of my thing to Tony Vitello. It's your coach. You're going to screw up in the first month. You're going to do a move you shouldn't have done. It happens.
I know.
And you're going to learn from it, and you're going to get better from it, and we're all going to be laughing and joking about it at the parade a few years from now.
But at the time, the literal police, in the words of Dave Fleming, were out there dissecting every single word he was using in the presser. So let me ask you, Risotto, week 1, what stage were you at with Tony Vitello?
I mean, we talked about it. I was concerned.
So, would you say you hit the panic button?
No, not the panic button.
Red flag?
It sounded like he was hitting the panic button.
Okay.
Because he said that his team had tension and after 2 games and they were too emotional. So
concerned.
He wrote about it.
Concerned. Okay. Matt, program director.
Definitely concerned. Not just on what he was doing on the field, but off the field. And, of course, they were losing the games.
Yes.
So
yes.
That made it even worse. But, again, less is more.
Yeah.
And I just didn't think he was making any difference with the team.
And it felt like his Q rating was pretty low. Was anyone defending him? Not many. So now
it was hard to defend that first weekend because it was.
So now we're 2 weeks later. Where are we at right now in the term of the stages of Tony Vitello? 1, 2, 3, 4 would be week 1. Where are we at right now? If this is the 5th stage right now, because it's the most current, where are we at today on Tony Vitello?
I don't want to say acceptance because I think it's a little soon in that regard. I would say right now, I would go with content. Right now, I'm content with the hire. If my
wife said she was content with me, I would be very worried.
Oh, okay.
Matt, would you? You're married, Matt. The other 2 guys aren't married. If your wife said, I'm content with you.
Content?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I say to her every day.
I don't know, because again, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's...
Diana Rossini was content. No, I'm just joking. There's a joke there. There is.
No, I'm content. I'm like where it's going right now. It's... I don't want to... I would say it's kind of going exactly early on how I expected it to go.
I'm going to go in a different direction than you.
Bumpy at times, lessons to be learned, but it's not like I'm in no way concerned long term. I think it's just a matter of I'm content because I feel like he's going through the bumps that we expected him to go through, and he is going through the learning process. Before you say anything, though, Joe, I do want to tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station on the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
So here's what I would say. I'm at the stage where I watched everyone around baseball just crush this guy for weeks on end now. Media, fans, everyone. And I get it. Now I'm like, you know what? I'm defending him. I am going to defend this guy with everything I've got. We've been beating up on him, all right? We've stoned him publicly enough. I'm watching videos yesterday. They're winning the game. The bald dude goes out onto the field, and Not Gaetti, which is a Twitter account, who never watches Giants games like we do, okay, has no idea it's an old guy running out there. And, like, we've all watched the Giants game, every one of us, and said, all right, get the old guy off the field. Let's go. Like, it's messing up the pace. Yet he who has not sinned cast the first stone is what the Bible says. So everybody has done that with a bald dude. Like, all right, it's cute. Let's pick it up. Get the ball. Let's go.
I love the bald dudes.
All right.
They're very funny.
And Vitello's mouthed something, and we're crushing him. We don't even know what he's saying. And we're lip reading him.
We're all expert lip readers today.
Now I'm at the point where I'm like, we just want to crush this guy to crush this guy. I'm going to defend him. Now he's my guy. Now he's become my guy. He is my guy. This is my manager. I'm riding or dying with him. I am going to defend Vitello for the time being. And if 6 months from now it blows up in my face and I have egg on it, so be it. I'm going to be the one that gives this guy a chance.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the one defending him. That's where I'm at on the stages when it comes to Tony Vitello. Risotto, where are you at?
I'm a little bit more intrigued and probably a little bit more, again, not a word, but I kind of see why they went with him now.
Okay. You're starting to see the vision.
Yes, I'm starting to see the vision. I like what I see in terms of less college references, more knowledgeable about his personnel. So I would say more kind of seeing the light now.
Would you agree with me, because of your journalistic background, you and a lot of the media tends to be more skeptical because by nature, you're supposed to be a skeptical reporter. That is designed and baked into it. You should be inquisitive. You should be curious. You should be, not second guessing or negative. I think that's the wrong connotation. Just skeptical. You know what I mean?
Not because the media is skeptical, but because his hiring was skeptical. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
No, I'm talking about journalism as a whole is skeptical.
Yeah. I mean,
inquisitive
you're curious.
By nature.
The point of journalism is to find out the truth and ask questions.
Exactly. But I think also then you put this hire being unconventional and all that. Now it's even more skeptical.
Especially when more examples come out to prove the point of one way or the other.
I agree. So now Nahegan, I'm going to go right back to you.
I would kind of push back on what Risotto was saying there. I'm not as skeptical anymore. That's why I say
okay.
content.
But you're blinded by your fandom a lot. I like it, Sam.
No, I mean, I'm kind of like you. I'm still standing behind the guy. Like I'm not raising any torches and pitchforks for him. Like I am bought in on like, I'm riding with this. That's why I'm content with
this guy.
I am riding behind Tony Vitello.
I'm with you on that. Nahegan, where are you at currently with Tony Vitello?
Still not even close to sold on the field.
Wow.
But last night triggered the hell out of me. Social media going viral. This post about him, they can lip read what he's saying. The ball guy missed the ball, and he put, his words were, worst ball boy I've ever seen, F me. I don't even think that's what he said, but that's where we're at right now. People all
we're
over
putting words into his
place,
mouth.
just taking shots whenever they can. I'm riding with Tony. I'm sick of it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm sick of this.
No,
Who's coming with me? Mm-hmm. Who's coming? Like, I'm being real here.
People just taking shots to take shots.
Yes. Thank you. And it feels like we're kicking this guy while he's down. I'm kind of getting. He's not even down. They had like a really tough schedule to start the season. It's not as good as I would like. I'm not some blind, delusional Giants fan. It's like everything's great. Farhan's the greatest. Buster's the greatest. Larry Bear's never done anything wrong. Charles Johnson's the greatest owner ever. Like I can have my gripes. I got plenty of gripes. Mm-hmm. Do I think Buster Posey is bad at 1,000 as GM? Not at all.
Yeah.
Do I think Tony Vitello is bad at 1,000 as a manager? Not at all.
But Joe,
can we give him a chance?
Show me the general manager in the Hall of Fame who's bad at 1,000 in every decision.
But even if he's not a Hall of Famer,
yeah.
there's many stops from worst manager I've ever seen to Hall of Famer. Can we give him a chance to prove that he's just competent?
I'll also say real quick, the Jim Bowden stuff kind of pissed me off as well. Him saying he's embarrassing himself and the team. Like, what the hell?
Way too strong of a word.
And you can't say that with that haircut.
Well, there's
Jim Bowden.
Okay. Because I remember when he went on with Willard Dibbs and he broke down all the issues that went wrong that first weekend. It's just like, good Lord, you would think that no manager has ever made a mistake in the history of this game. And Tony Vitello was the first person to ever bring in a reliever at the wrong time in a game. That's the Jim Bowden thing. And I'll be honest, you apologized yesterday for your role in the fervor that we have for ring culture, whatever. I'll apologize for my role in it too, because I'm the one who asked Tony the question about the tension that led to the fire and brimstone answer that Jim Bowden decided when he called Vitello embarrassment. That was taking it too far. To say that he was embarrassing the organization when what we've seen in this organization for the last 5-6 years and how dismal it has been.
It's been boring.
That actually pissed me off when he called it embarrassing. Listen, Tony had a rough first weekend. It wasn't embarrassing. It was just a good old-fashioned welcome to the big leagues moment. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from everybody. What stage are you at with Tony Vitello right now?
I want to know.
Where are you at on the Tony Vitello stages of acceptance? We will call it here today.
It is your fandom right to be out just
absolutely.
in general. Where are you at just in general? What stage are you at today on Tony Vitello?
What were the stages that we wrote down that we went through?
I've got shock and surprise.
All right.
I've got completely out at the very beginning. Then presser was optimism. Spring training was, yikes, this might take a while. And then week 1 was, now I'm concerned. And then today we're at hey, I may not be sold 100%, but I'm defending this guy.
I'll defend him. And also at the same time, just I'm getting on the wagon. I'm tired.
Let's go.
I am on the wagon. I am pitching my tent on Tony Vitello Hill. And you know what? I'm going to take my lumps on this hill. If I got to die on this hill, then so be it. I will die on this hill because, again, this is a long-term hire that the Giants did. Buster Posey, he's going to be here for a while. The intention is for Tony Vitello to be here for a while. This does not have to immediately turn straw into gold overnight in the first 12 games. This is a process. This is going to be a growing process. This is going to be a learning process. I am 100% okay with going along with this learning process because it's part of the reality of it's sometimes almost, I don't think it is like this, but it could be. Sometimes you got to take a slight step back to start moving forward. That could be another situation that the Giants are in right now. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Buck Showalter is going to join the show at 9:20, former Orioles manager, 4-time manager of the year. We'll ask him what he thinks about Tony Vitello when we get to that. That'll be in the 9 o'clock hour again at 9:20. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Giants fans.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. Dolan's knows. Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area for over 60 years. Dolan's knows premium redwood decking. Humboldt redwood, built for durability, beauty, and long-lasting performance. On sale now at Dolan's. Dolan's knows. Visit DolanLumber.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hello,
San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit habislaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Oh, what a terrific introduction from Steve Scott, the anchor over at KCBS. Also does the in-arena PA voice at Chase Center, though he pronounced my name wrong. He pronounced it Joe Spadoni. It's actually pronounced Sam Lubman. It is the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni. He's on assignment these next couple days alongside with Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky. Want to give a quick shout out to our friends down the hall at Alice, Sarah and Vinny. Brought us breakfast this morning. Shasky said this is a breakfast morning, and apparently Sarah and Vinny got the message there, and they brought us a big old box of Noah's bagel sandwiches. And so I love when people bring us food. You know what my favorite kind of food is, Shasky? Free food. Love free food. I guess there was free pizza in the station yesterday, but it was in the afternoon after we had left, so we did not
I love
get
bread. You know what? Now you've sparked my interest. Filibuster for 1 second while I wipe my mouth because I've got some water.
Yeah, no, you gotta clean yourself up there. No, I like that you're bringing all this. Okay, there you go. Am I done filibustering?
I went to Reardon High School, Sam.
That was a very long filibuster.
And it was an all-boys school at the time. You know, it was borderline prison vibes at times, as a joke. But there were multiple dudes that we would call trash compactors, meaning anything that people didn't finish from their lunch, these dudes would devour.
Oh, we had those.
You were a trash compactor, weren't you?
No, not quite. I did house everything. My mom called me the bottomless pit. You know, because the food would just go in and there's obviously no bottom.
God rest his soul, my boy Marty Bonet, he would walk up as a junior or senior and he'd go, "Freshman, give me a bite of your burrito." And then he would take the kid's burrito.
Oh, see, this is too much. I would never do this.
Pachi was
I already know where this is going. I would never do this.
And he would grab the kid's burrito.
I hate this.
And take giant bites.
I despise your
friend.
friend.
And then he'd eat like 2 or 3 huge ones. Martin was crazy. He was a wrestler. He was out of his mind.
I would never want to be,
I would never want to be
around that person.
And he would eat huge bites out of people's burritos and be like, "Thank you, freshman." And then he'd give it back to him. "Give me your Powerade." And he'd like drink the Powerade. It was just straight up just checking fools.
This guy sounds like a monster.
He was a lovely human being. He was a ladies' man.
Just don't eat your burrito around him.
He was set up to become a nurse. But no, like honestly, you were either one of those or you weren't.
So
were you?
There you go.
Risotto, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, so we had this one guy on my football team. So we had this system on our football team. It was like a dibs system, not Dan Dibley, but a dibs system, in that you would call dibs on someone's leftover food. So like anything they didn't eat.
It's the exact same thing.
But here's the thing. So we would go in during lunch, during our lunch film sessions, and we'd sit down and, usually you would think it's like, hey, Bobby, dibs on your food. I'm using fake names here. What this dude would do is he would sit at the front and he'd turn around and say, "Up, Lubman, dibs, Tony, dibs, Joey, dibs, Bruce, dibs, you, dibs, you, dibs." Like, bro, you can't just dibs everybody's food, okay? Like, you can't just take everybody's lunch just because you want it like that. So that's what we had. We had guys who would put, stakes and ownerships into other people's lunches as a way, like, "I'm going to take your food later when you're done with it." And he looked at me, he's like, "Lubman, dibs on you." I'm like, "That's great, bro. I'm gonna eat all my lunch, so you're gonna go hungry from me." So yeah, that's what we had. I wasn't one of those people. I'm not taking other people's food.
The last story on this, there was a vending machine, and there used to be these little like croissant things called Big Texases. And one day, this guy Dre, who was a big guy, a couple years older than us, wanted the last Big Texas. And my boy Teo, shout out Teo, I don't know where you're at right now, buddy, but I always used to smile when I see you. Teo and him fist fought at the vending machine and almost knocked the damn thing over fighting over who would get the last Big Texas out of the vending machine. I mean, dude, again, just the Reardon cafeteria was just all time. Just absolutely all time.
Rob Dominguez on YouTube is my first day on radio. Call me Sam the Tapeworm Lubman. Yeah, makes the food go through faster.
We used to position ourselves right at the cafeteria where the line would turn into an L, and we'd be all the way up at the front, and my boy Marty would turn around and be like, "Freshman, what are you eating?" And then
I love the voice of this guy.
Burger. "I'm going to eat some of your fries."
I love the voice of this guy has.
My fries.
And you used to know which teacher was good at letting you out right when the bell comes. So you know where to get it and when to get in the line.
See, I never really bought my lunch in high school. I always brought it from home and like made it at home and stuff like that. So I didn't have to worry about standing in line and having some big old dude being like, "Freshman, give me food, me eat. Burger mine."
What do the current high schools do, Matt? Do they have cafeterias?
He went to go take a call, but I think they do.
He's got busy boss stuff.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, I know everything's changed now, so I just didn't know. All right.
Yeah. Actually, the boss did give me something during the break I want to throw your way here, Shaz, before we dive back into our Tony Vitello conversation. If I were to tell you that a member of the San Francisco Giants is going to have a show on Sirius XM radio, which Giant do you think that would be?
A show on Sirius XM radio who's a current Giant?
Yes, a guy on the current 26-man roster is going to have a show.
Is it a weekly?
It is I believe, a bi-monthly.
Robbie Ray.
Wrong.
Logan Webb.
Yes, that is it. Logan Webb says here is going to be, will be hosting his own show regularly throughout the 2026 season on MLB Network Radio, calling it Logan's Webb. Debuts tomorrow on...
no, it's not.
It's called Logan's Webb. Logan's Webb, which Webb...
That's hilarious.
Logan's Webb, which Webb will co-host alongside veteran Sirius XM host and former Major Leaguer Ryan Spielbergs. Oh, God, Ryan Spielbergs. That's a name I don't want to come into. Will debut Friday, April 10th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time on MLB Network Radio. Channel 89, Webb and Spielbergs will host 1 to 2 new episodes of the show each month throughout the 2026 season, giving fans access to exceptional insights from one of baseball's best as he shares a player's perspective from the field, the clubhouse, and away from the ballpark too. So kind of like Draymond Green in his podcast. Now Logan Webb has his own show, and Draymond Green has his show too, though Draymond, I guess, has episodes a little bit more often than Logan Webb is going to be, but... Yeah, you like that? Logan's Webb? Do you have Sirius XM radio? Do you subscribe to that?
My dad had it in the car, and he liked it.
Did he also get it for Howard Stern?
No, he had it for the Grateful Dead. They had like a specific Grateful Dead channel.
That checks out. Yeah,
he would do smooth jazz.
Oh, there you go. My dad got it.
You don't remember this, do you? Smooth jazz on KBLX. You guys don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't know that one.
Never
San
heard
Jose
that?
Jazz fan, I think, knows about that one, though. Yeah. No, my dad got it because he just wanted to listen to Howard Stern. And so that's how I got introduced to Howard Stern as a kid. And then there's also the E Street Radio. He's a big Bruce Springsteen fan, and he imparted that onto me. So, yeah, do you like that? Logan Webb doing a show twice a month? Yeah. Do you like when athletes, because obviously we always get very animated about Draymond Green and how he has, the Draymond Green show, and sometimes we think that he's podcasting too much, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, that doesn't bother you that Webb's going to be doing TV stuff? Radio stuff.
He's kind of boring, so I'm a little surprised that he's the one that's doing it.
I think he's
on camera. I'm just being real. He's kind of boring.
Well, he talks quietly after games. I would say that pre-game Logan Webb versus post-game Logan Webb's a little bit different. He's a very fun guy to go and chat up. I love talking football with Logan Webb. Obviously, he's a big Raider fan, and asked him over the weekend if he's excited for Fernando Mendoza, stuff like that. So he's I think there'll be a fun way to kind of see more of Logan Webb's personality. So anyway, that's what's going on right now. But let's transition back into this Tony Vitello conversation.
I want to go to LeBron and Steph now. Now I'm thinking about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no, hey, let's pivot. I'm not going to
Tonight is LeBron and Steph, and I don't know, maybe it's the last time they face each other in the regular season, against each other in the regular season.
Well, I'd say as Warriors and Lakers. I mean, I don't think LeBron is calling it a career after this year. I don't think Steph is calling it a career after this year. So I think they're going to play each other again in the regular season.
Look, I don't
mean to undercut your point, but I don't think it's over, but I think it's their last. It could be their last matchup as Pacific Division opponents.
You never know. It could also just be their last matchup against each other because LeBron might join the Warriors. We don't know.
Oh, well, there's that. So
forget the whole hey, do you want LeBron to join the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Can I give you a thought that I was thinking about?
Shoot.
And it's kind of spurned off of like what Steiny said. Let's say, hypothetically, LeBron does come here next year. And he's here for 2 years. How does it sit with you that he's going to have a farewell tour in a Warrior uniform alongside Steph? And what if, in this hypothetical, as we go full hypotheticals, what if Steph does say okay, next year, but maybe the year after is his final year? I'm going hypotheticals. I don't want it to be. No one wants it to be. I'm just going hypothetical. Them going out together in a Warrior uniform and having LeBron usurp Steph's kind of farewell send-off would just be ugh. I don't want any of that. I'm spitting that out. I'm spitting that out. I don't want any of that. Now, that being said, would I take LeBron? Yeah, I probably would take LeBron on the Warriors. But then you get all the other stuff that goes with it. And like him having like a farewell tour, LeBron's last time in Washington, and he's getting a standing ovation by the 4 Washington Wizard fans. You know, LeBron's last time in
Wow, it's a big turnout that night.
Oh, it's his last in a Warrior. It's LeBron's last time.
Last time in Cleveland.
It would be a little exhausting. Now, again, I would probably accept it because it's LeBron, and I know that the Warriors are very desperate, and I'm desperate to just be relevant, so I would probably accept it. But let's say there's a world where, for whatever reason, they're going out together. Like, I don't really want that as a Steph fan. I want Steph to have his own send-off. I want Steph to have all his own everything, his own farewell tour, his own final season. I know maybe I'm the only one that thinks about it like that. I don't know. Maybe Steph doesn't care at all. Maybe none of this will ever happen, and I'm just screaming at the clouds. Am I the only one that's upset, even a little, like that maybe there could be a possibility LeBron has all his farewell stuff in a Warrior uniform? That's like the one drawback to him joining the Warriors.
You ask where it sits with me on the possibility of that happening. It doesn't sit with me. It doesn't sit with me. I'm not giving it a seat. I'm not letting it into my house. Stay out of my county. Stay out of my state. I am very out on that. In fact, I was listening to Steiny was on with Evan last week, and they're talking about this. And Steiny brought this up, Warrior fans, would you really want LeBron James to have his farewell tour with Steph Curry? I was like, no, absolutely. Just like that, Steiny there. No, absolutely the heck not. Like, the window of Steph and LeBron joining each other, I think, has shut. Because
you really,
maybe if LeBron comes back for a year and then goes somewhere else for a year and that's his farewell year, then yeah, maybe you could finagle this to happen. But any situation where LeBron's doing a farewell tour is going to have zero room for anybody else to overshadow. Come on, it's LeBron James. I respect LeBron James. I know you're not allowed to do that if you're a Warrior fan, but
we all can respect him and hate him.
But no, it's again, I don't hate him. I mean, yes, he's a rival to Steph, and so that I like. Listen, like there's the hate I have for someone like a Shohei Ohtani.
Sports hate.
But versus sports hate, yeah, that's, I thought, implied. But LeBron James, I don't have any animosity towards LeBron James other than you're the rival of Steph and Curry. But even still, LeBron, one of the most unlikable things about LeBron James is the dude has one of the biggest egos in sports, which, understandable. You're the best basketball player of your generation. You're a legitimate self-made billionaire. You're going to, everybody loves you outside of the Bay Area. You're going to have that ego, but it's going to get tiresome as well. LeBron James overshadows everything around him, so much so that his kid has a job on the Lakers playing basketball for them because of LeBron James. That is the sphere of influence that LeBron James has. He is an eclipse over everything. I am not at all letting LeBron James in any way, shape, or form come in and eclipse a fraction of a % of Steph Curry's send-off with the Warriors.
What if Steph wants it, though?
I think Steph Curry is a good enough guy that he would set his ego aside. I truly believe that. I truly believe that Steph is that guy that he would set his ego aside and make way for LeBron James, because Steph is just that much. I like everybody. I am friendly with everybody. And that's what makes Steph Curry one of one. That's what makes him so special. But I mean, if it's what Steph wants, I'll be like, Steph, I disagree with you on this one. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to shut up and just do what Steph wants in this situation. I'll get back to you in a second, you're sassy. But no, first, there's no reason why LeBron James should want to share his farewell tour. There's no reason why Steph should want to share his. As a Warrior fan, it makes no sense to me to see LeBron James getting the farewell tour that Stephen Curry deserves. The end of Steph's career on the Warriors should be about Stephen Curry. I want no part of LeBron James overshadowing that. So, if this is a situation where, we might get LeBron 1 year and we're going to say goodbye. No, I don't want any of that.
I think there's a very real possibility that Kawhi or LeBron is on the Warriors next year. Yes. One or the other.
I agree with that. So really quick.
Okay, so you agree with that?
Well, I agree. And just for the record, since names always got pop up, Giannis no longer in the running.
Just get Giannis out of here.
Okay, well, that's why I was asking.
They're going to go old.
All right, that's why I was asking the question.
I have a feeling that Draymond's going to opt out and get a 2-year deal. And he's already talking about it. I mean, it's just, if that feels like it's just
really only 2 years with a player option for a third?
I don't want it, but I think that's what they're going to do.
Well,
and I think you're going to have LeBron here for 2-year deal. I think Steph Curry signs a 1-year extension.
if LeBron's going to do a farewell tour anywhere,
I have this feeling it's coming. Tonight is going to be a big indicator. I'm going to be like with a fine-tooth comb watching every interaction between Steph and LeBron and Draymond and Kerr and just everyone that's involved. I have a feeling we're signing ourselves up for one more year so next year plus one more year. And that's what I think is happening.
We're going to have Nick Friedel join us tomorrow because the only thing that gives me pause to LeBron joining here, the biggest thing that gives me pause to LeBron joining here, besides the emotional aspect that I just described, is there are financial realities at play with the NBA, CBA. And I'll throw this at Nick. Like, I don't even know financially it's possible to squeeze LeBron onto this roster unless he takes a salary that would be just below what I think he would be okay accepting as payment. I mean, the guy does have enough money, but there's set that off to the side. I agree with you, Shasky. I'll keep an eye on the interactions. Steph and LeBron have always had positive interactions.
We can hate LeBron all we want, and it pains me to admit it out loud. He's still better than every other player on the Warriors not named Steph.
Well, yeah, he's the best player of the last 20 plus years.
No, I mean currently.
Yeah.
Currently, he is a better basketball player than anyone on the team not named Steph Curry, which is
not a high bar to really set right now. But yeah, I agree with it would be fun, and there would be a lot of really good basketball. And I'll say this, if they do get that 6th seed with LeBron James on the team next year, whoever that 3rd seed is not going to be very happy about it. They're not going to be looking forward to what that series is going to look like. Listen, they would put great basketball together. They would put up some great basketball together. It would look fun a lot of nights when they're both on the floor together healthy. There's going to be a lot of load management that would have to happen too. That would take some of the joy out of it, but it wouldn't be bad basketball. Like, no one's saying that. Like, basketball-wise, it would make all the sense in the world to have Steph and LeBron together. But your question initially here in this conversation
all of them going
was
out together would be weird.
It would.
Draymond,
could you imagine?
Kerr, Curry, and LeBron.
It would be weird just regardless. But the fact that their careers have been pitted against each other so much adds another level of weirdness. But it's like LeBron going out on the team that denied him 3 championships. That also feels weird. Like it not the exact same, but could you imagine if Steph went to the Cavs?
No.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
Yeah, like LeBron has bounced around.
The Warriors doesn't seem like it just seems like it makes no sense in a league where, and again, I disagree with this whole notion of this is how the league goes, but the reality is the NBA is very much a legacy league in that you were remembered for what you did and where you did it. And for a guy like LeBron, who's so meticulous about his image, how he's presented, how he's talked about, how he's remembered, the idea of him ending his career on the Warriors, I don't think he would want to put himself through that. I mean, Kevin Durant, I think, still feels a certain type of way for attaching his legacy to Steph Curry and the Warriors.
But KD's.
Oh, no, I know. But this goes to tell this. My overall point on this, though, Joe, is that the players care about how they're viewed on this great stage. And I just think if you're LeBron James and you're caring about how your legacy is going to be, he's got a great legacy in the NBA. No one's doubting that. He's not putting that little weird asterisk at the end of his career.
Sam,
finish with the Warriors. It makes no sense to me.
No, Sam. Just how ironic would it be to have Warrior fans giving LeBron James a standing ovation?
The what ifs are funny.
In his final ever NBA game.
All the what ifs and hypotheticals of how it looked like. It's something you would do on NBA 2K. And like that's
even in 2K they don't give you a standing ovation because it's your last game.
Imagine if he got a bigger ovation. Imagine if he got a bigger ovation than Steph Curry. That's never going to happen, but just imagine. Yeah, 888-957-9570.
Would you want LeBron to go out in a Warrior uniform? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah. I'd be curious. I want to hear from Warriors fans on that. 888-957-9570. And again, Boss just passed me along the numbers he's been putting up this year. In 57 games so far this year, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists a game that he is averaging. Listen, I'm not denying that LeBron James doesn't have it. He's
still better than anyone on the team not named Steph.
I would still say he's probably one of the 20 best players in the NBA right now. Like, even at his advanced age. Like, I don't lock in on every Laker game, but the ones I do lock in, I mean, the one that sticks out to me most recently is this from a few weeks ago, but I was watching that Saturday night game against the Houston Rockets, and this dude's 41 years old going full out diving onto the hardwood floor for these loose balls at age 41. I mean, Chassis, we were just on the Chase Center court a few days ago. Those floors are very hard. They call it hardwood for a reason. It hurts to fall on those things. And this guy with reckless abandon is still out there playing like he's 23 years old. That's why I respect the game of LeBron James. But it's just the notion of him attaching his farewell to Stephen Curry. I can't sign off on that.
Did you
Stephen
imagine
Curry,
the final game in Cleveland? And
that's
for LeBron, and he's wearing a Warrior uniform. His final game in Miami, and he's wearing a Warrior uniform. His final game against the Lakers, and he's wearing a Warrior uniform.
See, that I don't think it would hit as hard. But the Cleveland one, remember that Family Guy episode where they're all in like the living room and they're puking because they just drank the Epic Hack? You probably don't watch Family Guy. But anyway, yeah, there's this whole cutaway there. They're thrown up all over the living room. And that's why I feel like it would be inside of the Quicken Loans Arena. Just Cavs fans just throwing up everywhere with the notion of LeBron
Warrior
James.
Fans feel?
I keep saying it. I don't think Warrior fans would enjoy it.
I think we're pretty desperate right now.
I don't like desperate for what? For LeBron to come here and give us a first round victory and then we get knocked out in the second round and okay, goodbye LeBron. Oh, that's right, Steph, you could go too.
Everybody says they don't want LeBron and then he shows up and you got to take the good with the bad. I don't know if I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so I'm seeing here YouTube chat just stop no LeBron. LaFraud blames glazing this morning. I don't want to say that. Let's see anything else here and YouTube chat.
Yeah,
providing absolutely
nothing.
Can we all
acknowledge he's not going to be on the Lakers next year?
No, that's the first. I think he's going back to the Cavs.
All right,
that just makes the most sense. I think that's the place that would take him back.
Why not the Warriors?
Because I just don't think it makes sense. Like, what's the point?
What doesn't make sense? They're hella old. He's hella old. He'd get a ton of minutes. Kerr respects him. Curry respects him.
Do you think LeBron wants
one of his boys?
Well, LeBron probably wants to play on a team that's going to have a better chance to win, too. I think Cleveland presents a better opportunity than the Warriors.
He just said in the good golf video or whatever that golf video was, he doesn't even like going home. He just said that.
Was his home L.A. or is it Cleveland?
His home is L.A. And that's the other thing. Like being
there you go. That's why he's going to be leaving L.A.
But I'm saying you could live in the Bay Area and still have a home in L.A. and the proximity is a 45-minute flight. That's super easy. I do not think he's going to Cleveland. No, I don't think he's coming back a third time. He's not going to be a Laker. Like that, we all can agree.
Right?
Can you agree?
Yeah, no, he's absolutely moving on from the way. Well, the Lakers would be smart to move. Like they got Luka for a reason. Lakers got Luka.
Go? If you say the Cavs, all right, I'll put them down.
I think the Cavs are definitely on the short list.
Who else is on the short list?
I'd say the Miami Heat are back on that short list. Though, I mean, with Pat Riley still there, I don't know if that's...
I don't think the Heat are on their list.
No, actually, as I say it out loud, probably not.
The flight from L.A. to Miami for him would be...
What's he going to commute every day? If he's going to do the Arnold Schwarzenegger and just fly up and down the coast every day to get to work?
What I'm telling you is the Warriors, if you took Cleveland as the number one, if that's what you want to say, I'll listen to it. I don't agree with it, but I'll listen to it. I think the Warriors are the second best odds to get him.
Do you think he would go to New York for a year? See, that doesn't make sense, though. I don't think he would go to New York. If he's going to want to do a farewell tour, my guess is he would want to do a tour with a fan base. It's going to
farewell tour. It's not one.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the. Do Warrior fans really want to put up with 2 years of farewell LeBron?
That is a great question.
Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Would you put up with a 2-year LeBron James farewell tour even if it overshadowed Steph Curry's?
We embrace Richard Sherman.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what Niner legend was Richard Sherman overshadowing?
I mean,
like if Richard Sherman was going out at the same time as, Frank Gore, like if Richard Sherman's farewell, like I'm Richard Sherman, I have my farewell tour at the same time as Frank Gore's, like you wouldn't like that. Even though you embrace Richard Sherman, I could already hear it. Richard Sherman, you think you deserve a farewell tour?
But Richard Sherman's not on the same level. Gore? How about this? Had Emmitt Smith joined the Niners
with Jerry Rice,
even though Jerry,
you would have lost your mind.
No, I respected Emmitt Smith a lot.
Yeah, but you don't want Jerry Rice to have his moment overshadowed by a guy that you grew up despising, who wore the most offensive football jersey a human being could wear in Candlestick.
True. But football, it doesn't really, they don't do the whole farewell tour. No, we almost never hear a quarterback like, this is my final year no matter what. Usually they retire.
Unless you're Peyton Manning.
At the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we knew at kind of the end of that year. No
one's ever really announced before the season, this is going to be my last year in the NFL.
Yeah,
you just kind of know it. Like Tom Brady.
Baseball and basketball.
Like Tom Brady, when he came here that game against the Bucs, Brock Purdy's first start, I think everyone at Levi's knew, like, wow, this is the last time we're ever going to see Tom Brady playing football here in the Bay Area. Like, sometimes you just know. So, yeah, NFL is a little bit different regardless, though. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, seeing Tom Brady do his farewell, so to speak, on Tampa felt weird. So, no, I can't buy into the notion that Warrior fans would embrace a LeBron James farewell tour. Now, again, you mentioned would Steph go along with it? I think Steph would go along with it because that's just the kind of guy. What about this? Do you think LeBron James would want Steph? Let's say LeBron did want to stay on the Lakers. Like, yes, he's not coming back to the Lakers, blah, blah, blah. We already know that. Hypothetically, let's say LeBron is going to stay with the Lakers. Would he want Steph on his team to do a farewell tour with him?
But he's never had one team. It's very unique.
I guess
situation.
If he went back to Cleveland then and did a farewell tour,
I don't think Kobe would have wanted LeBron to come to his team at the end.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Would Kobe and Dirk? They play at the same time.
Kobe was wired different from Curry.
Yeah.
They're very, very different.
Well, I think LeBron's wired more closer to Kobe, where I don't think LeBron James would want to share the stage with someone of that magnitude on the way out of his career. Like, honestly, I'm going to bring up Cleveland again. I don't think LeBron James would mind having James Harden floating around on his team. If James Harden said, I'm gone in 2 years, I'm going to have my 2-year farewell with Cleveland. Again, Harden's bounced around too. LeBron's bounced around. Like, I don't think LeBron would mind Harden going out with him.
If you ask me what team do you associate with James Harden, I'd be like the strip club.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Rockets, but yeah, the strip club's another good one there too.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. Tonight, it might be the final Laker, LeBron versus Warrior, Steph Curry matchup.
I mean, it is.
Does it matter to anyone?
Kind of, yeah, because this is a major era in NBA history that we're seeing the sunset. If we're going to make a golf analogy, because it's the Masters this weekend, I mean, Steph and LeBron, they're moseying their way up to the 18th green right now.
Oh, no, they've teed off on 18.
I said the green, not the
green.
tee.
My bad.
Yeah, they're moseying their way up. Steph probably hit one out of bounds just to give him a little bit more time on the course because he doesn't want to go home yet. Like, that's kind of where we're at here. Like, it's definitely coming to a sunset. And you asked the question on the call last night, and I love the question. Just when you think of the Steph LeBron era, it's just what resonates with you the most throughout the years that these two have gone to battle? Because we here as Warrior fans, we've been very fortunate to be right in the middle of one of the great superstar battles in NBA history between Steph and LeBron James. I mean, this is the greatest player of his era, and we had our guy Steph Curry smite him 3 times out of 4 on the greatest stage. I mean, it was one of the truly great battles of superstars that we've seen, on par with Magic and Larry, on par with MJ versus the world. Like, it might be one of the great, probably the second greatest behind Magic and Larry, actually.
I might be unique in this sense. You ask me the question of Steph versus LeBron, what do you think of? Because anger overrides a lot of other stuff. The first thing I think of is LeBron whining and crying to get Draymond suspended.
So hard taking the high road.
It's just impossible for me to forget
Kiki
that.
Vanderway, help me out.
The greatest Warrior season of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And he was spectacular in that finals, but a part of it is, the Warriors themselves crumbled, injuries, the Draymond suspension, which he deserved and earned. There's all of it. But I do find it interesting that, LeBron, number one player from the time he was 14 on, we knew he was going number one. If you were building a guy in a lab, LeBron James would be the body type of what you would have looked for.
Absolutely.
If you were looking to maximize your career, bouncing around like a locust and sucking all the resources from a franchise from time to time to try to win anything you possibly could, and then after you've traded away all the draft picks and the players maybe get injured, you bounce again. LeBron is on one end of the spectrum. And then on the other end, his number one nemesis is Steph Curry. Though he was the 7th overall pick, under-recruited coming out of high school, under-recruited essentially and not thought of highly coming out of college. There were a lot of questions. Is he a comic or what is he?
And he also wasn't dominant right off the bat like LeBron James was. I mean, LeBron James came in rookie of the year and almost immediately established himself as one of the premier players in the NBA. People forget it took 3-4 years for Steph to get his ankles underneath him because those ankles were very problematic early on. Remember, Steph, he had that 4-year, $44 million deal in part because he was not a guarantee to be good.
So you've got on one side, LeBron was like the chosen one in terms of what it looks like, hitting the ground running. He's had one of the greatest careers in any sports. Then you got Steph Curry, kind of like the underrated underdog, even though he 7th overall pick. It's tough. It's not like he's the 48th pick or 50th pick, but still. And for him to take that team to the finals and to beat LeBron James for this organization, I mean, they really are a yin and yang. They really are polar opposites in every spectrum. And then like what Steph Curry means to the 3-ball and how he's changed the game. You know, LeBron changed the game in terms of positionless basketball and being a point forward. And man, it's just the juxtaposition between the two individuals. They are going to encapsulate 20 straight years of everyone's 2 favorite players for how many different generations?
Oh, it's multiple generations. It spans across generations watching how these two have done battle over the years. And again, like you talk about how LeBron James changed the game. Obviously, Steph, he changed the game in his own way. And when I think about, you know, the Steph LeBron battles and what they've kind of meant to me and what I've taken away from them, and it's, there was a time, Shaz, where I never thought the Warriors were even capable of winning a championship. Like the concept, even when Steph was on the Warriors in those early years, back when Mark Jackson was the coach, like the concept of the Warriors being a championship team was foreign to me. And the concept of them beating a LeBron James team on that level. Like
West Finals would have been equivalent to a trophy for me.
Oh, no. The best I thought the Warriors could ever get prior to Steve Kerr's arrival was one of these days they'll make the West Finals and lose in a gentleman's sweep to the Spurs. But, oh, man, that one game they won, we'll be talking about it forever. Like, Steph changed what we as Warrior fans believed was possible. But the other thing he changed is you look at LeBron James' career. I always just love doing this. If you go look at his basketball reference page, look at the 3-point attempts per game that he had from the start of his career to 2014 and then 2015 onwards. There's a massive spike in 3-point attempts by LeBron James. No, yeah, it's because the NBA went more 3-point centric. Yeah, who's the reason the NBA went more 3-point set? Exactly. So, like, Steph Curry had the best player of his generation changing how he plays the game.
Yeah, but
because of the influence that Steph had. Like, Steph changed LeBron's game.
Let me stop you. But without LeBron James, you could make an argument Kevin Durant maybe never comes to join Steph, which added to Steph's legacy. And I'm not taking anything away from Steph Curry.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Why do you think LeBron is necessary for that?
The era of player movement and player empowerment, you're a free agent. You can go wherever you want. Go join the best team in the league. Who cares? Like, you have to acknowledge that. Even the staunchest Warrior fan who hates LeBron James would have to admit there is a world where LeBron never goes to Miami and Kevin Durant, because of years and years that you just stay where you're at, like, doesn't join the Warriors. Like, you have to at least consider that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that lid kind of on that box was opened when the Celtics assembled their big 3. I think that's when it started kind of normalizing, you know, big players moving to different teams.
They were traded there, though. Now, yes, they kind of demanded a trade, but like...
Well, no, I think LeBron was like... That was the true dam bursting. That was the true...
it was a precursor.
If I were to say LeBron's legacy, a big part of it is we call the NBA a players' league. LeBron James is very much a big part of that. He used his position as the best player in the league to kind of set the table for players to have more control over where they want to go without getting grief for it. I'll agree on that.
Player empowerment and kind of just how the league is now and influence on the roster. Like, you think Quinn Cook joins the Warriors if it wasn't for Kevin Durant?
Does Quinn Cook join the Warriors?
Yeah, it was like his best friend.
Oh, really? I did not know. I mean, I didn't realize that. I mean, I never saw Quinn Cook as some sort of massive deal breaker.
No, but I'm just saying, like, these are the little things that you put guys on the team.
Like, guys start joining teams. Well, I say this, Bronny James does not have a roster spot if LeBron James hasn't done for the league what he's done.
Is Seth Curry on the Warriors without
Exactly. You know, it's Thanasis. There's guys all over the league who have buddies on their team because they simply want them to. And yeah, I give LeBron James credit for setting the stage on that one.
I think about LeBron's been on Cleveland, then to Miami, then back to Cleveland, now with the Lakers. And Steph's been on one team the entire time. Like, they are really polar opposites in almost every single way that you look at it. LeBron really kind of plays point guard. Steph really kind of plays shooting guard, even though they're both labeled as different positions. I mean, you could call them both combo guards in a sense.
No, and then when you do it like that, you can kind of see how they would work on the court together. Boss man behind the scenes, he dug deep into the archives, and he found this interview that Steiny had with Steph back in 2022. And Steiny broached the subject of whether or not Steph would want to play alongside LeBron James.
This was 4 years ago.
This was back in 2022 on the way to their fourth NBA championship.
That's how long it's been since we had Steph on the station. Huh?
No, they talked with Steiny and Guru last year, didn't they? Here's what Steph had to say back in 2022 when Matt Steinmetz asked Steph if he would want to play with LeBron James.
You hear what your boy said?
Who, my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you going to play with? In today's game, Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef.
You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah.
I guess the latest one, yeah. No. Well, we got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing.
Right.
We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
Oh, well, it doesn't seem like he was that into it back then. He said, I'm good.
That was 4 years
ago. Live in that fantasy world. And
that was coming off a title.
I guess it's a lot easier to dismiss that idea, yeah, when you have that, fourth championship glow helping you out there. I don't know. I still just think
Steve Kerr wants LeBron?
I think Steve Kerr would have no problem with LeBron.
If LeBron came here, do you think he's leaving?
I think Kerr is not leaving regardless next year, but...
So you don't. But if LeBron comes, could you picture any other coach other than Steve Kerr coaching him here?
No, I think it would be Steve Kerr coaching.
And
LeBron.
Draymond would be here as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, it's going to be LeBron. If LeBron's coming here, it's because he's going to have his buddies around him on this team. I mean, I know he definitely respects Steve Kerr. Obviously, it's apparent how he feels about Steph. He's friends with Draymond. No, I think absolutely Steve Kerr is still here for another year or two.
If LeBron shows up and takes even a glimmer of the spotlight of Steph Curry, but they're winning, are people going to be up in arms?
Warrior fans are usually very level-headed and even keeled when it comes to these things. So, no, I still think people are going to be up in arms. No, it's become a goofy fan base. The Steph Stan aspect of this fan base, I don't think it's listen, if we're throwing pods under the bus now for every little dumb thing, do you think I would not be shocked if LeBron comes here and there's a larger than expected segment of Warrior fans who are going to find a way to scapegoat LeBron James for whatever problems the Warriors have. Why is LeBron trying to take the last shot? That's Steph's last shot. So, no, I think it would be a very, very difficult time embracing that aspect.
Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Alex in Oakland, what do you got on LeBron James? Would you take him?
You know what? At this point, yeah. Because just think about it. You got two of the greatest players of their decade, of their generation. One player you want to be like, the other player you can be. Everybody want to play like LeBron, but they can't because they don't have a body. Play damn near like Steph. All you got to do is shoot threes, right? At this point in their careers, think about it. LeBron James has went to 9 straight championships. Now, he didn't win 9 straight, but he went to 9 straight. Steph Curry has beat LeBron 3 out of 4. What's the odds of them winning a championship together? You know what kind of story that would make? Steph gets his, 5th ring? LeBron wins another championship with yet another franchise? Man, how can you beat that? And I'm not even a LeBron fan.
Yeah, it's a good call, Alex. Thanks for calling in with that. We'll get into that in just a moment. But first, it is time for the injury report. As we've been talking about, the Warriors are going to be hosting the Lakers tonight, and Stephen Curry is questionable to play with what is being called knee injury management. With another game against the Kings tomorrow night, it would not be a surprise that Steph would sit out at least one of these 2 games. Also out, Kristaps Porzingis with an illness, and nothing more was disclosed other than that regarding Kristaps' status. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM1 and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't forget, the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be traded. 8 o'clock here on the Morning Roast, talking about Steph Curry and LeBron James. If Steph does play tonight, he is questionable, as I just mentioned, with that knee injury management. It could be the last time we see Stephen Curry and LeBron James on the court battling each other as players for the Warriors and Lakers. LeBron James is not going anywhere big picture-wise for his career, but nevertheless, we are coming down to the final moments or the final days, years, however you want to say it, of the Steph versus LeBron James era, and we're kicking around the question, if LeBron James joined the Warriors, Warrior fans, would you be okay with LeBron James maybe taking some or most of the spotlight from Stephen Curry in what could be the final year or 2 of his career? 888-957-9570 is the number. LeBron James on the Warriors overshadowing Stephen Curry. Where are we at on that, Warrior fans?
So I've been thinking a lot about this. Like, what could it, like, hypothetically, what could it look like if LeBron was on the team next year, or Kawhi? And bear with me on the money, all right? You'd have to move some things around. But what if Draymond opts out and signs a 2-year deal for less money in each individual year, which frees up a little cap space, all right? You would have Dre, Steph. I don't know what you do with Jimmy's contract, so let's put Jimmy to the side.
You're probably going to have to move it.
If
you can,
we don't know what these guys are going to be asking for, but just put it to the side. Are you bringing back Porzingis? Because that could free up some money.
I think if you're bringing LeBron James in, you are not bringing in Porzingis.
I disagree. I think if LeBron comes in, you have to bring Kristaps back. Stretch shooting big alongside LeBron James and Steph Curry, I think it would be perfect. I think Porzingis would be a perfect fit. You don't?
I mean, again, if money is no object, yeah, I can see the fit. But if you want me to take money off the table, just in this exercise right here,
we're not giving him $50 million, $40 million. It's Porzingis. Yeah. Let's just say it's 15 to 20.
All right, yeah. For this exercise, yeah, let's go with $15 million.
Porzingis, okay. Dre, Steph, LeBron. Who else? Melton's gone.
Melton's probably gone in this situation. You got is Al Horford back in this?
Probably.
Experiment?
If you're bringing him back, Al Horford's back.
That,
Thank you.
You got Guy Santos on this team. You got Will Richard.
Okay.
GP2, you got to bring him back?
It's a good question.
I don't think it's necessary.
Would he fit with LeBron and Steph and them? Yeah, he would, because he's older and he's
GP2's played with Steph for a long time now.
I think
yes. I think GP2's very comfortable playing with Steph.
He might be a cap casualty, but yes.
Yes, I agree with that, but I can see him sitting at the back of the bench still contributing.
Yeah, I think yes on GP2.
So you got Steph back, Kristaps, Draymond.
Quentin Post gone.
Quentin Post is gone in this situation. Okay. Anthony Melton's gone in this situation. We said Pods.
What
Pods
about Bassie?
I don't think Bassie is around.
I actually think Bassie comes back. I'm going to put Bassie, yes.
Pat Spencer. I don't think Pat Spencer really makes enough that he would be a cap casualty. So I think...
I would say he probably stays as like a third point guard fringe guy.
So, I mean, for the most part, so we're
what
taking...
are you going to do with Pods?
We're taking Melton off the list. We're taking Post off the list. Pods...
And then Moody might have to be moved to free up some room.
Well, it's assuming that Moody can even play next year.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they have to move some money.
So what's our starting lineup look like here? So we got Steph and LeBron,
Dre, Porzingis, LeBron, and Horford. That is the oldest lineup. Honestly, God, that might be the oldest lineup in NBA history. Is it? If you went Dre, Steph, Porzingis, LeBron, and Horford, would that be the oldest starting lineup in the history of the NBA? What is the oldest starting lineup in the history of the NBA?
Kristaps is the baby of that group at the young age of 31 next year. Like, yeah, that would be, I mean, I don't know where that ranks in terms of old lineups, but for the 33 games that you're going to have that lineup available, it'll be really, really fun to watch.
Now late 80s Celtics with Bird, McHale, Parrish.
Say that again. You got in my
late 80s Celtics with Bird, McHale, Parrish
Parrish played into his 40s,
but that's only 3 of those guys, so not all 5. So yeah, this would be one of the older lineups. But here's the thing, though. Again, with that group going into next year, and this I think we kind of learned a little bit with last year's Warriors team is that group does not need to be good and healthy together all year long. Just be good and healthy for the last 2 months of the season going into the playoffs.
This year. So on this Jimmy thing.
Well, yeah, but it failed this year because, they got hurt because
does Jimmy
they're old.
fit? If it's LeBron, they have similar skill sets.
I mean, what? We just did the lineup right there. Is Jimmy coming off the bench?
Yes.
Is Jimmy going to be okay with? I mean, honestly, this is where it gets into
off of an ACL.
Yeah, that probably makes it easier for Jimmy to come back in that situation. The basketball sense of it, absolutely, I think checks out. I think it makes basketball sense.
Would you rather have LeBron or Kawhi?
Ooh, I think I'd.
If LeBron's a free agent and it costs you nothing, or Kawhi is is trade with draft picks, who would you rather have?
LeBron for money or Kawhi for draft picks? I'm probably going LeBron for money, but that's more so because I don't want to give up draft picks. I'll be honest, when I'm going to Kawhi, I'm kind of holding out hope that the NBA kind of voids his contract because of this aspiration scandal. It's been kicked around as a possibility.
Forget that. Let's say he keeps his salary, but it costs you picks and all that. I think I would be willing to sacrifice the picks and everything for Kawhi.
Well, if you went the Kawhi route instead of the LeBron route, then I think that Jimmy is not back on this team next year because if you're making the trade for Kawhi,
you have to match up the salaries.
Jimmy is the one who makes that happen there. So, I mean, I'd love to have Kawhi on this team. If I had to choose, I'd rather have Kawhi on this team.
Doesn't it?
Just off the basketball sense of it, because he is younger, but also he could do everything on the court.
So LeBron for money, Kawhi for picks. Who are you in on more?
Now, if you're breaking it down like that, probably LeBron for money. I don't want to give up draft picks. I'm right now on April 9th at 8:05 in the morning. I, Sam Lubman of Sound Body and Mind, have zero desire to part with any draft picks right
Risotto, Kawhi for picks, LeBron for money.
It's got to be LeBron for money.
Really?
100%. I'm with Sam. The picks is your pathway to youth, and there's no pathway to youth right now aside from the picks.
Yeah, I think we're just going right over the cliff after anyway, so I don't even...
Well, yeah, wouldn't you rather go over the cliff with some draft picks in your pocket than go over the cliff with literally absolutely nothing? You're just going to go splattering on the ground like you're Wile E. Coyote?
With Kawhi's baggage than LeBron's baggage.
Well, I think LeBron's baggage is for a year or two, and then you got a completely clean house that you could start building up in, whereas Kawhi baggage is going to last a little bit longer than LeBron baggage, plus you're not going to have anything to kind of clean up the mess with.
Matt Nahegan.
LeBron first James of all, Kawhi has one more year left, but they're talking about buying out his contract.
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, there's could be voided or something.
Yeah,
so
but let's say it costs you a couple picks. I'm trying to go hypothetical here.
Not even it's not even up for debate. It's LeBron, and LeBron has made $581 million on the court. That's just on the court. He's knows if he comes here, it's going to be for a minimal amount of money. It's not about money. It's about playing with Steph and Draymond.
Well, I think, and I don't want to be the guy who just assumes LeBron's going to take less money, but it's certainly a possibility.
Wake me up when he takes less money.
No, he has to.
Well, that's the thing. I'm with you on that one, Shatsky. In theory, it checks out. The practice of it, I'm not quite there yet.
What about Porzingis? Does Porzingis fit better with Kawhi or with LeBron? Or is he out the door no matter what?
That's a tough one. I mean, the Jimmy thing puts a wrench in things because he's not back until, January or February. But I guess I'm going to say LeBron and Porzingis match up better than Kawhi and Porzingis.
And then what about Jimmy? If Jimmy in this hypothetical somehow stays, who does he match up better with, LeBron or Kawhi?
I think that's just even.
I think Jimmy could handle either one of them. I want to go out the line. I want to hear what Oscar in Stockton has to say. Oscar, what do you got from us? Are you out on LeBron James teaming up with Steph Curry next year for a potential reunion farewell tour?
Hell no, man. Man, check this out, bro. We are the Warriors. Why would Steph ever want to team up with his number one enemy? That is stupid. That just show you right there the mentality of the generation now. That is not a mentality. You never team up with LeBron James. That is your enemy. And for LeBron James, yeah, that's what he do because he wants to get a championship. He wants to team up with Steph. But Steph is standing by himself. Steph don't go to no other team. He's the king of his throne, and he's the man who everybody wants to be. That's why LeBron James changed his game up. That's why he'll pop around each other organization just to beat Steph. Let Draymond Green hang on his coattail. But Steph Curry stands alone. And I know, like everybody else, all my family and friends from Oakland and the Bay Area, everywhere, that is a no-no. If they do that, you ain't got to worry about me. And you talking about getting an old team like that, the NBA is going young. We got draft picks. Steph era is about to end. You let that end. You don't compound on to get more and more older cats. You see what happened this year? No, you got to start going younger, man. Steph and Dre, they getting older. Hey, the era always ends. So we got to keep pushing on. We don't need no LeBron James, no Kawhi Leonard, none of that. You win and you lose with Steph and Dre, and then you move on. That's how we do it in the Bay Area.
I mean, we just traded for Jimmy Butler. Well, yeah, hang on, Oscar.
So what? That's not LeBron James. That's crazy.
That's
true. Loser mentality, man.
That's true.
That's loser mentality, man. Straight up, man.
So you don't want Kawhi?
I know Steph. Steph ain't gonna want to do that. Guarantee you that.
How do you know that?
Durant came. That's it. Huh?
How do you don't know that?
Yes, I do know that. Yes, I do know that. Man, check this out, man. I understand this is y'all's show, but guess what? Real ball players respect game. That is a no-no. Steph knows what he's doing. That is a no-no. If the organization do that, don't worry about it, because you're going to lose a whole lot of
You really don't think that Draymond... Time out. Just take a deep breath. Draymond has a lot of influence with Steph. Would you agree?
I don't know. Not on that part.
I think you're. I think you're misreading it. Draymond loves LeBron. If you don't think Draymond's whispering sweet nothings into Curry's ear regarding LeBron, I think you're tripping.
I mean, at the end of the day. Okay, let me say one thing.
But it's real. It doesn't matter whether I think it's stupid, Oscar. It's like, do you think that that's plausibly happening? I do.
No, I don't. I don't. Joe Lacob is a better owner than that. If he does that, man, he's going to lose a whole lot of fan base. Just for 1 year, you got to start building for the future. You guys always talk about going young, and then you're talking about bringing LeBron James in. That is stupid, man. The organization got to move forward, not backwards. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Look at Oscar. Do you think that I want to trade picks and get older and older and older? I just think this is a real thing that might end up happening. You know?
It is, like I said, if it do, don't worry about it. Like, I'll be 59 this year. That's why, like I said, I'm losing more and more interest in the NBA because I pay all this money to watch all this garbage basketball, to wait for youngsters to come out 18, 19. You still got to wait 3 years around so they get more mature.
Oscar.
I'm not going to do that. Like I said, it's the new era, but luckily we got the WNBA, man. Straight up.
I don't think this is Bloods and Crips. I think this is the NBA, and I think guys realize like they have NBA mortality, and if they can, team up together and try to play with people that have more in common than you would want to admit. Like LeBron just said this week, I'm 41 years old. He's not doing anything he doesn't want to do. So anywhere he goes this year is going to be the most comfortable landing spot for him alongside people that want him there. And I'm not saying that Steph wants him there, but clearly Draymond does.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much Draymond say is really going to factor into this at the end of the day. I think it's a lot of bit of Steph, but I don't know if LeBron would be the most comfortable here with the Warriors. We can finish this conversation up on the other side. Plus, I want to get back to the conversation we were having about Tony Vitello and just kind of how we're feeling about him. What stage are we at in terms of the acceptance of Tony Vitello as the Giants manager? Want to get back into that at the other side. Don't forget, we got Buck Showalter joining the show at 9:20. We'll talk all things managing with him. What's coming up the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
All right, Bay Area, if you're still paying monthly checking fees, come on now. There's a better way.
San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been serving people for 75 years, going all the way back to 1951.
And no, you do not have to be a firefighter to join. Anyone can join.
You get ATM access worldwide, great service, and it all comes from a local not-for-profit credit union that gives back to its members and the community.
Check them out at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bay Area, it's Steph and Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steph? It's actually Sam Lubman, though, not Joe Spadoni, but we'll give you a pass since you're very good at basketball. Sam Lubman here along with Joe Shasky here on The Morning Roast. And, it's fortuitous we played that Steph rejoin there because Steph is a big golfer. And there is a big golf event happening this weekend. It's called the Masters, a tradition unlike any other that they call it. And my goodness, are they raining on that tradition right now, Joe Shasky? Did you see who was just on TV at the Masters doing an interview for some weird reason? I'm not even going to let you guess. Kevin Hart? I'm sorry. Why? And again, why? And also, did they have a booster seat for him to sit on so that he could get on camera? There is no one I want at any sporting event less than Kevin Hart. Like, get him off my screen and out of that country club. Like, isn't there a height limit?
I don't get it.
Who cares?
I care. We're going to get into the LeBron James thing that we've been discussing for the last hour or so. And Warrior fans are pretty adamant. Oh, he's not coming here. Let me just ask you, and I'll get into the Masters in just a brief second. I'm asking you, get in line right now. 888-957-9570. Name me a better alternative to be good next year. I want to hear the blueprint that people have.
Aside from LeBron or Kawhi.
No. Any blueprint. What is your blueprint to be good next year? What is a realistic path for the Warriors to be good? I'm not here to say that LeBron coming makes them a great team. They'll be good. I don't know how good. Is that 46 wins good? Is that 51 wins good? Is that 43 wins good? I don't know. But they'll be good. So you guys tell me. Like, I want to go young, but they're not going to go young. I'm ready to start some of the rebuild, but I don't think they're ready to. I know they're super old. Dre, Steph, Porzingis, LeBron, Horford, GP2. I mean, it's kind of laughable. Maybe Jimmy. Give me whatever the blueprint is for the people who are saying, no, LeBron should come. What do you want? Because you guys clearly don't like what you're watching now. Did anyone like what they were watching the other night against the Kings?
I think we would like a little bit more if Jimmy was healthy. I think that you have to take that into account. Like,
Jimmy
that
will
sucked
not
a lot.
Be healthy until January at the earliest.
No, I'm talking about kind of what we're seeing right now. Like,
Sam, I'm talking about for this upcoming year.
Yeah.
We have to deal in reality.
But, you asked the question, we're not liking what we're seeing right now. I think a big part of that is the reality of Jimmy Butler's.
Yeah, okay. So for October, November, December, January of next year, you will have no Jimmy.
Yeah, no, if it's like this during that stretch, that's not going to be fun at all. So what's the alternative going young? I think right now they're going to be getting older because I think it's right now it's still in do whatever you can do for Steph Curry mode. And I don't think going younger serves that. So the blueprint is, it's going out and hoping that a LeBron James takes a pay cut. It's going out and hoping you can find a way to finagle Kawhi Leonard onto this roster. Outside of that, then you're just rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic if you're not making those moves.
I don't want to go full extremist here, but guys, once you're this old and you're this committed to Steph and Dre, because Dre's coming back on probably a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we like it or not.
At minimum.
what other alternative do you have? If you kept the team the exact same way it is now, any young player that steps on, that contributes, will get blasted. It's a no-win situation. Hodge is playing well right now, and people want to run him out of town.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot baked into that, but let's call it what it is. Let's just call it what it is. Does anyone trust that Porzingis will be healthy for 60 games next year? He's been with the team a month. He's had like 7 illnesses.
Yep. No, you're not
and that
trusting
sucks,
that.
but it's real.
Yeah.
All right? What other alternative do they have to being good next year other than swinging on another old guy? They really don't have many other options.
I mean, it's in that situation, if you're going to look onto the trade market, you're looking for any disgruntled players who might want out. We threw him out earlier. I'm going to reintroduce him to the conversation. Is there a Giannis path that you are...
I'm done with Giannis.
Okay, so you're still...
So it's going to cost you every time out.
Well, no. Again, we threw him out earlier. I want to bring him back in because you're saying, what's the other blueprint here? I wanted to propose that blueprint.
And Steph Curry, and then who else? Pat Spencer and Gee?
Well, again, if it's a Jimmy for Giannis...
And Bassie? More Bassies?
You want more
Malachi
Bassie.
Leons? That's not good enough.
No, it's not. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. But again, if you're looking for other blueprints and why those other blueprints don't work, the Giannis blueprint, I don't think, no, it doesn't check out. It does not work for me.
Remove your emotions, Warrior fans. I know you don't like the guy. You will admit.
You're just really sold on trying to get LeBron here.
No,
now,
it sucks, but it probably I know I'm talking myself into it. It's the only way. It kind of makes sense. I kind of get it. Like, I do.
No, it makes basketball sense.
I don't love it. I'd rather have Kawhi, but Kawhi costs more. But it feels like it's inevitable. LeBron's coming.
I don't know if it's inevitable. I think it's so hard to just truly predict right now what exactly LeBron wants. I'm not even sure LeBron knows what LeBron wants right now. I think this is the most up in the air the future of his career, I think, has ever been. Because, I mean, we have no idea how much long he even has left. I mean, you could say 2 years. It could be even longer. I could see next year being his last year. There's just so many question marks in terms of what is next for him.
What do you think Joe Lacob wants?
Joe Lacob wants to be relevant, and he wants to win.
What do you think the league wants?
The league wants TV ratings, and what's going to put... Well, okay, but like, is what the league wants, should the Warriors just do something because it's what the league wants? Like,
no, I'm just saying, I'm just asking. Oh, by the way, we had a super chat, and I agree with this one. Steph and LeBron are high basketball IQ players. AHG1347. Thank you. At this point in their careers, LeBron and Steph Curry, the high basketball IQ players, they are deeply respecting each other enough to make playing together plausible. Imagine the crowd draw for that. Boy, do I agree with that point. That's a great point. It would be a huge selling point. If I told my wife, hey, Michelle, you want to go see Steph and LeBron versus the Wizards? She'd probably be like, yeah, let's go.
Oh, well, too bad, because LeBron just got scratched with a knee injury, with a knee issue, and Steph's out with an ankle issue, and Kristaps is out with an illness.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. No, it's possible.
No one's saying, hey, let's go watch But
so what, that's the goal, is we want to put on a good ratings product next year?
Well, what is the goal? What is the goal if you don't go out and get an older player?
Well, this is, I think, the biggest underlying issue.
You're not rebuilding while Steph's here.
Well, no, I think this is kind of the underlying issue with the current state of the Warriors, is that they want fans, there's this desire to go all in on this team, go all in for Steph, do what Steph wants, win as much as possible for Steph. But it's like you're going all in to play meaningful basketball games, which that could be, a first-round exit, a second-round exit. What you're not going all in on right now with this team is you're not going all in for a championship, because I think the most optimistic of Warrior fans could say that
championship off the table.
But yeah, then it comes just like it. So I guess, what are we playing for? We're just playing for big crowds then? We're playing for ratings? Like,
no, you're playing to appease Steph Curry's desires at the end. I thought it was anything for Steph. Like, is that not anything for that? What if Steph's like, I want to play with LeBron. Let's do it. Like, of the options out there, it's one of my best ones.
Well, I think, again, this goes back to, I do think Steph is one of the few guys out there that is okay setting his spotlight aside from someone else. I think he would be okay with it. He was completely fine letting Kevin Durant take over some of his spotlight. He worked very hard to make Kevin Durant feel like he was, fitting in with the Warriors. So,
I feel like I'm selling everyone on LeBron when, in fact, I'm just accepting what I feel like is going to happen.
Again, I'm just not. I'm not fully 100% sold on the notion LeBron James will want to come here.
I get it.
It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Like, it makes sense if they want to just play basketball together, but LeBron on the Warriors, that's where he's doing his farewell tour. I have a hard time getting behind it. I don't think like any Warrior fans would like, oh, I'm not going to games or anything like that. But it's just, there's just something weird and off-putting about it.
Chris Paul pales in comparison to LeBron.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that goes both ways, though. Like, LeBron's influence is so much greater than Chris Paul's. And
Chris Paul's got a lot of influence, too, though.
But also, Chris Paul, I mean, he was just coming off the bench, and it wasn't going to be a farewell tour. And the presence that he was going to have on the Warriors was... it was never going to be what it would be if LeBron James is coming here. Kevin in Fremont, LeBron, Kawhi, do you have a preference? Which are we feeling here, Kevin?
Kawhi, if you can get him. I know about the price, giving it up, but you can't mix. This is crazy. I will not, for a value, I might stop listening for a year if you bring... LeBron, okay? I will not forgive that guy for the shenanigans he pulled during the championship that gave him the turnaround for the championship against the Warriors, okay? You cannot cross-mix these two. Let's let Curry win by himself or lose by himself. Let LeBron win or lose by himself. I actually don't care. But bring Kawhi if you want. Do not. I'd rather watch these. To borrow a phrase, it was funny, but someone else said scrubbinis a few weeks ago. I'd rather watch scrubbinis play with Curry than bring LeBron here, but no way.
All right, so Kevin Fremont out on bringing LeBron here. I think I'm still in that camp. I think the window to pair these two up was a couple years ago, but circumstances just made it that wasn't there. So I think the window is come and gone. I just think it has. And if these two are going to team up for a reunion tour, it just doesn't make sense. It just goes against what I think these guys would want for the end of their careers. Because again, where Steph might be willing to share the spotlight, I think a part of Steph wants to still kind of have his own spotlight. Even though I know that sounds contradictory, but I believe two things can be true in this one here. LeBron James, he's not sharing a spotlight. It is the Lakers have not looked like the Lakers to me ever since LeBron's gotten there. Like they're the LA LeBrons. Like LeBron is such a dominating force that his brand is overshadowing the Lakers. I don't want to see that happening on the Warriors. I have a hard time seeing that happening on the Warriors.
I think a lot of people do until it happens. If it does, is willing to bet everything he owns, LeBron's coming.
He said he would come out of retirement and start gambling again, but I don't know if I was supposed to say that. But listen, it wouldn't be boring. I'm not denying that. I'm not saying if it does happen, I'm not going to go stand in the streets and protest, no Kings here, no Kings here. I'm not going to be doing that for LeBron James if he comes here. I'll absolutely buy into it and roll with it. You love that reference. If it does happen, I'm just not willing to bet on it happening. I just don't think it makes sense to happen. And honestly, I think the better move if you're trying to win basketball games next year, it would be to add Kawhi Leonard to this team.
Yeah, but it would also cost you stuff down the road.
I know. That's why I need my dream scenario to come to fruition. But unfortunately, certain dominoes need to fall for that to happen.
It just feels like to me, while Steph is here, from here on out, there almost can't be any young players. For the most part.
Well, I mean, you're going to get at least probably one young player.
I think they're going to trade it away.
You think they're trading their draft pick this year?
And it pains me to admit that.
Well, I
don't like it.
Well, I mean, you could probably get Kawhi. I mean, how many draft picks do you think it would get to bring Kawhi in? Are you giving Giannis numbers of like 4 or more?
A LeBron no Kings rally is just like, I still can't get over what you just said. Risotto, can you believe he said that?
I can't even believe you said that.
I'm like,
you love that reference.
We're going to get canceled.
We'll live. Beep, beep, beep. Think LeBron would take Bart ever? I would hope not. I like how you're just stewing over that one right now.
He'd reserve the train just like you reserved the Olympic Club.
There you go. Oh, man. No.
Loveman, you're just a LeBron no Kings rally. It's honestly one of the funniest things you've ever said.
I know. I do uncork those nuggets.
Someone's going to cancel us, though.
No, I think it's appropriate,
So we already got an angry caller on the Kevin Hart thing, so.
Who's the guy you hate?
Someone called in with an angry Kevin Hart call?
You have to be careful with that. The high chair, really?
Well, yeah, he's a little guy.
Is that what he said?
I don't know exactly, but he wasn't happy with your take.
Well, here's the problem. With
every movie that Kevin Hart is ever in has some sort of joke about his height. So, yeah, I'm going to make jokes about Kevin Hart's height, too.
Here's what I would say about the Masters coverage. And Risotto, I'm not trying to be the old guy, but there are some things in life you don't need to enhance. You just don't need to change anything. All right? For example, Bad News Bears, I believe, was 50 years old yesterday.
Oh, wow.
There's nothing that needs to be done in that movie. It's perfect. Yes, it's got some horrible racist lines in it, but those were the times. It's a work of art. It stands the test of it. It's brilliant. We couldn't make a movie like that today. Sandlot came out.
I enjoyed the remake with Billy Bob Thornton.
33 years ago. Sandlot came out. It's almost a perfect movie, Some things don't need to be remade. I don't need Jason Kelce on my Masters coverage for the par 3 tournament. It's already one of the great days of the year for me. I was thinking about my dad watching it, and I got Jason Kelce being jammed down my throat.
I mean, what does he bring?
Nothing. Kevin Hart, Burt Kreischer, what? The Masters is pure. It's the way it needs to be. Stop putting YouTube influencers and overpaid ESPN announcers on television when I don't need them. I just don't need them on my coverage.
Oh, well, this is funny.
He's unnecessary.
They got Jason Kelce. He's being a caddy at the Masters. That's funny. That's different. That's going to get someone's attention. No,
I'm Jason Kelce'd out. Aren't you?
I'm fine with him in the football coverage.
Yeah,
because that's what he's good for.
In his lane.
Yeah, no, it's you're jamming him down our throat by having him.
iShow Speed's going to show up and do a bunch of. Come on,
that's where we're heading.
Beast is going to give out $1 million to the winner.
Yeah, probably he'll plant a bunch of trees around the Masters too, and forever alter the course.
There's some things that I'm totally fine with experimenting and bringing people in, but there's another thing that I care about. Masters is pure; it's perfect the way it is. You don't need to change it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Again, it's just some of these entertainers that we shove down our throats. Again, the Kevin Hart thing for me, it does go back to the All-Star game last year, where it was just way too much of him, just injecting himself into the conversation. I mean, there's the part in the first quarter where he's trying to make some sort of joke about Shaq and he can't even get through it, and he starts laughing. It was just come on, man. That's, and then when he came out with the fishing gear in the middle of that really long break there to honor the NBA on TNT crew, is just you killed it. You killed the joke. You killed the bit. You did too much. I'm not in on this. It just makes me not want to see you on my TV screen. And that's where I'm at. And yeah, when I see him at the Masters, it's just I'm sorry, we don't need this little addition to the show.
Well, you know what's coming up next? LeBron and Steph Curry golfing together. There was a little birdie that told me that Steph Curry was down at Pebble Beach yesterday golfing.
Ooh, okay. Did you rent out the whole course?
Well, there's a photo of him at the front desk at the lobby.
Okay. Is Steph Curry allowed to golf at the Olympic Club? Is that okay?
Steph can. Yeah.
Yeah. He has local. That. He has that.
LeBron, no.
If LeBron joins the Warriors, is he then allowed to play at the Olympic Club?
As long as he's paying his dues.
Paying his dues. Well, I mean, he's gonna be taking a pay cut. He's gonna be able to afford it.
I could buy the Olympic Club.
Probably could, yeah. No, he isn't doing that way. 888-957-9570 is the number. The conversation we're having right now is, would you be okay with LeBron James coming to the Warriors next year, potentially overshadowing Stephen Curry in the end of his career? And Joe Shasky, he is on board with it.
No, I've accepted it.
Oh, he's accepted it. Sorry, he's content with it. I'm out on it. I don't buy into it. The emotional aspect of me doesn't buy into it. And it's just, I just think there's some pairings that if it was to happen, it would have need to happen already. I just think as they're saying goodbye to their careers, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just does not make sense for me for them to attach their wagons to each other at the end of their careers like this. I think
Do you respect LeBron?
Oh, absolutely.
Is he the biggest sports villain in your life? Rival to your favorite team?
No, yeah, probably. I would want to say if I wanted to put, a Dodger in there, but no, I think it is LeBron James.
LeBron is
LeBron James actually the Warriors are a rival to LeBron James, and LeBron does recognize that rivalry. That is a much more stronger and recognized rivalry between both sides than the Giants and any player on the Dodgers right now.
Yeah, like Kershaw, we all respected and hated.
Kershaw is probably the closest.
Way below LeBron.
Kershaw is the closest I would come to LeBron in terms of rivals who I respect.
What about Emmitt Smith? You're too young for him, huh?
Yeah, that's probably more going back to your era, but I don't know. You tell me.
I hated him. Yeah. And I respected him.
Would you have wanted Steve Young and Emmitt Smith to do a farewell tour together? Now, circumstances kind of prevented that from ever,
Well, he went to the Cardinals, and I gained even more respect for him watching him run behind one of the worst offensive lines I've ever seen in my life. So, I don't know.
Do you think I think Warrior fans obviously respect LeBron's greatness. Like, I don't think there's any pushback here. I'm sure there's going to be some Warrior fans who think, he's a loser. He's never going to be Steph, blah, blah, blah. And and you LaFraud or whatever. You could go with whatever. And there's always going to be those haters out there. LeBron James has attracted plenty of haters over the years. But no, I absolutely respect the body of work that LeBron James has put in. He's like him and MJ. Like, we were alive to see one of the greatest basketball players, if not the greatest basketball player ever. I mean, we were asked the question last night, who would you rather, have on your team, just Steph or LeBron? Or just, who's the better basketball player, Steph or LeBron? And it is absolutely LeBron. LeBron is just a freak of nature. So, yeah, I absolutely have a very, very high respect for LeBron James.
I just keep coming back to, they never really had a team rival, the Warriors.
Yeah.
It was LeBron.
I thought it would be. The Lakers I always kind of saw as a sort of rival, but that's more, I think, the NorCal, SoCal thing. The Lakers and Warriors have never been.
Did you hate Sherman?
Richard Sherman? Yeah.
I hated him.
Yeah.
Hated his guts.
But I hated him because
Russell Wilson.
But I think Richard Sherman is the stereotypical, kind of like Draymond Green. You hate him if you're against him. You love him if he's on your team, though.
Yeah, but there were a lot of Niner fans that used to call in and be like, I don't care that he's on the team. I hate him.
Yeah.
They hated him even when he was a Niner.
Well, again, yes, because he humiliated the Niners on the big stage.
Oral Hershiser, when he joined the Giants, it never felt right.
No. Honestly, I remember when Randy Johnson was on the Giants for that 1 year.
I rooted for him. I always liked Randy Johnson, though.
No, he's another one where it's just eventually you just learn to respect the greatness. But
I didn't consider him a rival because for me, it was Montreal, then Seattle, and I loved those Mariner teams.
Here's the thing, we bring up Kershaw. I absolutely would have taken Kershaw on the Giants for a year.
I would
just because it would have been weird.
No, I wouldn't.
It would have been weird, but also I think it's a little bit different too. There's a little bit more history. There's a lot more crossover between the Giants and the Dodgers, and that's more team-based. Basketball, it's so much more player-based. I just be honest, I still don't see LeBron wanting to share a spotlight with anybody. He could say that he would want to play with Steph.
If Big Dom joined the Niners,
you would hate it.
I would hate it.
Yeah.
Is there another guy on that team that you hate?
A.J. Brown?
I don't hate A.J. Brown.
Sirianni?
I hate Sirianni. Yeah, I wouldn't want Sirianni on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Ever.
Why is that?
I just don't like him.
Yeah.
I don't like him at all.
See, I respect LeBron James, but I want to respect him at a distance. I don't want him leeching off of Steph Curry's legacy either. I don't want him doing that. And honestly, you kind of said this, the unlikely scenario that the unlikeliness that this happened is large, but say they did go and somehow win it all. I don't want Steph and LeBron to share a ring.
That doesn't bother me.
That's just,
I hear you. Another guy who's not a rival, but I would never want him joining my team, Ray Lewis. I hate Ray Lewis.
Cane's legend.
I mean, I respect him. He's amazing. Yeah. But what happened with the deer antler spray, I can't stop. I hate him.
Yeah.
He has the title I wanted.
I hear you. Let's keep this going on the other side, plus maybe some more Giants talk, plus Buck Showalter at 9:20. Still got a lot of fun stuff to get into. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tides special midweek rates start at just $199 per night through May 1st. That includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay now at theinnofthetides.com.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi partner Bryson DeChambeau is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale April 10th.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, we are back here on the Morning Roast. Thanks for that rejoin there, Goose. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Spadoni. He is on assignment for the next couple of days. Joe Shasky will be coming along in just a minute. Here he comes right now. I see him running down the hallway. We would talk about LeBron James potentially joining the Warriors at some point in the next year, for next season, sorry. We're going to pivot a little bit here because I want to get back into what happened on the Diamond yesterday as the Giants beat the Phillies 5-0, take 2 of 3 from the Phillies, their first home series win of the year. Again, really 12 games into the season, so it's not that awful that we're saying that now, but big day for one Rafi Devers yesterday. Goes 2 for 4 with his second home run of the year, 4 RBIs. And, it was a loud one. Woke me up from my nap. That's how loud the crack of the bat was. And we talked to Dave Fleming yesterday about it, and he kind of calmed the waters about Rafi Devers. He brought up a good point. You know, once he starts going to left field, that's when you know that the good Rafi is coming along. And he was going out to left field a little bit on Monday and Tuesday, and you saw the home run yesterday, and you can kind of, Rafi's going to be okay.
Rafi's a stud.
He is.
It's just going to take time for him to get, acclimated. And I think, one thing that you're going to notice is that I don't care whether you're Buster Posey, Barry Bonds, Marvin Bernard, Brandon Belt, Bobby Estelea. Guys are going to be streaky. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be times throughout the year you go through a hot and cold streak. Devers has to get going.
Yes.
Has to. Now, there's the baseball card element of it where he's just always going to get his kind of numbers. You're going to have slightly ups and downs throughout the years, but also this team is relying on him to carry a big load. And so for him to hit that big home run yesterday to win that game and kind of put it away for them, you just need more of it. You need more of it going for him. And I think one thing that everyone's talking about is his approach going away. One part about playing in Boston with that wall, Wade Boggs used to talk about this all the time, like going in as a lefty, hitting the other way off that wall is a lot easier than hitting the other way in a spacious ballpark. And though Rafi is a great, hit the other way guy for a lefty, there is an adjustment to being a left-handed power hitter trying to hit balls the other way. Just built the design, the dimensions,
every
the marine
ballpark's
layer,
going to play
the wind.
differently. Yeah.
And so I think he's still adjusting to the home environment. I think that's like a legitimate, real thing for a guy who is a great player and is in the prime of his career. I still think he's going through an adjustment.
Oh, no, I agree with that. And again, I'm not really worried long-term with Rafi Devers for a couple reasons. One, there is the track record there. This is a guy, and we'll actually hear from Rafi via Erwin Higueros, the Giants translator, in just a moment. But he mentioned, he started off like 0 for 19 or something last year with like 19 strikeouts. Wow. Yeah, he started off horribly in Boston last year.
Wow.
And still ended up having a 35 home run season or something like that last year. And the other reason is just so that the track record is there. But the other reason, Shasky, and I know you're not a big data guy, but I do look at some of the hitting metrics here. And there are certain metrics. I don't think they're an end-all, be-all. But I do think the numbers and the metrics, they do tell a little bit of a story. They do sing a bit of a song if you're willing to listen, so to speak. And, the way the bat's coming off the ball right now, he's hitting the ball about as hard as he was last year. The launch angle is pretty similar to last year. You can start barreling up these pitches a little bit more. I'm confident that will come in time. Basically what I'm saying is the batted ball metrics suggest that is not that far off from where he was last year. So I'm not going to fully trip about what he's doing right now because there are signs that he is breaking out of the early funk.
Okay. So 888-957-9570. If you had to today, are you buying or selling your Rafi stock for this year? Buying or selling your Rafi stock? Most people coming into the year thought that he would have to be the best offensive player on the Giants team for them to compete. It has not been good early. I think one thing that we do know about Rafi right now as a Giants player and as just a hitter in general, he is extremely aggressive, probably to his own detriment.
I would agree with that, yeah.
And then the other thing is he does get extremely hot and cold. You were saying, hey, the metrics will sing you a song. There's a part of Rafi that is a song of ice and fire. Sometimes he's on fire. Sometimes he's ice cold. And I think the aggressiveness, you don't want to have him lose that aggressiveness because that's what makes him such a great free swinger. But you just want him to rein it in a little.
There's a double-edged sword to it because, Chassis, the amount of times, especially again, the big bugaboo I have with this team out the gate is the two-strike hitting. In that every time they get the 2 strikes, everyone decides to just go into Barry Bonds mode and try and
there's no adjustments.
Yeah, there's not at all. And Rafi can get very extreme sometimes. That power swing that he does, when it connects, it's absolute beauty. But I agree with you. There's a reason why there's so much strikeout in his game. If you want another number that's going to sing you a song, it's not going to be a great song. It's the number 29, as in 29%. Which is the K rate that he has had ever since he put on the orange and black. He is on pace right now for this season for 170 strikeouts, which would be far and away his career high. He had 116 strikeouts in 90 games with the Giants last year. That was 395 plate appearances. Again, that's 170-plus strikeout pace over a full season. He is striking out more than he ever has in his career.
Well, hitting's very contagious, and this lineup, and what I mean by that is it can go good when it's good and go real bad when it's bad, and it just feels like this entire lineup right now, outside of Arraez, this is why I love him so much, everyone is striking out more than they should. Yes. And Arraez is even striking out more than his traditional numbers would suggest, but it's early. But
hold on. Can I put a quick pause on that? Because you say it's early when it comes to the strikeouts, and this is, I think, a deeper issue with this team. It's not really early with the strikeouts.
No, I'm talking about Arraez.
Oh, no, I'm talking about I want to focus on the strikeouts, though, with Rafi and the rest of the team. Just that's the point I wanted to focus on here.
Willie does strike out.
No, everyone
Ramos does strike out a lot.
But that's the
Chapman
problem, Joe.
Does strike
it's
out
been
a lot.
like that for the last several years with this organization.
I agree.
No one has yet to truly figure out a way how to rein this strikeout problem in.
But I don't care about Rafi's overall raw strikeout numbers if his power numbers, his double numbers, and his RBI numbers are all up. Like I have no problem with the strikeouts being up as long as the other power numbers are good for him.
Right now, they're not, though.
No, I understand that, but they will, is what I'm getting at.
I agree.
And then when I get to Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, see, to me, it's a more fine line. If you're going to strike out a lot, you better be hitting 30-plus home runs. You know, Chapman, you better stay healthy for 150 games this year. But I think the thing with both Chapman and Devers is like, I didn't realize we were getting below average defense.
Well, that's been the very big shocker out the gate for those two. Really quick, though, again, we're sticking with Rafi. He did talk yesterday. He's not really concerned about the kind of hitter that he is.
Everything is very well, thank God. I know the type of hitter I am. I really don't dwell on how things are going. I just know that eventually things will start clicking in for me, especially because, again, I know the type of player I am.
Again, so to clarify, that was Erwin Higueros, the team translator, translating for Rafi Devers. Rafi, I think he's okay with English, not great in a crowded press setting, so that's why he has Erwin translate there for him. And this is what I do like about Rafi. Ever since day one, he's always had a lot of confidence and just like, I know what hitter I am. That's the hitter I'm going to be. I do think that does help with this ballpark adjustment. And this is something that he also talked a lot about last year in terms, because I've asked him this a couple times. Other people have asked him this, just learning how to adjust this ballpark. He's always taken the same stance. It's like, it's just baseball, man. You hit the ball, it'll figure itself out. I'm paraphrasing a little bit.
Well, some guys could be that way, but I
think Rafi very much is that guy, which to your point, though, Joe, this is why the numbers I see, the strikeouts, as concerning as they are, I'm not truly worried about Rafi because it is just, it's all baked into the whole pie that is Rafi Devers.
I don't want to make this, Latin American thing, because that's just, it's too small of a window. But similar to Pablo and similar to Vladimir Guerrero, what makes those guys great ball players and Vladdy, obviously one of the all-time greats, the ability from the bottom of my shoestrings to the top of my head, I could barrel something up and go the other way.
Bad
or
ball
pull it.
hitters.
Yes. And you don't want to have them lose that freedom.
Yes.
Right? He's not so mechanical in terms of like balance and approach and all that as someone like Luis Arraez, who is meticulous with how he takes his at-bats and where does his barrel travel through the zone and where are his hands and where are his feet and all that. So he's an artist. Like I put Rafi more in the artist as opposed to the science category.
Whereas Arraez is more science. Is
Yes.
that where you're getting at? Yeah.
Freddie Freeman's big on science. Freddie Freeman's big on hitting off the tee and where are my hands? Where is that in relation to how deep the ball is, crossing the plate, all that stuff. Some guys, you just don't want to strip away that freedom from them. I think what the problem is right now is you got a couple other guys on the team, not as established, not as good, like Elliot Ramos, like Jung Hoo Lee. And it's like, yo, I know you like to do what you do, but we gotta like go through this. Like right now, is Ramos barreling the ball up?
Ramos is not even getting the bat on the ball right now.
He's bad.
It's rough right now for Elliot Ramos.
And then I look at Jung Hoo Lee and I say, it's bad. It's really bad. Yeah. Bader, whatever.
Bader, I think it's, for the most part, I think he's been kind of doing what's expected. Bader's a bottom third of the lineup guy. Yeah,
I'm giving him more time.
He's also like he's your 7-8 hitter.
But the two corner outfielders, I think we've got issues, and I'm really worried about it. I'm not ready to punt on Ramos. I'm very concerned. You know how we were talking about like did you plant a red flag? The red flag's in my back pocket, and I'm getting ready to plant it on him.
Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee, if we're being fair with ourselves, he's only really played the one season. It wasn't great. It wasn't terrible.
There are bits and pieces.
I thought it showed promise, and it showed some things that you might be concerned with. I'm going to give him another couple of months, but I truly do fear, he just might not be a starting caliber big league outfielder.
I think he is trending in the wrong direction. Regarding Ramos, though, just a moment on that, because I do want to say that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 FM in HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm starting to get there in agreement with you when it comes to Jung Hoo Lee.
I'm trying to be patient.
No,
but there are some things I can't unsee.
As person who I like to consider myself the president of Let's Be Patient with This Guy Club, because again, you know me, I love my large sample sizes. Jung Hoo, I always had a feeling it's going to be a long working process getting him adjusted to Major League Baseball pitching and just being at this level from the KBO. The rookie year getting interrupted by the shoulder injury, I believed it then. I believe now one of the worst things that could have happened to him, because that's so much time lost of getting adjusted to this league. You saw it in pockets last year, and towards the end of the year, I thought he started putting together, because he's at his best when he starts going the opposite way, when he starts using all sides of the field. He's not doing that at all this year, Joe. He has regressed in that development where he is dead pull. I'm going to crank the ball as hard as I can, and that is why he keeps losing his helmet, and it's just, he's regressing at the plate, and that's where I get very worried about him going forward.
Some guys are so strong they can get away with it. So like Devers is so strong, he can be off balance and have all of his weight and momentum on either his front or back foot and still barrel a ball up because his hands are so strong and he's such a good hitter. Most people, even at the big league level, need balance to make great contact. So if you were going to punch someone in the face, would you want to be fully balanced with both feet on the ground as you're transferring weight from your back foot to your other foot? When you go and deliver that blow, you'd want to be balanced.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be lunging forward.
Because then you lose force in the punch.
Exactly. When I watch Jung Hoo Lee...
Just a joke I want to make, but I'm not making it.
When I watch Jung Hoo Lee lose his helmet every single time, if you were to do a slow-mo down-the-line view of it, he's lunging.
His body's all over the place.
And he's completely off balance on his front foot, and his head is moving so much. Any one of those little tiny issues is going to make you an off-balance hitter that's going to cast early and roll over to second base.
Or miss the pitch completely because, again, Joe, he's so off balance. His head's all over the place. He's losing. How do you, you're not even seeing the ball in that situation. Yeah, it's just, and everyone keeps saying, you brought this up. Can we get him a helmet? Can we get him a helmet that fits? Can we get him a helmet that fits? It's not about the fit of the helmet. It's very much the aggressiveness of the swing for a guy who is.
He's lunging. He's lunging forward.
He's trying to stubbornly be a hitter that I don't think he is.
I know.
And maybe in the KBO, that swing was able to work out for him, but it goes this is the frustration I have with him because there is defensively, I know we're talking about the offense, but defensively, I've actually been very pleased with him in right field so far this year. He's not perfect. Right. He gets a passing grade out in right field.
Okay.
I have
he's fine.
I'm not shaking any sticks at hit. He's got to hit, exactly. It's the defense is not good enough to where you'll excuse the hitting because the hitting is just so bad right now.
Well, he had how many Gold Gloves?
He had 5 Gold Gloves in Korea.
Look, okay, so he's capable over there.
Well,
over there.
Does he have Gold Glove caliber defense in a year and a half? No.
Well,
this is
why I say passable.
Sam, this is a different league.
You call me Joe again. No, it is a different league. I agree with you on that, and that's why he's not a Gold Glove defender at this level.
No,
but you could play. I think he can play passable defense in right.
I agree.
I'm not putting when I think about the best right fielders in Oracle Park, Randy Wynn's up there.
Yeah.
He played that right field really well. Hunter Pence for all of his defense. Yeah. This is why Hunter Pence is never a Gold Glover. But he played very good defense out there. He played very capable, passable defense out there. Yaz was great out there. I thought Drew Gilbert picked up defense out there really quickly.
I'm glad you brought up Drew Gilbert because he's now pushing in the minors. Him and Eldridge had great days yesterday. And one day doesn't mean anything. But overall, Drew Gilbert's looked really good. I want to bring him back up.
Yeah.
I think the time is now to bring him back up. I have a feeling by July, we're talking about Gilbert getting more starts a week than Jung-Hoo Lee in right field.
I won't disagree with that.
Why are you what?
I'm going to say something that's going to piss you off.
What?
I think with the contract situation with Jung-Hoo, they're going to try and stick it out longer than you probably want them to. That's just my prediction.
I look at to me that contract.
I don't disagree with that, but it's. I do think it's a reality. I think when you got
Sam, if that's what they're going to do,
it's not ideal.
Giants fans will give them a GoFundMe to get rid of whoever they need to get rid of just to play the right guy. We need to win. This is not about how much money you allocate. It's about winning. Right?
Yeah.
You allocated a huge draft pick in Marco Luciano. He wasn't good enough.
Yep. You got to move on.
You moved off him.
Yep.
I don't care how much you pay people. If they're not good, sayonara. They did that to Mark Melancon. Remember? Gave him a lot of money. Here, Braves, take some money and take them off our hands.
Take the whole contract off of it. Drew Gilbert hitting 300 down for the River Cats right now. Also, Will Brennan hitting 317. I'd be curious if we see Will Brennan before Drew Gilbert
they don't have an extra corner outfielder off the bench.
No, they don't. They don't right now. I mean, it's sort of Gerard. I think Gerard plays a better right field than a lot of people are willing to give him credit for. But no, they don't have that right now, which is another reason why they're probably going to have to stick it out with Jung-Hoo Lee. It's just
no. I don't want to hear that. You have to stick it out with someone. Just do me a favor. Do me a favor. Let's talk, if this were any other position, would you say stick it out with him no matter what? Like Arraez, they gave him $12 million this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a one-year deal. I don't think you would have any problem with that.
Who cares how many years they gave him? I don't care. Play the best players.
No, I agree with you.
The most promising.
I agree. Maybe I'm speaking for the Giants on this. I would not be shocked if that's the route they take. I would disagree with it.
The Giants paid Barry Zito more money than ever.
And they left him off the roster.
And they didn't even make the playoff roster.
No, that's a good point.
I agree. The beauty of sports is it's very simple. Mm-hmm. The best players play, or the ones with the most promise.
I do agree with you that the clock is the clock is ticking very loudly on Jung-Hoo Lee. An example I like to use from time to time, there's the old doomsday clock that they used to have to the Cold War, how close were we to a nuclear war. That's not exactly where I'm going with this one, but the doomsday clock on Jung-Hoo Lee, it's ticking closer and closer to midnight. He is 2-3 minutes away from midnight on the Jung-Hoo Lee doomsday. That's where I'm at right now. And
today we've gotten a Cold War reference. We've gotten a No Kings Rally reference. What else?
I have great references.
You really do.
Yeah, I love my references.
All I need now is a Reaganomics reference and... maybe Martin Luther King. What was your dinner party again?
MLK, G-Dub, and Isaac Newton.
You could not have been serious.
I mean, I might have been put on the spot there a little bit, but again, we started off this segment.
I want to seem smart.
We started off this, hey, I did seem smart, and maybe that intelligence can trickle down to you. There you go. There's your Reaganomics right there.
What do you feel about Ramos right now?
Feel about Ramos, yeah, that's where I want to go to. Ramos is another one that concerns me just because the uppercut swings. Yikes, dude. Yikes. I don't think there's anyone on this planet who hates Chris Sanchez more than Elliot Ramos did the other night. Like, it really is bizarre. Every at-bat, and he also was the other night. He has that ball that I think Trey Turner hit it. It might have been Harper. A liner out the left field, and Ramos is charging in on it hard.
His defense is terrible.
I was screaming at my TV, stop, let it bounce it, get up to you, because I thought he was going to dive for it, and it was going to go rolling. It was Harper. I thought he was going to dive for it, and it was going to roll the wall, and Bryce Harper would have just been running laps around the base pass at Oracle Park.
42-year-old Barry Bonds
could play capable defense out and left.
Better than Ramos currently. It really is insane, isn't it?
No, I'm not kidding. There are, again, there's good, there's bad. I think right now the reputation of what he developed defensively last year is still haunting him a little bit. You texted Risotto and I on opening night against the Yankees. Ramos just not seeing the ball.
His first step is awful.
Well, I think the shadows there were pretty brutal. Risotto and I were kind of talking about that a little bit. I think he's been okay seeing the ball. I think the first step's been better over the last few weeks there, but he's far, far, far from a finished product defensively out there, which I don't know if he should be right now.
No, we knew his defense. It's his bat that has to carry him into the lineup. And the numbers are pretty alarming since the All-Star game that he appeared in, where you're asking yourself, well, maybe he just had a great couple months. He is a big leaguer, but is he high-end starter caliber? Right now, no.
No.
Is he starter caliber? Right now, yes, but he's got to pick it up. They want impact bat, and he has not shown it for quite some time.
I think we need to get him back to that fringe all-star level that he was at.
That might not happen.
I know. I mean, right now, we start off by asking, would you buy stock in Rafi Devers? I don't think we really answered the question. I'm buying stock in Rafi Devers right now.
If you were buying or selling stock in Ramos.
That's where I was going to next. Right now, I'm in a holding pattern. Because I'm not, again, me being the optimistic, give me more sample space guy, I'm willing to give Ramos the leeway to turn this slow start around, because again, it is just 12 games, but there's a continuing pattern here from last year of just concerning results. There is the thing I want to start seeing from him that's going to make me start to feel better overall is, can he start using the other sides of the field as well? Because that's what I think Hunter Mentz was brought in to kind of instill, is that
that's not going to happen. He's a pull hitter. He refuses to go the other way.
And then that point, if that is going to be the case, and I want to give him the leeway to change course on that. And yeah, I could be setting myself up for disappointment there. I'll wear that. But
if you could trade him right now for a third starter or eighth inning bullpen arm, you'd probably do it, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree too. I think it kind of tells you where you're at with Ramos. I think most Giants fans would. And here's the thing. I like him.
But would I trade him for a 3-star and eighth inning bullpen? Yes, but by saying that, I am saying that I think he has enough value to bring something like that back in a trade, which means
you could like someone and still deal with him.
Which is why I still believe there is some there in Elliot Ramos.
Are you buying Jung-Hoo?
No. Jung-Hoo is stock falling fast, in my opinion, right now. And it hurts to say it because I was a big fan of his when he first got here. I still root for him to turn it around. It's just what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a guy who is convinced the way that he hit in the Korean Baseball League is absolutely going to play here. And reality is saying no. And until he can listen to reality, we're going to watch him swing out of his helmet, and it's going to frustrate the hell out of us. That's what I think.
I have a feeling he's not in the bigs in a year and a half.
I have a feeling that might be a longer timetable than he actually gets, unfortunately, at this trajectory right now. You think Buck Showalter would want Jung-Hoo Lee in his lineup?
I wonder.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask him that because I think we have better things to ask. I know Jan wants Jung-Hoo Lee in.
We also haven't talked about the fight that happened the other day.
Which fight?
The Angels.
Oh, my God.
Jorge Soler. I love a good baseball fight.
That was
twice. I love it.
Oh, my goodness. We'll definitely get
a good
into
baseball
that.
fight. I've been in the middle of so many of those.
Let's get it. All that is going to be coming up on the other side. Buck Showalter. Very excited to hear what he has to say about Tony Vitello. I bet it's going to be all positive. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fairmont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I mean, bring it on, man. Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now back to the morning roast.
Beautiful Marin right now.
With Joe Spadoni.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, John? Is it beautiful in Marin today? It's a little foggy out, but I imagine even on the foggiest of days, it's still beautiful in Marin right now. I bet John has a really nice office. I bet there's probably a couch in it, table, chairs, like, you know he's doing really well.
When he gets off the air, we're going to ask randomly. I've got different stuff for tomorrow. I put out a video this morning.
Who, when John gets off the air?
Yeah, we're going to do a quick interview. And then.
Well, yeah, I was making a John and Marin reference. But,
yeah. But, yeah, whatever.
Me and my reference.
Let me ask you guys.
Let me
line
answer
them up,
you.
888-957-9570. I want to do rapid fire. You can only pick one. There's no wrong answer. I was driving in my car this morning, and my playlist landed on I Got Five on It remix by the Loonies. Ooh. I know not everyone likes rap.
Ba-dum-bum.
I do. I love it.
Ba-dum-bum.
If you were forced to pick the one greatest Bay Area rap song of all time, what are you picking? There's no wrong answer. It could be Tell Me When to Go. It could be Blow the Whistle.
So many good options.
It could be, Let's Go Get a Telly. It could be TWDY, Lovely Day. It could be Selly Sell. It could be Drew Down. You could pick any song. I Got Five on It remix, I think might be the greatest Bay Area song of all time, rap song.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any wrong answer. There's literally none. It's generational. The old heads, maybe it's RBL, Don't Give Me No Bammer. Maybe it is, maybe it's Back to the Hotel, by In Too Deep. Mac Dre, I'm in the building. Is it Nicotina? I don't think there's a wrong answer. I really don't.
I'm percolating some answers in my mind right now. I mean, I think the first one I would go to is probably Tell Me When to Go. I don't know if that's my favorite. I think at some point, hopefully you can get some callers on this, you could tell it, and I can kind of go through my playlist and peruse through what rap songs I have on there, because I do some. I got some other ones on there from the Bay Area that I like a lot too. That's a really good question. Yeah.
Album number 10.
This is how we chilled.
Rapid Forte.
Yeah, we
Players
got
Club
out there.
Game Recognized Game.
I mean, I'm not a huge rap guy per se.
So if someone stopped you on the streets, and there's no wrong answer, Sam, and they said, what's your favorite Bay Area rap song of all time? What would you say?
Again, off the rip, I'm probably pivoting to some E40, Tell Me When to Go. I like Choices too.
Okay. Choices not even in the top 100 for me.
Yeah. Well, again, this is for me. Yeah, we're asking my list here. But yeah, Tell Me When to Go is probably top of my list. And yeah, I like Blow the Whistle. That's very basic.
No, that's not a wrong answer. That's a Choices.
Well,
I love you. Choices isn't even a top 10, 40 song.
Well, yeah. What do you put on your list there?
It would be I Got Five on It. I think Digital Underground Freak, the Freaks of the Industry is definitely somewhere in the mix. I don't know where. Drew Down, Pimp of the Year. Selly Sell, It's Going Down Tonight. Be Legit, City to City. I have so many that would even fall into the top 20. I can't even narrow down the top 25. Game Recognized Game. I'm talking about the remix with Mac Mall not doing the verse and only being on the hook. Messy and Juice, So Hood. It's a classic. Nicotina. Ayo for Yayo with San Quinn. San Francisco Anthem is probably too city related. Mr. Fab has 3 or 4 that I think could be in the running. But the New Oakland, I got the North, got the East, got the West. I mean, when I hear that song, the hair stands up on my arm. There's literally no wrong answer, and I think it's age dependent. So anyway, rapid fire, line them up. We got an interview here coming up, but after that, I want to know what's the greatest Bay Area rap song of all time. You can only pick one, and there's no wrong answer.
Yeah, we definitely think about that as we start to effort Buck Showalter. I wonder if he has a favorite rap song of all time. I'm sure we could possibly get to that in just a moment. In fact, we're going to get to it right now, so let's get to it. Four-time Manager of the Year award winner, 3 times in the American League and once with the National League. He's managed the Yankees, Rangers, Diamondbacks, and Orioles, who are the Giants' next opponent, and most recently the New York Mets. He has over 1,700 career wins as a manager. Buck Showalter joins us on the River Islands guest line. Buck, you are on with Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky. How are you doing today?
Good, man. How are y'all today? How's everything out there?
Oh, we're doing
Texas right now.
We're doing great today. It is a very chilly, cloudy, foggy morning here in San Francisco, as we are known to have. But Buck, I just want to kind of get right into it here. You were once wearing the orange and black of the Orioles, who the Giants are going to be seeing this weekend. Giants got a new manager this year who's wearing a different shade of orange and black, and Tony Vitello, plucked right out of the college ranks of the University of Tennessee. You're a longtime baseball guy, a lot of years managing. I'm curious, what was your initial reaction when you saw the Giants make a move that no major league team before had ever done before, and bringing in a college coach to manage a big league team?
Well, there's been some guys that have gone back there. I'll be frank with you. My first reaction was good for him. And, guys, I was that guy one time. I remind myself that I was 35, 36, managing the Yankees, hadn't really played in the big leagues other than spring training. And, people were, not looking for me to fail. It was kind of unconventional. So, Tony, baseball is baseball. In a game, there's some differences, obviously. But, your IQ directly fluctuates with who the starting pitcher is. And they've had 2 good starting pitching efforts the last 2 nights. So, things are fine. But, no, I don't, just because something's different than tradition doesn't mean it's wrong. And Tony's a good baseball man and a good communicator, and he'll figure it out. But, no, I'm pulling for him.
You talked about your early stages as a manager. What was something that maybe you learned in the first month of the regular season that you hadn't considered that kind of rocked your world?
I'll be frank again. I was shocked at the lack of confidence of major league players. These are the best players in the world. And I was like, they could have one game and mentally be, very down. I remember that hit me. I surrounded myself with a lot of quality baseball. Back then we had 5 coaches and we went to 6. Now they got 13 or 14. And, one thing a baseball season will do, it will sniff out a phony. Sincerity plays, and I know Tony's going to be himself. And, I love players. That's why I love Pete Alonso. He walked through the door every day and you knew exactly what you were getting. There was never a moment where somebody said, hey, Pete's in a bad mood today or he's down. And those are the type of people that teams look for. That are very consistent personalities. And it has to be that way with their manager too. They have to know what reaction they're going to get from them when something goes awry. And, it's easy to hold the ship when things are going well. I've been accused of being a little tougher to deal with when we were playing real well. And it's a challenge when you're playing poorly to be consistent with your personality.
If we're talking to Buck Showalter here, it's all-time coach. Buck, if Tony came to you in a moment of just the two of you, and he said, hey, can you give me any advice on how to navigate the media just in general? You've seen it all. You've been through it all. You've been in small markets. You've been in big markets. You've been on winning teams. You've been on losing teams. What's some advice in how to navigate the media?
Well, first of all, you need to slow down and think about your answers. I learned that when I'm coming back from that press conference, you're doing it twice a day for almost 6 or 7 months straight, counting spring training. And ours is on a 10-minute delay, and I used to look at the training room and glance in the locker room, and everybody's sitting there watching it. So they're listening. You can use it to get across a consistent message. You can it can be your friend if you let it be. And everybody's just trying to bring what they're asked to bring with the media. But I learned that more is not always better. Every once in a while you kind of answer what they need. I would start every press conference, go, what can I help you with? What do you need? And, you satisfy what they need. And I've been fortunate enough to work in the media some, and so I know the challenges they face. And sometimes they're trying to be first instead of accurate. And that breeds for a lot of back and forth. But, I'm surprised at how little some people watch the game that ask questions but they have so many things they're trying to satisfy, whether it be social media, all the things. And sometimes I'm not sure they watch the game. I can remember coming back from a lot of press conferences the last 5 or 6 years going, wow, I can't believe they didn't ask that. So, you answer the question. You just don't have to be, go too far with it. Because you feel, early on, you feel like you're not giving them what they need, and you're not, I don't want to say entertaining them, but being the personality they want you to be. Being yourself is key, and then you don't have to worry about what was said or not said.
Coach, I think when my partner here was asking the question, I thought I heard you mention that you've talked with Tony Vitello. Have you had a chance to chat with him or meet him in any capacity?
Yeah, Tony and I, we did the draft combine. He was on with us, and I've spoken to him a few times. We had talked about doing a baseball banquet for him when he was at Tennessee. One of his best friends, a guy that I really respect, who thinks the world of Tony, is Max Scherzer. I had Max in with the Mets. Absolutely love Max, and anybody that Max signs off on carries a great deal of weight with me. They were together at Missouri, I think.
Yeah, no, I do. I think where they go back, and that's where they met. Coach, what I do ask you, we were talking earlier this morning about how it's here in the Bay Area. It seems like now there's a big win now mentality where it's as soon as he takes over, the expectation is you're turning this team into a winner overnight. Now, you had a reputation when you were a manager of kind of turning around rosters rather quickly and making them successful very quickly. The question I have for you here is when a new manager is in a new space like Tony is, and a very new space like Tony is, like how much of a kind of like of a grace period or a growing pains period is usually appropriate in giving a manager to where it's like, you're kind of getting your feet underneath you in this new space. Let's let that happen before we really start kind of levying judgment onto your performance.
Well, first of all, they're going to be levying judgment from day one, and that's just the world they live in, and that's okay. That's what makes the world go around. There's really 4 times you manage with a kind of a different approach. There's spring training, which requires a different approach. There's the regular season, which requires a different approach. There's September baseball, which when there's a sense of finality there, you have to approach things a little different. You're not playing the long game. And then there's the postseason. Those are 4 different modes of managing, so to speak. And, the biggest difference is just the number of games and the volume and if your emotions are going back and forth, it's okay to have some private emotions. That's why your coaches are so important, to have people you can let your guard down a little bit, but you're always thinking about the reflection that your words have and the weight they carry, and people are actually listening. I remember reminding myself that, and I broke in with 13 or 14 papers every day, and in my office twice, and I had to, but I was fortunate. I've been there before as a coach, and I kind of knew what I was getting into. And but baseball's still baseball. There are going to be some ups and downs, and even the best teams have periods where they feel like they may not ever win a game, and even the worst teams have periods where they feel like they may not lose a game. It's a fickle place, but when you're playing with the best players in the world, you're going to have some nights where things look better than they are, and things look worse than they are.
Coach, we've glorified you intentionally walking bonds, with the bases loaded over many, many years. Bond's my favorite guy. I grew up right near Candlestick. It's one of those seminal moments that we remember for.
Candlestick.
Yeah,
Candlestick, God, ain't
you
many
love
of us
Candlestick,
left.
right, Coach?
Not. I didn't mind. I love the elements, and you know, you could wear shorts and BP and need a parka at game time.
I've got my parka right here. I know exactly what it's like. Well, and back then there'd be like, 8,000 Giants fans. So I'd start up in the upper reserve and then I'd work my way down to the lower reserve. Next thing you know, I'm banging on your dugout over third base. That was
you, huh? That was you.
Yeah, that was probably me. Drinking 40s in the parking lot before going in as a high schooler. But no, like I watched the game now, and Barry was 1-1. Barry was 1-1, but having played and coached as long as I have, I noticed there are times in a game, and I know a lot of people don't believe in momentum, but I do. And there are players, there are moments, there are things that happen where it feels this is the moment in the game. And you walked Barry in that situation, but you knew, hey, I'd rather face this other guy than have to face him in this situation. Because I just, this is the momentum, and I'm using this as a jumping off point. There's so many times I see a guy at second base, and here comes Aaron Judge. It happened to the Giants twice in the series against the Yankees, and I go, why are we pitching to him? Like, why? He's not Barry. I'm not saying he's Barry, but like, you cannot let him beat you in this moment. And I just look at the way the game is played at such an analytical level today, and I feel like we've kind of lost the feel of the momentum of the moment of the game. And I'm surprised so many people are pitching to Shohei, to Aaron Judge in these critical moments with an open base.
Not me. I got to go back here, guys, for a second. First of all, Barry didn't start that game. So Jeff Kent wasn't hitting behind him. He came in a double switch, and I love Brent Maine, but I'll take Brent Maine over Barry. And, it's funny, through the years, Barry didn't talk to a lot of people, but for some reason, after I walked him, he would always come over during back practice and shoot the breeze and say, how's it going, and everything. And one day, if I ever wrote a book, the two bald dudes, the old guys that used to be down the lines, they came over. It was hilarious hearing them talk one day about walking him. But, your job as a manager is to give your team the best chance to win a game. And facing Barry Bonds with Greg Olson in a sleety, wet night where he was slipping all over the mound. I think he had thrown 40 pitches, and Barry wore him out, and he didn't have anything. And I said, let's take our chances. I knew we were headed that way as a whole inning developed. But with that being said, it's you pick your poison. You're careful about sending a message to your pitcher that you don't think you can get him out. Though down deep, he's going, God, I wish the manager would walk him. It's like the guy that goes out and asks somebody how he feels. Well, that's your job, not his. I mean, if the guys are having a fight at the bat rack, you should probably take him out. I mean, the game shows you what is required if you just watch the game. And sometimes we get so analytically driven that we do lose a feel for what's happening down on the field. I call it scripting games. But when the teleprompter breaks, the manager has to have a feel. And that's what separates guys.
Do you lose your mind the way I do watching the game where it's runners on second and third, or maybe it's first and second with no outs, and there's just no adjustment made with two strikes? There's no getting short. There's no just chopping a ball to the right side and getting the runners over. Because, Buck, for the life of me, catching the ball, playing fundamental defense, putting the ball in play, that's what wins in the playoffs. And yet, throughout the totality of the regular season, I just see awful baseball being played at times, and it just drives me nuts.
Well, it's not the players' fault. Don't get mad at the players. I don't want to be the old guy on the front porch screaming at the kids in the yard. But it's not the players' fault. They're striking out 170 times and getting a $2 million raise. So who's wrong here? They're chasing what they're being compensated for, and until it changes that someone loses arbitration because they weren't fundamentally sound, or were a bad base runner, or didn't know how to do a rundown, or didn't know cutoffs, relay positioning, or didn't know how to pick anybody off. I mean, those things don't play with a lot of analytical arbitration things. So is it their fault? I don't get mad at them. I do think a club, if they would embrace, more of a contact-oriented organization, they could really rule the roost. It's frustrating when you see guys on first and second and two strikes and a guy is trying to hit a 3-run homer. You see it a lot in extra inning games, and all you got to do is push over one run, and everybody's chasing, I call it the hero mode, instead of, the scoreboard dictates
Yeah, I totally agree with you there.
The scoreboard, it'll tell you what you need to do.
Yeah. Coach, before we get you out of here, a few more for you. I do have to ask you about ABS being introduced this year. It is the big thing in baseball now. I saw you only had 36 ejections in your career, so you weren't exactly Bobby Cox when it came to arguing with the umpires here, but you got into it with them. I'm kind of curious, though, your thoughts on the introduction of ABS and technology in baseball this year, and just how different do you think your career would have been in regards to your interactions with the umpire if you did have the ability to challenge a pitch here and there?
Well, I would have saved a lot of money. My wife reminded me one day when she looked at all my fines through the years, she goes, "Shoot, it's pretty." I said, "It was money well spent," but I like it. Guys, I'm going to tell you, I like it. I wish they'd have had it. Umpiring is so much better now as far as there's no vindictiveness trying to stick it to rookies and all the different stuff that went on years ago, and a certain just meanness sometimes. And it also shows you how hard the game is to umpire and how good the good ones are. And let's get it right. Could you imagine watching a college football or pro football game without replay? It's become part of the entertainment package. And, I worry about the umpires and not their ego, but just their, when you're getting overturned. Well, it's kind of like, I go in these locker rooms through the years and I paint over all these sayings that say, some Newt Rockney or Vince Lombardi saying none of those things ever helped the guy play better. I just put one thing up there. It said, play better. Play better. Nobody wants to hear it. The fans don't want to hear it. Figure it out. And that's the same way with the replay. We have I've been on the competition committee, and I know the work they put into it before they actually put it in play in the big leagues. There's 6 or 7 other things. I think they should have 2 bags at first base. They should copy college
safety
baseball.
bag.
Guys in the lane.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of things like that. Why would a ground rule double not score a guy from first almost at home? I got 10 or 12 of them, but nobody wants to hear it. But I like it. I think it's anything that the fans makes them trust the game more. And like check swing. We should have a check swing challenge after the 8th inning. No fan wants to see the game ended on a check swing. First thing we'd have to do is define what a check swing is, which nobody really can do right now.
Yeah. Is intent involved? Does it have to pass the zone?
Well,
there's so many.
Intent always. You're always these guys that take until they hit. you have to hit until you take. A lot of the analytic people come down and say he needs to walk more. Well, if you stood in a box, you have to take, and your no button has to be there. Anyway, what do I know? You got
to stride. Buck, you're looking at your career. Sorry, Sammy. If you're looking at your career, you've got like a Forrest Gump quality. It feels like you were everywhere. Yankees, Rangers, D-backs, Orioles, Mets. 1,700 wins. That's a lot. There's always a game or two that sticks out in your head that you just can't get over. And I don't want to turn this into negativity, but when you look back at your career, what's the game you and some of maybe your former players or colleagues that you guys just can't get over, whether it was a win or a loss?
Those things, I'm honored to have been around as long as I have, and it was always, I've always felt like I was the luckiest man alive. But I think the things that I regret more is just maybe a relationship I could have had better. Maybe there was a different way to handle a situation. But I'm proud of a lot of things that did work out. But, you always, it's like that little girl that you pulled her pigtails in the 2nd grade. Boy, I wish I hadn't done that. That was stupid. And I think the way these people say, "Oh, I don't regret anything." Well, you're kidding me. We all have things we wish we could have done differently. But, the things that we made mistakes with is what shaped us as we got older. And God knows I've stepped on my tail a few times. But luckily, I surrounded myself, and if I had to tell Tony, I want to surround myself with what I call pushback guys, guys that didn't agree with me about everything. And I found when I ask opinions, that's the greatest accolade you can pay a man or a woman is ask their opinion. And you may not care about it, but all of a sudden they say something, you go, wow, that was pretty good. I didn't know they were that sharp about that. So, I think that's the thing is surrounding yourself with people that push back and you create that environment for them to give their opinion at those 8:00 meetings in the morning in spring training.
Buck, last one here before we let you go. I do want to touch base really quick on that ABS question because I like that you have your own thoughts.
What do you think? What do y'all think?
Well, that's kind of what my only pushback I have on ABS. I like getting the calls right, but I'm kind of a traditionalist when it comes to the game of baseball. I really do appreciate the human element of it, that there are flaws that come in with the people on the field because baseball's a human sport. Humans are flawed. But at the same time, I do agree. I want to get these calls right. We're missing way too many balls and strikes at times. The pushback between technology versus human element, do you ever get concerned about the human element being taken out of the game maybe a little bit too much?
Yes, I do. I got to tell you, the last 3 or 4 years, it was hard to get thrown out of a game. You had to almost want to. And I do think that was kind of part of the entertainment package. When I first started, the umpires knew, and you knew, that it was just part of it. And you knew when they were at the point where, okay, that's enough. You've done your thing. Okay, you need to leave now. And if you didn't, you got the rest of the game off. And I think both of the umpires and the managers knew that it was just part of it. And I can't tell you anybody really in the game, some of the new managers that really you look forward to any type of disagreement in some ways. And you knew that was part of the package as a manager. You had to be sincere, and umpires got enough of it. But, man, they've made it real sterile, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Coach, and hopefully it doesn't go away too much. I still like it when managers and umpires yell at each other. We got to see Tony Vitello get his first career ejection last weekend. That was very fun to see.
Won't be his last.
Yeah, well,
you can't write those things off, as my wife reminded me. I say what I used to do. As soon as I'd get fined, say it was $1,000, I would write a check to the, prevent animal cruelty prevention or anything, and I'd take a picture of it and send it in. So I could write that off, but I couldn't write off send it to the commissioner's office. So keep that one in the back of your head.
There you go. Awesome, Buck.
Thank you, Buck.
Thank you so much for your time. Again. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck to y'all out there, and good luck to Tony. Bye-bye.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Buck Showalter there joining us on the River Islands guest line. And, wow, I know he was a manager and spent most of the time in the dugout, but, he knocked that one out of the park. That was a great conversation with Buck Showalter.
So you keep bringing up the human element. I actually think the ABS has taught me something, and it taught a lot of people. Actually, the umpires are really good.
Yes.
We're acting like they're like 90% wrong and 10% right.
We take a few and apply their performance to everybody, to everyone's favorite punching bags, Angel Hernandez and CB Buckner.
Well, they do suck.
Yeah, they suck, but everyone thinks that every umpire is CB Buckner.
But the NFL's great, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Cardinals suck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's how it works.
But I think when it comes to the umpires, it's like umpires, like, they're not going to get every call right. But that is part of the game, though.
Well, you know what I miss?
Screaming at umpires about how wrong they are. Like, all umpires are, like, in reality, yes, the umpires are good at their job. But when you're in the stands, the umpires always stink, and you're always going to scream at them. But that's part, for me, Joe, when I say the human element, that's part of the enjoyment is the fact that it's a flawed game, and that is something that you just have to deal with on a day-to-day basis with this sport. And that's what makes baseball so fun for me.
Okay. On the list of things why I love baseball,
screaming at the umpires is not my top five, but it's on my list.
I despise all umpires and all.
No, they're
officials.
all the worst.
And I've umpired for many years.
Thanks.
I would argue this. I prefer, if we're not going to have technology at all in it, I would prefer, hey, like it used to be. This guy's got a up and in zone. This guy's got a wide zone. This guy likes the lower strike. And
you're talking about umpires, right?
Yes. Yeah. And now you understand their tendencies. Okay. But when we went to the box, and now we've kind of slowly opened the door to the box, I have a feeling this is going all box, meaning all ABS.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like to me, which I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with. But I did love the nuance of understanding the Rolodex of umpires and what was their particular tendencies. I thought that was part of the IQ of the game, just like it is knowing where the holes in the swing are for certain players. And I think, there was a tiny little subtle nuance that I enjoyed that probably no one else did.
It's we like to say it's the game within the game.
But like, here's where I don't like. Guy slides into second. You apply the tag. His foot comes up and over the bag and leaves the bag for a millisecond, and you're holding the tag on the entire time. I don't think replay was intended for that.
I completely agree with you on that one.
I think the beauty of the game, and if, by the way, had they came up with the rules of the game and all the different fundamentals of them in this high-def era that we're in now, maybe you don't slide feet first ever into the bag for that fear of the leg coming up and over the bag as you're coming in. Like, there's a lot of things that we've done for 100 years that would not be done the way it's done now.
No, that's a very fair point, too. But I absolutely agree, because those are the replays that always take the longest, because you got to zoom in and see if it came off just that little itty-bitty millimeter to see if it can. I agree with you.
So
That's not
right now,
what
youth
replays
baseball.
for.
Let me give you an example. Youth baseball. You're not allowed to dive headfirst into any base under a 14. You can only retreat back into a base headfirst.
Really? They don't have headfirst sliding anymore?
In a lot of leagues, they don't have headfirst sliding.
Why is that?
Well, because it's dangerous, they think, right? And my argument is,
hey,
if you're playing on a turf field, actually one of the safest ways to slide is head first for these kids now, because they have sliding gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to slide into someone, you could jam your shoulder. There's no doubt about it. I would rather you, if I'm a catcher, come in head first, or on a tag situation, come in head first than feet first. Feet first, your knee, your cleats could get me in my knee. Well, so you're not going to get me in my knee if you're coming in head first.
Well, if you're coming in head first, there's more body up there. Like, there's your head.
I have
your
more
torso.
area to apply a tag.
Exactly. There's more body for you to hit. Me personally, when I played baseball back in the day, Little League and high school baseball, I like doing the head first slide a lot more.
It's been eradicated.
I felt like I could slide in a little bit faster going that way. I have more control of my arm to kind of grab a base. And be honest, I just like getting my jersey dirty.
Well, and back in the day, a lot of guys, when they would get to the ball from second base on a double play, there are a lot of guys, when I was growing up, that never even touch second. They'd just be near second base, and it'd be the auto double play. And they're catching it, and as they're catching it, their feet are moving off the bag, and they never really make contact with second as they're turning two.
Simple fundamental, yeah.
And now with the advanced cameras and all that, we get away with everything. Yeah. I mean, the Matt Holliday slide was like 6 feet off the bag into Scutero.
Yeah,
it's not that bad, but you know what I mean.
I was thinking of the other Matt Holliday slide where he missed home plate. True story, I always did a head first slide also because I could never really figure out how to do the foot first slide. I wasn't really good at like falling back on my butt and sliding.
My dad was a plumber, so you'd get the refrigerator or the big water heater boxes, and you'd break them down, and you'd slide on the water heater cardboard boxes. That's how we taught everyone how to slide.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
and then you learn how to pop up.
Yeah. No, I love sliding in head first. That was just more fun for me.
Sliding is a skill.
It is. You know what else is a skill is getting to final thoughts on time, and I think we did that today. All right, I'm going to lead off on this final thought because I want to give a special shout out to two very good friends of mine, Kevin and Christine Merkelheim. 4 years ago today, they tied the knot and got married in a beautiful ceremony up in Oregon. I was privileged enough to be their best man. I've known Kevin since 8th grade. So yeah, happy anniversary to the both of you. 4 years, hopefully many, 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 many more years to come. And love you guys both.
I'm going to give a shout out. It was yesterday, but give a shout out to my boy, Eric Jones. I've known him for like 35, 40 years. And yesterday was his birthday. Played so many games of ball with this guy, whether it was flag football, basketball at South Sunset, football at South Sunset, softball, baseball at South Sunset, softball at Jackson Park forever. Great athlete, great family man, great husband, great dad. Happy birthday, EJ, Eric Jones, if you're out there. Also, huge Bay Area rap fan, and now I want him to text me and tell me, what's the greatest Bay Area rap song of all time? You can only pick one.
Really quick before we go to risotto, I know I said tell me when to go, but I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to go, I really like 93 Till Infinity by Souls of Mischief. That's the one, whenever it pops on, I always vibe to that one on my playlist. Risotto.
That's a great vibes song. I don't know if it's the greatest Bay Area song. I'm going to say it's not a great song.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I thought this was our own personal picks.
Greatest Bay Area song.
I'm going with my pick. That's all.
I got 5 on it.
Risotto. I got Rizzo on it.
Shasky, it's a no for me, dog. I was not here yesterday.
What's a no?
You're singing. I was not here yesterday.
With that in the weed.
I was not here yesterday, but I don't know if you guys touched on it or not, but the Angels-Braves brawl that happened in Anaheim. I mean, just take a listen.
Now here comes Soler going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field. That came up out of nowhere.
It did come up out of nowhere. That's Wayne Randazzo on the Angels TV network. And I just want to say, one of the highlights from that fight was Walt Weiss, the 62-year-old manager.
Great infielder.
Of the Atlanta Braves, tackling Jorge Soler from behind. Jorge Soler, not a small guy.
Big dude.
What team do you think of when you hear the name Walt Weiss?
Oakland A's.
Me too.
I think Rockies.
Really? See, you're too young.
Also, the slowest
He's younger
walk
than
to,
me.
the slowest walk to the mound a manager's ever had. And Kruk and Kipe would make fun of it all the time.
By the way, Ronaldo Lopez had the baseball in his hand and trying to punch Jorge Soler.
There are no rules in a fight.
I've never seen that before. I've never in terms of just
rules.
Crazy things you've seen in a baseball fight. I've never seen a guy try to use the baseball as a weapon. That was new.
I got 5 on it.
Got it.
Marshall. Come on. Can you play the beat?
Shut up.
I don't know if you have the beat available right now. I mean, I know we got 5 on it somewhere if you want to pot it down and fade it in. Bono. You know, is the trailer for Us, when that came out and they had the I Got 5 on it remix for that trailer, where they turned like a horror song. Oh, that trailer hit so hard.
Why you treat me so bad? Nobody makes it happen.
You ever try to do I Got 5 on in karaoke?
No.
Oh, it's so hard to do. They sing it so fast.
Game recognized game, though.
I was.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I can't believe you guys thought Choices was... I'm not denying that Choices is
I thought there were no wrong answers. Did
Not
you
even a top 540 song.
You said this was no wrong answers. How come that every answer I have is wrong if there's no wrong answers? Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's going to make you think. Yeah, exactly. Just right back into singing right there. You know,
give it to me.
There you go.
Big Mac on that.
You're just going to ruin every single Bay Area rap song ever. That is all for us today. We got a really cool show tomorrow. We talked to a manager today. We're going to talk to another manager tomorrow who also wears the orange and black. That's right. I'm talking about Tony Vitello. Will be on the Morning Roast tomorrow morning at 7:30 from Baltimore. We'll chat with him, see how Coach is doing out there. Steiny and Guru coming up next. That is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale April 10th.
I'm Neil, founder of Clayroom. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God. Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
For dysfunctional.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru's back and we're ready to roll. Right? Did you guys have my back yesterday? Absolutely. Because I just want to come in and Evan, thank you again for holding it down. I'm not at Club Med when I'm. Why are you smiling? Why? Because like, dude, why am I seeing your Colgates this early? But not that I got any hate, but I let you guys down when I'm not here. But I love my family. My Norm's about to have heart surgery next week. I'm stressing on that. And then I'm dealing with the missus. and all that stuff, man. So when I'm not here, I'm not at Club Med because I got the best job in the world. So thanks for holding it down. Didn't get to review the Warrior game that we were at in the suite. All that stuff, Vrabel, all that stuff, man. So I'm here today. Good to be back. How'd yesterday go?
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. We had a good time. We talked a little bit about Rossini and Vrabel. Talked a little bit about LeBron and Curry. What else did we get into?
Tonight.
Giants.
Okay.
Got into the Giants.
Man, 2 series wins in a row. Beat the Padres and they beat the Phillies.
I think you're forgetting a series.
I think they split with San Diego.
Well, and they also lost to the Mets.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
So they got swept.
My revenge.
They got swept by the Yankees.
Yeah, holla at me.
I think they won 2 of 3 against the Padres.
Yeah.
They lost 3 of 4 against the Mets, and they won 2 of 3 against the Phillies.
Padres, they won 2 or 3.
Yeah, okay. But the Mets were after San Diego. Yeah, I got it wrong.
Anyway, but they have won 2 in a row.
And I need you, whatever you're wearing today, and they can see it on YouTube, Steiny, that's as fresh as you've been in the 8 years I've been with you. It's a green wave hoodie, Tulane with the Nike symbol over the capital G, and that's what you look like, a G today. When did you decide I'm pressing buy, or did you get it while you were there? Because you look clean.
I got it in Puerto Rico when I met my daughter who went to Tulane, and this was a gift from one of the Tulane football players. Jordan Guidry. He's a defensive lineman.
Okay.
When I got tickets for my daughter to go to the Warriors-Pelicans game.
I remember that.
She couldn't go, and I said, well, you better find somebody to use those tickets, because if you don't use those tickets,
come on now,
you ain't never getting tickets again. And she found one of her friends on the football team. Jordan went, had a good time, and then he gave
that's dope.
My daughter some swag and said, tell your dad I said thanks.
So unlike Spadoni, that young man appreciated the gesture and gave you the thing. Love you, Spadoni.
Exactly. So I got a couple things. Right. I got a nice green Tulane
Dude, that
football.
Is sick. I'll take that from you.
Now, I was going to wear, this is a full-on sweatsuit, so there are pants that go with it. But I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do the whole
Come on,
the
man.
whole thing.
We need you to do that. And I do have to say this. Taking care of the missus yesterday. I missed Scott Osler's retirement bash. I know you're going to tell me how good it was. I sent him a text this morning, but that hurt me too, Stoney. So what did I miss there? Did you tell him what I had going on?
Let me tell you what you missed.
Did you go?
You missed that I'm an idiot. That's what you missed.
You had too many?
No, I had it all planned out. I was getting my hair cut, and then I was going to go. So I get my hair cut, and I was supposed to start at 6 at Perry's. And I was like, you know what? I know how this is going to go.
Yeah.
This is going to be like a wedding.
Hello.
So it's like, you're not going to get to talk to Scott Osler because he's the bride. Yeah. He is, there had to be 70 people there. I was thinking maybe more. And so I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going early.
Let's go, Steiny.
I'll say hello, see if I can talk to him for a minute or two, and then I can get out early. Of course, nobody was home. So, of course, I had the dog home alone, which... Anyway, so I get there. It's supposed to start at 6. I get there at 5:45, and I look around. Nobody's there. It's not a surprise. And had a beer, Coors Light. Just
nursed, you get one-on-one time with him.
Nursed it for 15, 20 minutes, and then that's 6:05, and I walk out front, and I'm looking around, and nobody's there.
Oh no, don't tell me.
And I go up to somebody. I'm like, there was a room reserved in the back, and I'm like, okay, that's the room. And the guy said, there's no party here for Scott Osler. And I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
So I go to so now it's 6:30, and I go to the invite, and it's the Perry's on Union Street, not the one on Embarcadero.
Can I use one of your lines, you idiot?
I know.
So you didn't go?
So now it's 6:30, and I'm like, I'll jump in an Uber because I got to do this.
Please tell me you made it.
The Uber was like 29 minutes, and then I'm starting to think, oh boy, Rosie's been at home all day. And I just went home and.
So either of us.
Oh my God,
Evan, why you text me? Osler loves you. I thought you were
He
with
called me on Monday and said,
Oh.
I said, I'll see you on Wednesday. He goes, oh, cool, thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness, Steiny. You imbecile.
Why did they go to the one on Union?
How come you didn't read this?
You said you knew it was on the one on Union.
No, I thought it was. No, I said I knew it was on the one in Embarcadero.
Oh, Steiny, that list had heavyweights. I was looking forward to seeing Scott and everybody, but I just slept better thinking you win. The show was represented.
Because one of the guys there posted a picture, and so I was like, oh, wow, there's a who's who, and I'm looking around in the pictures, and I'm looking for Steiny, and he's not there.
Like me yesterday, so I'm going to lay off. I couldn't get to work. I'm here today, but damn. Yeah. Do you feel bad?
I feel awful. You had
me thinking you were there.
I felt a little better when I got home, and the dog just went absolutely nuts.
Why don't I like your dog?
The dog is great. She does great for 3 or 4 hours, but 8 hours is a long time without.
All right.
Without any
get back to arguing now.
We will, Scott.
Thanks.
But man.
Oh, by the way, Andre says hello. He's the security guard who worked outside the suite. Remember he said hello?
That's our guy. That's Philbo Mike's guy.
Oh, yeah. So
he was cool.
Thanks, Andre. Appreciate it. He was cool, although. And Andre, I love you. I love you, Andre. But you're supposed to have a certain kind of ticket for that suite, and you got a little lax at halftime when Willard and Christy and Evan and some others came in.
I went and got everybody in and looked around like, "Dude, this ain't your joint, man. Relax." But everybody was good. Yeah.
Yeah, so Evan, when you snuck in, you snuck by Andre.
I was wondering about that yesterday if I should have disclosed that information, just how easy it was to get into the suites.
You didn't bust me out telling you we were in 42 when it was 44, did you?
No, I said that I walked into 3 different suites before I actually got to the right one.
Oh,
no. Andre's been fired.
Nah, Andre is our guy.
No, I'm kidding.
Are we did you guys talk about the foul with Christy?
Yeah, we did.
Now, Sacramento, I was there yesterday. They're laughing that we're laughing. I guess Christy thought there was a TV timeout and thought they weren't in the bonus, so he was fouling so they could get more rest for the final.
Yeah, no, sure.
I was offended. But why would they not just get beat by 30 if they were trying to just trick the game off? That's the one little thing eating at me before I go guns blazing. Well, they played, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Okay. He says
I need a second
he wanted to give them rest, Evan. He thought there was a TV timeout, and he obviously didn't know they were in the bonus.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's
sure.
I mean,
the strategic mistake, according to Sham Sharania.
You know why?
Wow.
You know why? They didn't lose by 30.
Tell me,
because
why didn't we just mop them?
Because you can't tell Plowden, Achua, Reno, Clifford, Carter, and Killian Hayes not to play hard.
He was hooping.
He stinks.
But why were they in the close? Why were we in a close game?
Because they tried. The young guys for Sacramento were trying.
I kind of left the place driving home like, why was that game close, Steiny? Steph played. Dre played.
Well, maybe that's why it was close.
Well, we got 12 quarters left, man. 1 tonight against 4 tonight, LA, 4 in Sac, and then the Bon Voyage Sunday against the Clippers. So it's go time.
Evan said something today, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. This could be the last home game of the year for the Giants and the Warriors.
Hello, yes.
Well, you didn't say that.
Well, you left early.
What do you mean?
You left the green room early after we talked, yeah.
Your take's not a hot take.
Dude, I don't...
Anyway, LeBron's in town tonight.
Future Warrior? Go ahead.
I don't know. How do I know?
Would you like it? Because I would. What else do we have right now this offseason? They tried to get Kawhi. LeBron's going to be a free agent. I'll let you guys and mathematicians and Evan and all you guys come up with how it can work. But if you're telling me it's all about Steph, and I believe that to be the case, especially after not watching him forever, go get LeBron James. That would be on brand. The two superheroes that ran a decade, in regard to championships and being the best player or whatnot. Why not come together for a year or two. That's just where I'm at because I don't see an out. What's the great movie, Get Out? I don't see an out in regard to what the Warriors could do and go against the slogan, all in for Steph. Because let me tell you, Chris Webber, well, I guess if we lose to Portland and get in the lottery and we're able to get one of those, dream guys, I mean, things would change. But what are the odds of that?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think about next season on the other side, but we can get into it. LeBron James in town and the inevitable talk about could you get him? That segment was brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater System.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The Night Before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/The Night Before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I should be in a Napa State white jacket because I'm crazy.
Oh, Diggy Zua.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can we get the Masters on in here?
I think it's on Prime.
Okay, can we get the Masters on in here?
We got DirecTV. Well, I don't want to do too much talking about myself, but I do got to bring up something that kind of was a lightning rod in the Johnson household late last evening after we got back from the hospital. Can I tell you?
Daryl Guru the Johnson. Sure, go ahead. Is this going to upset me?
I'm telling you and Evan now, I'm going to be at the ship every time we go, but I'm done drinking for 30 because I thought I looked better than I did until I went to the Warrior and saw videos of me. Okay. I'm like, okay, so, you know, I like my arms. Millions were like, oh, you didn't have no definition in those arms. I was like, hey, let's slow down. So anyway, Daryl was proud of his dad. So you got on the commentary with Dibs about, because I wore a sleeveless shirt, the Warriors won.
Oh, boy.
And she couldn't stop laughing because she felt like you and Dibs were talking about, I guess when you wear the cutoff shirt, I forget what you guys refer to it. There's like fat part of the chest for some men. I don't have that. But I was like, okay, I heard them say that, but that wasn't to me. And to my son and Mia, it made her day. She couldn't stop laughing, thinking that was. I looked at myself. I don't have that piece of the stuff hanging on the side.
The chicken wing?
Yeah, the chicken. So can you just clarify, because she's listening, that's not what you saw on my physique. I got problems, and I'm about to go. Your boy's dropping 2025. We'll leave that there. But my gosh, I don't have what she said, you guys. She couldn't stop laughing. I didn't let her know. It got to me. I had to go off in the other room like.
Well, you have those cutoffs where you overdo it. And so you get the big loop below the armpit, right?
The Warrior one, the ones they wear. I didn't do anything to it.
No.
Yeah, mine was covered is what I'm saying.
Well, no, it went too low. And then, like, if you caught a side view of you, you could actually see some of your stomach because it was so low.
What are you talking about, dude?
You know what I mean?
So she's right.
imagine a tank top that's really tight.
Yeah.
Okay. Then imagine the opposite where it's really loose.
It's baggy. Yeah.
Yeah. And you were wearing something like that. And
but there was no meat or whatever you and Dibs came up with a term for. I don't have that on my pick.
My point is that your things went so low, it hung so low that we got into the midsection area of we could see your side of your midsection.
Whoa.
Because it was so, there was so much room for your arms.
Wow.
I don't know what,
Yeah. So she was right. If you could have saw, the laughing got uncomfortable. Like, oh my God. I got to ask him. I guess you told me. They're not moobs.
So you're going to go, you're not drinking for a while?
Yeah.
Okay.
Donut butt. Yeah, and a lot of stuff. No, I'm saying I'm going to come chicken Caesar salad like I've done, a fellowship, but it's over.
This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I got to tell you, this hurts. I swear to God.
Hurts who?
Steiny. A retirement party is a celebration of a career. You should have been honored to be invited, and it's a shame you couldn't make it. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Wow. I'm hurt. I just knew you were there.
This is one of those things.
Was that from Osler?
I texted him this morning. He texted back.
I think so. The irony is I just got a text from the people who set it up and said, thanks for showing up last night. It was a great time.
They sent out the mass text thinking you were...
Listen, nobody's more disappointed.
Did you let him know I was trying to get to you? Like, I told him why I couldn't make it.
I'll talk to him.
So you haven't?
No, not yet. I mean, no, this is the thing, and this is why, I had some problems with some coaches over the course of my career, is nobody's harder on themselves than me.
Well.
And so this gentleman or woman, the 925, who just, you can't make me feel worse than I'm going to already feel.
Yeah.
And so if you keep that up, I'm not going to play for you. It's like when my high school coach would, I was very careful with the ball, but then I'd turn it over and he'd get on me, and I said, don't get on me for turnovers. I don't turn the ball over. So if you're going to get on me for turnovers, I'm going to have to develop an attitude problem.
I apologize to absolutely no one.
Yeah, anyway. and let's get to it. And I was out, but I mean, on the invite, it said where it was at. What made you think it was at the other locale like that? I would love to just interview you.
I always thought the other locale was Union Street. I just figured, I don't know. I figured it was a downtown event because I figured the Giants played and Perry's on Embarcadero is pretty close to the stadium. And I figured if the Giants had an afternoon game, that goes till 3:15.
Who am I to even ask?
Any of the media there is probably out at 5:30, 6, and then they would walk over.
Yep. Okay. Let's do it.
Hey, all right, LeBron James and some of the Lakers are in town tonight, and there's the inevitable talk about, will Steph and LeBron ever team up? He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Rather than, my question is this.
Because I'm all in about this year still, but I get it.
What do you mean?
We got 3 games and then those 2, hopefully 2 playing games that'll get us to a series. I want to see us get, even if we get mutilated, I want that.
Well, you can't.
We got to win 2 games.
What does one have to do with the other?
I guess when we talk about LeBron, he's going to the playoffs this year, regardless of what they do. Yeah. He's punched his ticket. It feels like we're missing, not on purpose, we're missing the euphoria and hope of, can we win in Portland or L.A. to get us a series? We'll talk about LeBron when the season's over. I guess what I'm telling Dub Nation, it's not over yet.
Well, we talked about Kevin Durant in January. 6 months before he ever showed up, they were talking about Kevin Durant.
That's Bogut and Barnes.
The other thing is, the players aren't really talking about it. They'll get asked about it, but the fans are talking about it.
I didn't like what Dre said. I wasn't here to respond. Shocker. He didn't like the play. Steiny, how do you get fired up if you're a fan when Draymond's telling you? I understand what he kind of was saying. The play-in's not the destination, but I ain't getting up for that goo. That cut me. Damn. Is that too truthful?
I mean, these guys have been playing for a long time. They know what the writing on the wall looks like. I think they know they're probably not going to be able to win a series. But
wow,
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that Steph and Draymond would like to play a series.
Oh my God! Yeah, but what are you playing for if you're Dre or Steph? Like Evan put eloquently on the thread this morning. What are you playing for at this juncture? And again, I understand the chances are slim and none, but the bottom line is if you handle business because of the play-in, Dre, you get a chance at OKC. My point is, if this were old school, Dre, your ass, we would be out. Sunday would be our final game.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he said.
It's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm a competitor. So going to the game, I'm going to do all I can to win. But it's not that exciting.
I mean, do you think you'll be excited next week when you have 2 do-or-die road games that, they'll be on big stages?
Well, listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win. I think, as a competitor, you're going to rise to the challenge, But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
Because I know Dre is a gladiator and a Wolverine, Anthony Slates asked him, and what I've been seeing from him just here the last month, I know he'll be ready to go. But just hearing that kind of backs up you or anybody else saying, yeah, they kind of ain't feeling this. But you made this by your performances or their lack of.
Right. I mean, they've played all season together. Butler's hurt. Draymond knows the score. I think he knows that they're not going anywhere.
I don't think we'd ever hear Steph say anything like that.
Probably not.
That mundane. Steph is like, this is what he's wanted. Just give me a chance. And it starts, obviously you got these games before Sunday, but it starts next week at Portland, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a lot of questions about the idea of LeBron. And here's the first thing that I'll say.
All right.
And this is the way I look at it when we talk about LeBron James. Okay, so you're telling me that next year,
right, lay it on me.
There's a chance that the following players are on the roster. LeBron, Curry, Draymond Green, Horford, Butler, Porzingis.
Yes. Like I'm doing a mean Marshawn Lynch.
You've got to be kidding me.
What are our alternatives? LeBron in a Warrior uniform, I don't care who fills out the roster, I'm being so real right now, makes you a better team. Is that good enough? Probably not. But I am not. Give me, and Porzingis is going to miss tonight too. We'll talk about that. But Steiny, man, what else do we have? It's like you're telling me, Goo, just write it out this way and don't even worry about having a future Hall of Famer still bringing something to the table that's better than anything we got right now. I mean, Joe Lacob's kind of telling us that he's trying. He even made Kawhi Leonard sound like LeBron James because he was trying to make something happen. So, yes, I would be yes. And I wouldn't be disgusted at that. Would you? It sounds like you would be.
I don't know if I'd be disgusted, but it would be such an indictment on their own organization because you've had, one of the things you said, and I don't disagree with you as well, I said, well, if they got these 6 fossils on the team, what happens to the younger guys? What happens to Moody? What happens to Pods? What happens to Will Richard? You said they're not good enough yet. And I agree. They ain't gonna get good then. You put these old guys on the same team and they somehow, some of them play 60-ish games.
Right.
And not only that, what happens to the guy you select with the 15th pick in the draft that you think can be a rotation player maybe his first year? What happens to that guy? He's going to get lost just like the other young guys. If you're in the mode of, we got the old guys. I mean, think about this for a sec, too. You won a title in 2022. You drafted young guys during that time. They haven't worked out. And now here we are at the end of the Curry era, and you're going old again.
Because you don't have a player better than the chef, because you struck out when you had opportunities. So you have hitched your wagon to the chef, and I get it. Is it ideal? No. But, Stoney, they're not going to be out there passing their birth certificate around. And you're right, with the 60 games. But the bottom line is, if you tell me no LeBron and you're dependent on this draft pick that we get, and hopefully he can play. But I love Pods. I love Moody. But they're not they're not moving on up like the Jeffersons to make a difference in regard to me in the standings.
You're right. They ain't gonna move up that ladder.
So that would be, can't you understand the synergy behind Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy trying to go get a LeBron James to kind of elongate the what we have left with Steph?
Okay, so you have Steph Curry, who played 40 games. You have Jimmy Butler.
This is horrible.
Has anything in the last 2 years with these injuries made anybody think maybe we shouldn't bank on so many old guys?
But you can't go return these guys. Steph's going to be in a Warrior uniform. Jimmy's going to be in a Warrior uniform. Even if you didn't want to move him, he's going to be in a Warrior uniform. So my question to you and the masses is, what can you do if you wanted to get frisky? This is your reality. So enhance it if you could go get LeBron.
Okay. I mean, if you think LeBron is the answer, I mean.
Estimated eyes, I'm interrupting Steiny. He said it just what. You got to ride it out, Steiny. We're stuck. That's what I guess I'm saying.
Well, you're stuck if you acquire LeBron James. And then what's he coming here for? How long is he coming here for?
2 years?
2 years. Okay. So.
What if it's 1?
2 years.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's 1, then so he's going to retire a Warrior? These are things that need to be talked about.
I want to, real quick here, let's play some ping pong. I want to know why, when you asked me about earlier in the week, Porzingis and his future, and you're willing to risk the biscuit with a 1 year, 25, why is that any different than Bron, who we know is going to play? The health is not an issue.
Because if you're telling me that this will be LeBron's last year as a Warrior, I want you to think about what that looks like. You're telling me LeBron James is going to go on a farewell tour as a Warrior.
I mean, it looks like he could be up out of L.A.
Okay. Do you think LeBron James wants to play for the Golden State Warriors over any other team in the NBA?
I don't.
Okay.
But I feel there's something like I thought I felt with Giannis and Steph.
Well, there wasn't.
What scares me, you're right. What scares me about this is I want to know if LeBron James, what he looks at Steph, Dre, and this iteration of the Warriors, if that's attractive. That's what's scary. It's obvious the Warriors would take him, but does LeBron look and say, okay, I got 1-2 more years. If I go here to the Bay, to the Yay area, we can make some noise? That's what, see, I'm getting so excited about it, but I'm thinking he might be like, I might be able to go somewhere else and have better, results. Just a thought.
Golden State, where young players go to die.
I have a problem with that.
Imagine
you struck out with Wiseman and you struck out with Kuminga. So, yeah, you know what I mean?
I pity the poor 15th pick in the draft getting picked on this particular team.
But our problems are bigger than the 15th pick in the draft. If it was a top 3 pick, now you're talking.
Okay.
We don't know what's going on.
Nope. And then when they leave, you're going to have a bunch of scrubs who've never played, never even tried to be developed. I mean, it's unbelievable to me in a way that the Golden State Warriors thought they were in a championship window. It might have cost them Kuminga and Wiseman. And now it's 4 years later, and they're at it again.
But this is the epitome of all in for Steph.
Yeah, and
he reminded us Easter night.
Okay. Let's go to Deborah. Deborah's in San Leandro.
Deb.
Hey, Deborah, how you doing? Hi, Deborah. Deborah going once.
She's one of our favorites. Chris A. from Oakland, he gets me every time in the chat. Goo doesn't. This is line. Guru doesn't believe what he's saying today. I swear I do.
No, I think
this is it. Michael Jackson.
Yeah, you probably want LeBron James. I'm sure you do.
I'm being serious.
It fits your personality.
Until Deb calls back, those guys you just named, you telling me that wouldn't do nothing for you?
Well, this is the...
If he were to come and those guys you just mentioned, I mean, that's not chopped liver.
That team's got no chance. But no, here's the thing. And this is the part that, I want to get Warrior fans involved with. And it's, okay, so if the Golden State Warriors, are trying to acquire LeBron James.
Yes.
What does that say about how you're going to develop into the future? I guess what I'm saying is, what happens to their young players if you're running out there 3 or 4 guys who are 37 or older? It's crazy to me. That's all.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is right now the future has not started. The future, unfortunately, if you want to use that word, I did, is Steph Curry and Draymond Green. How do you enhance that? That's why we've all licked each other in the face at the station. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but mostly we've all came to the conclusion, we like the possibility of Porzingis. We like what we see when he's healthy. That's a roll of the dice. So why would we go put our feet in the water there, but take it out on the LeBron swimming pool? Because the fact of the matter is the young guys that you're yearning for or you're talking about to me, and this is no shade to any of them currently on the Warriors, they're not good enough.
No, they might get worse.
Well,
listen,
this is it, man.
Well, but here's the thing. Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and the organization has been very candid about this is a 2-year window. This is a 2-year window. Okay, so if it's a 2-year window, that means next year is the last year of the window.
Okay. Well,
what? Oh, you want to go longer than that even?
I'm like, is it, when we just talk about the championship, this being a dynasty, though, it's over.
My point is that I'm not against LeBron, but it can only be for 1 year. But I don't know that I want him for 1 year because basketball-wise, I'm not sold on him. But I think here's what it comes down to. If the Warriors somehow get LeBron James, it's going to be good for them. Because it's going to be a 3-ring circus next year. The Golden State Warriors will be popular. They will be exciting at Chase Center. They will draw on the road. But don't try to convince me that the big picture changes. That's all I'm saying. So you want to go get LeBron and pair him with Curry and create the most interesting team in the league.
Right.
Great. Go do that. You can go do that. But I don't want LeBron under contract in 2 years.
Now, I'm going Batman and the Bat Signal. Shout out Alfred. But when Joe Lacob and Anthony Slater broke that piece of how close the Warriors were to getting Kawhi Leonard, I'm asking you, are you shocked at all that there is some smoke here with LeBron James, that almost manifested? Like, just imagine had it been Kawhi Leonard. To me, that signals that the front office is looking around like, hey, we like these young guys. We don't love them, and they can only take us so far. We need to go add Iron Man to Batman. And now, we got Porzingis here. We got Horford. And the young guys are going to help too, Stott. It's not just like those 5 are going to play 48 minutes.
No, they might not play at all. I mean, how many games did LeBron play this year?
Go ahead. I'll look it up while you.
Did he play 60?
I'll look it up while you keep talking. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. But yeah, what's your point? If he did or didn't? Like, what's your big takeaway there?
My point is the constant dismissal of, okay, how many games Butler play this year? Just answer the question.
Yeah, not enough.
30?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so you got LeBron James played 60 and he's 40. You had Jimmy Butler play 30 and he's 37.
Okay.
You had Steph Curry play 40 and he's 38. Okay, no, you're right. They're going to all play 68 games next year.
I got you. There's a risk involved.
That's just dumb.
But there's a risk involved, no doubt.
The
Browns played 57 this year.
How about this? There's no risk involved with Curry, Butler, Draymond, and the fourth old guy I forgot.
Horford.
There's no risk. They ain't making it through the year.
I probably would take, I'm with you.
Okay, so you tell me what it looks like.
But you still got, we don't know when, I got you. I was going to say, Moody, you got pods.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Struggling a little bit today, though, because I forgot my reading glasses.
Oh, man.
Forgot my reading glasses.
Come on, dude.
I know. Mick.
Can't you borrow some from somebody here?
I asked around, but nobody would. All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
But I am having a son in a couple weeks, and
you're naming him Guru.
I'm naming him after you, bro. I swear to you, I'm letting you know right now. I'm not going to say his full name on the live or whatnot, but his initials are going to be PTO.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's the greatest line from a listener in the last 2-3 weeks.
But you guys don't understand how emotional, what it was doing to my person. I was over here like, wait till I tell Norm somebody named. And then the dude had a little line.
All right. I feel better because we got a plan here. And you know what? Should I do it? With the text you got, a little low blow there.
No.
He's been hitting us.
No, Mark Abanyas, the great Mark Abanyas, just always checks on me and the fam when I'm out. And then I had told him, we had talked, couldn't wait to see you at Scott's, shindig. So he just let me know that there wasn't a 957
What did he write?
Representative last night.
There wasn't a 95?
Yeah, Bonte was invited. He had a brand new baby girl. Congrats to the Hill family.
Here's what we're going to do, and hopefully it'll work.
Oh, yeah.
I said awesome. Like I do. I feel so
Did Evan
bad.
say it first? It don't matter. I'm not in
I said, let's get Osler on the phone if we can right now. And Evan said, I got a better idea.
He did.
He said, let's see if we can get Osler to come in here for an hour tomorrow.
Bam!
So, Scott, if you're out there listening, and I know you're not, why don't you come in tomorrow from 1 to 2?
Man!
And then we'll take a stroll down to the ship, and we will pay our respects to you.
No doubt! That is awesome.
That's what we'd like to do.
Where would we set the odds of this? Like right now, would you say
come on the air? I think.
Well, I'm talking about your studio into the ship.
Tomorrow might be short timing, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. Or next week if you can't do it Friday.
Well, we'll dedicate a day to him.
That's not a bad idea at all. Yeah. Or an hour.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I mean, he's one of the greatest. He legitimately is one of the greatest of all time.
And Mark Abanya set the bar with his retirement party. And the good time that I had. And now I was so just ready for part 2 with Scott Osler. And, I'm in the hospital looking at the invite of the names. I'm not judging. I was like, man, it was an honor to be invited. And I'm thinking you're there for me.
He's been drilling me. So you do know that Mark Abanyas had nothing to do with his retirement party. He didn't put together the list. It wasn't even his house. Did you know that?
Yeah, of course.
That wasn't even his house.
Yeah, I got you. That was his hood, though. And he had everything to do with it.
Stop referring to Napa as a hood.
Listen, his career is why he had something to do with that. I'll drop the mic on that.
I don't know what that means, but
he did.
If you remember, everybody's afraid.
He was the reason.
If you guys remember, everybody, like a lot of the media's afraid of Steph and LeBron.
Like, do you really mean that?
Yeah, but remember, it was 4 years ago, remember? I asked Curry.
Oh.
Because LeBron had said, I might want to play with Steph.
You did.
Remember this?
You hear what your boy said?
Who, my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with?
In today's game, Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef.
You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah.
I guess the latest one, yeah. No. Well, we got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one of the greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing.
Right.
We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
And it might not be. That was great you went to that. Or if Evan told you to, you could tell that's why Lakers been trying.
He said he's good, though, for now.
Well, he was 4 years ago. Now he's not. That was before they went on the playoff run to win the title in 2022. I want to say you're correct.
I believe, because LeBron didn't make the playoffs that year.
Because we saw him before he was coming back from injury, and they went on to win it. But just think of how giddy he was.
I mean, he was flattering. The question is, has anything changed? He said he was good for now.
Well, that was years ago.
Right.
Things have changed. You're in the play-in. LeBron's team's not.
Yeah. Let's jump into this a little bit. Let's go to Nico in Sacramento.
Nico.
Hey, Nico, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Thanks, man. Good. Love the show as always.
Thank you.
Glad you're back, Guru. Glad you're back. Of course, you know.
I'm still bleeding from your low blow.
Everyone that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I love the rejoin, guys. I appreciate it.
This is him.
Thank you guys so much, man.
Sure.
But Guru, you just said it. Yeah, this team is in the play-in, and you expect them to do something better next year with LeBron James. Like, the Lakers are loaded compared to what the Warriors have. So I don't understand how you see them being anything better. I mean, if they got LeBron James, maybe they get the 6th seed, and that's being generous, bro. Like, they're not going anywhere with just getting LeBron James. Like, this team is missing a lot of pieces for any kind of run to go anywhere. And that's more than just bringing LeBron in or bringing Kawhi or bringing anybody in to suffice. It's not going to be one person.
Jimmy Butler's coming back, Nico. Don't forget that. Jimmy Butler is some
Jimmy
duration.
Butler's coming back to be a gimp, Guru.
Oh, wow.
He's a gimp, man. Come on, bro. Who comes back off of the ACL and is just amazing? Or he's going to rewind back to the same old person he was where he was averaging 20. That's not going to happen, Guru. Come on, man. Get that out of your head. He'll probably average 12 like that season. That's being honest, dude. He's not going to be that great. He's not going to have the jump, the skill, the speed. Of course, he's going to have no speed.
Hey,
and he's going to bring in LeBron James, who's going to be 43.
All right, let me lay this on you. Let me lay this on you because this is fact.
Yeah.
And just act like I'm Joe Lacob real quick for this exercise. He tried to get, allegedly, Kawhi Leonard. What would you have said if it was announced that Kawhi Leonard was a Golden State Warrior? And the reason I'm asking you, do what you can. This is all in for Steph.
Oh, I would have. I'm buying a jersey. I'm getting a Claw T-shirt. I'm doing all that. Guru, of course, because he brought in Kawhi. Well, that's different from bringing in LeBron James next year because we have nothing on the roster right now. I mean, if you brought in Kawhi, yeah, you would have gave up the future for him. But then you're telling the fans here, we think our roster is good enough, we have a shot. I don't believe they're good enough and have any kind of shot, even with Kawhi. But it doesn't really matter about that, Guru. They're too old to go anything deep into the playoffs. Al Horford is old. Porzingis is old. Curry's old. Like, you're preying on something that's not going to hold up like Dib's knee. I love the show, guys. Have a good one.
Shout out Dibs.
I didn't like that. Was Guru. That was Evan's laugh. Yeah. Dibs.
I didn't like Gimp. I don't like that. I thought of Pulp Fiction, but yeah, God no Dibs.
Yeah. Here's
he
another.
Was negative. Nico's negative. That's all. And I love him. We love him.
Okay. Who have I forgotten? Okay, I'm going to give you a list. Who have I forgotten? Giannis, Dwight Howard, LeBron, Paul George, Markkanen, Kawhi Leonard, Kevin Durant. Who have I forgotten that the Warriors have allegedly gone after, never have gotten, but this will be the magical year that they get one of these guys. As they get fewer and fewer assets to offer up.
Now, full transparency, we got to make sure.
Anybody?
We don't know how close to some of those deals.
Miles Turner?
Yeah, no, but not like those guys. Those guys were, we were having
Aaron Gordon? Siakam? No, he wasn't good enough either back in the day.
Man. Yeah, I get your drift, but the bottom line is, to Nico's point, you got 10 problems. What's your goal?
How many last
to get it down to 9, 8, 7? Well, that's what I'm saying. What venue are you at? Joe Lacob, and I got to tell you this. You didn't ask. You or Evan. You know I got the Joe Lacob lenses when I'm at the game, the Joe Lacob cam.
Yeah.
When people were clapping, and I didn't see him demonstrate a lot of exuberance in regard to he's got a lot on his mind, and rightfully so. But my point is, he tried to land a big dog in Kawhi Leonard. He's probably going to do the same with LeBron. This is the direction they're trying to go, because if you don't go this direction and you don't land the big fish, what's next year look like?
Next year looks like you might have Curry. You'll get Butler back. Draymond's on the team. No. Maybe you have Porzingis.
Well, seeding-wise, what's that look, 10th, 11th, 12th?
And then you hopefully get a player in here. Here's the other thing where, and I forget who's been saying this, but I've kind of been like nodding yes, but now I disagree. And it's the Warriors don't have to have a great season. They just have to be healthy going into the playoffs. And they can't make it through the playoffs with this team and these guys next year. Like, they can't make it through the playoffs, I don't believe.
Well, one, you got to qualify.
Well, I'm just saying.
Doing that this year, and there's extenuating circumstances. But, I mean, I would love to see that upon us so we could see if you're wrong.
So they're playing every other day in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They'll open up with a good team. Then they'll get a great team. Then they'll get even a better team. Then they'll be it.
It's your reality, though, sir.
No, it's your fantasy. It's your fantasy. Oh, boy. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I know I'm giving you a lot and interrupting, but that's what I do. Now, I told you and Evan I would give $25 million to one DeAnthony Melton, and we were having fun, 20. But it's not. What if I'm telling you I'm watching this team, and the more I'm watching Melton, I could see a scenario to where he's not on the team next year. When I thought that was like it was. And what
would that tell you?
They needed more. I mean, he's not a bad player by any stretch, but I've seen some warts. And I don't know if it's fatigue. And
I wouldn't pay Melton more than $10 million.
And I don't think he would take $10 million.
Well, I want to see who pays him if it's not the Warriors, because I'm not convinced somebody's going to give him a mid-level.
We like the dude too.
Yeah. Deborah is in San Leandro.
Right,
hey, Deborah.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Garrett, Steiny, use your phone to help you read. Use it as a magnifying glass. Okay, that's what I've done when I left my readers.
Hey,
you're the best.
That is great.
You.
MacGyver, Deborah version.
Oh, she's right. Magnifier.
Wow.
Thank you, Deborah. You're absolutely right. It
You're
works.
Welcome. Hey, I appreciate LeBron's greatness, and he's a great player, but I don't need him on my team at this point in his career. We don't need to get that much older. So from a business perspective, right, Joe Lacob, do you want to put butts in the seat because you have LeBron on your roster for a year? Or are you going to look towards the future and start building so that, some sustainability? Or are you just a quick old folks home to put together to put butts in the seat? So I don't need LeBron.
Thanks, Deborah.
That's my 2 cents.
Appreciate you, Deborah, and appreciate the magnifying.
Well, that is awesome. How do you move? You don't move out of your home until you purchase a new home and it's ready for you. So for all these people saying you don't want to go there, then what do you want to do? Stay status quo? And take it, because it sounds like I'm not disagreeing with you guys, and I'm part of that with Porzingis, but that's a risk in itself. So if we're doing that, we're desperate. Why not try to get Bron if you can?
Yeah, like I said, if you want to bring Bron in for a year, first of all, the other thing is, how do you do it? How do you do it?
That part I was leaving to you.
Okay, but it's not going to be easy. But again, you want to bring him in for a year? Go ahead and bring him in for a year, but I'm with Deborah. Bring him in for a year, and then I kind of know what you're doing. I do kind of know what you're doing.
Clear the books.
No,
you said
you just want to have a 3-ring circus year where you're selling out and
Yeah.
I mean, it would. If LeBron James were on the Warriors with Steph Curry, they would be the team that, ESPN would be like, we got to cover them. We got to cover them.
Well, they kind of lightweight did that this year. We just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, if you want to do that, have that kind of year, no harm, no foul. But keep waiting.
Well, I thought you said if they did 1 year, the year after next is the year for the Warriors where the books are clean.
That's what I mean.
So
what I'm saying
comes in, then you would
right. I know what you're doing.
Oh, gotcha.
I know it. Like if you're bringing LeBron in for 1 year, nod, wink, wink.
Right,
we all know what you're doing, which is fine.
But on the floor, you're better than where you are now. That to me is a get.
I don't know. I don't know. And if you think for a minute that I'm going to assume they're going to be healthy next year, it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
But we're going to find out is what I'm saying. So you got to plan accordingly, and that's the one thing you don't get privy. If you're not privy to that information of when and who's going down. Imagine bringing in LeBron and he gets hurt, or you're bringing LeBron and Steph goes down with runner's knee again, his new normal.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, like that's just what you're a slave to until you swap out, the OGs for the youth movement. And right now our youth movement doesn't have we got some players, but we don't got enough. And I don't think they're good enough. There's no one in waiting here in the Warriors. There's not even a 2.
No, that's because those are the things you're going to try to go get at the end of next offseason.
And you had an opportunity years past to get those, and you struck out.
Right.
So there's a price to pay, and that's part of it. The bills come due.
The bill hasn't come due. That's the point. The bill has not come due yet.
And I'm ordering LeBron, so I don't got to pay it.
So the bill's coming due the year after LeBron. Like, this is tread water to me.
Man.
It's tread water.
What would you call this season? And the fact that we're 3 games left.
This season should have been the punctuation mark to moving on. It's what it should have been. It should have started last year when Curry got hurt against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and we be realistic about where he's at, and more important, let's be realistic about what we're asking of Steph at this age. And he gets hurt against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Oh, okay, that's bad luck.
A fluke, yeah.
Okay, a fluke, my ass. And then Jimmy Butler gets hurt this year.
Oh, man.
Okay, now he's missing half this year, half next year. Okay, but let's go get another guy who plays 60 games, who's 42 and probably won't even play 60 next year.
If you're serious, and I mean,
I told you what I would do.
No, I want you to just, right now, I'm Daryl Lacob, you're Joe Lacob. If you were on the bus with him, having a beer with him, would you ask him, and how would you, so we could hear it? Well, like, why are you going this direction, Joe?
I know why he's going this direction, because he knows at some point they could become irrelevant. And it could be next year, but it probably won't be if LeBron's on the team.
But let's say we lose to Portland in the play-in game. Isn't that a relevant city, right? Aren't we living that now?
What do you mean?
The fact that we didn't make the playoffs this year.
Okay, and again, you assumed they were going to make the playoffs this year.
Oh, no
they
doubt.
didn't, and now you're assuming if they get LeBron, they'll make the playoffs next year. Can I ask you why? Why would you assume the Warriors would make the playoffs next year with LeBron James? Assuming.
Well, one, his talent, okay, and then two, I'm playing the game that you're playing right now. I'm hoping guys stand up and can be around for 55 to 65 games. And I'm one of the guys.
That seems like a Hail
fine.
Mary to me.
I'm the one guy that took the Curry hammy injury and ran the other way as if it were a positive because I felt good about why and what they were thinking when they went and got Jimmy Butler. We saw it kind of manifest. No, we saw it manifest, and then it was ripped out from underneath.
Right, so let's try to do the same thing 2 years later.
Yeah,
just doesn't make sense to me anymore. It just doesn't. You know,
I'm here with you.
Let's go to Kumar. Kumar's in Ukiah. Hey, Kumar, how you doing, man?
Trying, always be raising prices on people. If your 2026 is simpler that way, it'll cost less. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, that's some serious stuff.
I mean, it's going to cost less in 2026.
Yeah. I mean, can't get over the word GIMP. I was thinking, like that.
That's not a good word.
And that's what life's about.
Pulp Fiction, the GIMP.
Like I was thinking, what's he talking about? The 2026 Warriors payroll?
I thought he was talking
It's not going to be less. Or more, or whatever.
I kind of wanted to let him keep going.
Like, come on.
Nah, we got to do the right thing there. You know what I don't
Spike
do?
Lee.
You know what I don't do? I don't eavesdrop. Hey, ass, what are you doing?
You do it.
You do it at the cafeteria all the time.
And you do it to me when I'm on the phone.
You talk loud enough for the sales department to hear you. That's not eavesdropping. That's getting intruded upon.
Nah, you're ear hustling.
There he is. There it is.
So you guys can't stand this, and I love doing it. Because everybody around here takes my headphones. I now keep them in Hegan's office.
I saw you go in there.
Yeah, I walked right in.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's on the phone. I don't care if he's got a person in there.
But they don't say Steiny. Nobody knows that they're yours.
No, my point is I walk in.
Headphones.
No, they're mine. That's why I keep them there. The point is when I walk in, I go, get my headphone, walk out. I don't care what he's talking about. He's on the phone half the time, and I don't know what he's doing the other half of the time, but I just go get, I wonder who he's talking to. I wonder if he's talking to the boss. Is he talking about money? Are we getting raises? No. Go get your headset and leave.
You're saying this stuff, you've been thinking it subconsciously.
No. In fact, I make a point of when I walk in there to get in and out as fast as possible.
You know who you are? When I call people, you got the wrong number, and then they try to give you 10 questions. Where's he live? Just shut up. I got the wrong number. You're one of those. You keep inquiring. Just hang up. You're bored. I got the wrong number. I can see him. Was it 5 cents? You know what I mean? Just hang up.
Curry, Draymond Green.
Let's go.
LeBron.
Come on.
Horford. Peyton. Butler.
Post.
No, he's not even going to be on the team next year.
I'm worried about him.
Porzingis. You can't have that team. You can't.
Well,
you can't.
Outside of Bron, you got it now.
You can't have that next year.
You understand that's very feasible.
Well, it's not feasible. I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, but I don't believe LeBron's coming here. Why would LeBron want to come to the Warriors?
That's what scares me. That's the part. Are we Halle Berry to him? Pam Grier.
Why would Kawhi Leonard want to come to the Warriors?
Well, it was going to be a trade, so he had nothing to do. He couldn't have stopped it.
Oh, God.
But I'm hearing noise about that fiasco thing they got with Ballmer. Maybe he is a free agent. Kawhi.
But again, we had Gelsey on. It's like that's rewarding Kawhi Leonard in a way, letting him be a free agent and going to another team other than, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know would he ever do it because I don't think he's never done it. But like, I mean, imagine Kawhi becomes a free agent and he's just like, yeah, I'm going to Boston.
Well, not enough balls in Boston, but yeah.
But then he goes to Boston. He's like, "This is great. I only have to play 50 games a year."
Well, that part,
and we'll win 60 games, and then,
man,
yeah, nobody competes. Nobody wants to compete anymore.
What do you mean?
What?
Are you watching Kawhi now with this team? He's playing his ass off. He's giving
My point is, nobody, stop. How many teams are tanking? This is what I mean. How many teams are tanking? And then on top of it, how many teams don't care, which is now including the Warriors, apparently. Because Draymond, clearly the play-in game for Draymond is just regular season game 83.
No, he's saying, and I'm a defender. I'm a Johnny
There's
Cochran,
no defending him.
Draymond Green.
They're not into it.
I don't want a fee, Dre.
They're not into it.
This is free. Let me tell you what Dre meant, the gladiator. He's almost ashamed that his Warrior team has to qualify for the playoffs.
You're right.
Via the play-in.
That's right.
That's what that meant.
And that's why he doesn't care.
Night, he will be on 12.
I don't think he'll look any different than he's looked all season.
Well, he's had a motor here lately that I appreciate.
I mean, he's telling you.
Dre's doing the Vitello.
It's not exciting. It's not.
That hurt.
But, I'm a competitor. So it's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm
okay. I must have. You know what? I'm sorry. He said I'm excited about the play-in. I missed this.
Yeah.
I missed this. All right. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe you've been in a car accident or a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
What's your financial future look like? At Pentanelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PentanelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pentanelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pentanelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Play, donate, or get involved. Every dollar supports local autism programs. Register now at agapecharity.golf.com. Don't miss it.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shoot, you know what I didn't do is I wanted to do this.
Go to Hustler's party.
Well, I know.
It wasn't his night.
It was his night, and
that's 5E.
I forgot what I was going to say.
That's my fault.
I know.
You know what I forgot to do?
What?
No, that's what you said, and then I jumped in.
You know what I forgot to do?
Everything.
That's not going to help me.
The legal.
No, I did the legal. What was it? No, I'll see. I'm going to get thrown off.
Right. Well, I'll say
Something
this.
with a dog?
No, it was, I don't know.
And do you need a dog sitter, or you guys need a dog sitter, so when you do have functions, you can say, hey, can you be at the house? The dog needs tending to.
Yeah, we've got a couple teenagers in the area that come in. Well, I mean, if you want to be nosy, like apparently you are, Kevin and his family are in Florida, so they couldn't do it this week. And Drew and his family are visiting colleges for their son who's in high school. So they're not around either. So I have I have people and a backup, but neither of them are in the Bay right now.
Okay.
So here's my question. So LeBron James and the Lakers are in town tonight. Curry's just come back from injury. And I understand they're not 1-2 in the standings, but doesn't it feel like a Giants game?
In what regard?
I don't hear a buzz. This could be This could be the last time they play each other. This probably won't be, but could be. Could be the Warriors' last home game of the year.
That's what's
and it could be. Who knows if LeBron James packs it in?
But he's not, and they're going to play collectively. 2 to 3 years each of them. That's what I believe.
Okay, so I'm gonna argue against my own point here. Okay, so I said, okay, sure, bring LeBron in here, be a 3-ring circus. Well, maybe it won't. I mean, Steph and LeBron are playing a game tonight at Chase. There's not very much excitement at all, and so why would it be exciting next year when they're playing together? And this goes back to, so try to bear with me here. Yesterday, Evan and I were talking about Bill Simmons. He had a podcast.
Evan let me know in the city.
Yeah, where he talked about how, Steph Curry has never been the best player in the NBA. That even in 16 or whatever that year was, LeBron's team had him 3. Anyway, he said LeBron's been the best player, and then in 2022 it became Jokic. So maybe the reality of the situation is that Curry and LeBron they're old news.
But they're not.
Well, then why doesn't anybody care about the game tonight?
Because if you want to be real and put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, the bottom line is this has been an F season for the NBA. Everybody's talking about your product. We're watching coaches tell their players to foul, miss me with the explanation. Tanking is running rampant. And the bottom line is the way that this system and season is set up with this new plan, there is not much theater for the end. But I will tell you tomorrow night, the game of the year to me, you don't even know this is Portland and the Clippers. That's a game that has meaning in regard to who's going to get that A seed for the play-in. But we can't throw rocks at the Warriors-Laker matchup when the Lakers have handled their business and they solidified where they're going to be. And the Golden State Warriors, we have questions in regard to health, but I'm being so real, partner. The playoffs are about a week, 2 away. Like, when you say buzz, what do you mean? Because I'm going to be watching, and what are you looking for at the end? You know what time it is when teams already know where they're kind of slotted at, and the Warriors are one of them, and the Lakers as well.
I mean, I think really...
Like when you say buzz.
Well, there's not a buzz about tonight's game. And I get there are reasons, but it's still LeBron and Steph. And I think what we're finding out is that, they're getting passed by. And it's natural. They're both up there, and they don't. One guy's on a team that's not a factor, Steph, and the other guy's on a team where he's not even the best player, and so they're not. They're just both not as intriguing as they were 5 years ago or compelling. And I don't know that they're going to be good enough next year to be successful.
Well, up until
healthy
Curry got
enough.
hurt, partner, I thought
Which
it was a
time?
bad.
Which time? Last year in the playoffs or this year?
The runner's knee.
Okay.
Because
he got hurt last year,
how
too.
the league had so many young options in regard to Ant, Jokic, whatever fits your bill, Jalen Green. But Jaylen Brown, the bottom line was we still, and I think you said it, you tell me if I'm wrong, we still talked about how great LeBron and Steph were before LeBron decided to play third fiddle, how they were still carrying the league, and how could you believe it that they're doing it at their age?
Well, I don't think they're carrying the league anymore. That's kind of what my point is I think they're becoming an afterthought.
Now, if they get together, can they do it? That's where I'm like, if you put Steph finally, if they got to combine forces, I got to believe you're staring at a 5th or 6th seed. And then again, the question,
that's a
you're
50-win team.
With health for the playoffs, what could you do? Like, who wouldn't want to see that? Even if, you got to do everything if you're Joe Lacob for everything for Steph.
Okay, so we're still doing that. I just wanted to be clear.
Right.
We're still doing that.
Gave us that was, come on now, that was.
What?
That was everything for Steph, too.
No, I know, but they didn't get him.
Right. But my point is that their mindset is still they're trying.
Giannis was everything for Steph. LeBron was everything for Steph. Paul George was everything for Steph. Markkanen was everything for Steph. Kawhi was everything for Steph. Durant's everything for Steph. They haven't gotten any of them.
Yeah. But that's a different conversation.
No, it isn't.
Are you not getting the guys?
So you're going to waste your time again?
Well, I was told that they sniffed Markkanen and
another guy they sniffed.
Yeah, but they went the other way. Like
Draymond talked him out of it. I don't care why. They haven't gotten anybody, and they keep bringing up these big names. That's all. And as far as next year goes, I don't. Go ahead, bring him in.
No,
bring him in.
Right.
But you're telling on yourself. That's what I would say.
I think you're already told on yourself.
Well, yeah, but let's stop telling. Okay, when do we stop telling on ourselves and start telling the truth? You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this, and I keep saying it like I was somebody. With my sales background, Steiny, if one customer doesn't buy, you don't stop. You keep going until you get that one. So
yeah, I disagree with that.
And I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to call it your trepidation or any Warrior fans' trepidation about the future. I'm talking about next year. That's why I'm getting a headache talking about it now. I'm so honed in on these 3 games left of the 82 for the regular season, the play-in, and then we could get to the playoff. And that's putting I'm being such an adult when it comes to sports, and I'm proud of myself because I'm taking nothing for granted. And Steph getting hurt with that runner's knee, missing the amount of games, has me shook to the core of, okay, this ain't even close to how bad it could really get.
It's going to. Do you think it's ever going to get bad?
Well, when he leaves and he didn't play, that was no shade at any player. That was bad. We didn't have a star on the court. But I watched. That's bad. We don't have any young guys to look forward to right now.
So the reason you're going to go get LeBron is because you don't have enough young guys. All right. Fair.
I think they would go get LeBron because Joe Lacob would think we might have a puncher's chance.
Joe Lacob wants LeBron to fill seats.
But isn't he doing that now with Curry?
What do you mean?
When he's not hurt, the seats
Curry's
are full.
healthy.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that part of it hasn't got funky to where you need somebody to go with Steph to fill the seats. The chef's doing that. The kitchen is full.
The Chase Center has not been full this year.
Well, we haven't read anything.
We've been there.
Yeah.
The Chase Center has not been full this year to the degree it has been.
Will you give me this to fight that, to combat that? It's not been written about or an issue yet. It's far for Joe Lacob. You know what I'm saying? He ain't driving to work like, oh, my God, they're not coming. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You ever see the third quarter of a game?
People are getting the free food and the free drink.
Fine. Yeah, if you think Chase is as full and as exciting as it's been in the past, then I don't know what to tell you.
How about
because
this?
It hasn't been.
I'm going to give you the point. All the more reason to bring in LeBron from a business standpoint.
Exactly. That's why you're doing it.
Okay.
Just acknowledge, right, it's not basketball. It's business.
But see, I think you get more than a portion of the basketball element.
I mean,
because LeBron still can bring something to the table.
I just believe if the Golden State,
No, I'm listening to you.
How can this team, with what's happened the last 2 years and the age of their roster, say, let's go get the oldest player in the league? It's a joke almost to me. And then, you know what? Seriously, Goo, next year when Curry gets hurt, are you going to say it's Buzzard's luck? Or when LeBron plays 42 games, it's Buzzard luck?
No,
or when Butler never comes back, it's
I get all that. What I want you to do, because I think you're being unfair, what would you do?
I told you
but tell us again, just remind me, what would you do?
You have to make a decision on Porzingis. Do you want Porzingis back or not? I don't want him back for one more year. And if you're asking me, would I rather have LeBron James for 1 year or not LeBron James for 1 year? I'd probably say I'd rather have LeBron James for 1 year. But don't try to trick me into believing that we now believe we're a serious contender and a serious franchise right now. That's all I'm saying.
Well, my point is you would be better if both those things happened and Porzingis remained a Warrior and you brought in LeBron. Can't you just look me in the face and say, Goo, you're dead right? I don't
know if they'd be better. You thought they would be better.
Yeah.
You thought there was no chance they could miss the playoffs this year.
Right. But I didn't foresee Jimmy. And now you could say, well, dummy, why didn't you? I didn't see that.
Okay, but I'm giving you an opportunity to see it with LeBron and with Curry and still with Butler. With Horford. We saw it with Horford.
I'm being real. I would rather take those chances than to just be boring like they were when Steph was out.
Okay. Okay. And I'm not, look, I'm sitting here saying if they go out and get LeBron, I would understand, and I would. But I wouldn't take them seriously as a championship team just because they got LeBron. Let's go to Chris in Pleasanton. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? What's going on?
I think, how are you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
So I think the big elephant in the room nobody's ever talking about is maybe it's just the coaching, and Steve Kerr's got to go. They've been up by 20 points so many times, only to lose that game by 1 point at the end.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was waiting for you to add on a little bit.
Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like he's got all these star players, yet even his coaching is what's losing the games, it seems like, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how much talent they have on that floor right now outside of Steph, to be honest with you. But I hear you, Chris. It's like, what does LeBron mean for Kerr, if anything? You know,
Well,
does that mean Kerr's going to be back for definitely at least one more year? Thanks a lot for the call, Chris. Appreciate it, man.
What did I say to you? You can back me up. In the green room, had a great time with you, Evan, and Will and Christy in the suite. And I'm sitting there, and all the noise, and rightfully so, is about Doug Christie and what the Kings did at the end of that game. But I just asked you this morning, how the hell were they? How did we not beat that team, even with no Porzingis or Horford? How were they even in the game on the road?
Because you want me to?
Yeah, no, I'm going to be quiet.
Because you're under some crazy illusion that the Warriors are still a team that can play not well and beat anybody. Wow. And I don't know how many times. They're 500. What do you mean, how did they almost lose to the Kings?
So I'm living in the past.
No, but go get LeBron.
But now you're talking to Laker. Or go get Kawhi.
I'm talking to you. There's never been a guy that's come down the pike that you haven't wanted.
Because I want to get better. I like Paul George. Okay. All those guys you named, like
there's no guarantees that you think Paul George would have made the Warriors better?
Well,
okay. I'm just wondering, just asking.
This is our reality here in Warrior World. Shout out Sheed. There's some tough decisions to be made, but again, I would love to see Porzingis back, and there's a risk in that for 1 year. Why not LeBron for one? And then what you've talked about where you got me excited, everything comes clean in regard to the books, and you start there. Maybe Steph is looking around like, let me help you do it. Let me help you. You know what I mean? They got to know. But I would like to see them play at least 4 games against OKC just for the sake of, let's see how far off we are. I want to see that.
Well, they're 10. They're the 10 seed. Right. So they're 9 places off. And here's the bottom line, and I don't care if you disagree or not, because I'm right.
Go ahead.
You are more excited about an Oklahoma City series than Draymond Green. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Would you say that's a problem? And we call me a fan. That's what I am.
Yeah, but it's more the state of the NBA.
And that man.
But, do you think Draymond Green's thinking, God, I'd love to play OKC to see exactly where we're.
Up until hearing that comment, the answer would have been hell yes.
No.
Now, let's flip it. Steph Curry, who told us to our face, all I want is a chance. How do you get a chance? Qualify for the playoffs.
Okay.
How do you do that? 2 road games this year. So forget what Dre's saying.
Now we're going to forget what Dre's saying.
I'm telling you, he's so prideful, I believe. I'm just the guru telepathy.
He's really excited, but he said he's not.
Come game time for the play-in, first game, he'll be all in, but he ain't
He'll be all in like he was all in last night or 2 nights ago. Not going to be any more in, I don't believe. Let's listen to it again. Draymond Green getting ready for the play-in.
It's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm a competitor. So going to the game, I'm going to do all I can and win. But it's not that exciting.
Do you think you'll be excited next week when you have 2 do-or-die road games? Do or die. They'll be on big stages.
Well, listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win, I think, as a competitor, you're going to rise to the challenge, you know.
Yes, sir.
But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
That's a shot at the NBA and the play-in itself. But that's what he's really doing. But he told you I'm going to be ready in
right.
play.
He's going to put it into robot mode, which is, I know I have a game tonight, so I'm going to be a professional. But it's not like, woo, playing, sky-high Warriors coming out. Nah, like, that's not the way it works.
And it shouldn't.
And he goes, I mean, when the game comes, I'll be a competitor like I am too. Every time I play. But other than that, I'm not doing anything special. How come? Because we're not going anywhere.
But he's a winner. He's a champ 4 times over. So
that's why he knows.
I'm being honest here with you. Draymond, this is the only way that you can qualify. You're really, truly not a playoff team. But I would hope that the fire that burns within.
They don't want it like that anymore, Goo.
Man, I'll give you that.
I'll
give you that. That hit me. They don't want it like that.
Draymond Green, as competitive as he is not as hungry as he has been. Come on now. I mean, that says it right there.
And maybe that's why Joe Lacob didn't look. And again, I can't read minds, but I just kept watching him even when people were up and the Warriors were going on runs the other night against Sac. He didn't look too enthused.
Just for kicks, what would you rather do? Have LeBron for 1 year or Kawhi Leonard for 2, but you give up 2 first-round picks?
Oh, LeBron for 1. The first-round picks are like that's which route I'm going. Though Calvin's growing up.
Okay, so just so we're clear, you're gonna probably draft somebody at 15 who in this draft should be a rotation guy, and you're going to bring that rookie onto a team with LeBron and Steph and Draymond and Horford.
We did it with Will Richard.
Yeah, no. You did it with Kuminga, didn't play. No. You did it with Wiseman, didn't play. You did it with Moody early in his career, didn't play. Yeah, Steve Kerr's going to look down the bench and say, I'm going to a rookie instead of Gary Payton II. Come on. We know what's going to happen.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's going to be his choice. Like, if we don't, that's in flux.
Okay, so then you're going to bring in a new coach to coach a team with LeBron and Steph next year.
Nobody asked me, but just in regard to that, I honestly believe if Kerr would have dipped, Stotts or Stackhouse would get the job. Like, that's how far I believe that search would go. It's my 2 cents. You didn't ask.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I think they'd probably go with outside. But what do I know? Mike Malone's off the table. Michael Malone off the table. Oh, man.
Did you guys talk about Vrabel?
A little bit.
What were your thoughts?
What are my thoughts?
More specifically, Diana Rossini, who I like and I appreciate her work. Why is the media running from, where's Adam Schefter and the gang on this? Like, I'm asking.
Colleagues.
All right.
I mean, Adam Schefter knows Diana Rossini. He was actually on.
But you still have a job.
I heard him talking about it, and he evaded every question.
All right.
Except saying if it's true, I feel bad for the families.
Right. And the kids. They both have kids, allegedly.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
no saint. So I got asterisks on my resume, before marriage, single. When I see a picture or photos like that, I got some questions.
Yeah, but
just reading Bible verses.
No, but the question, I mean, I don't like, the funny thing is I don't really care about their families or if they're cheating on their spouses.
Right. I hear you.
My question would be, do you, I mean, like, to me, I didn't learn anything I didn't know from those photos. Like, the guys, the big boys in the media who break the stories have very close relationships with the people that know the news that needs to be broken. And they develop relationships with those people, and there's a trust that's built, and that's how you get stories. And I'm sure Diana Rossini works sources just like Schefter and Woj and Shams, and I don't really care that she's hugging Mike Vrabel. That's just the way the game works now. In fact, I read something from Ethan Sherwood Strauss, and it had a link on it where there was Was there something like Schefter's acknowledged that one of the reasons he does well is because like he buys gifts for the people that give him stories. I gotta write that. I gotta make sure before I say something like that. Yeah. But and I can double check.
So you butter your bread, right? The hand that feeds you, right? You never like.
There's always guys who talk to the media more than others, and there's guys who, say, yeah, go ahead and write it, but don't use my name. That's what the biggest thing is. Mm-hmm. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Lakers tonight.
Dude.
Yeah. LeBron and Steph on the court one more time.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, something's changed. The pecking order in the NBA may be changing or has changed. Maybe it's Jokic's league and Shea's and Doncic's now. Because can the face of the league be the third best player on the Lakers and Steph Curry, who's on a 10-seed team?
Well, I just look at LeBron, like he was sitting pretty and the Lakers were getting some momentum. So he's looking at it like, man, we're in top 5 seed. Steph's at the bottom, the 10th seed. So those are different.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back on the other side. 957.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi partner Bryson DeChambeau is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit HabisLaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Partly cloudy for San Francisco, high temperature 66.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Nothing against Vitello. I'm an Italian.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
What?
It's getting older, man.
I know you are.
Anyway.
My hip's feeling better.
Good. I'm a little down on Evan.
Why? He just delivered. He just delivered.
Let's get to that. He did. He is Karl Malone.
All right.
Forget what I was about to say.
1 o'clock?
Thereabouts, yeah.
Tomorrow around 1 o'clock, Hall of Famer Scott Ostler coming into the studio.
In studio, baby.
We got to have gifts for him.
I got a bottle.
I'll bring something in, too.
You got to write him an apology note.
Well, don't forget
that is the apology, him coming in tomorrow.
No doubt.
He's coming in out of his way.
Dude, this is awesome.
People love this, though.
You're not spending time out of your day.
I don't like what Evan's doing.
No, but hopefully he'll come out with us after for an hour or so.
Save that. Yeah, we don't want to.
I didn't have confirmation on that.
Okay.
No, don't. Yeah. I'll tell you what. In our 8 years together, pre-Evan, how many in-studio guests have we had? If you were on the Steiny and Guru Jeopardy, it ain't a lot.
Well, there were two I remember, and neither of them worked. Bonte and Dibley.
Well, they were on the show. You, me, and Bonte went to Vegas,
kidding.
baby. Yeah, Summer League.
I know we've had some people for sure. Baldy, we had once. I think we had to have Baldy once.
I mean, Lowe's been in studio with you guys, right?
But I'm different than Lowe because Lowe's part of it. You know what I mean? The machine.
It's pretty hard to coordinate these.
Kirk Lakup's been in, not with us, I don't think, though.
We had him out on their territory. Yeah. But somebody coming in, like Bonte and Shasky had Lakup years ago.
You guys had Marlon Wayans.
We did.
That's right.
That was a really cool interview.
Was it?
I enjoyed it.
Oh, okay.
Especially you ribbing him about, was it about Bird versus Jordan or something?
Yeah. He said something the other day that I ran it by Evan. Oh. I'll tell you.
Okay.
He never got married because he didn't want his mom to be jealous and feel like second fiddle. And I'm like, dude, that's not how it works. She wants grandkids.
That's sweet.
No, you don't mean that.
Touching.
That's funny because when he was in studio, he told us he never got married because he just worked too hard.
That's right.
Yeah, remember that.
That is right.
So that's the only one. Winans. Give me one more athlete.
You know, one of the things Evan and I did talk about yesterday regarding Rossini and Vrabel was I was like, maybe they're just friends.
Yeah.
They're friends. Oh, I know. And
I'm not laughing.
No, I know. Here's the bottom line.
I done been around
here's
some corners.
Here's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line. You are, you're kind of like from the caveman era. You don't think men and women can be friends.
Harry Met Sally is one of my favorite movies of all time, and Harry said it. He was telling the truth. So I apply that to you're by and the only reason those pictures got taken, some people were up on a roof somewhere, like they thought they were being private. And I'm not allegedly, but I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
If you ran those pictures by 90% of the wives out here and vice versa, the husbands, and their spouse was in that situation, ain't no explanation needed. All hell is about to break loose.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm just saying, you touching?
You can't hug?
Hug, your spouse when you get home.
So you've never hugged in another environment a woman?
Not in my Speedos or by the pool.
Well, first of all, the shorts were bigger.
I know,
he's a big boy.
Evan, do you know how I think? I'm not.
No, so you really don't think men and women can be friends? Okay. Now, hey, you're not alone. I disagree.
Come on, I know men and women can only be friends.
Oh, okay.
But those natural thoughts of what could be, it will always exist.
I disagree.
That's me.
Maybe you and I are different, but you get the door shut on you, it's over. Then you don't worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
And then you make a decision. Well, you want to be a friend or not?
When was the last time you co-vacationed with another woman who wasn't your spouse?
Yeah,
and they got a Rossini explanation of she was going somewhere with the girl.
Hiking. She was going hiking with her friends.
And then here's old...
They just happened to be same place, same
man.
time.
I'm not, I can't judge.
No. Steiny defending this blows my mind. They were alone together at a pool, hugging and holding hands and holding each other as though they admired the view. No, I'm not saying I don't. Okay. I'm not saying they're not more than friends.
Right. I got you.
They may be, and if probably are.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I'm just using the bigger point.
Men and women can't. I've had friends.
Well, you've never really had a healthy relationship with men or women. But
that was a low blow.
It was.
Wow.
It was a low blow.
Evan, what were your thoughts on it? I wasn't here yesterday. I'm curious to get yours.
Well, I actually didn't really have a problem with it. I mean, if there is something extramarital, that's between them and their spouses, and that's obviously not good. But as far as the actual professionalism of delivering news, I feel like all these big newsbreakers are compromised. That was that was just publicized in a way it hadn't been before. But it's like this dirty little secret that everyone's afraid to admit, that everyone has relationships with everybody.
Wow.
And that's how they get the scoops they get.
In a new profile with the Washington Post, Adam Schefter revealed that some of his work is transactional, as he gives gifts to some of his sources. We're not just talking gift cards. He'll send a tie, maybe some scotch, but what's really made a dent in his pocketbook is chocolate. Schefter spent almost $16,000 on chocolate alone one year to show gratitude to his sources. Like, I get back in the day, you'd been fired for that.
We got something here. What do they call it? Not payola, whatever it is. Yeah. But listen, do you have a problem with that? And if you're trying to be the new Adam Schefter or Diana Rossini, do you got to not sell out? Do you got to take care of the people that take care of you with the info?
Yeah.
How did shams become shams? I'll wait when Woj was holding it down.
Because he worked hard and developed sources and got to know people, and then he rose, and that's the way it goes.
I don't think any different of Schefter for sending the scotch or what have you, the thank you cards. Like, do you have, and you covered the beat, do you have any problems with that?
Well, I'm just saying, 20 years ago, he would have gotten fired.
Wow.
Fired for that. It's not even close, but that's not the way it is now. You know, you used to... The way a reporter would say thank you to a source is with trust. That's ideally the only way it should be.
Well, have you ever, and I'm being real, because, like, I respect what you've done, and you've done a lot, man. You don't need me to tell you that. But if Adam Schefter came out and said, yeah, I had a story I was going to write about Brock Purdy, but I didn't write it because Brock's been so good to me, then I think he's compromised, and you're selling us out as fans like you should let that story go or you should write that story. Have you ever withheld a story covering the war?
Of course. That happens all the time. You decide what to put out there and what not.
I guess my question
the other thing is, what if the source says, don't use my name? Then he can't use the name. You know what I mean? So,
but never because you were getting something off that you know what I mean? Like the scotch, or you know what, I like old Evan. I'm not going to write about what I know that could be damning to him and his brand. Because you like somebody.
I'm sure there's already writers in San Francisco that aren't crazy about Vitello.
No, there's no doubt.
Okay, so if human nature would be, you'd probably paint him in a negative light if you get a chance. But no, that was that was unheard of. Like it was the
you said
by taking Git. No.
D. Lou, I wasn't here yesterday. Obviously, says, "Goo, tell Steiny to tell you about the Gilbert Arena story."
I've told you that a million times.
Well, if you had, I wouldn't ask. The Chris Mullen one is the one.
It's Chris Mills. Chris Mills once told me, "Don't put that in the paper." He
was a gangster,
and I didn't put it in the paper.
Oh, stop!
That's kind of the way it works, though.
But I have to ask you, what would have happened? Why did you not put it in? Because Chris was out there, but
honestly, because I was kind of a players guy, more than a coach or front office guy back in the day. Right. But it was also had something to do with it was Chris Mills.
310 motoring. Wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Speaking of newsbreakers, Anthony Slater of ESPN, Steph Curry is out tonight against the Lakers on the front side of a back-to-back. Warriors are in Sacramento tomorrow night. That means 0 Curry against LeBron James games this season.
Wow, that's where we lose.
Yeah, nobody misses it.
I miss it.
You didn't even know they didn't play against each other this year.
That kind of bothered me. I'll give you the win on that one. But, man, what did you make of him? His performance physically, forget the ball going in the 4-point plays. Curry, that is. I noticed he wasn't as spry as he was Sunday. So this is a good thing. They got a back-to-back. But I wish this would have been the one game he chose to play because of the LeBron factor.
Well, I'm not assuming he's playing tomorrow.
And wow.
I'd be surprised
now,
if he doesn't.
Porzingis is out, right? This would be his second game miss.
He's sick right now.
Oh boy. Get better.
Let's go to Burbank. Let's go to Joe. Joe is in Burbank. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, hi, Steiny. Hi, Goo. Hi, Evan.
Hey.
Hey, one word describes you guys.
Uh-oh.
And that's fantastic.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're a fan. You guys are fantastic. Listen, a couple of things, and hopefully I don't get chopped off today. First of all, no LeBron. And on Kyrie, I would prefer he come over as a free agent. I'm not big on giving up draft picks, really not. And I sometimes when I call in, I always say this. I go, Goo, 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 what am I going to do with you? Well, Goo, what happened to that desire for a Thundercat? You talk about Thundercats, and then you always go back on, let's add some old guy. So I'm kind of confused on that. The other thing is, I think it was Wildern and Dibbs had they had a vote, and they wanted to ask the fans, how do you think the Warriors are going to do? How are they going to do in the play-in, and are they get the playoff or whatever? And I think it was like 60-some-odd% no and 32% or something like that yes. And I think that should be reversed because Steph's capable of a lot of stuff. And when if Horford's healthy, some of those other guys, Guy's been hurt. He's been resting now. Maybe he'll be back to 100%. They got a chance of knocking off both Portland and the Clippers. But unfortunately, and a lot of Warrior fans, and I know Steiny's thinking about this, I think he's going to shoot the Warriors right out of the lottery pick. And it's a shame to lose 11, even if you don't move up and get, upper one. 11 is going to be a great player.
Is that where they are right now?
11? They're at 11. They're at 11 right now, and they're frozen in. The only way they're going to lose that is if they knock off the next couple, the first play-in games, and they're going to lose that. And there is going to be a difference between 11 and 15. There really is.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway,
great point.
Last thing, I'll let you go. I know. Last thing, I'll let you guys go. Wouldn't it be nice if instead of looking elsewhere, the Warriors brought in a guy that was high quality with 11th pick, and the guy's good enough. He's not like Kuminga or Wiseman that had no college. The guy at least had a year of college, and the guy is probably going to be damn good. So wouldn't you rather have a young guy playing with Curry for the next few years?
Yes.
That's all I got.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I ain't mad at him. He missed the part where I said,
move up
I'm
to
not
get
trying
Wagler.
to get captain. Squirt text me.
Yeah.
Yeah. A while
He likes
back.
Wagler?
Yeah, he goes, Stoney was on to something.
Of course.
I didn't respond, but I was like.
But he probably won't be there at 11.
No, I don't think he will.
So can you move up?
I don't like him.
He's right about, there's a difference between 11 and 15. But look, I got some good news for everybody. Odds are in your favor. You're not making the playoffs, so you're gonna be in the lottery.
I think they can win both of those games.
I know they can, but they're not gonna.
Why?
Because
if Horford's back, if everybody's ready to go, available, I could easily see them being, winning at Portland than if it was in LA.
Just hypothetically, if they won 2 road games, when's the last time they won 2 road games in a row?
But I will say this:
Sorry, Evan, my bad.
They weren't win or go home. Lose or go home.
I know, and you're right. And Draymond is really attacking these 2 games with the fervor. Yeah, he's playing possum.
You know what it is. He'll be ready to go. That's who I'm not worried about come that night.
You are such a piece of work.
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, you are. You told me a lot of things.
Well, I actually do remember this. We talked about this. It was 2025.
Last time they won back-to-back road games?
Yeah, December 29th and December 31st.
Wow, man.
One of them was against Charlotte. Pretty impressive.
Man.
They had Jimmy, though.
Man.
You know what we should do? We should have a watch party for the first play-in game.
Come on, man.
We should.
That's next. It'll be next Wednesday, so if you guys are free.
That's done deal. Where?
Well, we got to go to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland on Thursday. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Oh, no, you won't. Whoa, no, you won't.
Yeah, you'll be out.
You're not going to be there, come to think of it.
That's Norm's surgery.
I know. Shoot, I'll deal with that. Don't worry about it.
Evan?
I'll push it back.
Can Evan go?
No, they want you. They want you and me. We'll push it back. I forgot.
Man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I did. What do you mean?
Well, I hear you, but how many jokes did you guys make about me being out yesterday?
None. We never do it when there's a health issue.
Well, I am having a son in a couple weeks, and
you're naming him Guru.
I'm naming him after you, bro. I swear to you, I'm letting you know right now. I'm not going to say his full name on the live or whatnot, but his initials are going to be PTO.
Dude, and what bothers me is Evan. That's funny to him.
I thought it was pretty funny too.
The setup was immaculate.
I thought I was reaching for the tissue. Boy. Anyway,
let's go to Aaron in Arizona. Hey, Aaron, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good, Steiny. How you doing? How you doing, Guru?
What's up,
Evan?
baby? Playoff
time. Hey, what's up, man? Guru, I was going back a little while ago, but Arizona's not the place. You don't want to come here. Stay in the Bay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. All right.
Yeah, man. It's been like 100 degrees. I moved here in the middle of January, and it's been like 100 degrees every single day outside of like a week in January. Anyway, the main point that I want to make, or the main reason for my call is honestly, I'm all in for Braun. All in.
Ooh.
I don't really understand what else we could do. Since I've been on hold, I was looking at a website that tracked the free agents, and I don't even really see too many free agents I would want to get, or that I think are attainable. I think Paolo is a free agent, but I don't think we can get him. Potentially, Mikal Bridges, I don't think we can get him either. So the idea of 1 year of Braun and Curry, that's sheer pageantry. That's the same. At least in my mind, that's the same. That would give me the same feeling or the same excitement as pairing KD. Sure, everyone's older. That's a fact. But I mean, did you watch the Olympics? You know, I mean, and I don't get it. You know, I'm all in for it. I don't see what we can do. I'm also not really big on trading away our draft picks, and considering the fact that I'm not really seeing any other free agents out there, on top of what this organization has proven to us time and time again, really ever since 2022. We want the pageantry, you know, we want the pageantry. We want the big names. We want butts in the seats. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, I would consider myself a diehard Warriors fan, but those 2 months that stuff was out, that was tough, you know? So I get it. You know, health is always going to be an issue. So we got almost 40 Steph. We got 41-year-old Braun. We got almost 40 Draymond. We got, I think Al's 40. We got almost 40, what's his name? Porzingis.
No, he's 30.
He's always going to be a factor, but I do truly believe that it's really just, can we reach the end of the season healthy? Kind of like we did with KD, you know? Yeah. It didn't matter if we were home or away, but if we're healthy, like, we can play great basketball. So that's my point. Thank you for taking me.
No, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you, buddy. Really do. I mean, if it's a one-year deal, again, it won't kill him, obviously, but.
And what's your alternative to his, but that's where I'm at. What are you, like, come on,
I don't know.
man.
What's the downside of bringing LeBron here?
Well, I'm not in it for, I'll use this.
I mean, remember how people were when Durant was here, and Durant was pretty mellow.
Right, but these two players at their age still are bringing something to the table. So with the stuff you itemized about what it would do for the fans and, you know, it would be a circus, I get that, but I'm talking about the basketball part of it. Like, they would become a better team. And maybe you're like, well, that's not hard to do with the current state. And with Jimmy could take his time to get back, but as long as he got back, and you're telling me by April or March, if Jimmy's back, we got Steph, Dre, Jimmy, Porzingis, Horford.
All healthy.
Again, but that's your reality anyway if you sit on your hands. That's just it. When you get into your 80s and 90s, you're more likely to have some stuff go on with your health.
Right. So I'd rather bring in more reliable players because we don't have, you know what? The Warriors don't have enough reliable players right now.
And that's part of their fault. It's not all of it.
So why would you bring in another player who was
who's established
23 years 23 games unreliable? Now look, if you want to do it and just say, let's hope they can hit a 55 game threshold. Yeah. Sure. Let's see what happens there. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show as always.
Oh, thanks.
First off, I want to say that what we're basically talking about are the end of dynasties.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a total rebuild, right? So if we try to mix match and get certain star players to play together with each other, that's more for show, I think. I don't know how far they could actually go. You know, it would be amazing if something were to happen, but I mean, if you look at just the Bay Area teams over the last 30 years, I mean, you're looking at the fall of the Niners, the brief dynasty that the Giants had in those 3 years. We just, you know, this is just normal. This is par for the course. And for all the Warrior fans from years back, come on, we almost went 20 years without, you know, even being good.
Right.
I mean, there were some spurts in there. There were some spurts in there with Don Nelson's first tenure and Carl's, you know. But other than that, I mean, it's been pretty sparse. And then getting back to like hugging your neighbor, I always hug my neighbor.
Exactly.
She's 86, but that shouldn't matter. You know what I mean?
That's a good one, Bob. Yeah. Good for you. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, there's an insecurity there with you and, you know, that situation. But you're younger than me. I get it.
No, and I'll say what's unfair about the Diana Rossini is now they're pulling up all her old clips where she's making fun of her husband and why she don't post about her husband because he's a nobody, and if he was famous and played for, you know, and that's where I'm like, now it's out of control. But that's what they're doing. and that's what's out there on the net. But if you don't mind, I want to read this Sham Charania tweet. Have you seen it?
I have not.
NBA statement regarding Doug Christie. The NBA has completed an investigation.
They're finding him for being an idiot?
Of the Kings and head coach Doug Christie's decision to foul intentionally late in the team's game against the Golden State Warriors on April 7th. The league's investigation determined that Christie mistakenly believed that the Warriors were not in the penalty and therefore instructed his team to foul in an attempt to stop the clock and utilize one of the team's remaining timeouts. The investigation found that Christie made no intentional effort to give the Warriors a shooting foul or cause the Kings to lose the game. So nothing to see here. Right?
So in other words,
that's pretty good.
In other words,
talk to me.
There's going to be no fine, but Doug Christie will get fired.
I love Doug Christie, but I guess
why?
I love what he stands for.
What does he stand for?
He used to train my son.
Okay, but what does he stand for? I don't know.
He was a hard, gritty, grimy player that loves the city that he played his best basketball in. Okay. And now I just wonder if I want to keep my job, he can come to me and say, hey, Goo, say you're part of the Republican Party when you're really not, but that'll keep your job. I would never do anything like that.
You are a Republican.
No, that was a bad idea. But you know what I mean? Who are people really like?
You're pro-ICE.
Is he throwing games? That's what hurt me. Is Doug? That's how I drove home. We were having fun when that dust settled.
No, every team's trying to win.
Not to that degree. That hurt the league. But now
the league has hurt itself. Stop sticking up for quitting and tanking, and stop sticking up for Draymond Green, who just proved he couldn't care less.
You watch him in the game. You know what he is.
Oh, he's going to be steam coming out of his ears. You know what? That game's so meaningless. He may get thrown out of it.
You got to go, my brother.
All right. Let's 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I've been Shrek'd. I've never done Shrekking. I'm tired of y'all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Hey,
nothing.
What, are you losing a bet again?
This is...
Remember when you didn't know who this was and I did?
And I've been playing it in caddy ever since.
Stop!
All right, so we just got some news, and at first I kind of glossed over it. But now I want to get into it. So Steph Curry's out tonight against the Lakers.
Could be their last home game.
So he may have played his last game at Chase. This would have been This would have been the last regular season game at Chase. So he's not playing the last regular season game at Chase.
Correct.
Okay. So my first question would be, why not? And Evan brought up a logical point. If Porzingis is not playing tonight, sit Steph and see if they can both play tomorrow in Sac.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes some sense. But then you're going to play Friday, Sunday, Wednesday. So I don't know. I kind of don't like it.
Well, how disappointed are you if you're a Dub fan that this could possibly, not being negative, be their last game and the shift can't go? I almost wish he would have sat out tomorrow night on the road and treated the home fans to another game with his services.
Which leads me to my next. What if he's got a little pain in that knee?
And now that's those. So I'm doing that with Porzingis, him being out with illness. Again, this will be a second missed game. So I'm hoping by next Wednesday, Porzingis is great, and hopefully by tomorrow he's fine. But Stoney, don't you think we would have heard something? But that did cross my mind.
Heard something
in regard to Steph feeling something.
No, I mean they just
were
they said he's not. He's not playing tonight, and
that stinks for the fans.
Yeah,
home team.
Right. I mean that's So just LeBron tonight. And if the NBA lives up to its reputation, now LeBron will take tonight off. Steph's not playing. Why should LeBron play? And then right before the game, Draymond will say, why should I play? I mean, what is...
Well, I'll tell you this. It's running out to where these games are going to mean something come next week.
Well, not according to Draymond. That's the point.
But you're falling for his banana in the tailpipe.
Okay. Yeah, he is really revved up.
Well, see, no, he's ashamed that they got to go through the play-in to get to the playoffs, and I get it. What's he supposed to say? Yeah, I can't wait.
Yes.
He's played in Game 7s before.
Oh.
In the NBA Finals.
Okay, but you said he's going to come out with his hair on fire.
No, that's the Draymond Green I know.
Oh, did he come out with his hair on fire the last 3-4 weeks of the season? I know he's playing half decent.
The last 3, and I've given him love for that. What do you want from me?
I want you to be realistic.
I'm not Adam Silver.
Be realistic.
No, you do got me scared about Steph. I'm being realistic there.
Just join planet Earth.
I don't like it here. My man said don't move to Arizona. He wasn't feeling the weather. And I got to give a PSA. We had a winner here in our NCAA college bracket championship, Evan Giddings, and there was a fee. And every league that I played in, Warriors World Sheed, $50, you got to pay up front. So we had one here. Evan wins, and now he's got to be Rocky Balboa. And what that means is Rocky won. Rocky was collecting money. The money should be there already. We got to have a meeting with the commissioner, and we got to see if we need a new one, because the guy that wins the tournament should not have to go knock. Hey, about that 25. No.
Says the same guy who never pays up front in his fantasy leagues.
But these last two, since you guys quit hating, start hating. I did.
I don't know that.
The bigger issue here
Evan,
is
I'm
that...
so sorry you got to collect the bread.
It would be one thing if it's
among... Why don't you help him collect? You got some muscle.
Well, I do have that.
Yeah, we saw it at Knockout. The bigger issue is that it's not between our show or people at our station. It's from people with other stations I don't really have a relationship with. And I feel like it's awkward for me to walk up to them and say, hey, person that I don't really know, can I have $25?
And it's like they don't owe you. I've been in your shoes. I've had to collect Snotty. It's like you're asking them for a loan. That's the worst part. I don't mean to. How did he not collect the bread before you filled out a bracket?
I'm not in this one. I am not in this one at all.
Evan, I think
this is a little 25. Too close.
Evan, I owe you 20.
Yeah, but I know you're good for it. Yeah. I can't tell. By the way, a few of these people are my superiors, so I'm not just going to barge into the rough and say, hey, by the way, can you Venmo me 25?
See, you don't think I'm bothered by this?
I'm sure you are, because you're a man of double standards.
And Evan, I'm sure you probably paid bills thinking, I won the tournament, or I could be wrong, or the bracket and spent that bread.
Yeah, I didn't spend it on anything nice, but I did pay a substantial amount of my credit card thinking that I was going to get the money.
Wow, man. Anyway, I did something today. I got to apologize.
You said you were a Republican?
No, I put a post. I took a picture when you and Evan left the green room. I got some good news.
I saw that.
And we start the show with, don't tell me to pray if you ain't going to tell me what it's for. And people are bold these days. They're saying, what's the good news? And I feel like they're prying. But I made them ask that.
You're right.
So I need to tell them what it is.
Go ahead.
I'm not. I just don't like
then
the
don't
way
ask
they
them
were.
to pray.
They were in the comments, Evan, tell us what it is.
That person's on their own.
Anyway, back to sports.
Let's go to Ugly Timmy.
Oh.
Ugly Timmy in Oakland. I didn't make up the names. Hey, Ugly Timmy.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I just wanted to comment on the question about the fans wanting LeBron to come here. Make a long story short, or to give a short answer, my answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. Because I don't think him signing with the Warriors actually, one, is going to move the needle. And most fans don't want LeBron here because I think someone already mentioned it. They're going to it's kind of going to overshadow Steph and what he's done for the community. And it's pretty much wherever LeBron goes, it's always about LeBron.
Right.
I mean, I know Lightyear Joey wants LeBron. He would love the idea of LeBron coming. That way he can hike up the tickets even more. Like, what kind of brand of basketball are we trying to play? Can you even imagine that? Like, Pods taking charges every third defensive possession, LeBron flopping all over the court, Draymond slapping opponents. Like, what kind of brand of basketball is that? And, like, we're like the only team that's purposefully trying to get older. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Wow. That's all I got for you guys.
No, I hear you, Ugly Timmy.
But what are you...
Let me ask you a question. If you somehow throw a lineup out there of Steph, Draymond, Horford, LeBron, and Joe Schmo, how do you play? Like, what's your style?
What we've seen this year. Like, no, you're laughing, Sonny. You don't show your birth certificate. It's still basketball at the end of the day.
Big fast
you
breaking
play with
team?
Pace? No, you'd probably...
Oh, they're going to play with pace.
I'm sure. If you got a bunch of... Hey, look, man.
How can they play with pace? Come on. And that's the other thing. You're getting older, and the league is getting faster.
So I'm being real, because we're at the age. If I told you, hey, I'm going to get a facelift, you wouldn't beat me up. You would understand, yeah, Goo, you're not going to look any better, but I know what you're trying to do.
But if you already look like Joan Rivers, why would you add another piece of
I didn't think of
that?
Hey, I got you. Right. But LeBron...
Is she still alive, by the way?
No, she's not with us.
She passed?
Yeah.
I actually like Joan Rivers. Irreverent.
Well, that was when late night talk show was different. Like, you felt like you knew him. Carson, Letterman... Like, you watch what we got tonight. Right now for the late night TV has died.
You know who the Warriors should be next year? Syracuse. We're just going to play zone all year. Just going to play zone.
I do see when the teams in the NBA play zone. I'm like,
Even Boeheim hung it up.
Man.
Yeah. Let's go. Oh, there he is. Let's go to Duck Sauce in San Jose. What's up, Duck Sauce? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. It's been a minute. How's it going?
How are you, buddy?
Hey.
Steiny, I was in your neck of the woods. I went to round one out in Philly. First time ever in Philly. I liked it, man. It's a nice city.
Nice. What were you there for?
I went for round one of the NCAA tournament.
How'd you pick Philly to do that?
Because the last couple of years, me and a few buddies, we used to go to Reno or Tahoe for the first weekend of the tournament every year, and that got pretty stale because, casinos can get depressing. So we try to pick a new city now to go to for the first round, and we saw Philly was hosting, so it was cool, man. I ran to the Rocky Steps from my Airbnb.
Nice.
I liked it.
That's
I liked
cool.
it. It's a nice city.
That's cool, man.
Wow.
What was I going to say? Did you get it? Was it the same weekend that the regional was in San Jose, or was it the week before?
No, the San Jose regional was the following weekend.
Did you go to that?
That was the Sweet 16. I didn't, to be honest with you. I actually didn't, no.
I got you.
No. The first round's my favorite week, to be honest, man. It's the most special to me.
Well, you got some room to spread out a lot of times, too.
That's true. I did go to – how are you on the cheesesteak knowledge, Steiny? You know the spots? Because I went to a couple.
Probably Pat's and Geno's are the big ones, but there's a couple others now, but those were the big ones when I was there.
So when I went, all the locals were like, don't go to Pat and Geno's no more. It's played out. You know, it's not really that good. I went to Del Rossi's. You know Del Rossi's?
I don't.
Okay. Del Rossi's and Uncle Gus's at the Reading Terminal I went to. It was good.
Yeah, Reading Terminal's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Anyway, man, I just had a quick take on, next season. Like, I'd like to see. I hope they keep the draft pick. I really think at 11 you can really get someone good. Put a little sticky note up for me somewhere in the office. I want LeBaron Philon Jr. out of Alabama.
All right.
Gritty. He's got a handle. I think he can create for himself and others. That's who I want them to pick, because I can. Even if they're not great, I can get behind a guy that's fun to watch, because currently there's no young guys that I find fun to watch.
Yeah.
So if we can get one, I can get behind that, and that's enough for me. So anyway.
What position?
Guys. I'll talk to you.
What position?
Point guard.
All right.
He's a point guard. He's a point guard.
Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. Yeah, Philly's a great city.
You knew your cheesesteaks.
Well, Pat and Geno's, everybody knows them. I sent a text to my friend about a year ago. He gave me a list of about 10 places that are all great. Now I can't remember the names.
What do we got here in the Bay?
The cheesesteak.
Yeah, but that's like I'm talking about like.
There's only about 3 of them in the Bay, I think.
They got one by Lake Mary.
Cheesesteak.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
There's actually a cheesesteak spot in the Mission that just shut down. I think it was called Jay's. They closed last week. Yeah, it was solid. I mean, it wasn't like anything back east, but it was good.
Well, I wouldn't have any today. People saying I'm going to look like Sammy Sosa. I'm not getting any facial work.
Well, there he is again.
What?
Talking about looks.
You brought it up. They're old. They're old. I am disappointed no Curry tonight. I really am.
You know, this is also the night usually when it's fan appreciation night.
Man.
There'll be bells and whistles and giveaways and stuff. And why do you think Steph is not playing tonight against the L.A. Lakers?
Evan, I'm mad at you, and I'm mad at you, Steiny. Up until he came in the room and brought that up, now I'm starting to think it makes no sense because they are too smart. Shout out Raymond Ritter, the whole Warrior establishment, and our guy Graham, who treat us to a good night, Steiny. There is no way you sit out the last game of the season at home when you've been me on Thursdays. You know, Steph dealing with the runner's knee. So now I'm getting a little nervous that something could be going on. And if he plays tomorrow, and I'm going to be at the game in Sac, hopefully he plays tomorrow, then this is a nothing burger. But you are right. This is the one that you can't guarantee they're going to have another playoff game. Why wouldn't he play?
I don't know.
So Kerr's going to be asked that today for sure in the pregame.
Yeah. And what if he says, knee, I'm just going to give the knee an extra day. And I want to see him with Porzingis. Maybe. $4.99 super chat from Legally Dyslexic. Okay. Mills Hoagie in East Oakland.
Oh, my gosh.
I've never been there.
On Seminary? Boy, it is. That's just, it's like Blondie's Pizza was to cheesesteaks, and it's still there. Right there on Seminary. You get off the freeway, come down, bam.
Do you like Zachary's Pizza?
I'm not too familiar. Round Table's my number one.
Zachary's is deep dish.
It's a chain.
It's the best pizza I've ever had. And I've been to Chicago
complained
and New
about
York.
the cheesesteak shop.
I said what I said.
You don't just get to pick.
But
you don't just chains can't be bad one day and then they're good the next.
On it and say it's cheese. I want real authentic cheese like Philly.
You can get Cheese Whiz in Philly if you want.
I don't like cheese. Run through you. Sabelle's. I'm hearing Sabelle's. Sibbles.
Sabelle's. Yeah.
Now, why would you take a shot at Round Table? Who cares if they're a chain?
There's a Round Table in New York.
Right, and there's a reason, because it's good.
Please.
Are you
a sponsor?
The last honest pizza. That's why you don't like it.
I don't know. We're looking at Domino's.
I done messed that up.
By the way, speaking of Philly, Joel Embiid is undergoing an appendectomy. His appendicitis.
I just told him at the game, watch out for Philly.
I know you did.
Well, this will be what? He'll be ready by the time.
And your boy, I could see Goo beaming 2 days ago when Geltzeiler said, hey, Philly might have action. And Guru was ready to go, see, Steiner, you were wrong. And it's like,
That's not a hot take.
No, I'm not wrong. I don't agree. Philly's got action. That's all.
All right. I'm just telling you, don't be surprised. They got some players. This is what I wanted to not forget today. Last thing about the game the other night. I almost cried when Moses Moody was shown on the bill. I think Mark, we all bond.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah. It was the highlight of the night. It was a great moment.
And it was him not wanting that. Like, it was him just being Moody behind the scenes. It was, I don't know, man. It just was like that it just captured who he is. I guess he could have came to the bench if he wanted to, or maybe he couldn't have, but that was just Moses in the background, man. And to hear that place go crazy like that was pretty damn good.
Yeah. You couldn't help your mind racing to, I wonder if they do that for pods.
Wow.
The Warrior fans have created, they have just created.
No, I have nothing for you.
Just a ball of stuff. Hey, I got to read this one from the 510. I own Legends Pizza, and it's the best pizza in the Bay. Guru, you're killing me with Round Table.
Ask him where he's located.
I need to bring you guys some pies to try. There you go, you freeloader.
We got Osler here tomorrow, 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Legend?
I have not.
I'm ready.
Do they serve libations?
I'm out on that.
You want to bet?
It's done.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I looked at it. Yeah, I saw what I saw. Alcohol goes to your face.
Why don't you start with not eating as much food?
I don't eat a lot of food. It's Red Bull, 20 ounces of Red Bull.
Well, that's
400
400 calories.
No, hello.
Oh, so you're not drinking Red Bull. Okay.
No, and alcohol.
Yeah, okay.
The sugar-free ones, right?
The day Evan goes, that's a mighty big one. And I've been with you 3 years, but that day he wanted to say how big it was. That hurt me.
Well, you came in with a can of Nas. Like, yeah, that was supposed to go in the caddy. I didn't know you were going to drink it.
Wonder why your cheeks look like, oh my gosh, it's over. I'll be with your fellowship and I'm eating. I ain't drinking 30 days. This will be my Lent.
I like Tony's in North Beach.
Now, Tony's is good. But they don't have that in the Uline, Sacramento.
Why don't you move to the Bay?
I am in the Bay. I'm too skinny for Ozempic. That's when you really need it.
Yeah, sure. I got you.
Barkley looks good.
Nah, it doesn't really.
I think he looks all right.
Yeah, face sagging a little bit. You can tell.
I know a few people on this stuff, and hey, geez.
Are they losing?
Yes. Yes, it's pretty amazing. I know 2 people that have done Ozempic or whatever, and then there's another one.
Do they look different in the face?
Is it?
I think Ozempic's a sponsor.
Yeah.
Of us?
Yeah.
Not Dynamite. Yes, it worked.
Yeah, good job.
Ooh.
Yes, it's worked. It's worked.
Real results?
Yeah, I mean, it curbs your appetite. You just don't really eat very much.
My thing is sugar. It ain't food. Stan, I wish it was food. But what idiot thinks you're going to do? I'm basically drinking a 40 ounce of Red Bull a day. If you have 2.
Well, it sounds like you know what the issue is.
Yeah.
Size matters.
By the way, Fitz and Kalena,
they
were terrific when that intentional foul happened. You could see their mind. What is he doing? I don't get it. What did he do? Is he? And then they were like, well, we can't really. And they're like, oh, maybe he did this. Maybe he did that. I don't know. I don't get it.
If you watch it again, you hear Kalena saying, I don't want to
You think Doug's coming back next year? He's doing what they want him to do.
Seriously, he earned himself a front office job for that.
Wow.
You can't fire him after asking him to do that.
But Evan, you know what was worse? Not one media member asked him what went on with that play.
Well, in fairness,
what are we doing?
In fairness, it was hard to notice in real time. I
said it to you after
there were 18,000 at the arena. You were the only one who saw it. I get that. I get that. You were locked in.
But they were laughing. You know, I was SAC Radio on yesterday trying to listen to you guys, couldn't get good reception. They were laughing at the premise that they did that on purpose.
I could go around the league and tell you who's getting fired. Doc Rivers is fired.
And he knows it. He almost spent time with his
Doug Christie fired.
I'll bet you on that one. He ain't. The vet he can't add another one. Doug will get another year. We'll bet that right now. Let's do that.
I always forget his first name, but the dude in Washington's gone.
Keith.
Yeah. Now, he followed directions to a T, but
his first
but
name,
he ain't he ain't coaching Anthony Davis.
Charles.
Or
Brian.
Is it Brian?
This is
let me see who else is getting fired. Kenny Atkinson's got to be careful. They better not get eliminated in the first round.
Well, that happened.
Billy Donovan not getting fired.
Mike Brown, what if they go out first round?
He's getting fired.
Wow, yeah. Mike, I hope that's not the case.
Who else? Who's coaching Dallas? Jason Kidd?
Yeah, he's good.
Who's coaching? Memphis that guy's not coming back.
No, the male model, he ain't going nowhere.
What about if they're one and done? Because I think right now they play the Wolves in the first round. You think Adelman's seat's a little hot?
What about JJ Redick?
Well, both of his best players got
rolling
hurt.
Hello, Evan. Thank you.
Yeah,
I was going to go in on that. Evan just says it so.
Go in on what?
Like JJ Redick.
Are you going to go in on JJ?
No, they were the talk of the town. Then his two dudes went down.
I got you. Yeah. Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions that run through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight for you, the negotiations and the stress, so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local. They've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select boneless, skinless chicken breasts value packs, just $2.99 per pound, and chicken tenders in the deli all week long for just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thank you, John Sally, the original Bad Boys.
Man, the game was different then. They played 82.
Those were the salad days.
Wow.
Those were the salad days.
I'm not going to front. What's that mean?
It means the good old days.
Wow.
Pretty
Never
much.
heard it referred to as salad.
Yeah, I'm old. You're too young. You're a young man. You wouldn't. I have a lot of old phrases. Why are you guys down on the Knicks and Mike Brown? They're a top 3 team in the East. Yeah, they better get out of the first round.
That's what I'm saying. I'm rooting for Mike, but they better get out of that first round. Now, Zachary Green, he's growing on both of us. He works here, Mr. Indiana. Send me a text about an hour ago. This will be good news for you. He's willing to dog sit.
Oh, where does he live?
San Mateo, Foster City, Redwood City area.
Okay, that's not going to work.
It's called things that, like a car. He can drive to where you're at.
I have a house sitter. His name's Evan Gibbs.
Yeah, no. Well, he got fired this last one.
No, he didn't.
Well, you took him off his shit.
He's like the number 2 option.
All right.
He's like when Curry was playing with Durant. He's the number 2 option.
Look at you.
Number 1 option is always my nephew McCabe and his wife and daughter. They like to come over and stay for a week.
How old is he?
40-ish.
Oh, wow.
What's it to you? What does it matter?
Oh, I just thought dog sitting was like young man's game.
All right, why don't you, well, he's got a young daughter who loves to play with the dog.
I've noticed something here.
Tell me.
And it's starting to bother me. And right now it's just running rampant through the media landscape. And right now, I got to be careful here like I always try to be. But, Steiny, I'm Malcolm X when I need to be. I don't see color, but I do see color with this theme. And guys that I appreciate in the media business are all just going at each other like battle rappers. And Stephen A. Smith, Emmanuel Acho, Jason Whitlock, and now Mac Barnes has entered the fray.
Patrick Beverly.
Pat Bev, what is going on? And you said something to me when I unprompted told you it's bothering me because I want us all to get along. But you labeled this what Draymond called it, new media.
Yeah.
And if this is new media, I don't like it. And I'm wondering, what is they're like a rapper. These videos are like diss records, and they're talking about people's past. Like, I don't like any of it. It's not cute, but I can't ignore right now it's the majority of black men in the business that have built a nice brand for themselves, and now they're just going at each other. And I'm like, when did this happen? And is this what Draymond meant by new media?
So I do think this is kind of new media. It's funny because, Matt Barnes is talking about how, he's just really getting into detail about what's wrong with Stephen A. Smith.
Old Stephen A. was slapped the new Stephen A.
And, he got on Patrick Beverly, and he's saying, Patrick Beverly thinks he was a star in this league. And
wow.
But what's interesting is, let's do it this way. So, let's just say Draymond Green's a part of this and those other guys are in it. The reality of the situation is if there were writers, who knew, let's say Pat Beverly and Barnes had a beef, back in the day.
Because they used to be boys.
They probably wouldn't have written it because it would have been hard to get that information. Yeah. So all this new media is, to me, is guys taking you behind the scenes of who they like and who they don't like, and who they're going to rip and who they're not going to rip,
but
and who
Barnes
they're going to support.
Stephen A. used to be cool, and he talked about it.
They're not anymore. That's what the new media is.
But when did we turn into Chatty Cat? When did that happen?
The new media. It's Barnes and Draymond and those guys.
Wow, man. I just it's not, and I love entertainment, but this is just, used to keep that stuff. Hey, why don't you like Steiny, man? Now it's just, it's out of control. But if you're calling it that because of the vessel and the medium that is social media, I'm just it's out of control.
Well, what else would you call it when, Draymond Green, makes fun of Nurkic and Shaq makes a jerk out of Rudy Gobert and Patrick
But those are bloopers. I love you for those.
No, they're not.
Well,
you
the
think Shaq
acting a fool. I was Shaq
No, I'm
in a
talking
fool.
about Shaquille O'Neal and Rudy Gobert. You think, Shaq's made it clear. He doesn't like him. He has no respect for him. He thinks he's a joke. That's what it is. It's the new media is a great big sewing circle. That's all it is.
But now
there's no sports being talked about.
Wow.
These guys, they want to talk about each other.
Man.
And, in a way, I blame you.
Now, so
you love it secretly.
No, I'm a grown. I love all these guys. They bring something different to the table. I've just noticed the theme of if I want to hear that, I'll go listen to some battle Jay-Z versus Nas. I guess what I'm saying is these guys have stooped to a level, even Stephen A., Whitlock, Acho, all of them, that now it's I feel like I'm at the 8th grade cafeteria. They're stooping to a level that I never thought they were above.
Yeah, as a country, we're stooping to a level also.
And maybe that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, man, video after video. You used to be cool. Now I'm seeing you on Fox Sports, and they're saying they're true. Stephen A., I'm from Hollis Green. I chose, what are we doing? You wore a shirt, Union City against the world. What's the difference?
That's a trend. Everybody, that's just a kudos or to your city. This is different.
It's kind of want to be tough.
Could you
guy.
imagine you cracking the mic right now and ripping
who?
Let's just say I got Larry Krueger. Let's say you and him aren't cool. Could you imagine you just doing 3 minutes on you not liking him?
Yeah, I could imagine it.
No, you know what I mean. You wouldn't do it, and then he would respond like, who wants that?
Well,
to be honest, it's starting to pop off in the Bay here too.
Well, it's going to be a long summer, boys. If I was you, I'd find a nemesis for the next 3 months.
And that
Why?
means it's calculated. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Like, are they laughing? There's a part of me like, hey, Whitlock, you got me good, but we're out there. Steiny, let's act like we're fighting. There's a part of that too. If it's just for clicks, then that's why I'm trying to get to Mars or Jupiter.
I think you're getting schnookered.
You think they're this? No, Pat Bev. They're talking about fighting.
I know. It's so stupid.
Stephen A., we know you're taking boxing lessons. It's like you don't have to prove how tough you are, bud.
By the way,
Mac Life telling me, "Goo, that's how media works." Not anymore, but go ahead.
Just on the heels of the knockout. Let me tell you something about Stephen A. Smith. There's no chance he was ever close to playing for the college where he went. No chance.
Big house gains. Because I make 17 three-pointers in a row.
Right. I saw his shot. That's not. I saw it like he. No.
I kept playing it for you.
Like, no.
You were like, nah.
No.
He claims he made 17 in a row in a practice, and Big House Gaines gave him a scholarship, and Whitlock's calling him out. Now I'm being messy, but that's all public information.
I don't buy that for 1 minute.
You did not like that form.
There's no chance. There's no chance he was a Division I player. In fact, let me tell you exactly what he was. Is that Division II?
Winston-Salem State is D2.
Yeah.
Winston-Salem?
Yeah.
Winston-Salem State.
He's not a Division II player either.
Well, he may not be.
I'm just, yeah. No. So, okay, let me tell you who Stephen A. Smith is. I ran into a lot of these guys over the years.
All right, I'm waiting.
All right. Senior year in high school, 8-10 guys from my area go to colleges. You know, they try to play college basketball.
Love it.
Most of them don't. And then you know what they do? They come home their summer after first year of college. And, hey, did you play? Nah, I got hurt. Oh, okay. You going to play next year? Nah, I coach. The coach doesn't like me. And I didn't really get along with the coach. Okay, so you didn't play in college. Man, I could have, but I coach and I was hurt. I got hurt. But, I could have. Shut up.
Keep it real. No doubt. I met him and I know him.
You do not know him.
Tell Stephen A. I said hello. No, I know guys like that. They don't give you the real when they come. I'm Matt Barnes or any of these dudes. I ain't going to air my guys out. I'm just telling you. I don't like it, man. I'm on the internet and I don't like it, man. Let's talk about the game. These guys are thinking they're
let's talk about the
now.
game tonight.
I don't like him.
We're going to be we're going to be watching. Well, no Steph.
Yeah.
But I got you with the game of the night tomorrow. Clippers Portland. That's a big boy.
8 versus 9.
Right.
What do you think the odds are that LeBron plays tonight?
I think they just went down.
I think they went up, and I think LeBron knows.
Oh yeah, he's got to carry the mantle.
No, I'm gonna rub it in that I'm playing without my guys, and for whatever reason the chef couldn't make it.
All right, hold on.
I got LeBron playing.
Can I do something self-serving?
I hope you're right.
Get a case for your phone.
No.
And Evan needs a new glass on his. I didn't tell him. I forgot the other day. I'm going to give my boy a new iPhone.
It's still cracked. My parents hate it.
How about this?
I hate it too. What you got?
Okay, I got to take a shot at the boss. I have to.
Well, you do it all the time.
I love him, but you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. He said, it'll be it.
This is great. Go ahead.
LeBron coming here or not has been a talked about topic, but I do think it'll be interesting to see LeBron's interaction with Steph tonight and if it's any different than normal. I also think it will be interesting to see if Steph and Draymond give it the extra effort tonight to kind of show LeBron that they still have something left in order for him to think about coming here.
Nah, I love it.
Come on, boss.
Yeah. And then, I was driving thinking,
yeah,
I
Steph's
loved
not
it.
playing tonight.
Why are you airing the dirty laundry?
Dude,
That's
what
not
he
cool.
does. Right? Look at you are just sloppy.
That's not dirty laundry.
I guess that was a dumb. Dirty laundry's not the word. Why is it? Airing it?
Yeah, I got you,
Because
boss.
he's not playing.
But why are you?
Steph's
didn't
not
know
playing.
he wasn't playing.
Well, that's the point.
That wasn't for public. That was the diary that we
I didn't
had
read it
together.
all. It was more indicting than that.
I'll tell you what. We're going to do a segment on Friday called "Text from Steiny to the Boss."
There we
Right,
go.
and you won't.
Please.
Oh, I won't?
Yeah, we got something. Let me be quiet.
Steiny, we have a meeting after the show. What are you doing?
Yeah. Now it's going to be in a bad mood.
I almost feel like he was mad there.
He was, just like Ibanez.
Ibanez started it.
You ripped his party.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. It was a great party. One of the reasons it was a great party probably was because it wasn't at his house. Take that, Mark, if you're going to come down my road with...
He had nothing to do with it, dude. Oh, Mark, excuse my guy, man. You are something else.
I'm going to throat punch Mahiki.
Oh, man. So, I'm being real with what I'm about to ask you.
I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But
what does Dove Nation have these next 3 regular season games to look forward to before the showdown with Portland, it looks like?
Oh, well, Sunday's finale could set the table for Wednesday's play-in game.
But I'm being honest.
Like the Clippers may have to win that. Like, can you imagine if the Clippers have to win that to avoid the Warriors? Oh, they'll want to avoid the Warriors, right? Because the Warriors are so dangerous.
Shut Steph down. If he's not going to play.
You can't shut him down and then play him in the play-in.
Again, I'm leaving here, going into our meeting. I'm really nervous about why he's not playing tonight.
Who?
Steph. And you planted the seed. Well,
Good.
Evan did. And we'll find out. Maybe this is a nothing burger. But why would you say I'd rather play in Sac a day later than at home?
Because
for the
Sac's an
last
easier game for him, and he's older.
The Lakers, Luka and Reeves ain't out there.
That's the point. They're young, energetic guys are going to play. Curry wants no part of that. I don't know why he's not playing.
2 4-point plays, man. Just watching him, the bravado, everything.
Yeah,
I feel bad for the fans. No, I truly do.
I do too. It's the last home game of the year. Curry came back a week ago, and he's going to miss the last home game of the year.
There you go.
Like, think about what this game was billed as at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
Final home game of the year, LeBron versus Steph, playoff implications. People probably bought these tickets months ago for like hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
And I'll go here, and the Warriors just hosted us, and they know it's all love. But the bottom line is the NBA as a whole, these networks put the Warriors on national TV ad nauseum. We did not do our part. We did not.
But you'll do it next year with LeBron.
But there's reasons why guys got hurt. But even the New York game, Curry Pods had to score 25. We have not delivered. And now it's the last home game and the Chef's not playing? Nobody had that on their bingo card this morning when they woke up. Let's be real. The boss didn't. That we know.
I don't know. What do you mean? What?
Nobody had him not missing this game.
Who? What are you talking about?
In Warrior Land.
Steve Kerr said 2 days ago, Steph's going to miss one of the 2 back-to-backs.
But the game you don't miss is the home game.
What do you
when
know?
it could be your last game.
You don't know what's going into
etiquette.
this.
I know proper etiquette.
Go
know it.
Okay, well then go like that.
It ain't food because I ain't seeing
No, it was like a little, it was moisture.
Well, you ain't got to tell them all that. Damn. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. This wasn't a game to sit.
You wouldn't think so.
There.
So my question is, why is he?
And that's what has me nervous.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, Evan started it, but yeah.
I didn't mean to do that. You oughta. Look, I don't know why he's not playing tonight, but I'm with you. I don't like it. Like, why wouldn't he play a home game?
No doubt.
I mean, it's almost like he's saying, I only got one more game left. Let's give the fans in Sac some fun.
Now, if he doesn't play tomorrow, then my worry meter is on 1,000.
Yeah.
Like it is for Porzingis right now.
But, if he doesn't play 2 nights in a row, I believe you'll probably say, well, they're saving him for next year. So and then you'll expect him to play 72 next year.
No, because I bought back in after what he did on Easter.
Okay. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hey, Austin, what's going on?
Man.
Hey, guys, listen, Steph didn't look that great the other night. I watched the game. Maybe you guys were enjoying yourselves too much, but I...
Whoa! Hey! Hey, how you think we didn't catch?
I'm just jealous, guys. Hey, I'm just jealous. I wish I was there with you, man. But listen, hey, Steph was limping around. I saw him doing that old man run a couple times after he shot, and he was passing the ball up. I mean, since he passed the ball to Pods, and great, Pods made the shot. The guy gave him 10 minutes to shoot it, so he better have made it. But there was no defense. I guess I wanted to get this up. I know it's going to sound terrible, guys, but what do we make of the performance of the guys that we've been sort of thinking are really improving? And I mean, these guys are good, but they're playing against teams that are tanking. So I'm trying to reconcile Steiny and Goo what I'm watching. Am I seeing guys that are really being tested, or am I seeing them play against teams that are compromised or not even trying to win? And then for next year, real quick on next year, why should we be even thinking about re-signing anybody? We're in a 10th seed. We're a 10th seed, guys, and everybody seems so anxious to bring guys back. You imagine a band. Let's re-announce. Think about a band that has a few pieces that are really good, but the band doesn't sound good. So why would you continue to add patchwork and add pieces to a band that doesn't sound good? You guys want to – I would say I would tear it all down, and anybody that's available, they can get anyway. Melton, Porzingis, where are these guys going to go? And if they don't come back, big deal. We just move on and get somebody else. We're 10th seed, guys. What are we so much in a hurry to sign these guys that are obviously not good enough to get us past the 10th seed? I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay,
see what you guys think.
man.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and I'll follow up. You're exactly right, and that's the way I feel. You're right. It's going to sound bad. D'Anthony Melton, whatever.
Yeah. I'm there. Remember, I had him as Allen
Payton
Iverson.
second? Whatever.
Nah, not for me. He's on my team.
Oh, you got to bring him back.
You got to bring him back. I'm sorry, man. You can't take it for that shit. Go ahead, but I get the gist of the exercise. You don't remember this, and I'm not trying to take a victory lap. I'm not. But to Austin's point about the chef, I leaned over to you. I was sitting above you, one chair up, and I said, Steph doesn't look as nimble as he did Sunday.
And what I say?
I can't remember.
He's old.
Oh, that's what you did say.
Actually, I don't remember that, but that's probably what I said. Him missing this game
is not warrior-like. It's not Raymond Ritter. You know what I mean. You're right. This is the bonus kind of, what do they call it in high school when you had the little parade before the big game?
Pep rally?
The pep rally. This is what it is because there's no guarantee they're coming back.
They're not.
Well, we don't know.
Well, Draymond doesn't care. So I don't think they're going to win 2 playing games because Draymond doesn't care.
Because that's not what he said.
It's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm a competitor. So going to the game, I'm going to do all I can to win, but it's not that exciting.
No, it's not.
Do you think you'll be excited next week when you have 2 do-or-die road games?
Do or die.
They'll be on big stages.
Do or die.
Listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win, I think,
Slater, man.
As a competitor, you're going to rise to the challenge, But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
Now that part he could have left out. Like, what are you going to play Bones to 4 in the morning because it's a playing game? But to Slater, Slater should have laid off. You didn't have to ask him about the 2 playing games. Now, we know he's a gladiator. He'll be ready. But
he's saying he doesn't care, Goo. He's saying it's not exciting. God, you just hate to... You hate to take a guy at his word.
If he played that way, then we'd have a problem. He'll be ready.
Sure, he'll be ready.
I'm worried about the chef, Porzingis, and Horford. That's who I'm worried about these next 3 games.
I don't know why you it.
So you don't think forget what we do for a living. You really don't want to see how big of the gap is between. And you got me earlier with your joke. Yeah, 1 seed and a 10 seed. I want to see the Warriors get that series with OKC when they're Billy Badass, just so we can get a gauge on how raggedy or far off is this thing. And could Steph last in a series? Like, I want to see that. Can Porzingis last?
Yeah, I want to see it too. I don't think we will see it. I don't think the Warriors are going to win two road games against two teams that are better than them. Let me say it again.
Who has the best player on the court when they play Portland?
Well, Drew Holiday's been great.
No, but I didn't ask that.
Okay, well, Steph Curry wasn't the best player on the court 2 nights ago.
All right, that's different. But my answer, I think the answer would be Steph.
Okay,
now
but it's a team game.
Well, I give you that.
Yeah, I mean, I
like, what do you have? We don't have any young Thundercats. Like, there's nothing.
My God.
That's why I'm hoping to LeBron or Kawhi, whomever.
Right. You can't get younger, so get older.
No, you can get better and older.
You're assuming you're going to get better.
Yeah.
But
Melton's really, man, I don't know what it is about him since I gave him that love.
What do you need to know about him? I'll tell you all about
his inability to finish right now, and I don't know how much of his health or he's just not shooting it right, but I feel like he's playing himself off a team. Like, if the numbers...
Well, he's not under contract next year.
No, but I thought it was going to be, hey, this is, you know what, Snotty? We can't even have you go to your hometown. We need to talk. Let's get this. Now I'm like, the words are like,
why would Melton even want to stay? Just real quick. What if he wants to win? Bye-bye. Night-night.
You stole that from me.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Uncle Looney Melton's never shot well. No, it's better than this.
Well, it's been a little better.
He's missing inside.
He made 2 big ones against Houston.
Well, he made, I'll give you that.
What?
Yeah, when you miss days, you wouldn't notice. You think, the day before was something, like I did with the Mets series. And the Giants have played 10 home games, and one guy has 1 homer.
Devers yesterday?
That's incredible.
They only have 1 homer in 10 home games? That's not right.
Dude, I got it written down.
So they hit more homers in San Diego in a series than they...
Apparently. That was Baggerly's piece. I got it. That was the first home run in 10 home games by a Giant player. That makes sense.
Bader was in San Diego. Adames homered in San Diego. And Chapman homered in San Diego.
They got to fix that. But big road series. I'm just telling you what I read.
Didn't Chapman homer against the Mets?
I'm telling you,
the Giants didn't hit 1 home run against the Mets in 4 games?
Obviously not.
We'll see.
Yeah. By the time we get back, all you fact checkers will be like, the goo got it wrong. No, I read that.
Yeah, you might have read it. So I'm just checking if Baggerly's right or not.
He's money.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. No Steph Curry tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. Hopefully he'll play tomorrow against the Sacramento Kings, and even more hopefully he'll get to play with Porzingis for the first time. All right. Yeah, he hasn't played with Porzingis yet, has he? Because Porzingis missed Houston. No. So Curry and Porzingis played together?
Yeah.
Against Houston?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, there goes that theory on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. Business Unlimited Card. Go from here to possible with a Chase Inc. Business Unlimited Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
It wasn't his night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Remember when we did work with Dibbs and he was very clever? And every time you made a mistake, you'd be like, uh-oh, clean up on aisle goo.
Yes, sir. And aisle Steiny. There was a Steiny aisle. Heaven knows there's a Steiny aisle.
You just got a little mixed up. It's all right.
I was off by one.
What happened, Goo?
So apparently I gave I love me some Baggerly. I read the piece about, I guess, this new unicorn mask that the Giants, this rubber unicorn mask that they use when they hit homers. They settled on that, and Devers doesn't kind of like it. So I said before last segment ended, I was reading the piece this morning. They've played the Giants 10 home games, and Devers has one. The only home run they've hit is Devers. They only got one. But it's actually two. But it's the same guy, so smart-ass Kenny came in, thought I was wrong.
Well, you were.
Well, there's still one guy that's only hit the home run at the ballpark in 10 games for the Giants.
Right. I didn't say you were wrong. I just clarified.
He was wrong, and I'll tell you why he was wrong.
Tell us.
I'll tell you exactly why he was wrong. It's because he read Baggerly's story. Baggerly was right. And then he took that information and he didn't.
I added one. You're right.
And he didn't do it accurately. He said the Giants have only hit one homer at home. I said, what? Really? They've only hit one homer at home? You said, yeah, they've only hit one homer at home. I was like, so we got to check on that.
But how many have
they hit two?
Okay, by
so
whom?
You were wrong.
But hold on.
It doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter who.
The
You said
gist is still, there's one
as a
guy
team,
that's homered for the Giants at home.
But then say that.
I did.
No, you didn't. What? You said the Giants have only hit one homer in 10 home games.
Right, and
that's not true.
I'm going to let you
have
it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to let you have it.
Thank you.
I couldn't believe that. Grandy.
Question for you coming over on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Hey, Goo, was Draymond a junkyard dog last year in the playoffs against the Wolves?
No.
Oh, but he's going to get revved up.
That was the worst possible matchup he could have had. He hadn't got beat like that since Siakam beat him in that the finals against Toronto.
So that makes sense. So he's going to want to come out against the Portland Trailblazers and reestablish himself.
Klingon scares me. I'm watching Portland, Stoddy, I'm telling you. And so is Splitter, their coach. I feel like they're playing for him. They pan to him. I'm like, they might believe in this guy. Anyway.
They're playing for Chauncey.
Any update on him?
He's going to jail.
No, you don't know that.
Want to bet?
And it's prison if he were to go. Feds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What else? There were things you wanted to talk about from the other day.
No, we got them all. Moody.
No, there was a couple. There was
we had a great time at the game. Saw Evan.
It was all right.
No, they had food. I mean, the gratuities were incredible.
I actually didn't eat a lot of food. So I didn't eat or drink a lot when I was
watching you. So that tells me did you stop somewhere before you came? Because I was like, Stoney ain't eating.
Yeah, I had a little bite, but just a couple pieces of cauliflower. I just wasn't hungry.
Did you grab something to eat or?
Yeah.
I got some popcorn. Yeah.
I had one piece of pizza and then some fruit. I
was pouring some Tito's. I didn't share this with you. You know, I'm not one to be shy. But when you walk in a suite like that, you know, nobody, Evan, I felt like eyes were on me and I couldn't heavy pour. But then I was like, I was invited here. Turned around, smiled, and continued to have a good time.
They had bottles everywhere.
There were bottles.
I was driving, so I had 2 Bud Lights.
We can ask Marcy Weiser about it tomorrow.
Yeah. Dude, we got a stacked show, Osler and Marcy. That was the one thing about missing yesterday and being at the hospital with the missus. I'm being real. And you can look me in the face when I ask you this question. I don't do it often. We're not a fraternity I didn't get after it at the game to where I was wounded and couldn't make it to work. I think like that. So when I called Nahegan, telling him what was going on, I was like, man, I hope.
He had a little smirk on his face. You know who Guru was on Wednesday night? Susak.
That is so bad.
Susak after Wednesday night.
He had a smirk. My boss didn't have a smirk. I talked to him.
Evan was saying, people were like, Susak played Wednesday, had a great game, and then he didn't play Thursday afternoon, and people were like, why isn't Susak playing? And Evan was like, well, because it's a day game after a night game. And then Evan goes, well, also, he's a rookie. He's only played 2 games. He had a monster night. He probably went out last night and is hungover.
Oh,
he knew he wasn't playing.
Right.
Yeah.
Why didn't he play? I didn't get that.
It was a day game after a night game.
That dude,
That dude's you ever watch baseball?
Yeah, that dude's hot.
His face grease. Is he on his face grease?
I didn't use that on you. Get some info on Steph. We'll get it today. Seriously, this is odd. This is the one where you play and you sit out tomorrow easily.
No Steph Curry tonight against the LA Lakers. That means no Steph, no Porzingis. Lakers will be without Doncic. They'll be without Reeves. We'll see.
That is wow.
We'll see how LeBron feels about playing tonight. Obviously, if Steph's out, they'll Draymond automatically becomes a game time decision. Although, that was a cheap shot.
Let me tell you
because in fairness, Draymond's been playing since even with Steph hurt.
Now,
I take that back, Draymond.
You, Evan, and I, we're thick as thieves. And the 82 games, 79 games have come and gone. And you're right, and so is the world when you talk about the NBA season as a whole, its totality. Tanking has been the biggest theme. But let's put this in the cap and take it to the bank, whatever bank you bank with. The 65-game metric or mandate will be dropped as soon as the 82nd game is over or as fast as they can attack it. It's taken over, and everybody's feeling sorry for little Johnny or little Bobby that, the Spurs are lobbying for Wendy to get some type of injunction to where he gets credit for 2 games played so he can hit the They should never have put that thing in. We know what we're watching and when dudes are worthy, but your thoughts on the people crying basically for the 65-game thing to not get rewarded with any postseason awards.
It has nothing to do with the award itself. It has to do with if you don't qualify or win the MVP, then you can't get the Supermax. So
you're saying the money.
Once a guy doesn't play 65, then they'll never get the Supermax because they'll never be an MVP.
Now, do you think just moving forward, maybe I'm wrong now that you brought that up, this is a way to get their ass to play because
that's what they thought.
Who can you be mad at if you don't get the Supermax and you control playing the 65 games? So my point is it may not go anywhere.
Right. It might not.
See, I wasn't looking at it from that vantage point of, wow.
Yeah, the NBA players, some NBA players are mad because they don't want to play 65 games and get a Supermax anyway. It's not that hard to figure out.
I hope you didn't put that in the cap. Take that out. That thing might be here to stay. Man.
What an awful year this has been in the NBA. Oh, my gosh.
Austin, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, did you guys see it was a story, but a stat that Slater posted yesterday on ESPN that this season has had the largest margin of victory in the history of basketball.
And the last month has been, we've talked about it, Evan, incredible.
13.1 points per game, the average difference in score.
No way.
And it's by far the largest in the NBA, in the history of basketball.
Wow. The history.
That's pretty incredible.
Like every game is a 15-point blowout.
Wow. And well, it feels like every other line is 14 now.
Yeah, no doubt. Sometimes you see 17, and they cover.
Wow. This league is broken.
Well, no, Austin and San Jose, these guys are already rich. They're not crying on no Supermax, over a Supermax. But, yeah, that's not a good look.
No.
Ask me what the Nuggets, Uncle Looney, the Nuggets spread last night.
Who'd they play?
It was 23.5. That was the spread.
So let me guess, they played the Kings.
No,
the
go
Wizards.
ahead.
They played the Nets.
I was at the hospital.
Memphis.
Memphis.
That's like a 2 versus 15.
That is unreal.
How can 23, man?
Did they cover?
I think they won by 40.
Hold on, this is great. And that score, gentlemen, was going to hit the day. 136 to 119. They did not cover.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing. 13. Now, of course, you know the next
4.
question.
Listen to this. They were
Do
down.
you have the differences every single year?
They were down 4 at half. Denver was at home down 4 at half against Memphis, so you could have just kissed that bread goodbye.
I wonder if their coach told somebody to foul Denver knowing they were over the limit.
Man. Man. How do you fix that? I think that's a correlation of tanking. Just go out there. We don't care. But gamblers are loving it. If you already knew that was the thing, if you're on it, you already know that was the bit. But man,
I mean, look, and here's the other thing: it's not just tanking that's going on. Have you noticed Minnesota been losing some games?
All right.
Okay, look at where they are in the standings. And Anthony Edwards hasn't been playing.
Okay,
you think he's hurt? He's not hurt.
No, this is for the.
This is the point. He's not
the
hurt.
6th seed right now.
Right. So that would put them against who?
3. That'd be Denver right now.
Denver right now. Okay, well,
and
Minnesota doesn't really care because they own both those teams.
Be careful with Denver.
But what I'm getting at is they are just resting guys and playing exhibition games until the playoffs. And let's go down the list. Now teams are either tanking or they're locked in and they don't care.
Okay, give me this.
The Warriors are example 1 of the latter.
Okay. All right, but how about this? This is a different example. Rockets and Lakers right now, 4th, 5th seed. Lakers are 4, Rockets are the 5th. They both have the identical records. How important are their next 3 games? Because right now, they would play each other. It would just be who would have home court.
Yeah.
Wow.
And let me guess, you think they're going hard for that? Oh, they're going hard. Lakers.
Well, they can't now, but I think the Lakers are going to be Houston wherever it's at. I got to believe Luka's coming back and AR-15 will be back by the time, next week? Because they're going to be off next week.
I don't think so. I don't think they're playing.
Wow,
I mean, I don't think they're going to play every game in that series.
Luka was on a bender. Hammy. And we know about hammies here in the Bay. But that happened in the playoffs. Steph's.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
You all right?
Well, you're
so we got to keep fighting. Hey, let me ask you this. Where'd you park the other night? I got another ticket.
What do you mean?
I tried. They didn't got on to me. Remember?
Man.
Yeah,
wait, at the game?
I ain't going to have a whole check-in all the time.
Wait, at the game? You got a ticket?
Yeah. I tried to be smart and cute in this new spot. Now they're on it. As soon as I came out, the meter maid was there. I was like, oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nobody died, but damn.
No,
I'm giving away bread.
Just make sure you pay it.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Where'd you park?
At One Warriors Way.
In the garage?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
No, I parked at the arena.
Did you leave your car in there from the day before?
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
No.
But how did you get down there when you got to see the guy, the attendant?
I had parking. Did you ask for it?
Oh, I can't wait for this meeting. $85 out, Evan, and I could have went into the Bat Cave?
Yeah, I walked up with some media members.
That's what's...
We got to get you in Concord, Goo.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I had 2 tickets were sent to me, and then a parking pass was sent to me. And, the thing, okay, so it is tough to park at the arena. So when I got the parking pass.
This is like the Osler invite, but maybe I got the parking on the.
I'll say it again. So it's tough to park at the arena. So when I asked for parking and Nahegan said, yeah, I'll get you one. I figured, okay, that it's going to be around the block. But no, it was right at the arena. Couldn't have been more convenient. Zipped in, zipped out. I took an elevator, boom. Right at the suite. I mean, it was like, what's that phrase? No fuss, no muss. Where'd you park?
Wow. This is worse than the.
Yes, I didn't get a ticket in the Warriors lot.
Wow.
Where'd you end up parking?
It doesn't even matter at this point. The wrong spot.
And you probably had a really long walk, too.
No, it wasn't that long. And I think I'm on stuff so much in my life, man, and just that really bothers me.
So you didn't ask for parking?
Basically, I did not.
Well,
because this was my for sure. I didn't need it. I had my own version of it.
But here's the other thing: is like,
big dummy, man.
I didn't really ask. I just said, "Hey, is there any parking for this?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'll get you parking."
Like Norm always says,
my
you got
main
to
man,
be the dumbest, smartest person I've ever met.
Matt Naheem.
That hurts. Yep.
Yeah.
What are you watching tonight? I said 85.
Who's playing?
Warriors Lakers.
Oh.
Leons versus Laravia.
Hey, I don't know why I like the dude. He ain't scared. Laravia. He ain't scared.
No, he's not.
But then you gave up on your dude Connect.
He stinks.
He's on the. He would what?
See, here's what Warrior
fans. They trade him for too, and then they got nixed.
That big guy from Charlotte.
Yeah, there you go.
But here's the other thing. Warriors fans. You can't develop. We don't develop. We don't develop. How's Connect been developed? And why isn't Connect been developed? You think it has something to do with Doncic, Reeves, and LeBron James?
You asked me about Connect. I think he's better than they're utilizing. Okay, and I get it. They got
so
dudes
he's
in front
Moody.
of him.
He's Kuminga.
He's got size. He can shoot. He would get some. He would play on this team.
Who's?
Connect on the Warriors, especially when Curry was down.
I mean, I don't know how good he is. I'm not in that practice every day. But like, what happened to Connect? He was picked, 14th? Something like that?
What we
15th?
need to be asking is, what the hell happened to Post? No, I'm saying, what's going on?
Was it Austin? Yes, it was Austin. My main man. Who cares?
Oh, no. We are invested in Post. Friend of the show.
He will not be on the team next year, I don't believe. Something's going on with Posty. Right. I don't know what it is. And I know he's hurt.
And Bassey, he's like that, what we haven't had in for since Larry Smith. I'm not calling him Karl Malone.
No, but you're calling him Larry Smith.
No, what did you say about your Keister? I got a big ass. Bassey's got that compared to Post, and he can throw it around in the post a little bit. I don't know where this thing is going, but all the conversations and investments and minutes we spent on Post, I'm like, QP.
You also thought Trace Jackson Davis was something special.
Norm likes him.
I got a big ass.
And who was the security guard?
Andre?
Yeah, he liked Post. We talked about it. TJD.
Well, you may have seen the last of Quentin Post. Nah. Yeah, he's not under contract next year. Horford has a player option. What's Horford going to do?
Wow.
I mean, how about this? Do we want Horford back? It's for only 5 or 6. But
yes, I want Horford back.
So there you got a guy on the roster who's going to take a spot and play 40 games. They're going to have about 9 guys who play 42 games.
And what's scary, and I don't want to be negative here on the last home game for the Warriors in the regular season, is you don't want to add Curry to that list. But when he said that new normal, that's when I'm like, he can't control it. And that's when Father Time's, you know what I mean? I'm out.
Your take's not a hot take.
That is so out of context, but I guess the way I was saying it, he thought, I thought that I was only.
Well, the problem is that if you would have just asked a question, it wouldn't have been a hot take, but you had to lead into it.
No, I was excited.
Yeah, I know.
We're 2 of his favorites.
I know, 650.
Well, I don't even have it up today.
Guru like Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Well, so did Lake Up.
No.
Don't make it seem like I drafted those
Nobody
guys.
likes a guy they drafted 30. They just hate him less than the other guys.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we all like TJD, sad Draymond. Well, but good Lord. People thought he was a cornerstone.
Stop, man.
You do, man. You think? How about this? How was Will Richards' year? Yeah. No, you could just stop there.
No. He's been a plus.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Well, they had their worst record in 6 years.
I'm not saying impact. he's handled his business. He was grown when he got here, like Evan, an old soul. So I have no problems with Will Richard.
Dub Nation. This is Will Richard.
Yeah.
Laughing monks.
They got too many Will Richards.
Man. He's doubtful, by the way.
They got too many Will Richards, too many Guy Santoses, too many Pat Spencers.
Get off of Guy.
Too many.
I mean, Guy
Gary
got a
Payton
contract.
seconds.
He got paid.
Well, I mean.
Well, what?
No.
Changed his fortune in his family's life.
Really?
Yeah, if it ain't Steph Curry money.
Last 2 years, he made $1 million plus. I mean, how much money does he need?
Well, he got enough.
Plus the dollar, very strong in Venezuela. Where's he from? Brazil?
Yeah.
Brazil, yeah.
You called him Varejao.
I know. He didn't care. He actually has the same hair as Varejao, same country.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're... How are Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s picks looking now? Well, I mean, look.
Yeah, I'll let you handle it. Go ahead.
Well, like, that's kind of my problem is everybody was saying, wow, what? Post and TJD, just great second-round picks. Just unbelievable. No, they were fine. They were fine stopgaps, but they were really placeholders till they could try to get somebody better. And that's kind of why I don't think.
Both tall, two with height.
Yeah, exactly. So, you excited to see Willard and Dibbs?
No Willard today.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know his schedule
Text
like
him.
that.
He always texts you.
You're right.
Willard's bugging me.
I got my own problems, so I assume it's Grandy and Dibbs holding it down.
No, but remember when you missed and Willard goes, hey, Goo, just wondering, is everything okay?
Well, I beat him to it yesterday. As I turned around, I texted him I was out. Yeah. I had a good time with you guys.
You text Willard before the boss.
No, I called the boss. If you guys only knew, how about that?
You know, and if you only knew the text that he sends to me and Evan after he talks to you.
That would hurt.
He just says, hey, Goo, here's how it usually goes. Goo's going to run a little late today. There's a lot of traffic.
The major police activity.
Yeah.
Now, when Evan says it, I get mad. Because, Evan, you'll never say it. You love seeing me. But when I'm out, you're on. That's a difference.
Well,
not that you're happy I'm out. I know you're not.
No, but
it's like I'm on.
Well, no, but
get your head back down,
I enjoy seeing you.
I do too. I miss you guys.
I do enjoy the screenshots of the reasons sometimes are just because they come out of left field, you know? Like the major police activity one does stick with me.
And I got here that day.
No, you did.
Yeah.
Well, you should have. There was no police activity.
But please, you did stop. Somebody got shot on 80. Hercules.
Yeah, but it was in Oakland, so nobody cared.
It's not. Hey.
All right. You know what?
That was, they just saying that was bad.
No, I won't. I won't. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm taking more chances.
Well, get back on X.
Grandy and Dibbs.
Coming in next. Yep. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Scotty is trading at 14% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $673 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Dub Nation, this is Alex Tui, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
That's perfect.
Just flashback, 14 months, Guru, Steiny. I like Tui.
You available tonight?
Man. And you could even flash back 9 months, Grandy? You and I in Vegas, and
We actually
stopped by.
We interviewed Alex Tui.
Wow.
Tui. And it's funny because he came in and it's like, oh, yeah, good luck in Summer League or whatever. He walked away and not one person thought about anything. And he went over and got like some popcorn and like a soda water and whatever. And then we had Will Richard. And Will Richard, it's like, oh okay.
Yeah.
And
Immediately fell in love.
Right, I did. I love Will Richard. And he walked away and it's like, oh, yeah, people are like, oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, you're Will Richard. But
how would you describe his year? I'm jumping in his year because Snotty just asked me, Will, how would you, because we were on the bandwagon early, how would you kind of describe it as a whole?
On a scale of like 1 to 10?
I gave him the passing grade.
I mean, yeah. It's a
5.
Out of 5?
5 out of 10.
No.
No.
It's probably like an 8.
Expectations were nothing.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't think he did. Because people were so hot. Remember when Jimmy Butler was like, this guy's unbelievable. This guy's incredible. Okay. I don't think he's played as much the second half of the year as he did in the first. How come?
I ain't going to fight you on that.
I mean, they're trying to win. So, like, I don't know.
And he's been hurt.
Second round pick. Normally it's like, oh, boy, you won't make it.
Yes.
But, like, he looked good, and they're going to want to keep him. And, yeah, he's here. He's him. It's an 8.
The 55th pick? What do you expect from your 55th pick?
No, I expected he's doing fine, but he's just like Trace Jackson Davis in post. Like he's just a guy.
Maybe. Yeah.
And they got him under contract. Look. You guys.
You hate him.
I don't hate him. I love his contract, and I love him as a 9th or 10th or 11th man. But let's not forget how some people were talking about him. Like he was better than just a
No, he hit the ground running, and he had an old man spirit like he'd been in the lead.
I'm not criticizing him.
Yeah, then that captivated us.
Okay.
I told Brandy real quick while you were gone, I don't know if you got to listen. I know you're a P1 to the, much of the show, but I came in today and I don't want to overdo it. And I was kind of melancholy because the season's going to be over, but I omitted the fact that this could possibly be the last home game for the Warriors. And we get news that Steph is out. And I'm like, okay, no big deal. But my partner asked the way that he just talked about it and what this means tonight. Are you guys at all shocked that no Steph? Like, why wouldn't you sit out tomorrow on the road against the Kings and not give the crowd who's been missing you one more shot at you if you don't get to the play-in?
Maybe he's got the knee. Maybe the knee's barking or, ultimately, and the problem with this is that, most of these games, all these games, they don't really matter. So, like, you play tonight, you don't play tomorrow. Should you play tonight?
But to the fans, does it matter? It's the last game.
Right. But, I mean, he's played a bunch, and he played the other night in front of the fans. So, I don't know if you think about it in those terms.
My first read was Porzingis announced out yesterday for today's game. They want to maximize as many minutes as possible that Steph and Porzingis can play together. You know that Steph is going to miss one of these back-to-back games, so you might as well have him miss the game Porzingis is also going to miss. That was my read.
All right.
And if they don't both play tomorrow, then maybe I get a little concerned. Okay. But that's my read.
Because I've added that to you, Steiny.
Or if Steph doesn't play tomorrow.
Specifically Steph.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They played together in Houston, but it was only for 6 minutes or something like that?
I think they were on the court for 8 minutes together.
8 minutes, yeah. They didn't really overlap a whole heck of a lot.
And they didn't really do much together, frankly, when they were on the court together.
Yeah. LeBron in town.
That's about it that's in town.
Wow.
I have a feeling he's going to just say, I'm not playing either.
Not on the injury report, but we'll see. Maybe he'll check in for 5 minutes and then sit out the rest of the game.
And where are they in terms of, they're the 3? Can they be the 4?
No, they're the 4 and the tied with Houston, who's the 5th. So they need this game.
Gotcha.
They know who they're playing.
The home court.
Where?
Are they 3 behind Denver?
Yeah.
Okay, so Denver's out of the picture.
Denver's, yeah.
They're either 4 or 5, right?
Yeah. So they actually, people might disagree with me, so they don't care about any game.
Right.
Because it's not like they're going to go hard for the 4.
Well, Denver's a game and a half. Both the Lakers and Rockets are a game and a half back of Denver. So Denver needs to handle their business, too.
Like 2 games left. Denver's going to be the 3.
Yeah, I think so, too. And maybe that's why, Minnesota hasn't been playing for anything.
You said Ant's been out because they're kind of resting.
They are. I mean, think about, and this is, Diz, what do you think about this? I mean, we know the teams that are tanking, but now it's double whammy because you got half the playoff teams either jockeying or resting.
Right.
Well, forget jockeying. Who's really jockeying? Who?
Maybe in the East. I mean, you have those
I'd have to look,
like 4 or 5 teams that are kind of jockeying between like 6 and 10.
All right.
And I mean, they're actually jockeying, but in the West, like nobody's jockeying. They're all shutting it down.
Right.
That is wow.
I feel like teams don't care as much about home court as they used to.
I agree with that. 100%.
They're fine being the 5. It felt like always there was a push to be top 4.
I completely
You're fine
agree.
being the 6, frankly. In fact, you might want to be the 6 because you would avoid OKC in the second round.
It would, to me, it's the priority is to be healthy rather than the seed itself.
It's avoid the play-in and then get to the postseason healthy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, if it's not going to come down to this, but if the Lakers, needed, they would rather take 5 and lose games late so that Reeves and Doncic can be healthy. You'd rather have Reeves and Doncic healthy as a 5 than not as a 4, and that maybe is what happened if you play them more now, and then they're banged up for the postseason.
Now, you can do so much with that because once you get in the playoffs, what happened to Tatum last year? Bam.
Yep.
What happened to Halliburton?
Halliburton, yeah.
It was on fire, so it's
Steph
like
Curry.
Dame.
Yeah.
Oh, my, how did I forget that one?
Dame,
you can
too.
do that. Dame, man.
Jimmy Butler, tailbone.
Yeah.
What did he miss, 1 game
I think
last
just
year
one.
in the playoffs?
Yeah. Basically 2 because it happened early in
That's
that
right.
second game, but yeah.
And I think they won that game and then lost the following
If
one.
I asked you guys
they
one
lost
word
the one he got hurt in.
Okay.
They got blown out in that one.
to describe Butler and that money and just where he's at with this team, what word would you use? Because I'm like, oh, man, not only was it bad luck, obviously, and on the floor, but financially and when he might be readily available, this cryptic.
Albatross.
Wow.
And I'm not talking about, making a 2 on a par 5, which is
not
also
the Masters.
an albatross, but that thing is hanging around their neck like a heavy, heavy weight. And, you could either try to trade it, which you'd have to find somebody who want to take on that much money for a guy who won't play till February. But that thing, unfortunately, is an albatross.
I mean, to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but the only possible way you could trade Jimmy Butler is by attaching your first-round picks. And I just can't imagine him doing that. Again, I do think it does make a little sense. If Kawhi's under contract next year for 50, could the Clippers be interested in Jimmy Butler, knowing he'll be a free agent, so they'll get cap space or at least really get their cap under control, and 2 firsts, because I don't think they have a lot of picks in their future. So I'll bet you
all away.
Yeah, I'll bet you if they could get a couple firsts from the Warriors, they would be interested in that.
I also think that's the best way for the Warriors to get a big guy this summer because I hear so many people throw this out, and I think it needs to be said, well, maybe the Clippers and Kawhi get punished because of the aspiration stuff, and he becomes a free agent. That hurts the Warriors. They don't have money to spend in free agency. The only way they can bring somebody in here is if you trade away equal salary. If Kawhi's a free agent, unless he's taking a minimum, which he's not, you're not getting him.
Well, LeBron, for that matter, too, then.
Yes, yes.
See, that's where I think LeBron would be like, he's got
you could work like a sign and trade, but that becomes way more difficult, too. But
see, I think LeBron might be willing to play for a mid-level. Might. But not necessarily here.
Now, that's the problem.
I mean, again, LeBron can go anywhere he wants and give himself one more crack at it if he wants, right?
And if he wants one more crack at it, would that be here?
And that's what my fear is.
I mean, if it's Draymond and getting better Jimmy and Kristaps, I think maybe it is.
If you get real lucky health-wise, maybe.
Right, but I mean, you're asking him to also be healthy at what, 42 in December 30th.
But he did it this year. He did it this year.
Right, he did it this year.
All the more reason to worry to think something could happen.
I mean, he did it this year, and Steph is 38, and he didn't do it this year. And Jimmy's 35, and he didn't. And Kristaps is 30, and he didn't. So to me, it's all about like that 1 year anyway. So if you're LeBron and you're thinking, all right, one more year of whatever, of this, and he's already made $500 million on the court,
right?
Plus whatever off the court.
Way more off the court.
Right. Maybe one more year you can think about like, yeah, I'll go play with Steph and Draymond and let's just see.
I need you to do a favor to hit a button. You don't know what button.
Oh.
But we've criticized him and I'll just say me. I've been a harsh critic of Draymond, not on the court, off the court, and what he says and how he treats his teammates. But I know the dude is a junkyard dog and going to the Hall of Fame one day. And if you play this sound, I just want the reaction because I think they're going to be like me. I don't want to leave the witness.
I mean,
I guarantee you Dibs is not like
this
you
is a
on
prideful guy.
Listen to Guru's going to turn into a pretzel trying to defend this. But first, I'll say you're listening to Steely Dan.
Thank you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station.
When I found out yesterday, Grandy loves Steely Dan.
Steely Dan's one of the best bands of all time.
28.
I've never heard of
29.
I've never heard of
them. 30 next month.
Do you have the Royal Scam album? That's a great album.
I've listened to it. I don't own like
the
albums.
Royal Scam.
He came back with I think it was Deacon Blues yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I forget which
some
one.
from the Asia album. I'm like, Grandy, what do you know about Steely Dan? He's like, they're awesome.
Yeah,
like Grandy, star up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Clean this mess up, else we'll all end up in jail. Those test tubes and the scale, get it all out of here.
Anyway,
it's about meth.
So good.
It is.
Anyway, Draymond.
Oh, you hit the button.
Okay. Draymond Green, not on meth.
It's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm a competitor. So going to the game, I'm going to do all I can and win. But it's not that exciting.
Do you think you'll be excited next week when you have 2 do-or-die road games that, they'll be on big stages?
Well, listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win. I think, as a competitor, you're going to rise to the challenge, But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
No pun intended.
Yeah,
that is a warrior who is ashamed or embarrassed that the way they got to get into the playoffs is via the play-in. So he's acting like I'm not. But come the tip that night when they're in Portland, I have no questions at all. This dude will be going 200 miles an hour.
Right, come the tip. But what he also said is that, the play-in is broken. And that's
but
not
we all can believe it because they're really not even a playoff team if it went back to old school.
Right, and they shouldn't be a playoff team, honestly. And I said it yesterday, and Willard and I got into it for a long time. But you're the 10 seed. You're 37-42. You know what? Go home.
Wow.
And I love the Warriors, and I'll be locked in on the play-in because, I love the Warriors, and I love, the station and all the rest of it. But
you didn't qualify, really.
Yeah, I qualified it. Like, I will watch it, and I'll be excited because it matters, and we talk about it, and I love Steph Curry, and any chance to watch Steph play basketball, I'm into it. But when you're 37-42, you don't belong. You belong one place. Cancun.
Wow.
In the lottery is where you belong.
Right.
Did you have a problem?
You go from
Brandy?
Cancun to Secaucus.
Wow, man.
No, I don't have a problem.
Like,
honestly.
you think he's going to be ready to go?
Yes, of course he'll be ready to go, but I don't care that he says I don't care about the play-in tournament.
Okay.
Do any of the players care about the play-in tournament?
Well, we know Steph does.
The chef?
He cares about what the play-in tournament will get you, potentially.
And that means you care. It's a vessel to give us a shot.
And what Draymond said is he doesn't care right now.
No doubt.
He won't go to
he
sleep.
hates that they got to lean on that to get in.
If you asked Draymond, would you rather qualify for the play-in tournament or not, he would say, yes, I'd rather qualify for the play-in tournament than be the 12th seed. He would rather say that. I think Steiny might disagree.
I was just saying, make your noise. Make your noise.
I don't know. You're probably right. I just think that these guys, when they get to this age in the NBA and they've seen it all, like Draymond's not like, oh, I won OKC.
You don't think?
No.
Then I don't know.
They know. See, that's the problem. Steph and Dre, they know what a championship team looks like. They know what a first round winner looks like.
So is Steph just blowing smoke when he's saying it's meaningful to him?
No, I think it is meaningful to him, but I don't think he's got unrealistic expectations like they can win around in the playoffs.
But you don't know till you find out.
Right, but if you look at the history, and it's been a brief history, but in the history of the play-in, how many playoff games has the 10 seed won?
That's a great question.
I know the answer.
I want to say, I'm guessing 3.
Grandy?
1?
Steiny?
2.
Gooses!
Oh, my God.
The only 10 seed to advance got swept in the first round.
Who was that?
I think it wasn't Miami. I'd have to look. I had it yesterday, but the 10 seed has made it out of the 10 once.
It was the Heat last year.
Thank you. And Evan's right. And they got swept by Cleveland.
Yeah,
Thank you, Evan, for the refresher. So the 10 seed has made it out once out of 10.
Hasn't won a single playoff
game. So, yeah, go ahead and, beat the 9 and beat the 7-8 loser and go to OKC. We're going to Oklahoma. We're going to Golden State. You're going nowhere.
Wow,
and
man.
My partner hates Dean? It. Howard Dean.
Howard Dean, yeah.
Yes.
I liked him.
And until that day.
Ended his campaign.
Well, and what's funny, Granny, because you were 3 years old, he was actually on the rise. He actually had momentum. And then he was talking about, we're going to North Dakota, we're going to Minnesota, we're going to Wisconsin, we're going to the White House. Campaign over. Campaign over. Not unlike
not James, John Edwards. John Edwards.
Yes,
career over in a hurry.
I'm thinking about the last election where our guy, what are we doing? Scranton, Pennsylvania. And when he had his moment, it was like, oh God. Get me Kamala in a hurry. Too late. Democrats.
Gary Hart.
Another
quick exit.
Dude, you're on fire right now with candidates who had it all blow up.
Al Franken.
Before your time, Gary Hart, there was an early, it wasn't even internet, but
they were on a boat or something.
I'm on a boat.
Her last name was Rice, I believe.
Oh my God. I thought about Glenn Rice, but he played for Michigan. But Gary Hart was captured on a boat with a woman who was not his wife.
Okay, before we get out of here, we talked about it.
Over.
I wasn't here yesterday. What did you make of Vrabel and Rossini?
It's a complete, nothing burger. It's nothing.
But what I don't like is the Adam Schefter, they're not touching it. Keep that same energy. I want to hear, who was that?
But, what's the energy?
Who was what?
What were you guys doing? I've been around a few blocks.
Did you see the other picture that came out? There's the pool picture of Vrabel and Diana Rossini side by side, and then the real picture. There are 6 people all in the pool, and it's not just Diana and Mike.
Stop.
There are a couple guys over here. There's a tattooed guy over here. There are people.
Are you sure that wasn't AI? Because I saw an image that was
just them two.
That was AI with other people in the pool.
I'm not positive, but
it was barstool people. It was
because this would help them if other people were around, and I would feel different.
Well, they both said other people were around. They both have said that.
Right. And I mean, for me,
and I ain't nobody to judge. I'm just that's not a good look.
No, I mean, I don't know. If they were caught holding hands, 2 hands.
If your missus saw you at the pool giving somebody a hug that, I'm on the 95-7 the game field trip, there would be hell to pay. I know.
I mean, probably not.
You know what I've heard?
Yeah.
It was the interlocking fingers.
That's what did it?
Yeah. Did you see the way they came together? And it was the interlocking fingers that people were brought to their attention.
Okay. I mean, for me, it's a gigantic nothing burger. And I think about other things that have happened in the past, Jenny Dell and Will Middlebrooks in Boston, where, they had a thing and then she left her job and they got married.
Well,
and
what about the couple caught at the Coldplay concert? That went all bad.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all bad. But this was not that.
Yeah,
I mean, they were not making out. I mean, they got caught holding hands.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a difficult situation.
It's a giant.
Nice, Steve.
But when you say holding hands, you mean when they just both hands. They weren't holding hands like a couple would walking down the street, were they?
No, they were holding hands
in front.
Right.
Yeah, they were just greeting each other.
Exactly.
I agree. That's more harmless than if they were holding hands walking around the pool.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if they were arm in arm, and if it was bringing in and now it's lip to lip. But as a man who has OCD,
right.
If you're going to hold my hand, I need you to hold both hands. because I can't have just like one hand held. I need both, and that's, my own thing. And, Grandy, we've talked about it where I pull one ear, I pull the other ear, and that's just me. So maybe
she has OCD. Signs over there, Div? What are you doing?
That is great.
Steal second?
Time to bunt, like Luis Arraez.
Yeah. Got to run in.
Yeah, you did.
Pretty good pickup, huh?
I mean, all he does is hit singles, so Grandy hates him.
You and Evan.
So does Evan.
No, it's funny because we've done a whole
he's been pretty good so far.
Like the whole bridge the gap thing down the hall.
Yeah.
Luis Arraez is the gap because old people like us, Steiny and Goo, sadly you're among us, but batting average, that's great. And then these whippersnappers are like, oh, but his OPS, it stinks.
Yeah, I got it.
But all he does is
launch angle.
That's right. Oh, and Woba and Babip. All he does is get on base and get hits.
I love it.
All he does is hit. He doesn't just get on base. His batting average is the same as his on base.
But what is his batting average?
It's like 320. But his on base is also 320. And 320 on base isn't great.
No, but Luis Arraez is, Steiny, the epitome of the bridge the gap.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Yep.
What do you got coming up today on 95.7 The Game?
We're going to try to get to the bottom of why it feels like, I can speak for myself as a Giants fan, it feels like Giants fans overreact over and over and over again.
I saw that on Twitter.
The 3-8 start is the end of the world. Buster Posey's terrible building rosters. Tony Vitello's not cut out for this. They win 2 games against the Phillies, and now all's right in the world again. I don't know. The psyche of a Giants fan, I'm having a hard time.
I think it's just fans in general nowadays, man.
I think it's more than that. I think it's people. And by people, I mean you people. You
Pointing to
people.
Me?
Hey.
Yes, people your age, like you, Evan, Lucas, Cam, whatever, Risotto, Zach Green, all you young people, you have no patience.
On me.
You have no patience. You don't understand the rhythm of 162. You got no patience.
Okay, Tibbs.
What guess you got? Because you guys get the best ones.
We don't have any
Lucas
guess.
is off,
No,
so...
Yeah, Lucas is in New Orleans.
We're down on Lucas.
Let me bring that back.
Yeah.
Why?
Nolan's off.
Huh?
Get this, Dibs.
Why are we down on
commissioner? Evan wins the NCAA tournament bracket, and then there's no funds. He has to go collect the bread.
No funds and no follow-up email. Like, hey, congrats
No,
to...
Evan's got to do that himself. Not cool.
I got to send you 25, Evan.
Yeah, I told him that.
You all do.
I'm not listening.
No, I paid. Who won the Mark Madness?
A friend from college.
No money in that one, though.
No, but you get a mug with his picture on it.
It's
Like I
already
said,
being
no
delivered.
money in that one. Yeah.
Wait, the same mug I like to use?
Yeah. I do it every year, Steiny.
Oh, you get a new cup every year?
Yeah, I sent you a text about it, and you ignored it, just like every other host here, except for you.
All right, gents. Willard all right? Or sick day?
No, he's good. Okay. Going on a trip with his daughter to go check out colleges.
Oh, nice. So he won't be here tomorrow either.
Correct.
No, he won't.
You hate to see it.
On
95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome in. It's Willard and Dibs. No Willard, Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game until 6 o'clock. Dibs, I think the last time we did a show together, it was the Friday of the first round of March Madness, and we talked about how that was one of the best days of the entire year.
Oh, yeah?
For you, this is also one of the best days of the year, isn't it?
It's pretty good with the Masters getting underway, and, you got Scheffler 2 under, 3 back, and so it's pretty fun, but, I'm going to lock in on content with you.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like Willard when a Giants game is going on. Every time you're talking, he's taking a peek.
Eyes up.
Taking a peek.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
But we can multitask. We can multitask, there's no doubt.
Yep.
We're going to get into a lot of Giants stuff. We just teased it there with the guys on the crossover, Steiny and Goo, the psyche of Giants fans. I think I might have to lay down on the couch, Dibs, and maybe you'll help me through this. And I want the listeners to help me through it as well. And if anyone's in the same boat as me, I would appreciate calls and texts to let us know how you guys are feeling about all this. Before we get to that, though, I do want to get to our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Okay, no Steph Curry, no Kristaps Porzingis tonight versus the Lakers. So who will lead the Warriors in scoring tonight? Will it be Brandon Pajemski, DeAnthony Melton, Guy Santos, who's technically questionable, or somebody else? Pajemski, Melton, Guy, or someone else. You can vote now on Twitter, and we'll share the results before we're off the air at 6 o'clock tonight. It is kind of a downer of a game for the Warriors at Chase tonight, their final home game of the regular season. No Steph, no KP. Who's your pick to lead the team in scoring, Dave?
It's Pods. I mean, he's the guy who's kind of been, carrying the water for the better part of a month or longer, so he's going to be the guy who they look to score. And I'm just looking at NBA.com, and the headline for the game is injury-plagued Lakers look to regroup against the Warriors. So they're also
they are injury-plagued.
They're plagued.
No Luka.
And the Warriors are plagued.
No Reeves.
And it's whatever. Game 80 for both. And so I don't know how you avoid this in the NBA. You really can't. Like game 80 of 82 and, no Steph, no Jimmy, no Moses, obviously. And over there, no LeBron, no Luka, no Austin.
LeBron's playing, or at least he's not on the injury report.
Okay,
But no Luka, no Reeves.
Right, and so it's a little bit of like, neither team has a lot to play for, but you go out there and, do battle, and let's see.
Do battle.
Yep.
And let's see what happens.
Right?
I'll go Melton. Melton had a great game on Tuesday against the Kings. Got his shot to fall again. So I'll vote Melton, but we'll take a look back on the results of that poll. You can log on to Twitter right now. Just search 95.7 The Game, and you'll be able to vote in that poll, which is up as we speak. We'll get back to that. We'll talk more about the Warriors as well as we go forward. But one thing that has been hitting me of late, Dibs, and specifically after the Giants won yesterday, and they won the series against the Phillies after they blew game one. The bullpen couldn't hold the lead that was given to them by their starting pitching. And then Robbie Ray and Malley, along with the bullpen, combined to throw back-to-back shutouts the next two games, and the Giants score 6 runs. They score 5 runs. They win the series, and suddenly things are feeling up again. Devers hit a home run, had another hit in that game yesterday. Maybe his bat is coming around. Chapman has been better with the bat of late. Maybe some signs of improvement from Adames and Luis Arraez. As you like to point out, a guy that I'm not a gigantic fan of has been pretty consistent and is still hitting good so far of late as well. It's an entirely different feeling the last couple of days. What a difference like 24 hours can make. You win on, when was that, Tuesday night, and then you win on Wednesday during the day, and now you're 5-8. You've won 2 of your 4 series played, but I'm just having a hard time reconciling how different I felt when they were 3-8 versus how different I feel now that they're 5-8.
Yeah.
And me personally, Dibs, and maybe this is just me, maybe it's Giants fans across the board, maybe it is, as you're talking about a generational divide. I don't know exactly what it is. I feel like baseball is the most reactionary sport, even though it shouldn't be, because there's 162 of these games.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time riding this roller coaster already.
But you get to react every day, basically. Like
True.
Today, you won't react because they don't have a game, but then, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and then, no Monday and all the rest of it. So I think baseball is the one where you have the best chance to, react, because you might lose 9-1. It's like, oh my God, the bullpen and so-and-so starter was terrible, and then the next day you win 9-1. It's like, yeah, the starter was great, and the offense is back, and we're so back. And so I do think that, nowadays with everything in social media and Twitter and all the reactions and the text line and people calling us, it's like every day you have a chance to react in real time. And so you do that with everything. But baseball, they've played 13 of 162.
Yeah.
They haven't even played 10% of the schedule yet.
No.
It's been like...
And we've already gone through what feels like a crazy roller coaster.
Right. And it's been like NFL-wise about a game and a half of NFL football. And, that's where the NFL is so much easier to talk about where it's like you play Sunday. Oh my God, they won. Victory Monday. And we'll do that. And then Tuesday and then Wednesday. Okay, let's get ready for the next team. And Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But in baseball, you play and it's good or it's bad. And, Chapman yells at Casey Schmidt and the bullpen blows the game. And, you can't hit and your big three hitters they're awful. And then all of a sudden, like, your pitching staff is good. The bullpen's good. And your defense is fine. And, your big three, they now can hit. And so we react to that. And so the reactions are much more immediate.
I wonder if, maybe it's also just the recent memory of being a Giants fan, because I think this is maybe where it comes in for me a little bit. Yeah. And obviously we are now quite a ways away from the golden era when they won 3 World Series in 5 years, and even in 2016 went to the playoffs and had a chance to really make some noise. Where a blown save by Santiago Casilla away potentially from maybe going to the NLCS again, and then who knows what happens at that point. You also had to win, of course, the do-or-die Game 5 in Chicago, if that were the case. But that's not important. It's been a while since they've been relatively consistently successful and making postseasons. And the deep runs in the postseason don't really matter in this conversation. But I feel like I've been conditioned, Dibs, almost for the last 5 years and even 2021, because there wasn't probably a gigantic chunk of the fan base even then that felt like, oh, now we're back and we will be back going forward in the future. That always kind of felt like a one-off or a fluke or whatever word that you want to use. I feel like I've been conditioned as a Giants fan to be like, when things start going south, believe it, because that might be who this team actually is, because it's what the team has been for the most part over the last 5 years, and I have a hard time shaking the recent history that I've experienced as a Giants fan.
And I get that, but also when they go south, quote unquote, they're 3-8. You know that at some point they'll be 17-17,
and they'll finish 500.
Well, and then they'll be 28-23, and then they'll be 34-37.
But it's not like that's a good thing either.
It's not
being 500.
I mean, it's not.
It's better than being under 500.
It is, but when you're 3-8, you should be able to look back on your muscle memory and realize that they're not going to wind up 60 and 102. I mean, that won't happen because that's never happened in the past, 15, 17, 20 years or whatever. So you realize that 3-8 is 3-8. It's not good. And Tony Vitello, he's not a clown. And the roster is still really good. And they do have good pitchers. And so 3-8 might become 14-14 before too long. And so it's kind of the ebb and flow of what you should be doing as a Giants fan. But new manager, Buster Posey, his first real year of that's my guy and I'm the man now. And
this is basically the team that he built. Last year was a team he mostly inherited. This year's a team that he built.
I mean, I think that part of it is oh God, maybe Buster is not cut out to do this and Vitello's not the guy.
But we heard all those reactions. We heard this roster stinks. There's so many holes. Yep. Buster, you did a terrible job this offseason, and then you hired this fool from Tennessee who's never coached or managed in the big leagues before. He's clearly not a big league manager. Jung-Hoo Lee is terrible, and they don't have any outfielders, and the third baseman is yelling at all the players on the roster, and everything is going wrong. What is happening? And then they win 2 games, and it's okay, we're fine, we're good. And I'm not saying that any of those things that you're upset about aren't correct, or that maybe there's some truth to it. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be excited now after winning a couple of games. I just feel like it is so overly emotional just about what happened. Exactly. In any single game.
And I wonder if that's just us in this fan base, or if it's all fan bases and all people. And I can't help but think about being a little bit older, and you look at 162 and you look at 11 games in, you go, 3-8, not good. But, if you wind up being 30-80, well, then, you're having a bad year. But 3-8 is 11 out of 162, and now you're 13 in. And so let's just go ahead and, wait and see, 9-game road trip. Let's see if they can go, 6-3 or 7-2. If they go 0-9, then they come home, and we have a little bit of a different thought about that. So I think that my thing is that, younger people, and I'm blaming you.
Yeah, blame me.
And Cam and all the rest
behind
of you
the glass too. Blame Ken.
You don't have the ability to step back and just let it play out, because we all have to react, and we go on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and all the rest of it, and we have to have a take. you got to have a take, and it's got to be something that is, biting and real and conclusive. They're 13 in to 162. They got 149 left to go. It's okay to just kind of, lay back and just wait.
And they've played the Yankees, the Padres, the Mets, and the Phillies, all of whom should be postseason teams this year.
Right. And on this trip, they have Baltimore and Cincinnati and Washington, and, they all might not be playoff teams.
Maybe, yeah.
We'll see.
So maybe this is an opportunity to pick up some wins, and then we're feeling different again.
Well, if they go 9-0 and they come home, 14-8, oh my God,
the Reds are pretty good.
Where's the parade going to be? And if they go 0-9, it's like fire Vitello.
Fire everyone.
Right. And so, I don't know. Anything in between, you can have your opinion. I'm not saying you shouldn't have an opinion or a thought, but I do think that nowadays we get a little bit too definitive too early.
I don't know. I feel like my relationship with the Giants, obviously things are great if they win a lot, and that's fine. But I feel like my relationship with the Giants has been strained because of what the last 5 years have been. And I feel like I have an unhealthy relationship with the Giants. Like it is not healthy the way that my emotions swing based on one win or two wins or one loss or two losses. It takes a gigantic swing the way I feel about this team. And maybe it is the instant gratification era that we live in, and it is social media, and it is all of that, and it is our attention spans dwindling with every passing year. Like maybe that's part of it. But I don't want to be on this ride. I don't know if I can survive this ride for 162. Where I feel like, they just won 2 games in a row. Let's go. We're back. We're going to the World freaking Series, Dibs. Like, I can't live that way. I need to find a way to fix it.
Well, the way to fix it is by, just realizing that it's 162 and, realizing that every series is not everything. And, you come back against Philly and you win 2 or 3, and that's good. And
very good. And it could have easily been a sweep.
It could have been. And, the Yankees sweep you and you don't score. And then the last 2 games, Philly, they didn't score either, and so you shut them out. And so it's going to be an ongoing, yin and yang, and the pendulum will swing, and, you just wait until you're about 50 games in, and then you look at it and you go, okay, who are we?
Yeah. Well, I want to try to dive into the psyche of Giants fans, because at least I can speak for myself. I feel like I'm kind of in an unhealthy relationship with the Giants, and I wonder if anyone else out there is feeling the same way. You can let us know, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call. It is also the Boxer and Gerstein Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard on Willard and Dibs. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take your calls and your texts on this and a whole lot more as we continue right here on 95.7 The Game.
Game day traffic brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're headed to Chase Center for the Warriors game tonight, it's pretty heavy on northbound 101 coming up from the peninsula. That's bumper to bumper, not so bad on 280, and no major backups on the upper deck of the Bay Bridge.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The Night Before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/The Night Before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen. Like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was my
Boy,
line.
stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
You young people,
hey,
yes, people your age, like you, Evan, Lucas, Cam, whatever, Risotto, Zach Green, all you young people, You have no patience.
This on me.
You have no patience. You don't understand the rhythm of 162.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You better be careful, Dibs.
Facts.
Because you're surrounded by everyone you just called out.
I called you out because...
There's 3 of us and 1 of you on this show today. No Willard, no Lucas, although Lucas is also one of the people you called out.
But I'm right. Like, you guys don't understand what it's like. And, when I was a kid, you had a game.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, pre-internet, for those of you who remember that, you don't, Cam doesn't, like, you had a game and you had to wait for the newspaper.
I remember dial-up.
Right, but that's not pre-internet.
I know. Yeah, I remember the noises more than anything else.
Right, and shout out Napster. God, what a run that was. You could queue up like 17 songs and you go off for a run, you come back and like 15 of them would download. It's like, oh my God, this is amazing. But yeah, pre-internet, you had to wait until the next day to get the newspaper and see like how so-and-so did in their box score. But nowadays, it's like, oh, you get 3 innings in, I'm going to Twitter. Oh, my God. Vitello, I can't believe this and that. And, how are you playing Bailey instead of Susak? And tweet. You guys have no patience. None.
I asked you to be my therapist, and instead you're yelling at me.
I mean, I've never been to therapy, and if I was a therapist, this would be how I would do therapy. Like, I'd be the keep it real therapist.
I said, I need to lie down on your couch, Dibs. Talk me through this.
Okay.
I'm in an unhealthy relationship with the Giants. I don't think I can survive this for 162.
Yeah, I guess my advice would be, Mark, I'm glad you came in, and, if you could just, stay
okay, but also don't baby me.
I mean, Mark, here's a binky, and if you need a blankie, or, if you need a wubby.
Please, that would help. Thanks.
If you need a stuffy, and shout out my daughter, who's 3.5, and her current favorite, Ski Bear and Donkey.
Oh, of course.
Ski Bear and Donkey.
Yeah.
They're going everywhere. And, she rotates. Right now, Ski Bear and Donkey are the 1 and the 2. But, go ahead and lie down, Mark. And, it's going to be okay. It's a long way to go. And, they have a lot of talent. And, Tony is passionate. And they've got a good roster. And, Logie and Robbie and, Rupee and Mally, they're going to be fine. They have a good rotation, and the bullpen will get better. And, darn it, the lineup's actually starting to hit a little bit better. And so just hang in there, little guy.
Hang in there, big guy.
There'll be better days ahead.
I'm not Jared Goff
either. It'll be $180, by the way, for the hour.
Thanks.
Therapy.
For an hour. That was 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be here for 4, so... based on therapy money.
Oh, you'd be making a racket.
Yeah, almost a rack. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, out of all of the things that have maybe frustrated Giants fans, all of the issues with the Giants, just to put it that way, what do you think are ones that are fair criticisms or fair issues that the Giants are facing, despite what the last 2 or 3 games have felt like?
It's the bullpen. You have no closer. You have no setup guy. You have no bridge guy. You have no long man. You've got people, and
you've got some guys.
You've got some guys who throw pitches, but you don't have really like an established bullpen. I do think your rotation is mostly like good enough. Logan's going to be Logan. He's going to be 200 innings of like really solid 3.1 ERA, whatever. Robbie Ray, he's healthy. He's good. I think that Rupee, as I continue to, channel this whole like therapy thing, but Landon Roop is good.
It's going tomorrow.
And, Molly, whatever. I think your rotation is going to be good enough. For me, the big issue is the bullpen. You've got no definition and you've got no closer.
That's fair. Yeah, the bullpen is obviously an issue. Now, you do have a couple of guys that you hope to get back relatively soon that are hurt right now, and then maybe that changes the way the bullpen feels. But regardless, even if those guys come back and are good, you're still going to be relying on some guys that haven't really proven themselves yet at the major league level. So I'm with you that is a concern. I also think you got concerns on the offensive end. We can point to just like lineup construction, and we can say, well, there's a reason why we're all upset maybe with the way Vitello has put the lineup card together, and that's probably because they don't have a true leadoff guy. They don't have a true, maybe even 2 guy or 3 guy. Maybe they got a bunch of guys that you'd like to hit 5 and 6, but they're all hitting 3 and 4, and those are all fair criticisms. But I think if we can dive in and be even more specific, Dibs, one of the bigger issues, I think, is specifically the corner outfield spots. You're getting absolutely nothing from Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee, and you can survive like a down hitting performance, a down hitting year from your center fielder if you're getting good defense from them. It's kind of like how you view catcher and even at times shortstop. Those are your primary defensive positions, and if those guys are good on that end, you can survive less from them on the offensive side. But your corner outfield spots, just like your corner infield spots at first and at third, you need offensive production from those guys. And right now, Elliot Ramos isn't just not getting on base. He's not even putting the ball in play. He's striking out like almost 50% of the time. Jung-Hoo Lee is hitting what, 120 on the year? Yep. You're getting nothing from those guys. And if that, not hitting 120 for the rest of the year, but even if that hits, if that keeps up even just somewhat around that level, you're going to need Devers and Adames and Chapman and everybody else to hit amazing to make up for what you're not getting from the corner outfield spots.
That's fair. And for me, the bigger issue right now is Jung-Hoo Lee because he has never shown that long-term, consistent, like, yes, I can hit a stint. Like, you've seen that from Elliot Ramos. He's hit.
All-star last year. He's
been an all-star.
Second half wasn't good last year, but yeah.
So I think that when you look at Ramos, you can look at it and go, yeah, Ramos can be that guy. We've seen him be that guy. Jung-Hoo Lee's the one where you paid him a lot of money, and he's never had that one long, consistent stretch, a year or half a year, where it's like, yeah, he's that guy. And so you got Bader, and you've got, Oliva, who hasn't really hit ever, and he's
3 at-bats, one hit.
Exactly, but he's 30, and he's never been up and done the thing. So I wonder about that. And my other concern is really about the defense because, Adames at short can be a little bit shaky at times, and you don't really have a first baseman. And you talk about Ramos and left, and Ramos is not a plus
adventure
outfielder.
Out there already.
It's been an adventure.
And it was all the last year, too.
Right, so if Ramos is not going to hit, and you have him out there in left on defense, that's a problem. And Jung-Hoo Lee is a good defensive right fielder. He should be. But if he's not hitting either, then what are we doing?
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, that to me, those are the issues early on.
Yeah, and those are things like the bullpen specifically is one where I think maybe that's where Buster Posey deserves some blame, where you could tell that this was going to be at least a question mark coming into the season. You traded away Doval and Rogers at the trade deadline last year. Not saying that either of those were terrible moves, but if those were the moves you were going to make as they did, it probably means that you should maybe address that in the offseason and bring in some proven big league reliever arms, and they didn't really do that. So they're going into this season having to rely on guys like JT Brubaker or guys like Caleb Killian or Blade Tidwell or Eric Miller, who's been good.
Baraki.
Yep. You're right. I know that's your favorite guy just because of the way his name sounds when you say
that's
it.
That's Willard's guy, so.
Baraki.
Yeah, that's right.
But, so that's... I think what I'm getting at, Dibs, is a lot of the issues that we're talking about. One, it's player performance issues. The bullpen doesn't fall in that category, in my opinion. That's where Jung-Hoo Lee falls in, where Elliot Ramos falls in, maybe until yesterday, where Devers falls in at times, where Adames falls in. Those are, and maybe even Patrick Bailey, although he's kind of proven that this is who he is offensively. Yeah. Maybe not quite this bad, but he's going to have a stretch like this relatively often because that's who he is at the plate. Those are player issues and player performance issues. The bullpen is probably, in my opinion, more of a Buster Posey roster construction issue. We're getting to a point, Dibs, where we're talking about all the issues of the team, and I am having a hard time finding anything that I can blame on Tony Vitello. Like, we can be frustrated or confused by what Tony says to the media, and that's all fair and good. But in terms of why this team was 3-8, like, I can't really find anything to pin on Tony Vitello.
And honestly, if you want to look at, you have no bullpen, you have no closer, like, who do you have on the roster that is a closer? It's Ryan Walker, I guess, but he's never been a closer. Like, okay, you're a closer. You have...
Was a couple years ago.
Right, but...
And started last year, but lost it really quick.
Right, and that's my point. Like, he's never been a guy who has, 300 saves. You've been a closer year after year, and you are that guy. He was a closer for about a year and a half or a year and change, and now, you don't have a lot of leads, and so he doesn't close, and the one chance he got, he didn't close it out, and so... You don't have a setup guy. You don't have a long man. You've got nothing in the bullpen. And that might be more of a Buster issue. And, you go back to the offseason and they didn't really address that. No. They spent money on, they brought in Bader and they brought in a couple of starters, but they didn't really bring in anybody to address, I think, their biggest need, which is the bullpen.
Yeah, they brought in Malley, they brought in Hauser in the starting pitching, they brought in Bader in center, and they brought in Arraez at second base. That's basically
bring in RNS Doors for a closer.
That's right.
Shout out Cam.
Yeah, shout out
You know
Cam.
Something about that, Dibs.
And I know something about Cam. I've been actually, my new bit is I walk around the office and I do my Cam, and it's a little off-putting to people who are used to my on-air voice, but actually, Cam, this is my normal voice.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, Cam. Yeah, especially for Sarah Kawaguchi down the way, and Tiana Fernandez. I go up to them and I say, hey, how you doing? I'm Cam Dibley. I'm not Dan Dibley. I'm Cam Dibley. How you doing?
You can do Cam's voice, which you do a pretty decent Cam. But to do the full Cam, you got to do the walk into a room with a gigantic smile and just go and hug everybody.
And you know me, Mark. I don't smile very often, and nor do I have great braids like Cam does right now. I have a beard. He's got all pepper. I got a lot of salt and paprika in mine, but he's handsome. He smiles, and he's got hair. I'm not handsome. I don't smile, and I'm grumpy. Yeah.
And you don't have hair.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
I already pointed that out. I'm Cam Dibley. Yeah, I'm like the anti-Cam.
Okay.
Short, angry, and ugly. How you doing? I'm Cam Dibley.
Shout out to Cam Williams behind the glass, who's running double duty today, working the Warrior game.
He better.
And working
Wheelerton
Dibs here
nothing
today.
all the time.
Yeah, come on, Cam.
I mean, he says, hey, Tim, it's time to go around the association. How you doing?
He sits around, does nothing all day. Is that what Tony Vitello does, Dibs?
I mean, not when they win. Like right now, he's a magician. He's pushing all the right buttons.
What is he really? Okay, what are there things that we can point to that Tony Vitello has done wrong this season from a decision-making managerial standpoint?
I mean, we can do that, and we could pick through every game and go, oh, you should have done this. And the Bo Rucky one is an example where you went to Bo Rucky when you had Gage ready, and turns out Bo Rucky gave up a couple of runs and you lost the game. And they pitched to Judge when you didn't have to, and Judge hit a home run, and all the rest of it. You can look backward and reverse engineer stuff and be like, oh, you should have done that, or you should have done this. The one thing that I thought he should have done earlier is let the bench go out there and play. And the other one is if Dan Susak, Danny, whatever, depends on what he's going with.
It's a Dan day.
It's a Dan day. I was Daniel for 6 months. I was Danny for a long time, and then eventually I was Dan, and then now I'm Dibs. But I mean, eventually he'll probably be just Sack, I would imagine, or the Sack, or D-Sack. I like D-Sack, but when you have a day where you go 3 for 3, you play him the next day. I don't care about Patrick Bailey. He went 3 for 3. So that's my only thing is if a guy does well, you ride their hot hand, and he hasn't done that. So that would be my only criticism.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think there's also a certain level of, and this is maybe what's gotten the Giants in trouble in the past. I think back to the Kapler era, the Kapler-Farhan era, and maybe even a little bit of the last couple of years with Melvin, where it felt like there was not a lack of trust or a lack of faith, but there was always an eagerness to take somebody out before they were to fail, as opposed to trust them to go get another out or two or do things well and then make a change. And this is obviously more so a pitcher perspective, I think, than a hitter perspective. But remember how upset Alex would get when he would get taken out of the fourth inning. Sean Manaea for kind of being a starter, but mostly being a long reliever, and that upset him. And all these different examples of it. What we've seen from Tony Vitello early has been letting Logan Webb pitch into a seventh inning in a game where he's not quite feeling it, but Logan Webb responded and got him the outs that he needed. Same thing happened with Robbie Ray. He let Hauser go into the seventh inning on, when was that? Monday night, and then he ended up allowing a runner to get on base. Then Bo Rucky came in, and that's when everything went to hell on that game, and the bullpen blew that game, but he trusted his starter to go, probably longer than most people would have expected, definitely longer than Kapler would have let him throw for, probably longer than Melvin would have let him throw for, and there's probably something similar to that to what's happening with the lineup.
Yeah.
Maybe Bailey is not the best example because he's hitting so poorly, and Susac, very small sample size, but has hardly made an out in 2 starts, just 1 out in 2 starts. But for, say, example, Adames or Chapman or Devers, and maybe to a lesser degree, Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee, although they've had some days off of late the last couple of games, there is something to be said for your manager keeping you in there despite some struggles and trusting you to find a way out of it. And that's not something the Giants have had for a while.
It's different, though, when you're talking about Adames and, Devers and Chapman. They're at a different level than Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and Bailey. And so those guys, I think, need a little bit more of a quick hook as far as like, okay, you need a day. You're not hitting it all. But Adames and Chapman and Devers, you get all the time you need. And what we've seen is that all 3 of those guys are starting to lock in and they're starting to produce a little bit more. And even Bader sat for a day and, Oliva went in there, and a little bit of an awkward moment when Oliva walked out to bat.
That was weird.
And, Bader's like, bro.
Tapped him on the shoulder as he's walking to home plate.
That was a little bit awkward. And maybe that was, Tony V and inexperience or whatever it was, but that was just a little bit awkward. But I think that he's starting to find his footing as far as 162 and every day. Because when you're in college, you play your guys. If they're healthy, you play them all the time. And it's a weekend series, and then you're off Monday, and Tuesday you play either Lipscomb or South Georgia, or you play North Florida, whatever. And that's when you play all your bench guys. And then, you're off Wednesday and Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're facing Alabama. Boom, you guys are all back in there. So it's a little bit different now, and I think he's starting to find his footing as far as when to give guys days off.
But I think from a larger perspective, the decisions that Vitello has made in terms of in-game X's and O's isn't really translate to bat or to baseball, but you know what I'm talking about in terms of the coin flip decisions that Vitello has made. Has there been 1 or 2 that you're confused by? Yeah, you pointed out Boracchi.
Yep.
There was a moment, I think it was late in the series. No, was it the series finale against San Diego or one of the early Mets games where they pitched Keaton Wynn, who at that point had kind of been one of their guys they've been liking to use in the 8th innings and in high leverage moments, and they pitched him in a game in which they were losing by 6 or 7 runs. And then they wanted to use him again the next day, but he had just pitched the game before, and you're kind of left scratching your head wondering, why did Keaton Wynn throw in that game when the game was probably already over and you could have used him, say, in the game today. So there's a couple of things here and there. Those are issues that every manager runs into, and it's probably something that Vitello is going to learn about and improve on as time moves along. But for the most part, the issues that I've had, and I told you I've been on this emotional roller coaster much more than I want to be. Through 11 games, they're 3-8. I'm sitting here thinking about, oh my God, this team can't do anything right. And 2 games later, I'm feeling a whole lot better because they won a couple of games. But even when I felt that emotional withdrawal a little bit at times, it hasn't been because of anything that Tony Vitello has done. It's just the way that the season has gone to that point.
Yeah, for the most part. And, the starters have been mostly good, and the bullpen's been good, except when they weren't good. And
a couple moments here and there.
Well, and the defense is the one that has me scratching my head a little bit because you got Devers at first, and he's a little bit limited, and you had Schmidt before, and Schmidt had his issues. And, Adames has been a little bit hit and miss at shortstop, and, Ramos and left has had a couple of awkward moments. And so, yeah, the defense, I think, eventually will be better. But right now, this team is going to rise and fall on the lineup.
And, the last couple of games, they haven't allowed a run.
They're awesome, yeah.
They haven't allowed a run the last 2 games.
Locking in. And,
scored 11 runs.
Rafi Devers is starting to actually barrel it up. And
it was scoreless into the 6th inning yesterday, and then Devers hit the home run.
Right.
And the Phillies kicked the ball around a bit in the 7th, and they added on a couple more.
Yeah.
But you got a big hit from Devers. Finally,
yeah.
We're waiting for that. He's the only Giants to hit a home run at home so far this year. And
he's the only one with 2. So
the only one with 2. And they both came at Oracle. No other Giant has hit a home run at Oracle yet, which is crazy. And you've played 3 series at home, 10 games at home.
And you're 3-7?
3-7 in those 10.
Which is not great.
Got swept by the Yankees, lost 3 or 4 to the Mets, and then took 2 or 3 from the Phillies.
And now you go out and you play in Baltimore, which is not a totally hitter-friendly park, but it's a park where you can, put up some runs, and Cincinnati should be very hitter friendly, and then back to Washington, a team that's not very good. And so you take this trip, and we talked yesterday about them going on the show plane, and so
don't know what the hell that means. Is it just a full on charter or what? I don't
guess,
know.
Yeah, like a full on charter, like a charter with food and probably TV and movies or whatever.
And they did that yesterday. They flew out to Baltimore yesterday, despite the day off today. So they have a full day off in Baltimore,
which is great.
Have you been to Baltimore?
I've been to Baltimore a couple times. Yeah, my brother Doug lived there, and the first time I went out there, I actually stayed with. The first time I went there was when he got married. It was 1987. I was 19.
Wow.
And I kind of did a little bit of a tool around. I think that's right when Camden Yards was opening. And the Inner Harbor, as they call it was just kind of like a new thing. And, my siblings were all older. I was 19, and they all went out and did like adult things. And my brother got married, and there's a really awkward picture of me and my sister dancing at his wedding. Me with like a full like head of hair, orange hair, and my sister. And I mean, we're dancing, and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we did that. Like, we were like,
can't believe you were dancing?
I can't believe I was like actually like touching her, and she was touching me.
God.
And we were dancing. Brutal. And then
it's your brother's wedding.
Right.
Special
but
occasion.
I didn't have to dance with my sister. I mean, I recall there being like not a waitress, but I guess it was like somebody who was like serving at the reception. I was like, yeah.
I'll take one.
Right. I was 18.
I'll take two.
Whatever. Your boy was not ready for any of that. And then I went back there must have been 1994. And I stayed with my brother, and his roommate was on house arrest.
Oh.
So that was my first time understanding about like the ankle bracelet and the whole thing.
That's fun.
And that's when I drove to Maine in search of love.
Oh, I've heard this story.
And showed up and got immediately shut down. So I've been to Baltimore twice, Grandy.
Okay.
Neither time was a win for your boy.
I can't say I've ever been to Baltimore, and the most I know about Baltimore is from The Wire.
From The Wire, yes.
So, yeah, not the best depiction of the city. No. Great show.
Yeah. But I did not go to Amsterdam when I was there.
Or the docks. Did you go to the docks?
No, I didn't go to the docks.
We like to forget about that season anyway.
I'm trying to remember where he didn't live on that side of town, but as I said, his roommate was on house arrest, so that was kind of cool.
Homework on That's
no, that's
all I had.
That's not The Wire. That's Law and Order, isn't it?
Thank you, exactly.
SVU. I mean, you're trying, Cam. I appreciate that.
I think he's playing off the fact that my brother's roommate was on house arrest.
True. I couldn't get past the TV show part.
Yeah,
yes.
That was
Good
more
job,
order
Cam.
than law. The law had already been decided. That
Absolutely.
was all order.
All right. We got to hit a break here. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard. We'll take your calls, your texts on the Giants when we come back. I mean, I've been on this emotional roller coaster already with the Giants, and I don't know if I can keep this up. Help me out. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More Willard and Dibbs next on 95.7 The Game.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocks that slowing.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Blocking the right lane there.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking for an award-winning and fuel-efficient sedan? There's a Honda for that. The Civic and Civic Hybrid. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Is this The Wire?
Oh, yeah. It's the closing theme.
I thought I recognized it.
But not the opening theme.
Yeah.
Like, the closing theme, sure, great. But the opening thing, when you walk in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And multiple versions. But I appreciate the effort, Cam. You're welcome, Dan. I got you.
You're welcome.
That's my guy.
You can just do both sides of this conversation.
No, he's got it.
You do
He's got it on lock. He's nailing it.
The Wire. Where is that on your all-time shows? Mount Rushmore. Is it on your Rushmore?
Yes, it's on the Rushmore.
Mount Showsmore?
It's on Mount Showmore, and it is, to borrow from Bob Shepard and Derek Jeter, number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, Derek Jeter.
Breaking
number
Bad.
2. Breaking Bad, number 1.
Is the Yogi Berra.
Right.
Yeah, number 1.
All right.
And quietly, Better Call Saul, soaring up the list.
Oh, yeah.
I did a rewatch of all 3 of those, and I mean, The Wire on a rewatch is awesome.
Amazing.
And Breaking Bad, second time through, equally good. Better Call Saul, same thing. And I'm sure there are some that I haven't seen that people will be beat me down with. And you can't watch them all, right?
There's so much.
You just can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, right now we're kind of embroiled in the new shows, and we're looking forward to Hacks, the new season, the final season of Hacks.
Hacks is good. I've seen Hacks.
Hacks comes out today or tomorrow.
Does it?
The final season.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, that's more of obviously it's a comedy.
Yeah.
But
not a drama.
No, and so many shows, not enough time.
Not enough time. There's too much to watch. And plus they're on 8 different streaming services, and you got to pay for all of them if you want to watch all of them.
And we do. I mean,
some of us
you got to pay for all of them.
Some of us do.
Right.
Some of us maybe might not have the means to pay for every single one of them. Maybe we resort to other ways to watch.
Other ways such as, hey, can I get your login? And
yeah, or maybe other nefarious ways.
That's not bad.
You never know.
And for the first time ever, I actually went to one of my kids, not the 3-year-old, but one of my grown-up kids, and hit them with the, hey, can I get your login? So one of
that get back.
Totally. Well, I mean, I've been paying for Spotify Family
yep.
for all of them, both my kids and quietly the ex-wife, which you want to talk about being a giver. I'm a giver.
That's riding coattails is what that is.
Well, and also, and quietly, she has 2 different accounts on the Spotify Family. It's my 2 kids, it's the ex, and her work account? I don't know.
What?
I don't even know what it is, Grandy. I pay one fee, and every time that monthly thing hits, I think, you know what? I should probably just cancel those fools, but I keep paying for all of them, and that thing got more expensive.
I got a great deal, and maybe if I say this out loud, Spotify is going to come raining down on my parade, but I signed up for this great Spotify Hulu combo deal when I was in college.
Yep.
And it was $6 a month for Spotify and Hulu. And I'm still on it.
Is it Spotify ad-free?
Yes, Spotify ad-free, not ad-free Hulu, but still Hulu. And I got to watch everything on Hulu with ads. But Spotify, I think it's $6 or $7 a month. And it's for both of those. And I've been on it for a decade now.
Man.
I probably shouldn't have said that. They're going to come and get me now.
No, it's fine. But it's just Spotify solo. It's not
it's not a family account.
Yeah. I'm on that Spotify Family, and it's it's gone up to $20 a month.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, and I'm carrying the ex on a piggyback ride.
You got to cut her off.
She's a good lady.
I know. Yes.
She tolerated me for 20 plus.
But you speak very highly of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, she's great. And, the kids are on there. So if I cut the kids and I cut her, I'm going to save $8 a month. But, I mean, what's that do for me? Karmically, I'm going downstairs when it's all over.
No matter what, or if you do that?
I mean, no matter what.
Well, then what the hell's the point?
Good point. Let me save $12 a month.
Exactly.
If I'm hitting,
you're ending in the same spot anyway.
If I'm hitting the down button anyway, I like the way you think, Randy.
Anyway,
I'm still hopeful that I can, get into that heaven elevator and maybe have a chance. I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see. Steiny called me a heathen and
an
atheist.
He did.
I was listening.
And then he called you agnostic after he actually realized.
Well, because I texted him. I said, heathen? Really? And he hit me with LOL. No, it's real funny when you're up there with God and I'm down there with the guy with the pitchfork and no sunscreen.
You heathen.
Seriously. Oh, it's real funny.
It's classic Steiny for you.
Boiling.
Yeah.
Hot.
Anyway.
Anyhow,
we've been talking Giants, 888-957-9570. I've been on an emotional roller coaster, and we're only 13 games into this season, and I don't know. I mean, I got to change something myself personally because I don't know if I can handle this emotional roller coaster the rest of the way. And I thought there's a lot of Giants fans that are kind of in a similar boat just based on some of the takes and thoughts and comments that I heard when the Giants were 3-8, having just lost 3 of 4 to the Mets and game 1 to the Phillies when the bullpen collapsed, and what I'm hearing now after just a couple of wins versus the Phillies. So I'm looking for some help. And if anybody can maybe find a way to help me through this emotional roller coaster that is the Giants season, 888-957-9570. Jan in Mountain View maybe is going to help me out a little bit. What's up, Jan? You're on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you, though. What do you got?
Well, I was going to ask a question, and there are some other things I want to bring up as well. But I'd like to know why, other players, they won't come to, join this team because of the ballpark. But boy, when they come to this ballpark, they can hit the ball out of the park. But we seem to, struggle trying to hit the ball out of the park. And I want to bring up another point. During the years when they got those championships, they weren't, a slugging team back then. They had a few, but the point is when, they got on base, they advanced the runner, like bunting it or making contact so that, you could, get that ball in play and get the runners advanced rather than, hitting into double plays and striking out so much like they're doing now. And that's what kind of, gets a little frustrating at times. And I know that the season just began and I'd like to, focus my attention, but, they need to do something to, make it a little more dramatic, make it a little more, where you really want to get back into it rather than, turning it off because the other team, because they brought in the fences, I do believe, and, they still can't seem to, even hit doubles or triples as much. And, that's what we did back in the days that we got those championships when Posey was on the team and some other players, Hunter Pence and so on. So, I mean, they need to try and, get the ball in contact and stop striking out so much. And I hope that does help a little, Grandy.
Yeah, Jan, I appreciate it, and I get your frustration with that as well. You mentioned bringing the fences in. They did that a number of years ago to fit the bullpens out in center field. So they brought the center field fence in a little bit. They cut off Triples Alley just a little bit, but left field unaffected, and the arcade area, the brick area of right field, for the most part, unaffected until you got to Triples Alley as well. Jan is right, though, that they won World Series without having a 30 home run hitter. And they had a 30 home run hitter last year, and what did they get them? A 500 season. I don't think the end-all, be-all is hitting home runs, but as a fan, I can tell you I feel Jan's frustration because it is frustrating at times to root for this team, watch them fail to hit for consistent power, watch an opponent come in here and hit balls out here like the Mets last Friday night. Francisco Alvarez hits a home run. Who had another home run for the Mets that game? I forget. They hit 3 home runs in that game, and the Giants have hit 2 in their 10 games at home. The other one was Simeon. It was Simeon and Francisco Alvarez, the catcher, combined for 3 home runs in that one game. The Giants have hit 2 home runs in 10 games total at the park so far.
And I do think that, it's been a little bit of a slow start for the Giants, and so, I think the last couple of games were brighter spots for them, and so maybe when they come back, they can start to, go to the cove. I mean, go to the rack and, start to actually
go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Go to the cove. I mean, over the fence. And so that might be what they can start to do. I don't know. We're off to a really slow start as a team.
I'm glad that Jan brought that up, though, because that brings up another thing that has frustrated me about the Giants specifically. And I know I'm talking about how I want to get out of this spiral of the emotional roller coaster, but Jan did just kind of, not anything Jan said against Jan, but it did kind of strike a nerve and bring something back up for me. So we'll get to that when we come back as we continue here on Willard and Dibs. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out Steiny and Guru debating about the Warriors chasing LeBron James this offseason. Plus, we'll talk a little bit about that ourselves coming up later on as we continue. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard right here on 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Coming to see the Warriors at Chase tonight. Got the Bay Bridge moving well through the toll plaza and into the city. It'll slow a bit from 5th past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is heavy from Cesar Chavez, and some delays on northbound 280 after Mariposa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit habislaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcome.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Rory is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining Sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs has got action all over the place.
Every screen. Let's go.
Every screen. I mean, we're doubled up. We got a couple in here on the Masters.
Oh, yeah.
One that I can look at and one that you can look at. And then we got a third screen, and you are all over it.
Yeah, we got animals riding other animals. And, I mean, it's kind of
AKA horse racing.
Yes, I mean, humans are animals, and horses are animals. And so you've got animals riding animals, and it's almost time for the Derby, the first Saturday in May. So we're starting to lock in.
What are the other two?
The Preakness and the Belmont.
When are those?
The Preakness is 2 weeks after the Derby, and then the Belmont is 3 weeks after the Preakness.
Okay.
Yeah, all on Saturday. One in Baltimore. Shout out Baltimore, the Wire.
Yeah, that's right.
And one in New York at the Belmont.
Makes sense. Belmont Stakes.
It does,
Got it. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on it for you, Dibs. I know you will as well. It's Willard and Dibs here. Dibs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard today. He'll be back on Monday. He's down in Southern California visiting colleges with his daughter. Hopefully they're having fun, but we'll talk to Willard coming up again on Monday here on 95.7 The Game. We're also streaming live on YouTube. You can visit us, youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it, including Casey Schmidt last week. I think he was the last person to swear on this show.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You got to hear it on YouTube. You did not hear it on the radio. So if you are into that kind of stuff, you can visit us on YouTube. Again, youtube.com/957 The Game. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. We've been talking a lot about the Giants, Dibs, and we just had a call from Jan in Mountain View, one of our favorites, who was talking about how other teams don't have an issue coming in here and hitting the ball out of the ballpark, but the Giants still do. And frankly, they have a lineup probably this year that is more well-equipped to hit the ball out of the ballpark than they have had in a really long time. A full year of Rafi Devers, and he's been a 30-plus home run guy for the majority of his career. You got Willie Adames, of course, again this year. He hit 30 home runs last year, the first time a Giant had hit 30 home runs in a season since Bonds. You got to go back like 20 years since the last time that happened. You've got some other power in Matt Chapman. You were hoping for some power from Elliot Ramos. He hasn't hit one yet and is hardly hitting the ball at all. You're not going to get a ton of power from offseason acquisition Luis Arraez. But, Harrison Bader does have a decent amount of pop. He did last year. You're expecting a little bit more from him. He's hit 1 home run so far this year. The point is, though, that Dibs, this is a Giants offense that actually probably is more well-equipped to hit the long ball than the Giants have in a really, really long time. And not that that is upsetting to me, but what's frustrating to me specifically is the lineup and the team that this Giants organization has put together, frankly, goes against, I think, their stated goals leading up to the season. What Buster Posey said when he took over was, what wins here is pitching and defense, right, and doing all the small things and stealing bases and not committing errors and taking extra 90 feet and not giving away extra 90 feet. And frankly, the team that not just he put together, the team that he inherited and the team that he has continued to put together scream everything other than that. For the most part, it's not about pitching and defense. It's about getting the high-paying, middle of the order bats that are trying to hit, maybe 220, but hit 30 bombs and see if that's going to win you baseball games. And maybe it will work, maybe it won't. I don't know, but I just have an issue that it feels like it has gone against what their stated goal was to do, because we haven't seen the pitching and defense be the reason they're winning games.
The roster feels to me a little bit like splitting the baby, where it's not pitching and defense, because your pitching it's pretty good, but you don't have a great bullpen. You don't have 5 really good starters, and the defense is, your first baseman is still a question mark, and your second baseman is not really a second baseman, although he's going to play there all year.
Yeah.
Your shortstop can be a little bit, I don't know about wonky, but he makes some plays that are head-scratching, and your left fielder, it's an adventure every time he goes out there, and your center fielder's now in right, and, he's pretty good, but your defense, outside of your catcher, he's elite. But beside that, your defense is just kind of okay.
Chapman's obviously great, but he's had some bad throws this year already.
And, first base is still an ongoing question mark. And so your defense is kind of like a little bit of great and a little bit of not great, and your pitching is the same. And then your offense is, you have 3 guys who are, I think, really good plus hitters, and then Elliot Ramos should be. And then Luis Arraez is a really good hitter, but he's, more of a slappy, a singles hitter. And then you've got 1, 2, 3 guys you're out at the old ball game every single time. And, Bader is a little bit of a wild card. He can be good. He hasn't been good. But if you look at Bailey, he's never been a great hitter.
No.
And, Jung-Hoo Lee has not yet established himself as a good hitter. And so when you go through your lineup, you've got 3 or 4 guys who are legit, and even all 4 of them are not hitting great. So you're not a great hitting team. You're not a great pitching team. You're not a great defensive team. So what are you? What it all adds up to be is 81 and 81.
Is that what you think they're going to be again this year?
Well, yeah, the over-under was 80.5. And I mentioned this last week. Like, I was looking at that thinking,
that's so painful.
Yeah, 80.5? That's easy. And I felt like you with the Warriors, like, you were licking your chops.
I was
47.5, and you're like, "Oh, that's easy money."
They're getting 50.
That's easy money. That's an over.
And not even going to get 40.
And I probably have mocked you too many times about that.
I deserve it.
I mean, whatever. It's all betting. I just lost a pick 4 at some track you've never heard of. So you win some, you lose some.
I have no idea what's going on.
I looked at
FanDuel TV. What the hell?
Yeah, animals riding animals. But I looked at the Giants over 80.5, and I thought, yeah, I mean, they're going to win 85. I get the Giants going 87 and 41, whatever it was. And then I didn't bet it. And then they started out 3-8. But if you look at this team, like, the pitching is, it's okay. The defense, it's okay. The offense, it's okay. And if you go, okay, you're going to either be 79 and 83 or 83 and 79.
We had a text that came in a while ago. I didn't get to it, but it's the 925. So shout out the 925 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This was obviously a callback to Guru's famous drop, and also one that's a little more less excited about the Giants season. I got the Giants going 62 and 97 is what the text says.
Yeah.
That would be a disaster. That's not going to happen. If it does, then we got major issues. But I mean,
Tony Vitello does not survive that.
You don't think so?
If they go 62 and 97, I think that's it.
I don't know if you make a crazy hire, a surprising hire, an experiment like this, and you almost no matter what happens in one season, I don't know if you can change it unless he does something terrible off the field.
Yeah, I mean, if you win 62, and I mean, you have to lose more than 97, it'd be 62 and 100.
Yeah.
If you lose
that's
100,
part of the bit. Guru didn't have the appropriate number of games.
That's
so,
the whole bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the
so
whole
I'm giving
bit
the 925 credit. He did the bit right.
Yeah.
He or she.
No doubt. And if you go back, the last time they lost 100, if you want to go back,
oh God,
it was. Were you born?
I was gonna say sometime in the 90s. Was that the last time? Was it pre-Bonds?
I got Grandy not being born in.
Is it like 93? When
85.
was it? 85.
That's PG.
Oh my God, that's far PG. That's 11 years PG.
You were born in 96?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm turning 30 this year, Dibs. Don't
That's
remind
a shame.
me.
Oh, 30. Oh, the humanity.
In a little more than a month. 30.
I was still in college at 30. It's not funny.
Was that your
Late bloomer.
your fifth junior year?
No, that was my restart at SF State. Yeah, I graduated in 99 before I turned 31.
Nice.
Already married, but yeah, still in school.
Hey, never too late.
Yeah, whatever.
Never too late. Dibs.
My mom, rest in peace, made me go back. It would be great if you could graduate college. Come on, Mom.
That's not a very nice impersonation of your mom.
You don't know that.
I mean, you're right. I don't.
You never met her.
I did not.
It was very, very accurate, and she hit me with that. It's like, oh, God. Oh, Schmidt. What am I going to do?
For Mom.
And I did. I went back.
And do you regret it?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So what are you giving her hell for?
I mean, I'm not giving her hell for anything. She's actually up top.
Oh, of course.
No doubt my mom is in heaven, but my career was completely unchanged by the fact that I got my degree.
Yeah.
Completely. Like all the broadcasting jobs I've gotten, none of them have ever said, hey, would you mind showing me that Bachelor of Arts that you got?
What was your GPA your senior year? Okay.
My senior year, which one? It actually was really good. Don't ask me about the junior year. I got grades that you've never even heard of. I got letters that they don't even give out anymore. I got U's, I got W's, I got I's. Of course, I got F's, Cam.
I'm trying to figure out what the. I mean, I know what
how many F's did you get, Dibs?
The I would stand for what? Incomplete? I
Correct.
don't know.
W, withdrawal. U, unauthorized withdrawal. F, your standard F. And as I learned, D's get degrees.
Way to go, Dibs.
Cha-ching.
We're proud of you. You got the job done, and your mom was very proud of you as a result.
She was.
Cha-ching! Exactly.
Whatever.
Cha-ching.
Yeah.
Anyway, Vitello's not going to lose 97 games this year.
He's not.
If he does, we're in trouble. I am, though, and I think the larger point that I'm trying to get at, Dibs, is my frustration with the Giants, and I'm not at a spot where I think that this experiment is over and it's going to fail or any of that. But a lot of the frustration that we've been talking about with the Giants, I don't think it falls on Tony Vitello. I think a good chunk of it falls on the players just not performing up to their standards, and that's something that you would expect it to change eventually. But other than that, where a lot of this falls on is Buster Posey, whether it is maybe not really committing to the plan that you set out for yourself, which was to rely on pitching and defense and use, the game plan that won you guys World Series in 2010 and 2012 and 2014 as your guide to being competitive again here in the 2020s and potentially beyond. It was maybe not committing to that and signing more bullpen arms this offseason instead of giving out gigantic contracts to a shortstop or to a third baseman or to a center fielder, now turned right fielder. I know that was not Buster, but that was the previous regime. But instead of doing those sorts of things, it is, handing those dollars over to top half of the rotation arms. And it was signing more bullpen guys. So, we can have all this uproar about Tony Vitello all we want, and we can wonder why he's admitting there's been other, fracases in the clubhouse between Chapman and others, and whether that's smart to admit that or not. That, to me, doesn't really impact what happens on the field and between those lines. I just think the vast majority of what has ailed the Giants so far, one, isn't terribly surprising because of what their roster looked like coming into the season, and that to me falls more on Buster Posey than any other individual in the organization.
Well, and also ownership. I don't know if ownership, put constraints on Buster as far as what he could spend and how much he could go out there and do in free agency. And, you've got arms that you have really liked in AAA. You've got various Carsons who are there, and, why aren't they going to be able to come up and pitch for you? They might be able to, but...
Well, they might have to when one of your starters invariably gets hurt.
Right, and, you went out and you paid Hauser a 2-year deal for $22 million. That's not a ton, and that's not top of the market, but you hope that he can go out there and be somebody who can help you. And, Mahle, 1 year and $10 million, so you chose to go that route with your free agent pitching money, as opposed to, going out there and giving a guy 5 years and $150 million and hoping that he's the man. You have your number one, you have your number two, and if Roop is your three, then yeah, I don't mind what they did with your 4 and your 5. You brought in guys who have pitched, veterans, not deep veterans, but guys who have done the thing. And if they don't do the job, then you've got other arms you can bring up. My issue is more with the bullpen where, you get rid of Doval, and that's fine. And you had an injury to Rodriguez, and that's unfortunate. But you came into November, December, January, knowing that you had no closer.
Yeah.
And, Ryan Walker is a closer, I guess, if you want him to be.
Kind of by default, he has to be.
Right, but wouldn't you want to have 3 guys who you could really look at and say, yeah, we can go with any one of these 3 guys? And right now, you've got Walker, and then you've got, I don't know.
Eric Miller. And
Miller's good. He's tough on lefties, but...
They've been using Keaton Wynn in high leverage moments. He had a couple of really good outings, got roughed up once or twice, but... I mean, you got Caleb Killian, who's a cool story, and you guys talked to him yesterday on the station after he put up a 0 yesterday, and he's heading on his first show plane ever.
Yeah.
Good for you, Caleb. Congrats. I'm sure that was cool for you yesterday.
Coming off a great Easter and Good Friday and all the rest of it.
Now he's on the show plane. Big deal. But, you're relying on a bunch of guys, for the most part, other than Eric Miller and maybe other than Ryan Walker, and you got questions about those guys. You're relying on guys that you don't... There's not a ton of evidence in the major leagues that they can make it at this level or be consistently good for you.
You've actually got me thinking about, the roster in terms of, what's their identity? Are they an offensive team?
It's a good question.
No. Are they a defensive team? No. Are they a great pitching team? No. Do they have a great bullpen? No. Do they have a great manager? No. And so, they're a team that is, I think, kind of in transition.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
What do you think Giants fans would say if we were to ask them, and you can let us know, 888-957-9570. If you had to put a word or a phrase to it, what is the Giants' identity?
Right. And we could do this with all 3 of the big teams and even the Sharks and, shout out San Jose. And, last night I think was a little bit of, it was kind of like when you wake up after a long night of drinking, a little sobering.
Connor McDavid is so good.
So good. And I actually put that out on Twitter. I was like, our superstar is amazing, but their superstar is just he's better.
Did you hear what Macklin said about him post-game?
I didn't.
He essentially said, yeah, that guy's fast, different. And Macklin is faster than almost everybody else.
Macklin's fast, but he's
calling this guy fast.
And Macklin's got amazing, stick work, and Connor McDavid's a little bit better.
What do you have, 3 goals and 2 assists?
I'm not sure, but
he was amazing.
The third goal was just okay, I get it. He tried to pass it, and then
Edmonton's
the
good.
defenseman went down and went off his stick and, through the 5-hole, and it's okay, you're not going to win this one. And it doesn't mean the Sharks are done, but when you look at the Sharks' identity, their identity is we have a young core, and we may not be ready, but we're building. And the Niners core is a little bit in flux, but it's, it's Brock Purdy. And, we're going to have to figure out from there, what we do in the future.
You got a solid, group that you're relying on still. You got a solid baseline.
Right. And, the Warriors are a little bit in flux as well. But at their best, their core was we run, we shoot threes, and nobody does it like we do. And now they don't really do it as much as other teams do or as well as other teams do. And I look at the Giants right now. If you look at the Giants, when they won the 3 World Series, it was pitching and defense and timely hitting. And right now, this team is not pitching and defense. And I guess it's timely hitting, but their roster's a little bit of a tweener, I think.
I think coming into the season, if you were to ask Giants fans, or maybe even the Giants themselves, what is their identity, they probably would say, well, we hope that we're a team that can pitch well enough, but we're probably going to have to rely on our offense more than anything else. You're probably a team that is reliant on Devers and Adames and Chapman to carry you. And if those three can't carry you, and to this point they haven't, although Devers does seem to be swinging the bat better, and Chapman, this is probably unfair to Chapman, he's been, in terms of the big guys, like your best hitter so far this year, hitting 300, still a relatively small sample, but he has not been bad by any stretch. But yeah, it's a good question, Dibs, because I don't know what the identity is. You would have said before the season, again, probably relying on the offense more than anything else, but what we've seen through 13 games is an offense that at best is inconsistent. They might score 7 runs for you one day, but they'll turn around and get shut out the next.
Yeah.
And the pitching, frankly, has been better than expected. Maybe not the bullpen, but the starting pitching has been great. I mean, Malley and Hauser both were great their last starts versus the Phillies. Hauser didn't get a win as a result because the bullpen, and he kind of began that rally in the 7th for the Phillies, but the bullpen didn't hold up his end of the bargain. Ray was great. Webb was really good as well in the last game of the series against the Mets, but they lose that one as well. But you have a certain level of inconsistency all across your team that you are a team that's kind of floating around without an identity right now.
Right, and offensively, I mean, you've got Devers, who's going to be paid for 10-year contract, and Adames 7 years, and Chapman 6, and Jung-Hoo Lee has got 3 more years on the deal, so these are guys that are going to have to produce, and some are, but some are not. But going forward, like, where are you going to invest your resources? Do you want to get more pitching? Do you want to get more offense? And I think about the ballpark, and Buster knows this, where he won 3 titles based on the ballpark. It's like you had great starters. You had Kane and Lincecum and Vogelsong and Bumgarner and all the rest of it, and then you had a great knockout bullpen, and you had great defense, and then you were able to win games, tight games, and occasionally you could break them open. But right now, the way that this roster is built, you've got big money in hitter. Robbie Ray is going to be a free agent after this year, and I don't know if he's going to get a lot of money at 34. And then Jung-Hoo Lee at 27 has not lived up to billing.
Not at all.
Like, what do you do from here? What's the pivot point going forward?
I think the most frustrating part, and this is probably the biggest sin of the Farhan era, it was not developing the farm system. But I can speak for myself, Dibs, and maybe there's Giants fans out there that feel differently. But one of my biggest sources of frustration about the Giants, not just this singular Giants team, but the Giants over the course of the last 5 years or so, is, as you're talking about, Robbie Ray under contract for just this season. I know that he's been a Giant for a couple of years now, but you know what I'm talking about. You mentioned Tyler Malley, a 1-year deal. Hauser, a 2-year deal. You got Logan Webb, and you feel pretty good that he's going to be a Giant probably for the rest of his career, because that's the kind of guy that he is, and he's ingratiated himself to this fan base at such a level that it would be hard for the Giants to move on from him, although maybe something like a Bumgarner happens down the road, and who knows what happens. But he's going to be a Giant for a long time. But besides that, in terms of the pitchers, I don't have a lot of guys that I can wrap my arms around as these are our guys and they will be here for a long time. And starting pitching is kind of like the offensive line maybe in the NFL, where it's not really the best idea to go out and sign guys in free agency, because those are largely going to be overpriced, and you're paying a lot of money for maybe an average level player in the NFL on the offensive line, specifically at the tackle positions. You have to develop those guys, and then you hold on to them through their arbitration and all of that. But the Giants haven't been able to do that, Dibs. And as a result, the only thing they feel comfortable doing is giving kind of these middle-tier deals to middle-tier starters for a year or two, and having to do that all over again the next year.
Yeah, and they got Robbie Ray, but he was coming off a major injury, Tommy John, and so they got him.
That was a dumpster dive bargain big. And
it was smart.
And it turned out to work great. But you're probably not going to sign him again.
No, and even the guy you drafted, Kyle Harrison, who you traded for Rafi Devers, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's actually in Milwaukee and pitching pretty well.
And Luis Matos threw out a runner at the plate for Kyle Harrison.
Oh, boy, that's crazy. I mean, I'm just looking at Harrison here, 2 starts with a 2.61, and he's got a win, and he's pitching, 10 innings through 2 starts. So
great organization in Milwaukee.
He's at least in a spot where, he's getting to start, and you wonder if he was still here, but you love having Devers, but, to your point about, drafting and You're not going to go out there and try and find a guy who is top of the market. Like last year, you brought in Justin Verlander, who was mostly okay.
Yeah, he was all right.
I mean, he pitched innings, and he was like, he was fine.
Yeah.
He was healthy, and he got people out, but you're not looking at going out there and getting the next big free agent pitcher. So far, you've gone out there and got, free agent hitters.
Yeah, and you're probably going to get to a point where those free agent hitters are going to be valued as overpays in the future.
Maybe.
If they're not even already considered that right now. But it's kind of what you have to do on the free agent market, which is what makes the failure of past regimes to beef up the farm so much more hurtful, because you can't just replenish and get cheaper talent over and over and over.
And we'll see about Adames. He's only making $13 million this year, but then it goes 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. So the next 5 years, he's making 153 or 155 over the next 5.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's the price you pay to get a big name in here when you haven't been able to get a big name offensive player in here in a really long time. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More time for your calls and your texts on that. Plus, we will transition to the Warriors and the NBA. Some interesting stuff happening today around the league. We'll get into that as well. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
In the meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. I've been a customer now for more than 5 years, and I made the change for a very simple reason. It's because Fremont Bank knows me, they know my family, and they know I'm not just another number at a big box bank. They care about me and my goals, my savings goals. I got a CD with them, and they're looking already to help me convert that into a new account with a better interest rate. They're very responsive, and they provide great customized customer service. They take the time to evaluate exactly what I need as a customer. And also, another thing that I love about Fremont Bank is that they keep the money I deposit right here in the Bay Area. They provide loans to businesses and home ownership, and they also designate 5% of their earnings to charity right here in the Bay Area. And the clients that they have also keep their money in the Bay Area, and that creates jobs for all of us here in the Bay. Buying real estate, it's the circle of life, and you make your community more vibrant by being a part of a local bank like Fremont Bank. They have 21 branches, all right here in the greater Bay Area, 20 here, 1 in Carmel by the Sea. If you can hear my voice, it's up to you. Go into Fremont Bank and figure out exactly why I love it. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank is here for you and here for good.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale April 10th.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvutra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvutra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvutra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvutra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvutra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvutra for ATTR-CM.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. No Willard today. He'll be back on Monday. He's heading down to Southern California to check out some colleges with his daughter. So hope it's going well, Willard. He'll be back coming up in a little bit. But we've been talking a lot about the Giants, Dibbs. I do want to get, though, to something that's happened around the NBA because this was I don't know if funny is the right word. It frankly was kind of more of an embarrassment potentially for the league. But you remember what happened at the end of that Warriors-Kings game a couple of nights ago when the Kings decided to foul Seth Curry with like 3 minutes left in regulation?
Yep.
And they were up by a point, right?
Yep, up by a point.
And they fouled Seth Curry clearly intentionally far away from the ball. The ball was not even across half court yet. And they fouled Seth Curry, and they sent him to the free throw line. And everybody, including a bunch of people at this station, went crazy about how, this is tanking in action. How can you be so open about it, Sacramento? This is an embarrassment. What is the league going to do about it? And frankly, all of those reactions, I think, were pretty fair. If you listen to the Kings and to what Doug Christie said, they said, well, it was just a mistake in strategy.
Right.
Because we didn't realize we were over the limit. We wanted to commit a foul so that we could call a timeout because we were about to lose a timeout anyway, because once you get under 3 minutes, the max timeouts you can have is 2, and they had more than 2 left. And you can't call a timeout if you don't have possession of the ball. So they said, let's commit a quick foul. They're not in the bonus yet. Let's commit the foul. We'll call timeout. We'll, get our next offensive play set up, whatever it's going to be, and then we'll go from there. The issue was they were over the limit. The Warriors were in the bonus, so they sent an 86% free throw shooter to the free throw line, and everyone freaked out that it was an example of tanking, and the Warriors ultimately win the game, yada, yada, yada.
And the other issue is that they did it again, and then they did it a third time. So,
those fouls weren't as egregious, though, in terms of, stopping the play, or like it kind of felt like a little more in the flow of the game.
I guess,
if memory serves.
I mean, the one-off itself, you're in the lead and you foul off the ball, and it is in and of itself kind of a joke. If you're going to do that, then you foul somebody, even if you don't know that you're already at 4 fouls and you're going to be over the limit, you foul somebody else other than a guy with the name of Curry. But
if you don't think he's going to go to the free throw line, it doesn't really matter, right?
But how do you not know with all the scoreboards? And I've been to Chase Center, and I don't know if you are sitting where Doug Christie was, if you can look up and see that gigantic scoreboard with team fouls.
Underneath their gigantic scoreboard, they have like 4 smaller scoreboards that are tilted at an angle underneath on the inside, so everyone on the floor can see all of that.
Well, there you go. Yes. And I mean, all you have to do is be, I don't know, like watching the game as I was at home, and you saw a couple of possessions earlier. It was their 4th foul, so I'm not buying it, but go ahead, Grandy.
So the NBA announced yesterday that they were looking into that. They're looking into what Shams Charania said, quote, was a strategy mistake by Kings coach Doug Christie on an intentional foul of Seth Curry while leading the Warriors with over 3 minutes left in Tuesday's game. Okay, the result of this investigation by the NBA, Dibs, this was the NBA's statement, quote, the NBA has completed an investigation of the Sacramento Kings and head coach Doug Christie's decision to foul intentionally late in the team's game against the Golden State Warriors on April 7th. The league's investigation determined that Christie mistakenly believed that the Warriors were not in the penalty and therefore instructed his team to foul in an attempt to stop the clock and utilize one of the team's remaining timeouts. The investigation found that Christie made no intentional effort to give the Warriors a shooting foul or to cause the Kings to lose the game. End of the NBA statement. So the NBA says nothing nefarious here. The Kings just don't know what the hell is going on in games they're playing in.
Joke. It's a joke. And
which part?
The NBA's assessment of what they have deemed after their investigation, it's an absolute joke and it's an embarrassment. And I encourage everyone to go back and watch the Kings after that episode when, you had McDermott foul Seth Curry and he makes 1 of 2. Watch what the Kings did after that as far as not only offense, but defense. Defensively, they were completely checked out. And look at the Pods 3-pointer that gave him the lead that they never relinquished. Not only wide open, but he gets the ball, and a Kings defender looks over at him, and he's about, 8 to 10 feet away, and he looks over at Pods, and he realizes, I guess I should probably run over there. And there's like a second, and then he stands there, and then he runs over, and Pods with the pump fake, and the one dribble, and he hits the 3. And then you watch the possessions after that, there are at least 2 Kings, if not 3, with hands on hips, and they're just like standing there. They're just chilling. They're chilling like Cam is right now. I mean, Cam's working. He's our technical director. He's in for you right now, but currently there's nothing he has to do. There are no buttons to push. There's no calls to bring in. He's just kind of sitting there, and he's doing great. These Kings
That's part of that job.
Normally you're eating. I mean, Cam at least has enough class to not be eating.
He ate before the show.
Yeah, and you ate during the show yesterday, including the free piece of pizza that I didn't get. But that's neither here nor there.
You gotta be quicker, Dibs.
I have to be. Move quick, but don't be in a hurry.
Yes.
John Wooden. The Kings, after that non-intentional foul, they checked out. So NBA, you can investigate whatever you want. I'm with Draymond on this. Like, that was embarrassing.
To me, honestly, it doesn't really matter specifically if that was a tanking maneuver, the intentional foul, or it was the Kings coaching staff not knowing what the hell was going on. What I find really, really funny, and not in a good way, because this is all bad for the league. What I find really, really funny is there was obviously a gigantic public outcry about tanking as a result of what happened on Tuesday night at Chase Center. And it was all over Twitter. It was all over Instagram. It was all over these airwaves. It was all over a lot of airwaves across the country. It was everywhere. And you had various Sacramento media. You had Doug Christie himself. You had a number of people affiliated with the Kings denying all of this tanking talk. And hell, they might be right. They might be right. But what I find really, really funny, Dibs, is we have the NBA releasing this statement saying, no tanking here. This was just Doug Christie and the Kings coaching staff not knowing what's going on in the game that they're coaching. And I see all of Sacramento media, and there's a lot of great people in Sacramento. I have friends in Sacramento. This is not targeted at anybody individually.
Get him,
But I have all the Sacramento media who's sitting here celebrating the fact that the NBA says the Kings were not tanking. You know what that means, right? That means that your head coach and your 8 assistant coaches don't know what the hell is going on in your game.
Right.
How do you not know you're over the limit? And somehow that's better than but the NBA fining you for tanking? You're tanking by employing all these people that don't know what's going on. That's an embarrassment. What are you doing?
Exactly.
How is this a good thing? No matter what happens, was it tanking? Was it not tanking? It's all an embarrassment.
And how badly do you need that third timeout to where if you've got 3 timeouts and you want to commit a foul, that way you can commit a foul and use the timeout, you're leading in the game. And even if that was the 3rd foul, do you really need the timeout that bad to where you want to commit a foul and then use that timeout up 1 with 3 minutes to go? That to me is kind of nonsense because you're winning the game. You're up by 1, and then you go down and he hits one of 2, and then I think Doug McDermott is the one who hit the 3.
Yeah.
And now you're up 3, and then you commit another foul, and so
Steph hit a 3 in there to tie it too. But yeah.
And then it winds up to be a tie game, and you don't score, and then you come down, you foul again, and you're making sure that. And if you want to look at the foul that was committed, I think is it Caldwell for Sacramento?
Cardwell.
Thank you, Cardwell. So go back and watch that foul. So it's a tie game, and the Kings go down, and they don't score, and the shot goes up, and Cardwell basically goes up to Seth Curry, and he throws him to the ground. He's about 17 feet from the basket. He's not really trying to get in there and rebound the ball, and he commits such a heinous foul. I thought it might have been a flagrant because he basically took Seth with one arm and he throws him to the ground, and you're telling me that is not an intentional foul? Of course it was. So NBA, you can say whatever you want. And Doug Christie, well, I was confused. It's all nonsense. You wanted to lose. You want to be in that bottom 4 if possible. And here you are tied with Utah, and you're a half a game back of Brooklyn for the 3rd worst record. And I can't wait until the next time the Warriors play Sacramento because the Kings, Doug Christie might play. It might be Doug Christie and Vlade and Stojakovic, not the kid from Illinois, but Peja himself. They all might suit up.
That's tomorrow when the Warriors play the Kings next. Tomorrow in Sacramento.
And I'm going to go ahead and say this for all of the people in Sacramento and my dear friends who work there, and you and I have worked with so many of them, but you can go ahead and take that bulb out of the beam. They're not lighting the beam. They don't want to light the beam. I would guarantee the beam has already been put away into storage for the year.
What's funny, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. It is kind of funny. The Kings have actually won more games than the Warriors since the All-Star break. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. It's kind of not great, but
it's not.
It is true. The Kings have won more games than the Warriors since the All-Star break, but it doesn't make what happened on Tuesday night at Chase Center any easier to understand. The Kings might honestly be right, and this wasn't outright tanking, and this wasn't specifically that foul, but it's still not a good look at all. And whether the Kings are tanking or not, there's 8, 9, 10 other teams that are tanking. This is a gigantic issue with the league, and I'm scared, Dibs, frankly, that what Adam Silver and the rest of the NBA are going to do, they're going to make this issue even worse with some of these proposed fixes to tanking. I don't think they have any idea how to combat what's going on.
It's tough because not every team that's in the bottom 10 is tanking. There's some teams that are just bad. And like Brooklyn, for example, I don't think they're tanking. They're just bad. But then you look at Washington, where you acquire Trae Young, and he plays for about a week or a week and a half, and then you go ahead and you rest. And Anthony Davis, go ahead and rest and be ready for next year. And Utah, what they've done, and Dallas, where they're trading everybody they have. And so every team in that spot is a little bit different. They're not all tanking. Some are just terrible. But the bigger issue is being bad is actually good. It can be good. If you're bad, you can get rewarded, and New Orleans did when they got the number 1 pick and they got Zion, and unfortunately he's not worked out to be the player that they wanted. And Mark Spears joined us yesterday and talked about Atlanta, and they won the lottery, and they got Zachary Richachet, and He's not Wemby.
He was, I think, a healthy DNP CD the other day.
Right, and he might eventually be a good player, but
they're not tanking. They're trying to win games now.
Right,
the Hawks are.
Every year the lottery is kind of a different animal. Like Markelle Fultz was number 1 overall. The Clippers famously got Michael Olowokandi number 1 overall. The Warriors got Joe Smith. So it doesn't always work out where you win the lottery, you get a generational player, and you become good. So I get that part of it, but the whole idea of not wanting to be like the 10 seed, that to me is the bigger issue, and it all comes down to the play-in tournament.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. We're going to go out to you, Joe, in just a second. First, though, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I want to say more about that in a second, Dibs, but Joe's been hanging on patiently. So let's get to Joe in Burbank who wants to weigh in. What's up, Joe? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today. What do you got?
Hi, guys. Hey, listen, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call. I got a question for you. You know, everyone, hopefully you'll give me an extra 30 seconds today. A lot of times when I call in, I get chopped off, But anyway, everyone is excited to see if Steph can beat Portland and LA Clippers basically in the play-in to get to the playoffs. And I think you guys had a poll that said, and this is just approximately, 56% with people said they don't think so. They said no, and about 34% said yes. That's just ballpark. I might be off a couple of points. But I had a question for you guys, honestly. You know, I don't want to put you in the spot, but, you know, from a best for the franchise standpoint, you know, right now the Warriors are frozen into the 11th pick. So even if they don't move up, they're going to get the 11th pick, and that should be a damn good player at 11. I don't know about 15, 16. But on your poll, you know, personally, I think that's kind of, I don't agree with that. I think it should be like 66% yes and 30-some-odd% no, because I have a lot of faith in Steph, and some of these players are going to be healthy, and I think they can pull it off. But the thing is, when Steph shoots them out of the play-in into the playoffs, we're out of the lottery. So I don't know, we'll drop from 11 to I don't know what it is. But and I'm not trying to put you in the spot, but really what's best for the franchise is when they're talking about adding, whether it's still Giannis, and I hope that's a dead thing, or different players, Kyrie or Leonard. If you have the 11th pick, you might end up with a player that is damn good that can play with Steph next year. Maybe he might have to start out a little slow. But I would rather have a high-quality player play with Steph next year in his last few years than try to sign Leonard or Giannis. What do you guys really think from I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
yeah, Joe, I got you, Joe, and I appreciate the call and the question. You're referencing the poll that we ran on this show a couple of days ago. It's our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll brought to you by Shane Co. And it was, with Steph back, do you think the Warriors will make it out of the play-in tournament? And because they're going to be the 10 seed, that means having to win 2 road play-in games in do-or-die environments. And that poll ran 61% no, they will not make it out, and 39% yes, they will make it out. And that seems pretty close to fair to me, to be honest with you. If you're asking what's best for the organization going forward, I think I frankly don't think there's an argument against getting as high of a draft pick as you possibly can. But if you're arguing for what's best from a fandom perspective, what's best for Steph, getting to see as many opportunities of Steph in the playoffs as possible, then it's trying to make it out of that play-in tournament. But there is no doubt that the potential upside of being in the lottery is a potentially gigantic upside in doing that.
It could be, and if you look at the odds, and if they wind up where they are, which is 11, they have a roughly 10% chance of being in the top 4. 2% that they get number 1, and it is a little bit less than 10% that they get top 4. It's a 78% chance they stay at 11. It's a 13% chance they fall to 12, and then 13 and 14 is almost infinitesimal.
Yeah.
Now, if they make it out of the play-in into the playoffs, they're going to pick number 15 because the other teams that are there all have a better record than the Warriors do. So if they make the playoffs, they're going to be 15. If they don't, they're most likely going to be 11 or 12, a long shot chance of 1 through 4. So if they're 11 or 12 versus 15, that's almost indistinguishable, I think, in this draft. And, you know, you might get somebody at 15 that you would have loved at 11 who falls to 15. And the guy who I really want them to take is Jaxel Lundenborg, and many mock drafts have him going 17, 18, 19. He's a guy who is a big, strong, muscular wing who is, I believe, 23 years old or 22 years old. And
it might be even 24. He's an older guy.
He's an old, grown man. And so if you're looking for the Warriors to maximize the Steph Curry window, you're not looking for them to get the number 1 pick and take Debonsa for next year. I mean, he might be the long-term guy that you would want in 3 or 4 years. But for next year, I think about a guy who is already in his 20s, somebody who is a grown man, somebody who can help right away.
Well, even if you don't make a pick in the top 4, you have that pick. Like, it gives you a ton of options to do other stuff, potentially. I mean, like, what's best for Steph, but also what's best for Steph next year versus what's best for the organization might at some point, maybe it's already diverged, but those might not be the same things anymore either.
True.
Like you could make a case that the best thing for the organization would be somehow winning the lottery or getting a top 4 pick and picking maybe who you think the guy that who will eventually be the best player. Maybe that's not Cam Boozer, because Cam Boozer is probably the most ready to help in the NBA now and from those top guys.
Maybe, yeah.
But AJ Debonsa, Caleb Wilson, Darius Acuff, Darren Peterson, maybe some of those guys are going to be twice the player that Cam Boozer becomes 5 years from now. Maybe that's what you think is best for the organization going forward.
Arizona's got the 3 freshmen, I think all of whom are going to be NBA players and good players. And so it just depends on what you think about for next year. And right now, I was just looking at FanDuel, and the Warriors are minus 420 to miss the playoffs, which means they have a 19% chance of making the playoffs, and they have a 10% chance of being a top 4 pick in the lottery.
And our poll ran at 39% chance to make the playoffs. So our poll, which is full of Warrior fans, obviously are running at a higher rate than what the independent bookmakers set it at.
Yes, and as they should. Yes. And if you look at, the road, and if you look at the history of it, and I mentioned this yesterday to Willard, and, he and I got into a little bit of a heated argument over this, but of the 10 times you've had a 10 seed in the play-in, only one has ever made it into the playoffs, and that one team got swept. And so, you could go ahead and get in the playoffs, and I don't know if you'd get swept by OKC, who is now officially the number 1 seed.
They clinched that last night.
I mean, you might lose in 5 or 6, and I don't think it goes 7. I don't even think that you actually win the series, and there's value in getting into a series. I'm not going to deny that, but for me, the value of having a chance at maybe getting lucky in the lottery like Dallas did, like Atlanta did the year before, that to me is a better shot than, going against OKC, getting out of the play-in, and then going against OKC and, actually winning.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, Willard has kind of, I don't know if targeted is the right word, but come at me a little bit for saying that I think it would be better for them to miss the playoffs and be in the lottery. And I'm not talking about the 10% chance of being a top 4 pick. I'm just talking about maybe even being the 11th pick, because I know that this is a pretty deep draft and you could get a quality player, maybe 15-ish. I think there's still a pretty big difference between being the 11 or being the 15. So I would want the 11 seed by a mile over the 15. It's hard for me, though, like when the play-in comes around and next Wednesday when the Warriors are in Portland, in all likelihood, that's the most likely situation, although a really big Portland Clippers game coming up tomorrow on Friday that might determine where the Warriors go to begin the play-in. It will be hard for me when that game comes around, kind of like Draymond talking about I don't get excited for it, at least not right now, but when the game comes, I'm going to be going for it 100%. That's kind of my mindset. Like, I'm not terribly eager for the Warriors to make their way out of the play-in, but once the play-in game comes, I'm not going to sit down and root for them to lose, because that's just not the way my brain works, but it might ultimately be the best thing, despite what it might mean for Steph and meaningful basketball, despite what it might mean for Steve Kerr and him talking about this is not for me, trying to lose and tank or whatever that is. That's not what this is. I think it's just looking at it rationally, trying to take fandom out of it and saying, well, them losing and missing the playoffs might not be the worst thing. In fact, it might be the best thing for them.
And it might be, and if you look at like the possible scenarios where, okay, if they don't make the playoffs and the lottery is May 10th and you happen to land in the top 4, well, then you've got about 2 months almost until the new league year, and you're sitting at maybe number 4. The Warriors move all the way up to number 4. Now you've got a pick is actually...
We got action.
We got action. And like that pick becomes a tangible, movable thing where, the Warriors land at number 4, and you can shop that and perhaps a contract of some sort and go out there and get a player, or you can use that pick and another pick and get a player, or you wind up and you stay at 11. Okay, you're at 11 and you still might get a good player, or you make the playoffs and you land at 15. Either scenario, I think, is going to help you.
Yeah. Tune in for Warriors Live today at 6 with Evan Giddings, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. I got more to say about tanking, and I want to get this off my chest as well. We'll do that when we come back as we continue. It's Willard and Dibs. I'm in for Willard right here on 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Warriors and Lakers tonight at Chase. Bay Bridge moving pretty well, but it'll slow as you come off the upper deck into the city past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is going to be heavy before Cesar Chavez, and some delays on northbound 280 as you come off the freeway.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was my line.
Hey, stop it.
Mom? What What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardie Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Francisco will see increasing clouds tonight with a low of 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard. Dibs is feeling it. Shout out to Cam on the ones and twos.
Yeah, no
Doing
doubt.
a great job as always.
I can always tell when I don't even have to look, but like your rejoins they're solid. But when Cam comes in, there's a certain flavor with an A, not an OR. And so I always have to give him a little bit of heat.
I sometimes use rejoins from his board. I know Cam knows that.
Yep.
So I'll mix it in a little bit.
You do a nice job, Mark. And
but we all have our preferences.
And yesterday you came back with Steely Dan, and
how could I not?
I had to off the air say Steely Dan, and you said Steely Dan's one of the greatest bands of all time. And I was like, Grandy, stock up. You spoke to the old dibber with that one.
You are one of the most eclectic. Is I think a good word, but I mean it in the most positive way possible. You have a very wide-ranging musical knowledge.
Yeah, it spans,
and appreciation.
Spans many generations, and thank you for saying that. I mean, I would go from even like Sinatra in the 50s all the way up and through SZA and Kehlani today, and even beyond that. So having a 3-year-old helps. Where
true,
she's got a certain diet of music that she wants, and so I have to go along.
And as she ages and becomes a teenager and starts listening to the modern music, you will hear a lot of that too.
That's right. And her favorite song is currently, she says, I want to hear Talk to Me. And it's Be the Man, which of course was a Grammy Award winning song. And so we listen to a lot of what she calls Talk to Me on the regular. So a lot of current music as well.
And you will keep that up as she continues
Olivia
to.
Dean.
Yeah, she is very popular right now.
Certainly, yeah, in my house.
By the way, I do want to make sure that we say this, and I heard about this earlier, and I forgot to mention it so far, and I'll keep reminding people because this is a pretty big deal. Do you know what's happening tomorrow on the morning roast, Mr. Dibley?
I don't. And I now refer to it as the JoJo Show because that's what Sarah from our sister station, Alice, Sarah, and Vinny.
Yeah.
She calls it the JoJo Show.
That's a very, very good name.
I think so too, but I have no idea what's going on.
The guy we've been talking about for a lot today, Tony Vitello, is joining them at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
I love it.
So manager of your San Francisco Giants, Tony Vitello, tomorrow, 7:30. You might be wondering, well, why so early? They are in Baltimore. So it'll be 10:30 for Vitello, but 7:30 Pacific, right here on 95.7 The Game, Tony Vitello.
I love it. Tony V on the roast. That's a Central alarm clock kind of a situation right there.
You and Willard had him on this show soon after he was announced as the Giants manager. When was that? Back in November or December or whenever that was. But I don't think he's appeared since then.
Yeah.
So we'll get to pick his brain. I'm sure the guys will hold his feet to the fire as you and Willard do to Steve Kerr and company.
Sure.
But looking forward to that coming up tomorrow at 7:30. Tony Vitello on the roast. We were talking a little bit about tanking divs and what the NBA determined with their investigation into the Sacramento Kings and what happened late in that fourth quarter on Tuesday at Chase Center, where they intentionally fouled Steph Curry. What the Kings say and what the NBA ultimately determined, at least through their investigation, is that it was not a tanking measure. It was instead a case of the Kings not knowing how many team fouls they had committed in the fourth quarter, and that's why the Kings intentionally fouled Steph Curry, sent him to the line because they did not think they were sending him to the line. They just thought they were fouling him to force a dead ball so they could call a timeout that they were going to lose shortly thereafter. And frankly, you can buy it, you cannot buy it. It doesn't really matter to me. There is still tanking running rampant across the NBA. I did want to bring up something that I saw earlier today, and this comes courtesy of Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, and this is in response, Dibs, or kind of an added-on story to what the NBA put out a couple of weeks ago. Adam Silver and the NBA are thinking about potential proposals to combat tanking, to fix this in the NBA. Because whether or not the Kings were tanking on Tuesday or not, this is an epidemic in the NBA, and they are trying to find ways to fix it. Let me read this, and this comes courtesy again of Kevin O'Connor, a snippet of his piece on Yahoo. He writes, quote, during the NBA GM meetings this week, one person suggested to make the bottom three teams ineligible for top picks entirely. The league, per multiple sources, found this to be way too extreme, but then another person on the call offered a softer version of the same concept. What if the bottom three teams just had slightly lower odds than the teams ranked 4 through 10, not 0, just a little less? Sources on the call say Adam Silver responded enthusiastically to this idea. So what Kevin O'Connor is writing about there is the bottom three teams, meaning the teams with the worst three records in the NBA, instead of having the greatest odds to win the lottery, suddenly have slightly worse odds to win the lottery than everybody else, which in their minds would de-incentivize tanking all the way to the bottom of the NBA standings. But I think what all these proposals, Dibs, are missing, and it's what some of the other proposals were missing, some of the earlier ones, which did kind of feature similar language and similar ideas. And one thing that I know you and Willard have thrown out there often is flatten the lottery odds so no one has any incentive to tank. I think what a lot of people are missing is that will not work, because you're decentivizing teams from being the worst in the league.
Exactly.
But you're incentivizing teams to be just below the middle of the pack.
Right.
You're incentivizing okay teams to be bad.
You're incentivizing Sacramento to do what they did, which is, right now they are the 5th worst team. And so, they're tied with Utah, and they're a half a game ahead of Brooklyn for the 3rd worst team. So if you're Sacramento right now, you're thinking, okay, if we can just lose a couple, we'll keep our eye on Brooklyn. We want to avoid the bottom three. Right now we're 4th, tied with Utah. That's the sweet spot. I think that the real solution would be you flatten all the odds for 1 through 14 for the number 1 pick, and then you do whatever you want to do with the lottery, and then you do a lottery for the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and then after the top 5 lottery picks, then you would go 6 through whatever based on the record. So, for example,
but say the 12th or 13th or 14th pick or whatever would have the same chance to win the lottery as the number 1.
Exactly. So,
but doesn't that incentivize okay teams to miss the playoffs?
A little bit, and I mean, you had that with Dallas last year, right?
Exactly.
I mean, Dallas tried
That's
to not
not a
make the
good thing.
playoffs, and they won it. So whether or not you made it level odds or if you like balanced it out to where, honestly, for me, the best thing to do would be the teams that are like 6, 7, 8, and 9 worst records. They would have the best odds, and then 10 through 14 and 5 through 1, it would be kind of tiered down accordingly. So like the 5th worst and the 7th worst, you'd have the next best odds. So in other words, if you were bad but not the worst, and if you were bad but not a good team that barely missed it, that would be the team that had the best odds. But ultimately, you want to have the worst teams still have a chance to hold their spot. So if you are Washington and you're Indiana, you're Brooklyn, you're the bottom 3, even if you lose the lottery, well, you wouldn't slide all the way down to 12, 13, and 14. There'd be a certain amount of protection to where even if you lost the lottery, you still would, at worst, if you're the worst team in basketball, the worst you could fall would be maybe 6, I
don't know. I don't think any of these proposals are going to do anything to fix it, and I think a lot of them are actually going to make it worse, because what's happened of late, since the lottery odds have been not completely flattened, but have taken away the chances of the worst teams to win, and you've had an uptick of some of the other teams, the better teams, and their chances to win the lottery or jump to the top 4 have been increased. You are getting tanking from a lot more teams as a result of that. And this is a unique year because it is a great draft, and that's obviously part of why there's 10 or 12 teams tanking this season, because they want to get their hands on just a top 10 pick in general is very valuable this year. It's likely not going to be anywhere near as valuable next year. And this is what Mark Spears told you guys yesterday. And he's absolutely right. But whenever a really good draft comes around again, there's going to be a similar thing playing out this year as it was last year. What I think should happen is you just go back to the way it was years and years and years ago, before they started making changes to the lottery system. When this was at its best was when only tanking into like the top 5 picks, the bottom 5 teams in the league, was worthwhile. If you are the 10th worst team in the league and you have to jump past 5 or 6 or 7 teams to get to a point where you feel like you have a good chance to win the lottery, where it's worthwhile to you, that's impossible to do that. You can't jump that far down the standings by tanking. What is happening now is if you give the 10th worst team a decent chance to win the lottery, then you're incentivizing a mediocre team to be terrible. And that's what's happened across the board this year. Tanking has always been a thing. There was tanking for Patrick Ewing way back when. Tanking is not a thing, and this is where I think the NBA is making a mistake, Dibs. Tanking is not an issue that you can completely get rid of. It's just, unless you just abolish the draft entirely, and that's not going to happen. Tanking is always going to be a thing. What the NBA needs to do, in my opinion, is not find a way to get rid of it entirely, because you cannot. What it needs to do is find a way to limit it. Tanking is like Nikola Jokic. You can't stop him, Dibs. You just have to find a way to hopefully contain him. You can't let him go for 50, but maybe I can keep him at 25 points tonight. You have to limit it. And I think the way you do it is by going back to what it was a decade ago, when the worst team in the league had far and away the best chance to win the lottery. Because that means only the 4 or 5 worst teams in the league, and there will always be 4 or 5 terrible teams.
Yeah.
Those are the only teams with an incentive to lose. The other teams, we're the 10th worst team. Should we go for the play-in? Or should we try to get into the top 5? Or should we finish the 8th worst record? Well, the chance that we're going to get the top pick at the 8th pick, the 8th worst record, isn't all that likely. So you know what? We're actually going to make a decision now. It's worth it to actually try to go for the playoffs as opposed to tank. I think the NBA has this completely backwards, and the way that they keep flattening these odds, I don't think it's going to make it worse.
Well, and you're talking about going back to like 2018, and I'm looking here where Phoenix wins the lottery, and they had the worst record. They were lottery position 1 going in. They had a 25% chance of winning it. The second chance was Memphis at 19.9, and then it was 13.8, 13.7, and then you go on from there all the way down to like 8.8 for the 5th place team. So if you were the absolute worst, you had the best chance, and if you were second, you had a great chance, and then it kind of slowly tiered down from there. But what that led to is teams, trying to be the absolute worst. What you're trying to accomplish is making teams have some incentive to try to push for the play-in, which this year is really kind of an anomaly because if you're Memphis and you're 11.5 back of Golden State as the 10, you packed it in early, and it's the same thing in the East. So you want to avoid having teams race for the bottom, but you also want to avoid having teams, race for third or fourth or fifth. And so if you've completely flattened the odds, you're right about, years where there's a clear-cut number one guy, like last year, Cooper Flagg. He was going to be the number one pick. And, Dallas, they had a 1.8% chance of winning. They were the 11th team in the lottery, and they won it. So I don't know how you, do a lottery and still avoid having something like that happen.
Yeah, I get it. And this is what the text line just brought up, the 510, full flat all the way through the draft. Record doesn't matter. Why give a team a benefit for doing poorly? And I hear what you're saying, 510. That is also a have versus a have-not conversation. And those of us here in the Bay, we are a have, so we don't have to deal. At least we don't think we're going to have to deal. We'll find out when Steph eventually retires and the Warriors have a chance to go out and sign big boys in free agency. We don't have to deal with the draft being the only feasible way for our team to acquire talent, because this is theoretically a destination where people want to play, a good organization, an organization that has an owner that is willing to spend as much money as possible. And you can blame owners, and that's certainly part of it, but there are haves and have-nots in the NBA. There are teams whose best chance to get talent and to hold on to talent is through the draft. So if you're a team like the Washington Wizards or the Memphis Grizzlies or whoever you are, you look at the landscape, you look at how you have a chance to get a good player, a franchise-changing player, and the only realistic path is for you to do it through the draft. That's the only realistic way. So you are going to tank. And I get what you're talking about, that full flat odds where just all of the 14 non-playoff teams have an equal chance. I get that you might think that decreases tanking. It decreases tanking from the bottom of the league, the part of the league that's already bad, but it increases tanking from the middle of the league. That's why there's 10 or 12 teams tanking this year, because teams like the Warriors might have a 10% chance to finish in the top 4 of the draft lottery, and top 4 is very valuable. I think it's going to do the exact opposite of what the NBA thinks it's going to do. If they continue out this pathway, yeah, maybe you're telling teams like the Wizards and the Kings and, whoever, the Pelicans, maybe you're telling the Jazz, you're telling those teams, okay, you have less of an incentive to lose, but you're telling the middle tier teams, well, actually, you should actively try to miss the playoffs because you have a decent chance to make the top 4 picks.
Exactly. The Warriors have a 9% chance right now, and I wouldn't say that it's even...
the only reason it's a conversation for the Warriors is because of the rule changes the NBA has made. If this was a decade ago, everyone would be saying, make the playoffs. Screw the lottery. You're not going to be top 4. You're going to pick 12th overall. Who cares? Go to the playoffs.
Right, but even at that mark, they have a 9% chance, which is not great, but 9% versus their percent chance of going on to, make the playoffs and beat OKC, it's less than 9. And I disagree with you about, the market, because if you look at, for example, Utah, they are run by a guy who knows basketball, and they've made moves to position themselves to be good. And Washington, who is now ostensibly being run by Travis Schlenk, who was here, and then he was in Atlanta, and that's not a small market, and they're positioning themselves to be good again. And it's not so much about the market for me, because OKC is looking for a second straight title, and they're a team that is being run very well. And yes, they went into the lottery and they built it up that way, but they also made many, many great decisions, and the lottery was a part of it. And so it's not so much like your market, like New Orleans, woe is them. They are run very poorly, and by the way, they give their pick up to Atlanta this year. They don't even have their pick in the lottery.
Terrible trade last year.
Exactly, terrible. So if you want to talk about small markets, it's really more about the organization that runs them. Sacramento's a great example. It's a smaller market, but it's been run poorly for the better part of, forever. And so it's not so much about the lottery for me. It's about the organizations and who runs those organizations. So you could fix the lottery to try to offset tanking, but some of these teams are always in the lottery, and it's for a reason.
Yeah, it's
because they're run poorly.
But I'm talking about there are also teams, and whether or not they're run poorly or not, and that's certainly part of it, but there are also teams that look at the reality of what's the best path for us to build a team, to build a winner. The best path for us. All right, if I am if I'm the New Orleans Pelicans, if I'm the Utah Jazz, hell, if I'm even the Portland Trailblazers, like if I'm one of these teams I'm not Miami, I'm not New York, I'm not the Lakers, I'm not the Warriors, right? I'm none of those kinds of teams. You know, even Chicago. Chicago is so poorly run that that's probably not the best example either. But you're not this big market team that's in an area where people want to live. You could even include Dallas and maybe even Houston. Like those are teams that seem markets. More attractive. Yep. And obviously, taxes in Florida and Texas are different, and maybe that's attractive to players as well. For whatever the reason is, if you're in a spot that's not terribly attractive to free agents, you either have to massively, massively, massively overpay to bring somebody in on the free agent market, or you have to just absolutely make the smartest decisions 24/7 to keep up with the rest of the league.
Or you make trades, like Washington. I mean, I think Washington's a great example because it's not the most desirable NBA market, and
they're also tanking this year, which is the point.
But they made the trades to bring in players, and same as Utah. Like Utah,
Jaren Jackson Jr.
You traded for Markkanen, and you got Triple J's in Utah, and you've got Kessler, who's coming off an injury, and you've got a good, solid young core, and you're going to go ahead and let them rest and let them get healthy, and you're going to kind of tank knowing that, you get a couple of picks and next year you're going to actually go for it. But I think the bigger issue for those teams is the staying power. And OKC is about to face this where you're going to have guys who are going to need new money. And because of the apron, the second apron, you can't pay everybody and you're OKC. So you're going to eventually have to let these people go. And, San Antonio with Wemby, they're a couple years away from that same reality. And that's just the way it goes in the NBA if you are one of these places that's not a free agent destination.
I just think a lot of the things the NBA has done of late, including the actual changes to the lottery system, but the CBA, what you're talking about, which is going to force OKC to break up eventually, which is probably going to force San Antonio to break up eventually. Obviously, SGA is going to be in OKC for a long time, and Wemby is going to be in San Antonio for a long time, but they're not going to be able to keep all their pieces around them for the rest of their careers. There will be moments where they have to pick and choose. All right, do we keep Chet or do we keep J-Dub? Or what about Cason Wallace? He's going to come up, and are we going to pay him or are we going to let him walk? Should we get ahead of this and should we trade him? Same thing with the Spurs. And when Dylan Harper, if he turns out to be a really good player, are they going to be able to keep him and Wemby and Castle? They gave Fox a gigantic extension as well. What's going to happen there? All of those things are happening. So when you are a smaller market team, and I know that you don't like me, talking about woe is me, small market teams.
No, it's a reality though when it comes to free agency for sure.
So what I'm saying is, if your reality as a small market team with the new CBA is one, it makes it really hard for you to acquire talent on the free agent market, and it makes it difficult for you to keep a bunch of talent around because of the harsh punishments of the new CBA and all the aprons and all that craziness we don't need to dive into. But because of all of that, it makes it hard for you to want to acquire and then to keep talent. What you have decided in your calculations of what's the best way to run a team, the best way for us to build a good sustained winner is to every once in a while tank. And to just say, you know what, we're going to kick away this 1 year, hope that we win the lottery or luck into a great pick, and then we can reset our clock with everything again. That's what teams are going to have to be forced to do. And I think a big reason why is because you can get a decent chance to win a lottery if you're just a slightly below average team. You no longer have to tank all the way to the bottom 5 to do it. You can tank to the 8th worst record, which is manageable for a lot of teams in the league, which is why we see 12 teams tanking this year.
Yeah, it can be something that actually works. And if you want to go back in time, last year Dallas was the 11th best chance at winning it. The year before, Atlanta was 10, San Antonio 3rd, Orlando 2nd, Detroit 2nd, Minnesota 3rd when they got the Ant-Man. So it's not as much as it has been the last 2 years where you had two teams on the very, very far extreme. Atlanta had a 3% chance, San Antonio 1.8. Those are kind of the anomalies. And in the current system, if you're down there in the bottom 4, it's 14% flat for all 4 of you in the bottom to get that number 1 overall pick. And so maybe that needs to change, somehow tweak it. But the best way to do it, if you were a smaller market team, you could follow the Oklahoma City market or that model, which was They had an amazing player, Hall of Famer. They traded him for a young guy who turned into a star, and they got a bunch of picks. And then you turn those picks into more picks. And
that's an impossible model to follow.
It's not impossible. It's difficult, but it all comes down to competency. And they are very competent. And if you look at this year's draft, the Clippers pick, it's going to OKC.
Yep.
Phillies pick, it's going to OKC. Yep. OKC's pick, number 30, that's going to Dallas. So the Thunder lose their pick, and they get the top 2 picks outside the lottery as of now, and they actually might wind up in the lottery.
Yeah, the Clippers might be a lottery team.
If the Clippers bow out of the play-in, and Philly might bow out of the play-in, OKC could pick 1 and 2.
They could theoretically. That is possible.
Yeah,
that is possible.
It comes down to competency, and I mean, you're not wrong about the
being
small
competent
market model.
helps, but it's not the end. You have to have it a crate. Like OKC could not have dreamt that it would work out this well for them.
No, I think you're right. But if you look at Utah, and I don't want to have Cam mark the tape, but Utah next year is going to be good. I'm not saying Utah is going to be OKC or San Antonio, but Danny Ainge is trying to do what OKC did, and I think that Washington under Travis Schlenk is trying to follow that same blueprint.
We'll see. I mean, there have been some interesting trades there, no doubt, but it has not curbed the tanking for this year. Anyway, we can talk more about this. There's some calls that we'll get to. I see you, Big Smooth. We'll get to when we come back, plus some texts that are coming in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. Back with more next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit HabisLaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. you need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs, except Grandy in for Willard. So Dibbs and Grandy with you here on a Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. And Cam in for Grandy, in case those of you listening to the radio haven't noticed. Cam wants you to...
A little bit of a different vibe.
Keep it on the real. Yeah.
I'm here too, Dibbs. Thanks.
Yeah.
You're in for Lucas, and we know Lucas doesn't do anything. So.
And yes, and if you were pushing the buttons, it'd be 3 Doors Down and Green Day. We know that,
You're
Ken.
pushing my buttons, Dibbs. Leaving me out.
I can't even see you. And you don't know this, Ken, because I'm in the corner. Grandy's where he can see both of you. All I can see is Cam and that smiley face. And I guess I could, even if I look in the reflection, I still can't see Ken. And normally it's Lucas. I can just hear Lucas when it's...
Yeah, Lucas also actively hides back there. He puts his chair as low as possible, and he sinks down underneath those monitors.
Right.
Oh, Ken's making his way over. Can you see him now?
I'll stretch out for you, Dibbs.
Yeah, I can see like 6 of your 14 tattoos, but I see an arm. The tatted arm might be the less tatted arm.
Yeah, it's only got 2.
Yeah, slide back over.
All
it's
right,
okay.
yeah.
It's okay, Ken. I can only see half of you when you're in your normal spot
You
anyway.
got tats, Grandy?
I do not have any tats.
Any plans to get tatted?
Not currently. I'm not against it, though. Maybe if the inspiration strikes.
Any tats in the family? Like your sister or your parents? Your parents are probably, they're a little bit closer to my age, which,
Parents are on the older side. They're in their 70s.
Oh, wow. Yeah. When I was younger, like if you had a tattoo, it meant that you were probably in the military or you were one of the Hells Angels.
I think the only tattoo in my family is I have 2 older sisters. The middle sister has a small tree on the back of her neck.
Okay.
I think that's about it.
All right.
Yeah.
So one tat in the family. I'm just thinking about my siblings. I think my 3 older siblings are all tat-free, I believe. None of my kids have tattoos. I mean,
that you know of.
Well, I asked him. My 24-year-old son, I asked him, and he's not against it, but he hasn't really thought of what he would want. My 22-year-old, he just got his driver's license. I don't think he's ready to go tats. And my 3.5-year-old, she has those tattoos that you rub on your hand with water.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And he
loves
heartbroken when those come off.
Oh, so maybe eventually she will be. She might be getting a tattoo.
It came off in the bath. That's what happens, honey.
That's what happens.
That's right.
Every day on my walk to and from BART, I walk past a tattoo parlor. So if the inspiration ever strikes, it's right there for me in my neighborhood.
Yeah. I mean, they're everywhere now.
Yeah.
They
are.
Anyway.
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. What I am against is the NBA's proposed solutions to tanking, Dibs. They're going to make this
transition.
Work. They're gonna make this worse.
Maybe that's the tattoo you would get. It would be like tanking with a circle slash on it.
It's more like Adam Silver with a circle slash on it.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what he's done to help this league, Dibs. And if this offseason goes the way it sounds like it's going to go with these tanking measures, I don't think it's going to get better. But maybe that's just the pessimistic side of me coming out, because I'm not. I am very strongly against a lot of the solutions that the NBA is throwing out there to potentially combat tanking. We got some calls that we'll get to on this, and we will transition. We'll get back to some Giants coming up in a little bit as well, which is how we open the show. But let's go out to the phone lines because Big Smooth has been hanging on patiently. Big Smooth, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you today. What do you got?
What's going on, gentlemen? Listen, if you were my age, you either were in prison or you were in the military. My dad freaked out when I got one ear tattooed. But pierced. But anyway, listen.
Oh yeah.
This tanking is. I hate it when fans are sitting here talking about we need to lose in order to have an advantage. That is so foreign, man. I think personally, you're going to have to uproot. You're going to have to do something drastic. Like, forget it. It's now it comes down to luck. Everybody has an equal playing field because whatever you come up with, somebody's going to figure it out, and they'll tank. They'll do whatever. Somebody is going to figure out the system. So heck with it. And listen, how come baseball doesn't have a tanking problem? Neither does football. We need to look at some other sports. Adam Silver, figure it out because this is terrible, man. Look, we're rewarding. So check this out. Boston Celtics, they could have easily tanked, but look what they did. They had a competency in their front office. They should actually be rewarded for what they're doing. But instead of being rewarded, we're rewarding Danny Ainge, who's been doing something in Utah for 8-9 years and always on the cuspices of doing something big, which it doesn't look like it's going to happen to me. We're always talking about what Danny Ainge is doing, but when does he ever do it? Again, Boston should be commended for how they handled this year. Even the Warriors, man, we had an opportunity. We tanked organically, I guess, but we made a bad decision. Some of these teams are just not good decision-making teams. And they try. Some teams will tank and still fail miserably. So I don't know, man. It has to be fair.
I hear it, Big Smooth. Let me ask you 2 questions really quick, Big Smooth. Number one is...
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
You heard the boom.
Oh, I did not hear that. I guess my voice was too loud in my own ears.
Well, if you go back to 1985, Patrick Ewing goes to the Knicks.
Tanks.
Well, there were 7 teams in the lottery, and they all had the equal odds to win the lottery. And they had I'm looking at it here, they had the 3rd worst record. The worst record in the association was the Warriors tied with the Pacers. And the Warriors wound up picking 7th. And they got Chris Mullin. So, I mean, not a bad consolation prize at all. But
initially you felt kind of screwed, but then you got Chris Mullin, so you're all right.
I mean, even at that, if you look at that draft, it went Ewing, Wayman Tisdale, who was phenomenal, rest in peace. The Clippers took Benoit Benjamin, who was...
Yeah, I don't even know that name.
He was not great. Xavier McDaniel, the X-Man, goes to Seattle. John Koncak. And then Joe Klein went the 2 picks after that. So just because you win the lottery doesn't mean that you automatically win the lottery. And you can go back all the way and look at the number 1 overall picks that teams got when they, quote, won the lottery. The Clippers, they went 17-65 in 1998, and they won the lottery, and they drafted Michael Olowokandi from the University of Pacific. And he turned out to not be that guy. And in 2001, the Wizards, they had the 3rd best chance to win the lottery. They won the lottery. They drafted Kwame Brown with the number 1 overall.
That worked out well.
Not great, Bob. And, Andrea Bargnani to Toronto in 2006, and all the rest, we can go all the way through it. So just winning the lottery does not automatically mean it's a turnkey restart to your team.
Yeah, but if there are 10 or 12 teams that are telling you that is their best path to building a good team or getting their hands on a good player, I think that speaks to something structurally wrong with the way that your league is run. Because exactly what you're talking about is true. It's still a crapshoot. Even if you win the lottery, it's still a crapshoot. Even if you're the 4th pick, it's a crapshoot. You could, as you're talking about, be the 7th pick and slip into Chris Mullin, or be the 7th pick and slip into Steph Curry. Like, it's still a crapshoot. But if teams are openly realizing what a crapshoot it still is and still deciding that that is the best opportunity for them to build a winner, then there's, I think, seriously something wrong with everything else around your league, too.
Yeah, and I do think that some drafts put the crap in crapshoot, and it just depends on the year. And Mark Spears joined us yesterday and said next year is not looking like a great draft. And so maybe this year teams could see this class and thought,
absolutely.
You know what, this is one of those years we need to be 1 through 14, because 1 through 14 is actually going to be really helpful, even if we wind up at 14. So I think year to year it differs, but what you're saying, I think, is the biggest issue, which is if you're a smaller market team that can't attract free agents, Sacramento, New Orleans, Memphis, etc., the best chance you have of actually getting a transcendent player is to land one high in the draft. And you think about Memphis, they had Jaren Jackson Jr., he was drafted, and Ja Morant, he was drafted, and
very high. Ja was the number 2 overall pick,
right? And Triple J's was a lottery pick for sure.
I forget exactly
but
where.
Even to that point, like, neither one of them, I don't think, is going to stay when it comes to free agency. So you had to trade Jaren Jackson Jr.
4th overall pick, Jaren Jackson Jr.
Before he's able to get out the door for nothing, you have to trade him, and so
they did, I think, extend him once, but then all hell broke loose with Ja.
Right.
And if Ja's not good or you don't want him anymore, then what's the point in keeping JJJ around anymore?
Right.
He's not good enough to be the number 1 of your franchise, so you might as well trade him off for whoever the hell you're going to get back in return, mostly draft picks.
Yep.
While you're at it, tank that year because you just traded away all your best talent. In the offseason, you traded away Desmond Bain. You got 4 first-round picks for him. Tank for 1 year, hope that you strike gold, and then you can begin again. Is the strategy.
And by begin again, you mean it's the countdown toward resetting and doing that very thing all over again.
If you are a have-not kind of franchise like Memphis.
Right. Or if you're Sacramento, where, you had De'Aaron Fox and you had him for a while and he eventually cost too much. And, even Damas Sabonis is getting paid big money now. And so Sacramento's in a tank spot.
And how'd you get Sabonis in the first place? You traded away Halliburton.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
you actually made a good pick, not in a top 5 spot in the draft.
No, I think it was a good trade, but you didn't know at that time that Halliburton was going to be this good, and now he's been out for a year. But I think that trade in and of itself was not a bad one. You got Sabonis, and
I think it became
you had
bad.
Fox, and you became a playoff team.
I think it became bad once you then also moved off of Fox.
Well, it became bad when Halliburton became that guy.
True, but it was understandable because you were going to choose between one of your 2 guards, Halliburton or Fox. They chose Fox, which, okay, maybe ultimately was the wrong decision, but you could at least understand it. But then they also moved off of Fox, and they didn't even get Stephon Castle back for him with that trade from the Spurs. So you traded away both of your promising young stars, young guards, and now all you have left for it is Sabonis.
And you've got Sabonis for 2 more years at 45 and 48.6, and so you can't help but think that the Kings, where they are now, which is absolutely in the middle of a rebuild, Sabonis is going to be a guy this summer that probably gets traded for, wait for it, more draft picks.
Exactly.
So that the Kings can get,
kick the can down the road.
Be bad again, get in the lottery. So I do think that the lottery system, the tanking part of it, is most telling and damaging when you look at these teams that can't attract free agents.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. A bunch of texts are rolling in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The 510 writes, the Warriors were rewarded for drafting well by not being able to afford to pay them all. How about that? The 510, I don't think this is specifically a Warriors issue. They kept all of their guys together for a very long time. Now, that was in the old days of the old CBA, not in the new CBA. Now, maybe if you're talking about Jordan Poole is maybe the example you're talking about, the Warriors would probably say that was less of a money thing and more of a thing where they just didn't want to have that player around anymore. But I get what you're talking about. That's what OKC is probably going to have to deal with coming up. That's what San Antonio is going to have to deal with coming up. But I don't think that's a reason to suggest that drafting or tanking is a bad solution, because again, that is what a lot of teams are telling us is the only way, the only viable way they see them being able to get their hands on quality talent. And if you get your hands on quality talent and they leave, guess what? You just tank again and you try your best at the crapshoot of the draft to get talent again, because you know that you aren't going to get it in free agency when all the best players in free agency are signing in, New York, in LA, in wherever that they're going to, and then you're kind of left out of that part as well.
It just depends on what you build when you head into free agency, and I think Oklahoma City is an extreme example, but it's a good example because they were able to go out there and get Isaiah Hartenstein, and he was a free agent, and he comes to a winning team, and you traded for Caruso, right? You were able to get Alex Caruso via a trade.
Traded Giddey away.
Right, which was smart. He was a guy you drafted, so you drafted well.
A promising player.
Good player.
Yeah, good for the Bulls.
A guy that you thought that you didn't want to pay eventually, and so you traded him, and you got Caruso. But you talked about OKC and what they're facing. Right now, if they exercise all the team options on all their guys, their payroll next year will be $250 million. And I don't have the cap in front of me, but that feels like it's over the cap and well into the second apron. So next year, Hartenstein's $28.5 million team option, probably no. Lou Dort, $18.2 team option, probably no. Jalen Williams goes from 6.5 to 41.5. To your point about, when these contracts start to kick in, Cason Wallace is making 7.4. You'll probably keep that for one more year, but then he's going to need to get bigger money. And so, even no matter who you are, your window now with this new collective bargaining agreement, your window gets a lot shorter. Even if you draft well and you trade well and you bring in talent, these guys eventually are going to play so well, they're going to need to get paid, and you can't pay everybody.
Say the number again for the money on the books for next year.
$250 million. If they keep everybody, if they do all the options that they have and they bring everybody back.
The salary cap is projected at $165 million next year. That's the salary cap. And it's not like a lot of teams are over the salary cap.
Right.
The luxury tax threshold, which is where the luxury tax penalties begin, is at $201 million. Okay. These are all the projected numbers for next year. The first apron is $209 million.
Okay.
And the second apron is $222 million. So they're all the way above the second apron.
Yeah, and the luxury tax penalty would be a gigantic number. And again, Hartenstein and Dort, if they just got rid of those two, that's $46 million if they didn't exercise those options. But the reality is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making $40.8 next year. Chet Holmgren is making 41.5. J-Dub is making 41.5. So when you have three guys making that much,
the rest of your roster almost by default has to at some point become vet minimums and a mid-level exception here or there. And that's about it.
I mean, or drafted players and they have 2 first-round picks. But this is not to do OKC radio, but it's the reality of kind of what you're talking about no matter who you are. Even if you draft well and you trade well and you bring in a lot of talent, you have a tight window now based on the way things work with the new CBA.
Yeah. The 925 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line talking about potential changes to the lottery says, give the best team that doesn't make the playoffs more lottery balls, makes non-playoff teams or gives non-playoff teams an incentive to win. You are right that would increase the compete level of the non-playoff teams, But I would ask you, 925, and thanks for chiming in, and I also would ask the NBA, what is the goal? Do they want their teams that are already bad to compete more, or do they want their average to above average teams to compete more? Because if you give the team that just misses the playoffs the best chance to win the lottery, you will have good teams try to lose games to become the first team out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what you want. I don't think you can get rid of tanking entirely. What the NBA should be prioritizing is limiting tanking to the bottom 4 or 5 worst teams in the league. Everybody else has an incentive to win. That should be the goal. I don't know exactly the best way to do that. The best way probably is, in my opinion, just killing all of these changes they've made to the lottery system to this point. But I don't think, to the 925's point, that is the right way to do it, because you are then encouraging tanking from the middle of the league. And that's how you get a gigantic chunk of the league tanking. And it's how you get this season the highest average margin of victory or defeat in the NBA's history happening this season. That's how you get it, because you have half the league nearly trying to lose night after night after night.
And you could see it. Like, you could see these teams. Teams are giving up 157, and teams are losing by 30 and 40. And
not even trying to hide it.
Well, then you see the other example, which is what happened between the Kings and the Warriors, where the Kings were poised to win the game, and they tried like heck to not win the game, and it actually became pretty obvious.
Allegedly.
Well, I don't care what the league says. It was pretty blatant, and you can go back and watch the final 3 minutes, and you could see that the Kings players themselves were like, F this, like, we're out here fouling on purpose. Why should I even try on defense? Because it's clear that they want us to lose. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll lose. And so that is a big-time problem. But to the texter's point, like, if that was the system, like the team that came the closest but didn't make it in the playoffs, what would the Warriors be doing right now? They'd be thinking, okay, we're the 10 seed, and if we get the 10 seed and we win a couple of games, we get OKC, and then we're going to lose out on maybe getting the number 1 overall pick and having the best chance to win the lottery, then you'd see a Warrior team that would, maybe they'd be incentivized to go out there and lose the play-in.
Yes, if that was what the
system,
925 said, if that was implemented, the play-in tournament would become the tank-off tournament. And everyone would want to lose those games. Every single team would want to lose those games. And instead of being a race to get to the 8, even if you were to kill the play-in, which is not going to happen, because Mark Spears said, of course, on ESPN, told you guys yesterday, the league likes it, the TV partners like it. As long as they like it, they're going to keep paying money to the NBA for it. It's going to stick around. But even if we were to just get rid of the play-in and it was back to just top 8 teams make the playoffs, instead of a race to be the 8 seed, you would have a race for the 9 seed from both directions.
Right.
You would have the bottom of the league trying to win, which is good, I guess. The bad part of the league trying to win, okay. Like, that's better than them trying to lose. But you'd also have the middle of the league trying to lose. You'd have the 6, 7, 8 seed trying to lose to be the 9. Because
you saw last year with Dallas, right?
Exactly.
I mean, they had a chance to be the 10, and
that was not even with the flattened lottery odds.
Right.
Imagine how much worse it would be if there were flattened lottery odds.
You'd have a lot of teams like racing to be 9,
exactly,
like you're saying.
Which is not what you want.
No, you don't want that. And that's why I think you go back to just the top 8 make the playoffs, and then, all the other teams, which would be, 14 teams would just be out of it. And you go ahead and figure out a way to weight it so that, if you are one of the bad teams, you have a slightly better chance, but you don't have that top 4 protection that they have now. And I go all the way back to the beginning of the lottery where you had 7 teams in the lottery. They had even chances, and you're either going to be 1 or 7. None of this like, okay, if you lose, if you're number 1 and you don't win the lottery, well, you can't fall below 4, and all the rest of this like tiered sort of a cushioning
it is
lottery
weird
system.
The way it works. Like the Warriors right now, if they finish as with the 11th worst record and they miss the playoffs, they can only be 1 through 4,
correct,
or like 11, 12, 13, and whatever it is. They can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Absolutely not. Washington right now has the number 1 chance to win the lottery. They can't be lower than 5. Indiana's 2, they can't fall below 6. Brooklyn 3 to 7. Utah 4 to 8, and all the way down. So you can only move down 4 spots as it is right now, and you can move all the way up. But if the Warriors fall out of the top 4, if they don't get there, then it's going to be either 11 or 12, and there's a small chance of 13 and 14.
Yeah.
But it's really 11 or 12.
It's top 4 or 11 or worse is what it is for the Warriors.
They have a 90% chance of being 11 or 12.
Yeah.
If they wind up in the 11th spot.
If they don't advance out of the play-in tournament.
But Washington, as the worst team in basketball, they have a 0% chance of falling below 5.
Yeah.
So if you're Washington and you're the worst, then you're set. Like, you're a top 5 pick, no matter what. And so that, to me, is what I would change, where, okay, if you want to tank and you want to go all the way down, okay, fine. You get a few more ping pong balls. They don't do that anymore, but for the sake of the bit, you have a greater chance of being number 1. But beyond that, I would take away that parachute part of it where, Washington, go ahead and tank, be the worst, and you have the best chance to be number 1. But aside from that, you might be 14.
Yeah. We had a caller, Big Smooth, called in and said, well, first of all, what Big Smooth said was kind of like you should flatten the lottery odds, which means make it equal chance for every non-playoff team to win it all, or make it random, which is what Big Smooth said, which, again, I think there are a lot of issues with that. And then he said, you got to take from other leagues. There's no tanking, for example, in baseball. There's no tanking in the NFL. There's some tanking in the NFL, nowhere near as bad as the NBA. There's no tanking in baseball because it's so, the baseball draft is an incredible crapshoot, more so than any other draft.
Who went number 1 last year? I'm only asking because
exactly.
You could ask me for any draft ever, and I'd be hard-pressed to even...
And I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I think there's been a relatively new addition to the NBA draft system where they had established a lottery. MLB.
Yeah.
They had established a lottery. It is, I think, relatively straightforward where it's the worst record has the best chance and so on and so forth. It's not all this convoluted details as the NBA is, but there is an MLB draft lottery, but it is pretty straightforward. But again, because those players, for the most part, are years away from contributing, the point of tanking is kind of difficult. It's difficult to see the immediate payoff. Like it's not difficult. It's easy to see the payoff in the NBA. The reason why it's so prevalent in the NBA is because a singular player can make such a gigantic difference for a franchise. Imagine if the Spurs hadn't won their lottery, and instead of drafting Wemby, they drafted, that was the Pajemski draft. That was the Jaime Jaquez draft. That was the I think it was the Brandon Miller draft. Imagine they had drafted Brandon Miller instead of Wemby. The Spurs are maybe, they might still have Stephon Castle. Maybe they don't trade for Fox. Maybe they're a playoff team. Maybe. But they changed that franchise entirely, and so the best is yet to come. So that's why tanking in the NBA is so prevalent, because if you luck out just once, the next 20 years of your franchise are changed for the better, and there's nothing else you could have done that would have made as big of a difference as that one single thing going your way.
But it's not as clear-cut as, you won the lottery, you get LeBron James, and you get Wemby. And
there's timing and luck that, of course, factors into it.
A ton of luck. And Atlanta got Zachary Richachet, and, you were mentioning he got a coach's decision DNP recently. So that's just the breaks. But there are years when you win the lottery, and you as a franchise, you muck it up with an M, Cam, in case you're not listening. The Warriors in 1995, they won the lottery. They had a 9.4% chance. They had the 5th best chance to win.
And they got it done.
And
who'd they pick, Tibbs?
Fear the Turtle. Joe Smith out of Maryland, which...
Go Terps.
Great player. He didn't have a great pro career. He had a good pro career, but number 2, Antonio McDyess. Stackhouse goes 3.
Pretty good
friend
players.
Of the program. Warriors coach.
Stack.
Rasheed Wallace. And the number 5 pick to Minnesota, Kevin Garnett. And then Big Country, Damon Stoudemire. On and on it goes. But my point is, not a great draft. You had Gary Trent, Cherokee Parks out of Duke.
Oh, I remember that name.
Was a lottery player.
Cherokee Parks.
Corliss Williamson out of Arkansas. So winning the lottery is one thing. Winning it in the right year is another thing.
Yes.
And the Spurs were able to do that. And you go back to, LeBron in Cleveland. That was actually a great draft, but LeBron was a guy you wanted at number 1, and they were able to take him at number 1. And, different drafts. And I'm going to go back to 2013 when the Cavs won it again. They won back-to-back years.
Anthony Bennett and Kyrie.
Anthony Bennett and, hi, this is Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, Andrew Wiggins, right.
Yeah, Kyrie was a Clipper. And Actually, the Clippers won the lottery and Cleveland took Kyrie. So they must have traded.
That pick must have been a part
traded. Of, conferred or whatever. So
the Cavs have had a lot of number one overall picks.
They have. But 2013, you win it and you take Anthony Bennett, and that draft, as I'm looking at just the lottery picks, Victor Oladipo went number 2. Great player, terrible injury. Otto Porter goes number 3.
Yeah.
Cody Zeller, Alex Len, Nerlens Noel.
Yeah, that's a nothing draft.
KCP, CJ McCollum, Steven Adams still playing. Kelly Olynyk, lottery pick. Shabazz Muhammad. My point is, that year, 2013, great. You won the lottery.
Was that the Michael Carter Williams Rookie of the Year?
That was. He went number 11
to Philly?
He went to Philly. Look at you.
Yeah.
But I guess the point is, winning the lottery is great, but it has to be at the right time in the right year. And, this year, I don't even know if that's the year.
It looks like it probably is, but based on the talent.
But DeBonsa, I don't think is a unanimous number 1 overall.
But this is the year to where maybe if you're not the worst overall team, but if you are a middle of the pack team, to take a year off and to try to get into the top 5 and get one of those 5 best players. But you're right. It is not a given, not even close to a given. But I think the point that you're making, Dibs, is a good one because it still highlights how unproven that method of team building is.
Right.
But there's still so many teams deciding to do it that way. Like, tanking is an issue, but it's not the league's only issue, and I think it is a confluence of a number of different things. And if teams are choosing this strategy of team building as their best way to build teams, then I think it should sound alarm bells off in the league's offices saying, this isn't even like a great way to build a team, yet we have almost half of our league deciding this is the best way to do it. Like, something's got to be wrong here.
Yeah, and I get that, but I think they're trying to address that with the hard cap and the aprons. That way teams like the Warriors and the Lakers and OKC coming up, teams that are talent-laden, you can't just keep everybody because we've got all these measures in place to where you can't just pay everybody and have a dynasty anymore. So if you're one of these other teams and, you want to be able to spend with the big boys, well, the big boys can't spend like in baseball. There's a certain limit on everybody that you have to kind of reasonably adhere to. And I don't want to get all deep into the second apron, but if you're in there back-to-back times, then you start losing draft picks and it becomes really punitive. So teams can't afford to spend big like that anymore. So if you are a team that's not a free agent destination, and if you're a team that, is trying to find a way into some talent, this lottery system is the best way.
Yeah.
And so to your point, I think that's something that they have to at least look at to address where, you've got teams that aren't attractive marketplaces. It feels like your only hope is to go this route, right?
Exactly. And if that is your only hope, then you give teams maybe more of an incentive than they otherwise would have to tank. And I think that's where the biggest issue is with the NBA right now. So Mark Spears said yesterday that he thinks it's too late for the NBA to do anything about it. It's too late for this year, obviously. Next year is not going to be anywhere near as good of a draft, so they're going to make changes, and maybe we don't really feel the effect of their changes immediately because we'll feel it more so when there is the next really good draft. But I am a little concerned based on just everything that I've read about the potential changes, the changes that they are mulling. I don't think it's gonna fix the underlying issue.
Just real
but we
quick,
shall see.
You were talking about the MLB lottery, and I just punched it in. And right now, for example, and we're 13 games in, the Giants would be picking 11th in the lottery. And if you look at it, they've got a circle slash next to them and the White Sox. And so
what does that mean?
That means the White Sox and the Giants are ineligible to pick better than 10th due to previous lotteries, market size, and revenue sharing rules. So there are those caveats in MLB.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
I didn't either. So the Giants right now are slated to pick 11th, but even if they won the lottery, they could pick no higher than 10th, as the White Sox could as well because of revenue, market, and or previous lotteries. And so I don't know if the NBA would look at something like that. If you are a team that's already spending and doing really well, and you happen to have a tank year, MLB is putting in some, protections against teams like the Giants and the White Sox, who obviously are a bigger market and they could spend a lot. And then you get further down and, the teams that made the playoffs last year, they're, of course, out of the lottery for this upcoming year.
Yeah.
Because that all happened during the baseball season, right? The draft is during the year.
Yeah, the lottery happens relatively soon, I would think, and then the draft happens at some point this summer based on last year's record.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So I think maybe the NBA would look at something like that. And, if you're a team that, and people have talked about, like, you can't be a lottery team in back-to-back years, or maybe if it's 3 years in a row, if you're in the lottery, then you automatically can't be a top 4 pick. Something like that could be, preventative of teams just tanking over and over.
Yeah, like the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line writes, the NBA could take into account teams that are notoriously year-over-year, decades-long bad, and they should not allow them multiple high first-round draft choices year after year after year. That's from Drew in Oakland. And yeah, that is something that I've heard potentially rumored as a potential change for the NBA. We'll see how that goes into effect. That would probably change the way Utah handles things, because Utah's been tanking for like 4 straight years now. And you talked about Danny Ainge and how seemingly beloved he is across the league for being an innovator and one of the best minds. At some point, Danny, you're going to have to actually try to win basketball games as opposed to just tank over and over and over. And that rule change might impact that.
And that's next year when they're going to actually try, because
seems like it.
Well, and they've made the moves, I think, to line up one of the best front courts, certainly in basketball. And they have a great point guard now that is going to step in. And so, again, this year they're going to be back in the lottery. And I think Utah keeps its pick. I think the Utah pick is first round protected. So, and Utah quietly has lost 10 in a row.
Of course they have.
I mean, they're closing in on maybe being a bottom 3 team. So, yeah, at some point, Utah is going to have to try, and I think it's next year.
Yeah. Steve Kerr speaking pregame in Chase Center right now as we get ready for Warriors versus Lakers, or maybe he just wrapped up a couple of minutes ago. Regardless, we do have this update from Steve Kerr. This comes courtesy of Anthony Slater, Warriors insider for ESPN. He writes, the Warriors are hopeful Steph Curry, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford all play tomorrow night in Sacramento, giving them 2 games of data and reps to gear up for Wednesday's play-in elimination game. Horford scrimmaged yesterday. That is an update from Steve Kerr, courtesy of Anthony Slater. This is kind of going to what we talked about during the crossover, Dibs. Yeah. I know Goo all day, and I love you, Goo, but Goo was freaking out about why Steph was not playing tonight. And I get you want to maybe do some fan service and Steph play at home in front of your home crowd for the final time this regular season, and likely for the final time this season as a whole. But because Kristaps was already ruled out and the Warriors are saying, well, we have only a couple more opportunities for Steph and Kristaps to play together before the play-in, let's also hold out Steph in the front end of this back-to-back, knowing that he's not going to play in both. Let's just kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get them both ready for tomorrow in Sacramento. And as Steve Kerr confirms, that is the plan. The even better news is that Al Horford is also at least expected to have a pretty decent chance to play tomorrow, which means the Warriors might be basically as healthy as they could possibly be. Of course, I'm not including Jimmy Butler or Moses Moody. They might be as healthy as they could possibly be for the final couple of games of the regular season, getting them ready for the play-in a week from yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, a week from yesterday at the latest, right? It'll be Tuesday or Wednesday.
They will play Wednesday. We know that. The 9-10 game in the West is Wednesday.
Oh, it's official now.
Yeah,
okay.
And if they win that, they will play Friday as well.
Okay. And I mean, tonight, this is where the whole idea of exit pricing, which is my brilliant idea, that's where it comes in, because I'm just looking at ESPN and you look at the game preview. Warriors are favored by 1.5. Great. Whatever that's worth to you. Tickets as low as $140. So you're not going to see, and I'm just looking here, Marcus Smart out, Jackson Hayes out, Luka out, Reeves out, Gee out, Steph out, Will out, Kristaps out, Al Horford out. So
that's all.
I mean, I had to open up a window because there might be more, but just a quick 9 players out. And
Charles Bassey available.
Love it. And
LJ Cryer available.
I can't wait to watch him. So $140 a ticket, and this is not about the Warriors. Click and roll at Warriors.com. Let's keep the
8-8 GSW Hoop.
Let's keep the sellout streak alive. Absolutely, and I love the product. But if you are, I don't know, a casual, and you're thinking, you know what? Let's go to the Warrior game tonight. And you go ahead and clickety-clack at Warriors.com. You click and roll like they used to tell us. And $140 for the worst seat in the house. And you're not, I mean.
You get to see LeBron. Who knows for how long?
Exactly. Who knows for how long? And Bassie and all the rest of it. That's why,
Bassie.
for me, it's exit pricing. So you already have your tickets, and you show up, and you watch it, and you get what you get, and you don't get upset, as we tell my 3-year-old daughter all the time. But on the way out, maybe you get half your ticket price back, because this is not really what you paid for. When you bought this ticket back in January, before Jimmy got hurt and before Steph was a scratch and before, Doncic and the hammy and before Austin Reeves, it's tough.
I'm trying to think. I don't know 100% if this was one of the games, but I forget what the contest was exactly, but we often run contests on the station, and one of them, I forget exactly what it was, but I think this has happened like each of the last couple of seasons. At the beginning of each Warrior season, we run some contest, and if you win the contest, you get to pick out of a pool of Warrior games, and you get a pair of tickets to those games. And I think I remember a home game versus the Lakers was in that grouping of games that you got to pick or choose from. And maybe it was, they played on Christmas. Was that also against the Lakers at home?
I think it was the Clippers this year.
I don't remember.
Maybe not.
They played the Lakers at home at a different time earlier this season, so maybe it was the other game. But could you imagine? It was, we got confirmation, it was the Lakers at home on Christmas.
Yep.
But could you imagine if you won a contest on this station, Dibs, and you had a grouping of 5 games to choose from, and you said, last home game of the regular season, Warriors-Lakers, there's probably playoff implications on the line. Yeah. Luka's first full season as a Laker, plus LeBron and Steph. Maybe it's the last Steph-LeBron matchup we ever see. Who knows? And then you look forward to it all year, everything that happens, and now you come to this game and no Luka, no Austin Reeves, no Steph, no Porzingis, no Al, no Jimmy, of course.
Yeah.
It's just
no Moses.
No Moses.
I don't feel
not a lot that the team can do about it, because a lot of those are just unavoidable things, and the Steph one you get because you want Steph to play with Porzingis, and I don't think anyone's saying that the Warriors made a bad decision. You want those guys to play together for the play-in, but man, it's just not great.
Not great, but at least you won a contest, so my heart doesn't break for you, because you're
There's
a
other people
winner.
that paid
Exactly.
Paid a lot of money.
And I think about, if you are a Bay Area resident and you happen to be Slovenian and you're thinking, you know what, I want to see my Slovenian brother really badly, it's Luka Doncic. And so you look at the schedule and you point it out, you go, you know what, April 9th, I'm going to bring my Slovenian pride. We're going to get me and my Slovenian wife and our Slovenian children, and we're going to go out to the Chase Center and we're going to watch Luka. And you drop about $8 in advance, and then Luka goes grade 2.
I think he's still in Spain.
Spain?
Luka.
I feel like we should move back to Slovenia. So
getting treatment, I think, overseas.
I feel bad for those people. And I'm obviously being very facetious and cynical in the whole thing because he's hurt. But I don't know. The whole thing, and even tomorrow, the Kings probably are going to forfeit. Honestly, so
another investigation coming.
Steph's going to play. They're all going to play. So we're going to all go to Sacramento and we're going to play. And you might as well play 5-0 because Sacramento's not playing. Warriors by 80 tomorrow.
Lock it up.
Seriously.
Lock kukush.
The spread is 79.5. Go ahead and lay the 79 in the hook kukush.
I want to look at what the spread is for this game here tonight. In favor of the Warriors?
Yes.
The Warriors?
Yes. And I saw the injury report. Cryer and Bassie both probable. So
they have been upgraded to available.
Okay.
They're playing.
I was holding my breath.
The full injury report. Bassie and Cryer available. Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Al Horford, Moses Moody, Kristaps Porzingis, Quentin Post, Will Richard, Guy Santos, all out. 8 Warriors out.
All out.
And you have, of those 8, you have, the 5 of their 6 most important players? Steph, Jimmy, Al, Porzingis, Moses. Guy, maybe 6 of their 7 most important players.
Maybe. So tonight you got Pods and Draymond. You got Pat and Gary. You got
Bassie and Cryer.
You
say Pat Spencer already?
I did. He might start at the 4. Who am I leaving out? I know you mentioned yesterday you clowned me with your 7.
Yeah, no longer on the roster.
No longer on the squad, which hurts me. Leons is going to play.
You're right. Leons.
Malafai.
Nate Williams.
There you go.
He could play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who we missing here?
I don't know if we're missing anybody.
I don't know. Quentin Post is hurt.
He's
right?
out. He's out.
I mean, I'll be tuned in.
Oh, me too. I'll be there. I'm heading there in a half hour. Right when
I
we
got
get off the air.
Bassey for a double-double, and Pods goes for 30.
First time ever scoring 30?
I think so.
In the NBA?
It's
happening tonight?
Cook. Yeah.
We could have witnessed history at Chase Center tonight.
We might. Are you doing the pre?
No, Evan is tonight.
Gotcha. Okay.
So make sure to stay tuned at 6 o'clock for Evan's Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank. Maybe he'll follow the dibber and go Pods over 29.5 points.
I wonder what his actual line is. It's probably not 29.5. I mean, we could look it up. And again, this is not an indictment of the Warriors because their injured guys are mostly all injured. Like, Steph's not. I mean, they all make perfect injured, sense. But okay, he's not going to play back-to-backs, and so you want him and Kristaps to play together. I get it. Al's not quite ready, and that's fine. And Jimmy and Moses are really, really hurt. They're like hurt, and so is Quentin. And so this is not an indictment on them. It just maybe Steve Kerr's right. You get to this point of the season, and the season probably is too long.
I'm trying to find a second site, but I don't see any Warriors point totals listed. The Vegas is still trying to figure out who's going to score for the Warriors tonight. Let me try a different one here. But this is one where, you're trying to figure out who the hell is going to score in this game for the Warriors. Podziemski, here it is. It's
got to be 18.5.
I think I'm seeing it at 19.5. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Right there.
Bet the over, Kukush.
19.5.
Lock it up.
Brandon Podziemski. Take the higher, says Dibs.
Yeah.
LeBron is going to play, or at least he's listed as available. He's not on the injury report. One of the topics throughout the day today, Dibs, has been, are the Warriors going to chase LeBron this offseason? Because it's been rumored from, frankly, a lot of very reputable sources. Ramona Shelburne, Mark Spears has talked about it. You hear both those voices pretty regularly here on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors still interested in big game hunting Giannis and Kawhi and maybe even LeBron based on what happens for those three guys on their respective teams. I got to ask you specifically, Dibs, and you're coming at this from a Warriors perspective, of course. Are you interested in LeBron James this offseason?
Sure.
It doesn't seem to be much of a ringing endorsement.
It's a ringing endorsement based on a couple of things. One, if the price is right, and for me, the price is right means you get to keep Kristaps, and I think you probably will keep Al Horford. Not that he's a make or break for me. I don't know if Melton, and he's another guy who will play tonight, and I don't think we mentioned Melton earlier when we were running down our who's in, who's out portion of the segment. But if you can keep Melton, in other words, if LeBron's willing to come in and play for a small enough contract that you can keep Porzingis and Melton, Horford, whatever, he's making $5 million. I don't think he's make or break, but then sure, why not? And I say sure, why not? Because it becomes a little bit of a three-ring circus. I don't think that it automatically makes you anything that is like threatening to the Larry O'Brien or to OKC or San Antonio. You are a better team, but you are wildly more entertaining. And if we're doing this with Steph, if he's 39 and LeBron's 42 and Draymond's 36 and Al's 41 and Kristaps is 31 and whatever the age is, and your core is going to be not all together all the time, but it becomes one of the more interesting teams I think I've ever seen.
You'd probably break a record for nationally televised games.
And you'd break a record for number of years on the court at once.
Yeah.
If you go Steph and Al and LeBron and Draymond and Jimmy when he gets healthy.
Oh, my God.
You're looking at, between the five of them, almost 200 years.
Jesus.
Because LeBron would be, let's just pretend it's January. LeBron's already 42.
Yeah.
His birthday is the same as my sister and Tiger Woods. Shout out to Kaner, December 30th.
Yeah.
So if it's a January 28th game and LeBron's 42, Steph wouldn't quite be 39, but he's 38.
Yeah.
Draymond would still be 36, Al 40, and then you throw in Jimmy Buckets at 36. You're talking about almost 200 years worth of life on the floor.
Crazy.
That would have to be a record.
And number of years of experience in the NBA, you're talking about like almost 100 years of experience in the NBA.
That's a great
Less
call.
than that, but
close, because LeBron would be year 24.
Yeah.
And Al would be like year 21.
Yeah.
And then
Draymond next year is what, 15? Steph next year is 18.
17, I think. 17, 18.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buckets would be about the same. So
you're looking at near 100 years of experience on the basketball court.
I mean, so from that standpoint, does it stay healthy? Does it win a title? Those are probably back-to-back no's.
Yeah.
Is it unbelievably interesting?
Yes.
Absolutely. And so, I don't know, if you could pick any one player to bring in here and fit with this current team, is there any one player you could bring in that makes them a championship team? Any singular player? Honestly, it's an available player. Like Wemby. You bring in Wemby with this team, okay, you might be a
player that is potentially available.
Giannis,
probably Kawhi.
Giannis, Kawhi, LeBron.
Kawhi would probably be my answer.
He'd be the best of the three, but does that make you a team that could win the title?
If you guaranteed health, then they could compete for it. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
But it's going to be really, really tough to guarantee. We just saw what happened this year. And that's not even with Kawhi.
That's right. That's right.
And Kawhi is as questionable as they come in terms of health.
And you got Jimmy off the ACL, and you've got Steph with the chronically, and I don't know if it's chronic, and I'm wrong to say that it's chronic. I'm not his doctor, but he's got runner's knee, and he's talking about the new normal.
Exactly.
So to me, the new normal means, this is going to hurt forever, and I've been there, and I'm still there.
Maybe it impacts. He played in a lot of back-to-backs early this season. Maybe there's a directive from Rick Celebrini next year that he can't play in back-to-backs, which wouldn't be terribly surprising, age 38. And the load that he takes on every time he plays, that would make sense. Not that I want that to happen, but it wouldn't be the most surprising thing that it's just he can't play in back-to-backs next year.
It wouldn't be, and I wonder if that isn't something that the league catches wind of in advance, and maybe they don't have as many back-to-backs because he's box office for everyone, not only us here in the radio station and at Chase Center, but the league wants Steph to play in these marquee spots, so maybe they actually do the Warriors a little bit of a solid and don't schedule them so many back-to-backs next year.
I found this statistic earlier. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Here it is. How often do all the NBA stars on national TV actually play? Because of course, the NBA's made a big deal about their stars playing, but also specifically playing when they're a nationally televised game. So number of games that are televised on national TV, and then the number of those games where the full complement of stars have played in those games. And then I have the percentage of full star played percentage. There's been 220 nationally televised games this year. Of those 220, only 72 of those has there been full star participation.
Wow.
That is 33%.
That's not great.
1/3 of the NBA's nationally televised games have been full star participation this year.
Yeah, and that is never going to be 100%. But when you start to look at, the reality of where we are from an entertainment standpoint, the networks, and now you've got, Amazon Prime and Netflix and all the other
Peacock.
Yeah, Peacock. I think tonight is a prime game. Actually, for those of you looking to watch it, I only listen to games here on 95.7 The Game.
And you can do so coming up in an hour and a half.
Exactly. As we go around the association. And, I love it. But, yeah, it's the reality of where we are in this day and age, which is why I've advocated another one of my brilliant ideas, Mark, which is bye weeks in the NBA. Every team would have not 1 but 2 weeks where you just don't have to play at all. You get the week off. You do a couple of bye weeks, and that might, I don't know, you stretch the season out, you start earlier and you finish at the same time. Maybe that helps these guys actually play more basketball.
Yeah, this is a prime game. You're right. So if you are getting ready to watch the game, make sure you got Prime ready. But as Dib said, you can also listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings is standing by for Warriors Live in 20 minutes. And then he will hand things off to Tim Roy and company coming up in a little less than an hour at 6:30. And then, of course, the game tips off shortly after 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out Steiny and Guru debating what we just were briefly talking about, the Warriors chasing LeBron this offseason. A great conversation earlier today with Steiny and Goo. Okay, time for a break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up on the other side right here on 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Got the Warriors playing at Chase tonight. If you're heading in, Bay Bridge is heavy through the toll plaza. It'll stay solid into the city past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is going to be slowing after Cesar Chavez. And some delays on northbound 280 from Cesar Chavez to King Street.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Springfest is heating up at Lowe's. And for a limited time, we have the extra big deals you need to impress guests. Get your outdoor space ready and save $50 on the select Cobalt 24-volt blower kit, now $79. Plus, save $150 on the Blackstone 30-inch 2-burner griddle, now $299. It's springtime, and our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/13, while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I think after almost 4 hours, Dibbs has finally turned against Cam.
Whatever, Cam. And for those of you on YouTube, he's playing the instrumental version of, and I can't remember who penned this one, but
Skilo?
Yeah. Thank you, Skilo. I wish I was a little bit taller. And I looked at Cam.
I wish I was a baller.
Right. And I wish I was a little bit taller, and I guess I do wish I was a baller, but that felt very personal to me, Cam. And I said that to him. He's like, yeah. Cam, was that a shot at me? Yeah. You damn
Playing
right
the throwbacks from your childhood and teen years.
My childhood. I mean, that song probably came out in, and Grandy will probably Google it, and I would say that song came out in 00 would be my guess. Which was neither
1995.
Still not my childhood, but I appreciate you saying that. You'd have to come back with some Staying Alive, Night Fever, or, honestly, anything Michael Jackson, because Off the Wall came out in 81.
Great album.
7th grade. And then Thriller was like 84, 85, high school years. So there you have it.
Dibbs, that was my childhood.
Whatever, Ken. You were born, what, 85, Ken?
88, baby.
So 84 was not your childhood.
No. I'm talking about...
He's saying I Wish by Skilo.
was his childhood.
Okay. I apologize.
Yeah, keep up, Dibbs.
Keep up. We had moved on to the Bee Gees and Michael Jackson, which...
My fault.
I mean, if you were born in 88, it's a possibility that, the girl is mine might have been inspiration for young Ken to come into this
It was
world.
probably a country song. My parents met down south.
Seriously, I got friends in low places. Yeah.
Okay.
I've done this to you before, Grandin. You hate it.
Yeah, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
It really does.
At least you're not talking about my parents this time,
The
which
Grandies.
is fine with me.
I haven't met the Grandies, so I can, I can wax poetic about them.
All right, let's get to our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll results. Dub Nation, engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. Okay, earlier we asked, no Stephen Curry or Kristaps Porzingis tonight, among others. So who will lead the Warriors in scoring tonight against the Lakers? Brennan Pajemski, D'Anthony Melton, and we included Guy Santos. He has since been ruled out. And then the fourth option was somebody else. Let me just, first read off to everybody that is available before I give you the final results. The Warriors players available tonight: Pat Spencer, Malachi Leons, Draymond Green, D'Anthony Melton, Brennan Pajemski, Charles Bassey, LJ Cryer, Seth Curry, Gary Payton II, and Nate Williams. That is your group. On the poll, we have Pajemski, Melton, and again, Guy Santos, although he is now out, and somebody else. Dibs, 40% Brennan Pajemski, 28% Guy Santos. That is not going to happen. He got ruled out tonight. D'Anthony Melton, 20%, and then somebody else, 12%.
Okay.
Is what the Twitter folks think.
Maybe the Twitter people are starting to turn a corner on pods, or it was such an obvious choice that you really had to just...
That might be what it is.
Yeah, even if you aren't a huge pods guy, you had to, kind of acquiesce and vote pods. I do think that, this will be game 80 for them, game 80 for him.
Yeah.
And as much as I don't want to get into the whole pods thing here as we head toward the buzzer, even if you're the most ardent, not a hater of pods, but somebody who really doesn't appreciate what he contributes, he's about to play his 80th game out of 80.
It's rare.
And incredibly rare. And if you go around the association, you would be hard-pressed.
Well, you got to do it in Tim Roy's voice.
If you want to go around the association... You'd be hard-pressed to find more than a dozen players who are going to play every game for their team this year. It's not many. It really isn't.
Who has played the most games so far this season? How many are on pace to finish with 82 games played?
Well, Mikal Bridges, for sure, because he's got the longest current streak and the 10th longest ever in the association of consecutive games played.
There are 11 players that have played in 80 games this year. I don't know off the top of my head if all these teams have already played 80 games or not. I would imagine they probably have. I don't think anyone's played 81 just yet. Javonte Green, Chris Dunn, DiVincenzo, Bruce Brown, Desmond Bain, Keldon Johnson, Tumani Kamara, Julian Champagny, Oso Ighodaro, Sion James, Jeremiah Fears, the only 11 that have played 80. Podziemski will join that group tonight as the 12th player to play in 80 games this year.
The biggest kind of side part of the Kuminga trade is the Buddy Hield piece, because if you go backward for Buddy, in 2 years ago, he played in 84 games. Seems impossible. Buddy was able to do it. Last year, he played in 82 games. This year, he played in 44 for the Warriors, and he's played in 6 games.
Wow.
For Atlanta. He's averaging 5 minutes a game. In Atlanta, he's played 6 games. So a guy who played every single game, no matter what. First, the Warriors didn't play him, and then he goes to Atlanta, and now he's in witness protection.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bummer.
Really quick, Dibs. As the only thing left for the Warriors in the regular season in terms of standings and things like that, obviously there's rhythm for Steph and for Kristaps and for Al, and Steve Kerr, if you're just joining us, said earlier today at his pregame availability that he expects or hopes, they're hopeful that all 3 of those guys play tomorrow in Sacramento. The only thing other than that in terms of getting into a rhythm for their individual players is who is going to be their first opponent in the play-in. You think it should be the Clippers or the Blazers? What do you think is a better matchup for the Warriors?
I think the Blazers are a better matchup. I think they're both bad matchups, but the Blazers' lack of one and done and playoff experience, I think, is the tiebreaker for me, because Portland is fast, long, and athletic, and they've given you problems, but the Clippers have a guy who you can't really guard, and that's Kawhi Leonard. Draymond is good at guarding almost every archetype in the NBA, but the one guy I think that he has the most trouble with is a guy like Kawhi who can score from 3. He can drive by you to the bucket. He can post you up. Kawhi is a tough cover for the Warriors.
Yeah, and neither of those teams play today. The Clippers or the Blazers do not. The Blazers right now have a 1-game edge. They do play in Portland tomorrow, so that is a big game going on tomorrow. Winner of that game, in all likelihood, will probably be the 8. The loser will, especially if it's the Blazers, the loser will certainly be the 9, which would mean that would be the Warriors' first opponent in the play-in tournament. We shall see. That is a 7 o'clock